A pair of clear blue eyes suddenly opened in the dim light, as if the person behind them had just been jolted awake by something they were never meant to see. It was exactly 8 o'clock in the evening when the breaking news spread across every screen. The announcer reported that S-rank mage Lee Seo-jin had been killed during a mission, and the words hit like a nightmare. The boy stared at the television, frozen in place, unable to accept what he was hearing. This could not be real. Lee Seo-jin was not someone who was supposed to die. According to the report, that very S-rank mage had been battling Crew Eyes, the evil dragon that had suddenly appeared in the heart of downtown Seoul when he was swept into the disaster. Lee Seo-jin was only 25 years old. He had made his official debut as a mage back in 2034, and since then, he had become a beloved hero, famous for resolving one dangerous incident after another. Because Lee Seo-jin had earned so much trust, admiration, and love from the public, the news of his death felt even more devastating. Memorial altars would soon be placed across the entire country, while the people who heard the announcement were already sinking into deep shock and grief. The boy could not keep watching. The weight of the report pressed down on him so hard that he reached out and turned the television off. Even after the screen went dark, he remained staring ahead in disbelief, his mind refusing to process the impossible thing that had just happened. The protagonist was not meant to die here. Not at this point. Not in this part of the story. For a moment, it felt like some twisted prank, the kind of cruel joke that made no sense at all. But there was nothing funny about it. Not even close. The Lee Seo-jin shown on the news was the same 25-year-old genius mage everyone knew, the young prodigy who had risen faster than anyone expected. His talent for hunting monsters was extraordinary. With overwhelming skill, he could cut down several beasts at once, moving through danger with the confidence of someone born for battle. He was the shining young hero of this era, the kind of figure people could not help but watch, admire, and place their hopes on. But to the boy, there was something even more important than Lee Seo-jin's fame. That S-rank mage was not just a former classmate. He was also the main character of the novel this entire world was based on, a story called The Modern Wizard. That awe-inspiring mage, the one the whole world looked up to, was supposed to be the protagonist. If the story had followed its original course, everything should have moved toward a happy ending. And when that ending arrived, the boy had believed he would finally be able to return to his own world. But then that enormous dragon appeared out of nowhere inside the dungeon, tearing through the normal path the protagonist was supposed to walk and destroying the future that had been waiting for him. No matter how hard he tried to think it through, he could not understand why the protagonist would die so early, right here in this part of the story. What frightened him even more was the question that came after. If the protagonist was gone, what would happen to this world now? That guy was supposed to stay alive long enough to keep everyone else from dying. Without him, the whole story felt unstable. The boy had been waiting for the novel to end so he could see his old friends again. But now that the protagonist had disappeared from the board, he had to wonder if an ending was even possible anymore. As panic churned in his chest, the boy remembered a time when he had laughed so easily with his friends back in the old world. One of them had joked that if they ever possessed some background extra in a novel, they would either grab every lucky opportunity for themselves or avoid touching the story completely. Over mugs of beer, he had asked the others which side they would choose. The beautiful woman sitting beside him laughed lightly, then said the answer was obvious. Of course she would take the lucky chances. The brunette let out a tired sigh and shook his head, saying there was no way he would ever do something like that. After all, if they carelessly stuck their noses into the story's main plot, the real protagonist might end up dying, and once that happened, everything could fall apart. His friend burst out laughing and teased him, asking if he was seriously saying he would never step forward in the story, not even once. The brown-haired boy insisted that getting involved would only drag them through every kind of hardship imaginable. That was not something easy to endure. Besides, he was not confident he could work as hard as the real main character. Training endlessly, growing stronger, and fighting more demons sounded exhausting just thinking about it. Even the blonde had to admit he had a point. The group seemed to be reaching the same conclusion, though even when Kim Seon-woo was right, he somehow said it in the most irritating way possible. Still, the mood stayed bright. The friends lifted their glasses together, laughing as they clinked them in a cheerful toast, and drank. That was when the brunette suddenly received a strange message saying he had won some kind of prize. The friend beside him immediately leaned in with excitement, asking what kind of event it was. The message claimed to be from the author of The Modern Wizard, and somehow, Kim Seon-woo had been selected as the winner of a deeply unlucky event. The prize was described as a travel ticket to a very special place, and he was even given the choice to either claim it or ignore it. At first glance, it sounded strangely interesting. Excited, the boy showed the message to his friends, and they immediately started celebrating as if he had just won a real vacation. They laughed, saying he was going on a trip and that it was crazy for him to cash in on such ridiculous luck. Then they asked when he had even entered an event like that in the first place. Caught up in the excitement, the boy clicked yes while his friends tried to guess where the mysterious trip would send him. None of them realized they were about to witness something completely unbelievable. They assumed he might be sent overseas, maybe somewhere exciting, and after he pressed the accept button, they cheered happily and drank in his honor. And just like that, 7 years ago, the bright, drunken atmosphere around him began to glow even stronger. In the next instant, he found himself standing as a young teenager in the middle of a magic circle, while nearby teachers shouted in panic that students were not supposed to climb onto the circle while it was still being drawn. That was how Kim Seon-woo fell into the novel he had loved reading, The Modern Wizard. Luckily, it really was one of his favorite books, or the situation would have become unbearable much faster. Even so, he could not believe that the world of his favorite novel could not even follow the path its own author had created. Because the original plot was not supposed to change, Kim Seon-woo had spent all this time carefully staying away from the main story. He avoided the important characters, kept his head down, and made sure he never drew attention to himself. So now, sitting there in stunned silence, he could only wonder where everything had gone wrong. If he had barely interfered at all, then the story should have unfolded exactly as planned. So how in the world had the protagonist ended up dead? Just as that thought gripped him, the television in front of him suddenly began to glitch. Kim Seon-woo was certain he had already turned it off, yet the glowing screen flickered as though it had come back to life on its own. He leaned closer, eyes narrowing in confusion, and wondered what was happening now. He even nudged and adjusted the screen a little, trying to check whether the television was simply malfunctioning like any normal broken appliance. But before he could make sense of it, a deafening noise exploded through the room, and the world in front of him began to tear apart as if the universe itself was breaking. It was horrifying. Anyone who looked out the window and saw the sky cracking and collapsing above them would feel their blood run cold. Kim Seon-woo rushed his gaze outside, and what he saw made the terror sink even deeper into him. The people beyond the window were dissolving, melting away right before his eyes as though they had never been anything more than illusions. Only then did the truth become clear. The death of the protagonist meant the death of the entire world. The central axis that this world revolved around had vanished, and with it, all the extras who existed only to support his story were beginning to disappear as well. Kim Seon-woo, the unlucky victim of that so-called travel ticket, recoiled in horror and screamed, demanding to know what was happening and why. But he had no power to stop it, and no real understanding of the nightmare unfolding around him. Fortunately, or maybe unfortunately, an error message appeared before him, offering an explanation for the disaster. The message made the problem brutally clear. Lee Seo-jin had died, and because of that, every major scenario connected to him had now been judged as a failure. Since the story could no longer continue from this point, the entire world would be reset. The message was terrifying enough, but seeing it happen was even worse. Sweat ran down Kim Seon-woo's face as cracks spread through the world around him, the scenery shattering and rearranging itself like a game being forcibly restarted. There was only one problem. Kim Seon-woo was not some ordinary piece of that game. His eyes widened as cracks began spreading across his own body too, and the pain hit him with an earth-shattering shock. The poor kid was dragged into the reset along with everything else. For a while, the world fell into complete darkness. Then, from somewhere within that darkness, a voice called out, telling the student to wake up. More voices followed, urging him again and again to open his eyes. He was awake now. After all, they had already arrived at the school. A firm voice suddenly rose into a shout, and Kim Seon-woo jolted upright, yelling back in panic as if he had just been dragged out of the worst nightmare of his life. The bus driver flinched at his reaction and looked genuinely concerned. He quickly apologized, explaining that he had only been trying to wake the student up because it was time for him to get off the bus. Kim Seon-woo blinked several times, still dazed, then nervously stood up and apologized for causing such a scene. But inside, his head was spinning. The bus driver had called him a student. When he thought back, he was absolutely certain he had been in his room when the world collapsed. Yet now he was standing on a bus in front of an irritated driver. The end of the world had felt painfully real. Still unsteady, the brunette stepped down from the bus, forcing himself to stay alert even though his legs felt weak beneath him. His mind kept circling the same question. Had all of that really just been a dream? The sunlight outside struck his eyes so sharply that he winced on instinct, lifting one hand to shield his face from the brightness. Standing before him was the grand school, a place so familiar that the sight of it stirred up a strangely nostalgic feeling in his chest. On the board outside, a large congratulatory message had been posted, welcoming the newly admitted students of Korea Magic Academy's class of 2030. This was the very school he had once graduated from in this world. But something was wrong. The year should have been 2032. The instant that realization hit him, Kim Seon-woo sucked in a sharp breath. This was 7 years earlier. He had gone back 7 full years into the past. Almost without thinking, he placed a hand against his chest, trying to confirm the impossible with his own body. But the moment he felt himself, his worst suspicion became clear. His hands were small. His chest felt smaller too. He was no longer an adult. He had become a teenager again. Kim Seon-woo had regressed. It was a rare and special kind of ability, and somehow, it had thrown him back 7 years before everything fell apart. The announcement continued echoing across the school grounds, warmly welcoming every student entering Korea Magic Academy that day. The opening ceremony was about to begin, and all students were instructed to take their seats, which meant Kim Seon-woo was now expected to go through high school all over again. It was the purest form of madness. Just thinking about repeating everything made him feel like his mind was about to snap. Everything around him was exactly the way it had been 7 years ago. The school, the atmosphere, even the announcements. Since reality had already shoved him this far, he had no choice but to accept it. At the very least, this was still better than dying forever inside a collapsing world. Now that he had returned to the past, he would have to endure everything he had already suffered through once before. The thought drained every bit of excitement out of being back at school, though maybe he could use the chance to get better grades this time. But grades were not the real problem weighing on him right now. What Kim Seon-woo truly needed to understand was why Lee Seo-jin had died. According to the original story, there should have been absolutely no reason for the protagonist to lose his life. Lee Seo-jin was strong, talented, and built for battle. Crew Eyes going berserk was an event that was supposed to happen in the story, and after a brutal fight, Lee Seo-jin was meant to defeat that dragon. If that was true, then something else had to be hiding behind the hero's death, some other reason that had pushed the story off its intended path. Kim Seon-woo thought about it carefully, but he came up empty. In his previous life, he had stayed as far away from the protagonist as possible. If he had never gotten close to Lee Seo-jin, how could he possibly know what had gone wrong? Then, while sitting in the classroom, Kim Seon-woo suddenly lifted his head and glanced around. A new fear crept over him. What if the protagonist somehow died again in this life too? If that happened, he might be dragged back to the past all over again. Kim Seon-woo had already endured high school twice, and he had absolutely no desire to suffer through it a second time. Even worse, there was no guarantee the world would reset next time. It might simply end for good and never come back. Nothing was certain anymore, but one thing was painfully clear. Lee Seo-jin could not be allowed to die. That outcome was unacceptable. This time, Kim Seon-woo could not just sit quietly in the background and watch. If he ever wanted to return to his original world, then this time, he had to step into the story instead of avoiding it. He needed to prevent Lee Seo-jin's death and guide the novel all the way to its proper ending. And to make that happen, Kim Seon-woo would have to start getting close to the main characters. Of course, the first person he chose to approach was a girl. His focus sharpened instantly, almost like he had been waiting for a chance to get near one of the pretty heroines. One of the main characters was seated right beside him, and Kim Seon-woo turned toward her with the brightest, friendliest smile he could force onto his face before giving her a little wave. In his mind, the best plan was to start building relationships with the main characters as soon as possible. Yu-era, a second-year student and the second-ranked character in the story, was exactly the kind of person he needed to get close to right away, or at least, that was what he thought. Unfortunately for this newly regressed Kim Seon-woo, the first target he chose was the cold and serious type. Yu-era immediately looked at him and asked if he even knew her. She did not even wait for a proper answer. With a frosty expression, she scoffed and said she had no memory of meeting him, so he had no reason to act so familiar with her. Kim Seon-woo knew plenty about her, but she knew almost nothing about him, so honestly, this reaction was only natural. Kim Seon-woo kept his hand raised in a weak little wave, his smile stiffening as he hovered awkwardly between shock and a failed attempt at friendliness. Before he could take back the greeting, Yu-era asked if he had something to say to her. She really seemed like the tsundere type, cold enough to freeze the air around her. Hopefully, somewhere under all that ice, there was at least a slightly agreeable side. Kim Seon-woo admitted that he did not really have anything to say. He had only been saying hello. Yu-era instantly dismissed him and told him to look somewhere else. Apparently, starting with the pretty girl sitting closest to him had not been the smartest decision. He was clearly making her uncomfortable. And in his mind, Kim Seon-woo could only grumble at how rude this little kid was. Very quickly, Kim Seon-woo began to realize that getting involved with the main characters would not be easy at all. Inside the hall, the students were seated in neat rows, and each grade representative was called up to the stage one after another. The representatives stepped forward before the crowd, 3 students in total, each standing under the attention of the entire room. The moment one of them appeared, everyone recognized him at once. Applause spread through the hall, stirred by the sheer presence of the story's main character. Some students whispered that he had trained under Chairman Kim Jin-chul himself, which meant his talent had to be on an entirely different level. This was Lee Seo-jin, the second-year student ranked first. Even though he was still a student, the protagonist of the story was already rising fast and becoming famous. That much was only natural. The modern wizard was, after all, a power fantasy where the main character stood at the center of everything. The students also clapped and cheered for the top-ranked freshman, with some quietly admiring how pretty she was. Her bright expression made her look almost like a cheerful saint. But that pretty, flower-like girl was not as innocent as she appeared. Every gesture, even the small smile on her lips, was carefully calculated. Her real goal was to build valuable connections at the academy. The senior representative had also held first place for 3 years in a row. He might not have looked especially overwhelming at first glance, but that achievement alone was still incredibly impressive. Looking at all these outstanding characters, it made sense why Kim Seon-woo had once believed he could simply enjoy life as a background extra. He did not know much about the third-year top student, but the guy still seemed remarkable. Even in the original novel, though, that senior barely received any attention. Then it was time for the student oath. All the student representatives on stage raised their hands together and began taking the oath in front of the academy. But for some reason, the girl sitting beside Kim Seon-woo was practically trembling in her seat. He could not help glancing over at her, wondering if something was seriously wrong. Something was definitely wrong. Era's fist was clenched tight, her whole body radiating a dark, stormy aura, while her foot tapped against the floor with barely contained rage. They had only met a few seconds ago, yet Kim Seon-woo had already discovered that there was someone she hated with just as much passion as she seemed to hate him. That was honestly impressive. Seeing her so emotional, Kim Seon-woo wondered if this might be his chance to score a few points with one of the main characters, even though the idea was incredibly foolish. And the words he chose were just as bad. He told her it was a shame that she had come in second place behind the protagonist. Era's temper flared instantly. Her eyes sharpened as she turned on him, asking if a tiny, insignificant rat like him was really speaking to her right now. From the look on her face, she clearly thought he needed to learn exactly where he stood. Naturally, Kim Seon-woo did the worst possible thing and doubled down. He said yes, he was absolutely talking to Little Miss Stick in the Mud. That only made her glare harder as she demanded to know what he meant by saying it was too bad. Kim Seon-woo let out a slow sigh, as if he were preparing himself to say something far more serious than he probably should. Then he told her honestly that, in his opinion, she was definitely better than those two people standing up there. But the dark-haired girl was proud, sharp, and nowhere near foolish enough to accept empty praise from a stranger who was obviously trying to win points with her. Era scoffed, asking what he even knew and whether he was trying to make fun of her. If he had ever actually seen those three use magic, she said, he would not be standing there so confidently spouting brain-dead nonsense at her. So much for cheering her up. Kim Seon-woo had only managed to redirect all of her anger straight onto himself. Kim Seon-woo admitted that maybe he had not exactly seen their magic in person, which only made Era's fury burn hotter. In her eyes, he had no right to judge anyone's talent when he did not even know how much power they possessed. But instead of retreating, Kim Seon-woo chose to keep pushing. If he was going to gamble, he might as well go all in. With a completely serious expression, the brunette claimed that he could tell just by looking at her. Apparently, he had amazing instincts, and he flashed a confident grin as if his own aura alone proved every word he said. In reality, that ridiculous confidence only made him look like a faker digging himself into an even deeper hole. Era's expression grew even colder, and her voice sharpened as she asked if he was seriously messing with her right now. At that point, Kim Seon-woo should have chosen the safer option and backed off completely. He could not believe his first approach had failed this badly, so his mind scrambled for another way to change the flow of the conversation. Honestly, the smartest move would have been to stop talking altogether. Instead, Kim Seon-woo opened his mouth again and asked Era if she had been worried about her future lately. That question actually hit the mark. Era paused and wondered how he knew that. From the outside, Kim Seon-woo was starting to look less like a classmate and more like some shady fortune teller making guesses with a straight face. After disturbing her peace again and again, Kim Seon-woo finally decided to introduce himself properly. He told her his name was Kim Seon-woo and that she should remember it. Somehow, coming from him, it sounded less like an introduction and more like a warning. Era coldly added that he should not dare open his mouth and spout any more nonsense for the rest of the day. She had clearly had enough of him. Every bit of effort Kim Seon-woo had made had gone painfully to waste, and the heroine he had tried to approach was now stomping away from him. That was definitely not the kind of reaction he had hoped for when he started the conversation. His mission had barely begun, and he had already managed to ruin his first attempt. The new semester at the Magic Academy began with an evaluation test on the very first day, a test that would decide every student's ranking. It was practically an initiation ritual, where each student had to reveal their ability in front of the entire student body. Some students were already panicking before the test even began. After all, not everyone had enough confidence in their skills to stand before the whole academy and prove themselves. Meanwhile, Kim Seon-woo looked at those nervous kids with a small smirk, thinking they were almost cute. His new goal was clear. He was aiming to enter the top 10 among the second-year students. In his previous life, he had been offered promotion to B rank several times. But for one reason or another, he had ended up remaining at C rank instead. Still, it would be embarrassing if he could not at least perform above average against a group of students. Now that he had returned to the beginning of the story, he had no intention of looking like a weakling. Kim Seon-woo was almost excited to show off the skills he had built as a working mage, while his number one hater was already glaring at him from a distance. He had failed to make a friend, but somehow, he had successfully gained an enemy. It was honestly ridiculous. Of course, the top 3 students in each year were on a completely different level from everyone else. The polite, smiling freshman raised her magical power with a sharp shout, sending it surging outward and sweeping away the charging enemies in a haze. One after another, the earth-colored golems were struck down, their bodies collapsing under the force of her magic. The students gathered around the testing grounds watched the exam unfold, praising anyone who displayed outstanding talent. Their attention soon fixed on the top-ranked freshman, whose skill made it obvious why she had been recognized during the assembly. Her magic was clean, powerful, and incredible enough to draw admiration from the entire crowd. After the first years finished, it was finally time for the second-year students to step forward for their evaluation. One by one, they were called by name and told to come up in front of everyone. Naturally, Yu-era, Kim Seon-woo's blazing number one hater, took that chance to display just how exceptional her skills really were. She unleashed her power straight ahead, and the targets in front of her were blasted apart under the force of her magic. The other students stared with wide eyes, wondering how someone that powerful could possibly be the same age as them. Her flames were on a professional level, fierce and overwhelming. But because she attended the same school as Lee Seo-jin, even those brilliant flames were overshadowed by the light of the hero standing above everyone else. Even so, Yu-era was still a legendary talent in her own right. Then Lee Seo-jin stepped forward, and within seconds, he shot toward the targets with terrifying speed. The small stone creatures tried to scatter and run, but before they could escape, Lee Seo-jin cut them down in an instant, slicing them apart with effortless precision. Once the golems had fallen, the hero stood there with a satisfied smile, looking completely at ease after such a flawless display. He was undeniably impressive, so impressive that Yu-era looked like she could barely stand watching him. This time, Kim Seon-woo had at least learned a little common sense. He was not about to offer comfort to someone who clearly did not want it from him. In truth, Kim Seon-woo thought Yu-era was extremely skilled too, even if she would never care about his opinion. The problem was that Lee Seo-jin's earlier performance had basically reached the level of an active professional mage. Yu-era had always been used to standing in first place, only to have that position taken by a pillar of natural talent who shone even brighter than she did. Her frustration was honestly understandable. Then the time finally came for second-year Class A's Kim Seon-woo to show what he could do. His name was called, and he was told to step forward and display his power in front of all the students. Kim Seon-woo rose with a proud smile on his face, looking almost pleased now that it was finally his turn to perform. The students gathered around the testing area began murmuring among themselves, wondering who Kim Seon-woo even was. One female teacher had been in charge of last year's first years, but even she could not clearly remember his name. A man nearby smiled faintly, saying he did remember the boy being in their class, though he had never had much of a presence, so it made sense that people forgot him. Looking at last year's records, Kim Seon-woo had shown talent in reinforcement magic. Reinforcement was useful, of course, but now he had walked out to fight empty-handed, which made the situation strange. It looked as if he had switched to manifestation magic somewhere along the way. Then again, students like that did appear from time to time. And so, Kim Seon-woo stood before the golem dummies, ready for his evaluation. He stretched one hand forward, and a portal-like swirl opened in his palm. Of course it did. Some students were the type to specialize in what they loved, rather than what they were naturally best at. At first glance, Kim Seon-woo looked far more ordinary than anyone had expected. However, one woman standing farther back suddenly recognized something about the boy in front of her. It was not his face that caught her attention. It was the magic gathering and swirling in his hand. That child was using the compression manifestation technique. The first stage of manifestation magic was materialization. By compressing materialized mana, a mage could finally begin controlling the next stage, known as projection. That advanced method was called the compression manifestation technique. It was not something a normal student should be using. This was a technique usually handled only by veteran mages. Both Lee Seo-jin and Yu-era stared in surprise as Kim Seon-woo calmly used that magic right in front of them. It made no sense for a second-year student to already wield a technique like that. But this second year happened to be a regressor, and Kim Seon-woo was more than ready to shock everyone watching. With a bright, confident smile, Kim Seon-woo fired the compressed power straight toward the golems, and the blast tore forward with a thunderous boom. The compressed mana flowed around the standing mannequins, swelling into a display that stunned the class in a completely different way than anyone had expected. For a brief moment, every student went silent, staring at the scene without knowing how to react. Then, cutting through that silence, a sharp burst of laughter rang out, painful and mocking enough to make the whole atmosphere collapse. It turned out that the thing Kim Seon-woo had tried to summon had broken down midway because he had run out of mana. The students immediately started laughing at him, saying he could not even handle his own power properly. What was the point of materializing mana if he could not even project it afterward? Those rotten little jerks wasted no time turning him into a joke. As if Kim Seon-woo was not already suffering enough, he realized he was genuinely in serious trouble now. While he stood there wondering what on earth had happened to his abilities, several system windows suddenly popped up in front of him all at once. Kim Seon-woo stared at the glowing windows in shock, and then his expression slowly shifted into horror as he wondered why the system was only opening now of all times. Later, with a long, exhausted sigh, he sat sulking alone in his room, still unable to understand why the window had appeared so late. The last time he had opened that window, it had been around this exact time of day. Something about his power had clearly changed, and Kim Seon-woo needed to figure out exactly what had gone wrong before he embarrassed himself even more. Back then, multiple windows had appeared at the same time, informing him that the outsider's benefits had been unlocked. The main scenario had begun, and another window announced that he had unlocked the second time around achievement, granting him a reward of 3,000 points. On top of that, he had also received an achievement called Talent of the Clown, as if he wanted any connection to something that humiliating. Even worse, that ridiculous clown achievement somehow gave him more rewards than regressing did. He received 5,000 points simply for being laughed at. By then, 230 people had already remembered his face as the class idiot. They had laughed at him, booed him, and told him to get off the stage, while the system coldly handed him another 1,000-point reward. The system was honestly cruel, and for some reason, the protagonist of the story had now become interested in him too. It was absurd that all of this happened for the worst possible reason, but Kim Seon-woo received another 1,000 points from that as well. In fact, 4 main characters had noticed him, and he gained 1,000 points for each one. He had wanted to make an introduction, and while this was definitely not the clean, impressive introduction he had imagined, it still made the important people notice him. In one short, painfully humiliating moment, he had earned 10,000 points. The problem was that he could not properly use those points until the outsider's benefits were unlocked. That was a serious letdown, but at least he already had some idea of what those benefits included. This point-based magical system was apparently reserved for special privileges, which basically meant that only Kim Seon-woo could use these points in the first place. The achievement system was now active, though for some reason, the talent he had gained seemed to have been cut off. Kim Seon-woo quietly thought through his new situation. Points could be earned by stacking achievements through the system. He could also gain more points whenever his name became more widely known. The points shop was one of the strongest parts of the outsider's benefits. With enough points, he could buy traits, skills, and even items. It was an absurdly overpowered setup. Having so many points was great and all, but there was still one painful problem. Kim Seon-woo had been branded as the class clown on his very first day back at school. He had only managed to gather all those points because he had basically turned himself into a circus act. And honestly, calling the achievement Talent of the Clown was just unnecessarily harsh. When he tried to use that wide-range, flashy attack earlier, Kim Seon-woo had completely forgotten one crucial fact. His current body did not have enough mana to handle such a high-grade skill yet. And to make matters worse, he had never stood in the spotlight like that in his entire life. So even though he had earned a huge number of points, he could not exactly feel happy about the way he had gotten them. What mattered most now was figuring out how strong he actually was in his current state. Kim Seon-woo called up the system and opened his status window to check his stats. The window appeared and displayed Kim Seon-woo's information, along with his 10,000 points. His health was good, his strength was decent, his mana was only okay, his speed was average, his reflexes were solid, and his dexterity was normal. He was not maxed out in anything, but at least he was not completely useless. Still, after all the effort and points he had poured in before, this felt pretty miserable. His stats had been reset along with everything else, which meant he had to build himself up all over again from the beginning. Then Kim Seon-woo suddenly realized something important. In this life, he had the chance to reallocate his stats properly. The system window explained that magic in this world was divided into 4 major branches: enhancement, manifestation, support, and summoning. Enhancement magic strengthened the body or weapons, making it the branch closest to hand-to-hand combat. Mages who specialized in it naturally needed stronger health and physical endurance. Manifestation magic, on the other hand, allowed someone to cast actual spells and shape mana into visible attacks. That was the classic image of a mage. Summoning and support, meanwhile, were exactly what they sounded like, bringing things forth and backing up allies from behind. For the record, Kim Seon-woo had absolutely chosen manifestation as his main path on purpose. If he was going to learn magic, he wanted something flashy, impressive, and fun to use. He could almost laugh at the situation now, though considering how badly things were going, it was not actually funny. Since he had chosen manifestation, his first priority had to be raising his mana as high as possible so he could finally use his chosen power properly. Just then, another status window popped up, informing him that 50 more people had been added to his circle of influence. Wonderful. News about him was already spreading like wildfire for all the wrong reasons. But strangely enough, that was not entirely bad. If he used this attention well, he could gather enough points to strengthen himself properly once he obtained some actually useful skills. Kim Seon-woo was beginning to understand just how many points one stupid moment could bring in. The payout was so huge that he almost stopped caring about being treated like the class clown. Actually, the whole thing was ridiculously amazing. Before long, 400 people remembered his face, and the system rewarded him with another 2,000 points. 400 people was an insane number. At this rate, there was no way he would ever have a normal school life again. Then again, he had already thrown that dream away when he decided to save the protagonist. Still, the number felt absurdly high, almost like more people knew him than there were students at the academy. Someone had probably recorded the whole thing. After all, there had been plenty of guests watching from the balcony. Kim Seon-woo immediately pulled out his phone and checked the Korea Magic Academy website to see what was going on. Just as he feared, someone had uploaded a video titled Second Year's Last Place Test. The comments were absolutely dragging him. He had never been clowned this hard in his life. Some people were even asking how someone like him had managed to get into the academy at all. It was painfully unfair. Kim Seon-woo had never imagined that his evaluation video would blow up like this. It was embarrassing enough to make him want to disappear, but the points coming in were honestly pretty nice. Since things had already gone this far, he figured he might as well cash in on the attention. And soon, he began wondering if there was a way to draw even more eyes to himself and earn even more points. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as a bold idea flashed through his mind. With this plan, he could pull even more attention toward himself. If he earned enough points from all that attention, he might finally be able to buy the thing he had always wanted. The next day, students were still whispering about the so-called class clown wherever he went. Some students stared at him in disbelief, asking if that guy was really him. The video from yesterday looked exactly like him, so there was little doubt he was the one everyone had been talking about. A normal person with any shame would probably hide their face after becoming the Academy's laughingstock, but not Kim Seon-woo. He had points to earn, and he planned to earn them in the most shameless way possible. He needed people to keep talking, so he walked around without fear, letting every stare and whisper feed his growing reputation. He had spent the whole night playing up the incident for attention, and it had worked. His failed test video was now trending with over 1,000 views, and plenty of people were criticizing his pathetic academy performance, with some even calling it an academy scandal. He even went as far as calling himself an S-rank mage in the middle of that ridiculous scandal, making the situation even more outrageous. Thanks to all the hate and mockery the video received, Kim Seon-woo earned another 5,000 points. As ridiculous as it was, stacking up hate like that felt surprisingly great. That morning, the boy stepped into the classroom with the same innocent, almost adorable air around him, walking in as if nothing strange had happened at all. But the moment he appeared at the doorway, every classmate who had been waiting inside turned toward him at once, their eyes locking onto him like he had become the main attraction of the room. One student did not even bother hiding it, and openly lifted a finger, pointing straight at him in front of everyone. The one pointing was a blonde guy, and just from his face, posture, and smug little attitude, he looked exactly like the kind of stereotypical bully who always shows up in stories like this. But then, in a completely unexpected twist, the boy moved right over to the brunette and clung to him affectionately, laughing out loud as he brought up how ridiculous yesterday had been. Apparently, after the boy had made his dramatic exit, the entire class had laughed so hard they could barely stop. The rest of the kids were still riding that same excitement, chattering noisily as they kept asking how he had managed to run out of mana in such a ridiculous way. They assumed his family must be loaded, because otherwise there was no way someone like him could have entered this school. That made the whole thing even funnier, since his enrollment here was not some privileged achievement at all. It was basically one big, unlucky accident in his life. At the very least, the main character recognized yet another protagonist from the story. The blonde guy's name was Park In-won, and in the original novel, this man was the crazy troublemaker who haunted the early parts of the plot. Getting tangled up with someone like that was never a good idea, so our guy immediately decided that the safest move was simple: stay quiet, avoid eye contact, and absolutely do not get involved. Unfortunately, Park In-won had already fixed his gaze directly on him, a nasty grin spreading across his face. From now on, he declared, he would be calling the boy Blockhead, and whenever he called, the boy had better come running. If he did not, surviving in a school like this would become very difficult. But before Park In-won could enjoy his little power trip for long, a voice cut in and brushed off his bullying without the slightest hesitation. Of course, the one stepping forward was none other than the shining star of the second years. The glorious protagonist entered the moment perfectly, facing the blonde and firmly telling him not to pick on other people. Park In-won clicked his tongue in irritation as he looked at the dark-haired hero, the genius the entire world was keeping its eyes on, Lee Seo-jin. And now that same genius was trying to act like a righteous hero even inside the classroom. Naturally, kind-hearted people made fake tough guys like Park In-won feel sick, because someone like him could not understand what genuine kindness even looked like. Ordinary guys like him had no choice but to play along with whatever the hero wanted. Lee Seo-jin answered him in a low, warning tone, making it clear that Park In-won should not push things any further. In the end, the bully knew better than to test the second-year hero for no reason. He backed off with an annoyed look and walked away, dragging his useless little group of goons along with him. Once those guys finally left, our dude could breathe again, freed from that irritating pressure for the moment. Lee Seo-jin turned to him and asked if he was all right, looking almost painfully sincere and kind. He really was a cute, good-natured guy, and our dude could not help feeling grateful for the help. Without even trying, he had somehow caught the attention of the one person he needed to protect most. Lee Seo-jin studied him for a second, then seemed to recognize him as the class clown who had made such an unforgettable debut the day before. The so-called clown quickly tried to reassure him that he was fine. After all, thanks to all the attention and laughter, he had practically cashed in on the situation. Then he realized that a normal person should probably feel at least a little embarrassed about becoming famous that way. So he let out a small sigh, lowered his mood, and whimpered that he had no choice but to accept reality. That video had already spread everywhere, so his fate was sealed. Lee Seo-jin gently told him not to worry too much about it, saying the person who had intentionally spread the video was the one truly at fault. Of course, Kim Seon-woo had also helped that video spread in his own way, so he was not exactly in the best position to criticize other people for doing wrong. Either way, Lee Seo-jin wished him a good day and was already about to leave. But there was no way our guy could let such a perfect chance slip through his fingers. In an instant, he clung onto Lee Seo-jin's attention, mumbling awkwardly while his mind raced to find the right wording for the request he needed to make. After all, if he wanted to stop the protagonist from dying, he had to stay as close to him as possible from now on. So Kim Seon-woo suddenly lit up with a bright, sparkly smile and brought up the semester's dungeon class. With all the sweetness he could muster, he asked if he could team up with Lee Seo-jin for that dungeon lesson. It was a cute request on the surface, but the problem was that Kim Seon-woo looked like pure deadweight. Lee Seo-jin clearly had no idea how to respond, so he simply asked why Kim Seon-woo was asking him in the first place. Kim Seon-woo put on the gentlest, most harmless expression he could manage and explained that teaming up would actually be very good for Lee Seo-jin too. Lee Seo-jin took a moment to weigh the pros and cons of bringing the class clown, who seemed like a complete liability, onto his team. After thinking it over, he struck the poor guy down with a rejection so fast and clean it felt like a shy Japanese girl refusing a love confession. In other words, Lee Seo-jin had never once imagined Kim Seon-woo as a possible teammate. Fortunately, our guy was not the type to retreat once he had made up his mind. That stubbornness was exactly how he had managed to clear an entire run of the game without ever interfering in the main character's life. Before Lee Seo-jin could make that rejection final, there were two important things he needed to hear. Lee Seo-jin finally agreed to listen, and with that opening secured, it was time for our guy to sell himself with everything he had. The first thing Lee Seo-jin needed to know was simple. Kim Seon-woo was ranked dead last among all the second years. Of course, that was not exactly shocking news. Everyone already knew our dude was terrible, and honestly, it should not have been something he brought up as a selling point at all. Lee Seo-jin stared at him, genuinely stunned by how shamelessly he had said it. The guy could at least pretend to have a little pride. Lee Seo-jin asked if that was seriously supposed to be his reason, because at this rate, Kim Seon-woo was making his own argument harder and harder to believe. Kim Seon-woo explained that everyone knew group tests came with an adjustment score. In other words, if the top student in the school teamed up with someone at the absolute bottom like him, Lee Seo-jin's final score would almost certainly rise higher because of the balance. The good-hearted hero clearly had not expected the class clown to push self-sabotage as a strategy with this much confidence. And annoyingly enough, the logic did make sense. But the risk was still enormous, because the person standing beside him had shown absolutely no real skill so far. In a dungeon, he looked like he would be nothing but a burden. Still, Kim Seon-woo had a second reason, and this one was supposed to be strong enough to make Lee Seo-jin seriously consider accepting. Era, the second highest-ranked student in their class, had already chosen two lower-ranked students for her own team. That made it obvious she was also thinking about the score balance system. And as Lee Seo-jin already knew, Era specialized in wide-area magic. Even with two low-ranked teammates attached to her, she would still be able to handle herself perfectly well inside a dungeon. That point was convincing enough that even the protagonist could not deny it. Then came the third reason, because apparently there was a surprise third reason, even though Kim Seon-woo had just claimed there were only two. The boy beamed proudly and pointed straight at himself, presenting his own body like the final piece of evidence. He was the third reason. Sure, he was in last place, but he insisted he was still a fairly decent fighter. There was no real combat record to prove that, of course, but he had at least been on the verge of using high-grade summoning magic, and considering the insane stunt he had tried to pull, that was pretty much the only thing he had going for him. Lee Seo-jin finally could not hold it in anymore, and let out a laugh at the sheer absurdity of the whole performance. The protagonist really was such a warm, cheerful guy that finding the motivation to protect him felt almost effortless. Even from Lee Seojin's point of view, this class clown was seriously funny. He had noticed Kim Seon-woo's strange potential from the moment of his ridiculous debut. So, since the boy had entertained him this much, Lee Seojin finally agreed to team up with him. However, because Lee Seojin was the kind of nice guy who actually cared about the people on his team, he added one condition first. Lee Seojin smiled and said he would choose their remaining teammate himself. Since there was a very high chance he would pick another main character, that condition was more than acceptable. Even then, Lee Seojin was considerate enough to ask the class clown if he was okay with it. Our boy had no objections at all, and just like that, he shook hands with Lee Seojin, the character who had now taken a serious interest in him. As a reward, our dude gained 2,000 points, and he was absolutely thrilled that things had gone this far. With that major step handled, it was time to return to the more serious business of class and studying. The lesson began with the origin of magic, which traced all the way back to the 14th century. At that time, magic was not divided into the 4 branches used in the present day. Instead, it existed as only 2 main branches. But that clean 2-branch system did not remain stable for long. The teacher paused in front of the class, letting the question hang in the air as she asked if anyone knew why it had collapsed. To everyone's surprise, our boy raised his hand. Naturally, nobody expected much from the class clown, but he had already gone through this entire class before, so for him, the answer was almost embarrassingly easy. The 2 old magic systems broke down because of Bloodsword, the first enhancement type mage to appear in the 18th century. Kim Seon-woo might have been nothing more than background character B2, but somehow, he had actually studied properly, shocking both the teacher and the students around him. The teacher praised him for the correct answer. For the manifestation-centered medieval mages of that era, Bloodsword's appearance was a massive shock, because the manifestation mages of the time could not even stand against him. From that turning point onward, research into manifestation magic began to grow at an explosive pace. The teacher continued with her important lecture on the history of magic, while our dude sat there listening with a bored expression. Even for someone as talented as Lee Seojin, old magical theory and complicated formulas were not exactly easy to deal with. But for Kim Seon-woo, things were different. All of that confidence came from the special outsider benefits he had received. The moment those rewards settled in, they poured the most basic information about this world straight into his head. So when the lesson shifted into written subjects, Kim Seon-woo felt far more prepared than anyone else sitting in that classroom. With a bright look on his face, the boy happily put his cheat-like ability to work, scribbling down notes with the kind of excitement that made it look like studying had suddenly become fun for him. Behind him, the other students started whispering among themselves, snickering as they called him the class Hermione. In just one day, he had somehow gone from the class clown to the class know-it-all. Some of them even laughed under their breath, saying there was no point in listening that seriously if he was still the lowest-ranked student anyway. That really got under the brunette's skin. It was one thing for those guys to laugh at him because of his mistake, but now they were mocking him for acting like a bookworm too. If they were so jealous of his skill, then they could step up and answer questions in class themselves instead of whispering behind him. Before long, the lesson finally came to an end, and the whole classroom shifted into the noisy freedom of lunch break as everyone started getting up from their seats. Kim Seon-woo had not exactly built up a big circle of friends, so while most of the students casually filed out together, he lingered behind for a moment, standing there like he was not quite sure where he belonged. He was still trying to figure out what he should do next when someone suddenly walked over in his direction and called out his name, Kim Seon-woo. That was him, of course, so he turned his head toward the voice, curious to see who had bothered to approach him so naturally. It was the cheerful hero, smiling at him like this was the most normal thing in the world. He said that since they were a team now, they should eat together, and honestly, that casual invitation felt unexpectedly cool. The 2 of them went to pick up their trays, then walked side by side through the cafeteria, scanning the tables for a good place to sit. Lee Seojin was so upbeat, friendly, and easygoing that it was hard not to like him almost immediately. As they moved through the cafeteria looking for open seats, an excited boy suddenly raised his hand and waved enthusiastically, calling Lee Seojin over to sit beside him. That guy was Shin Young-jin. Lee Seojin headed over to him with a bright grin, and the 2 of them instantly started laughing and teasing each other like they had done it 100 times before. For context, Shin Young-jin was one of the main characters in this world, and more importantly, he was Lee Seojin's best friend. Since having all the top rankers team up together would drag down their scores, it seemed that most of the strongest students had chosen to split off into separate groups this time. Then Shin Young-jin finally noticed the brunette standing nearby, hovering awkwardly at the edge of the table. The boy immediately smiled and greeted Kim Seon-woo by name. Of course, he recognized him right away, because by now everyone had already seen that ridiculous video. Getting points from that situation was one thing, but dealing with all the attention afterward was a completely different headache. Even so, Kim Seon-woo quietly took his seat. Shin Young-jin then asked, still sounding amused, when the so-called loser had suddenly gotten so close to the protagonist. Lee Seo-jin calmly explained that it had only happened earlier, and that they were planning to enter the dungeon together the day after tomorrow. Shin Young-jin looked like he had just heard the most unbelievable thing in his entire life. The shock hit him so hard that his usual smile almost froze on his face. He leaned in close to Lee Seo-jin's ear and lowered his voice, asking if Seo-jin was really that confident he could still take first place even without the last place buff. If they were already that strong, then in Shin Young-jin's eyes, there was no reason to drag this deadweight into the dungeon with them. Lee Seo-jin let out a sigh and explained that Yu-era looked like she was ready to fight for first place with everything she had. Shin Young-jin blinked in surprise, realizing that she was apparently the reason behind this whole decision. Apparently, the second-place hero was taking the battle for first place extremely seriously, and she had even placed 2 bottom-ranked students on her own team. That made Shin Young-jin flinch a little. That girl truly was not joking around when it came to winning. Either way, the decision had already been made, and Kim Seon-woo was joining their team. So Lee Seo-jin suggested they just eat for now. Shin Young-jin quickly agreed, saying he had been starving anyway. Kim Seon-woo did not exactly appreciate how the entire conversation had been about him while completely leaving him out of it, but fine, he would let it slide for now. They continued eating together, but around them, the cafeteria gossip only grew louder. Students nearby were whispering about the person who had posted something in the forest of the great sage. Seo Yuna, the poster and the so-called perfect girl of the first-year class, had been staring in their direction when one of her classmates suddenly called out to get her attention. The girl snapped out of it in surprise, then quickly brushed off the concern as if she had not been looking at anything in particular. She insisted it was nothing, keeping her expression calm and trying to make it seem like there was no reason to worry. Even so, the first-year fairy could not quite let go of her curiosity. She simply could not understand how the class clown had suddenly ended up close enough to sit with the second-year hero like they had always known each other. Later that same day, a group of students gathered inside a small training center filled with practice dummies and various tools meant for combat practice. This time, Kim Seon-woo knew he had to practice his magic properly. Lee Seo-jin had been kind enough to take him onto the team, and the last thing he wanted was to become a burden. For now, he would focus on using only the amount of mana he could actually control. He carefully gathered power into his hands, steadying himself as he prepared to manifest it. Little by little, the same blue portal opened in his palm, and magic began to gather and bubble there just like it had before. Now that he had a decent amount of mana to work with, he focused on controlling the output, keeping the magic from slipping out of his grasp. Then he raised his hand toward a nearby dummy and prepared to fire. This time, his attack actually struck the target. The students who had been watching from the side seemed a little impressed. It was not some top-tier spell by any means, but it was far from the worst attack they had ever seen. Kim Seon-woo was doing better than most of them expected. He could clearly hear them gossiping, too. They did not even have the courtesy to whisper behind his back properly, because every word reached his ears. Still, that mattered a lot less now, because for the first time, he could feel himself actually making progress. Before the regression, he had used points to buy stats directly, casually purchasing whatever caught his interest while living his own carefree life on the sidelines. But eventually, he had received a warning. The more he bought, the higher the cost would climb. That meant he needed to spend his points more carefully. Base stats increased in price by 10 points for every 10 purchases, so reckless spending would hurt him later. Kim Seon-woo quietly thought over that situation, weighing the long-term value of each choice instead of acting on impulse. It followed the same logic as games where leveling up became harder once a player reached a high level. In the long run, rather than dumping points straight into raw stats, it was smarter to invest in traits or items that improved mana growth and gradually built his stats over time. With that in mind, he decided to use the search function. He opened a window and began searching for the skill he wanted to learn. There was a specific trait that appeared around the middle of the novel, and he needed it right now, especially after raising the difficulty of his own life by teaming up with the protagonist. At last, he found it, the Blessing of Great Nature, a skill that allowed the user to absorb mana from nature itself. This was exactly what he needed. While training mana, Kim Seon-woo would be able to gain additional mana depending on the surrounding environment, reaching up to 150% extra mana gain, while also boosting his mana recovery speed by 50%. For him, that was an incredibly promising bargain. He carefully scanned through the passive effects, making sure the details matched what he remembered, and everything lined up perfectly with what he had been looking for. Then his gaze dropped to the wristwatch on his arm. The returner's wristwatch was a piece of equipment that increased both health and mana regeneration by 200%. At this point, Kim Seon-woo really was collecting cheat-like advantages one after another. In this life, he had been selling and buying skills, trading away lesser abilities so he could obtain even stronger ones. He could also sell traits to earn points, but letting go of useful abilities still felt like a waste. The Master Chef skill, for example, was one he had sold in order to buy the watch, and he already knew he was going to miss being able to cook that well. Still, thanks to the blessing of great nature and the returner's wristwatch, his starting point in this life was far better than it had been before the regression. Just then, his phone suddenly started ringing. That felt strange, because Kim Seon-woo barely had any friends, so he could not imagine who would be contacting him at a time like this. He picked up the phone and looked down at the screen, his eyes widening slightly as he tried to understand what he was seeing. For some reason, it was a group chat. Young Jin-tae had invited Lee Seo-jin, Kim Seon-woo, Yoon Hae-young, and Shin Jae-ik into the same chat room. Young Jin-tae cheerfully told everyone to do their best for the next 2 months, and Yoon Hae-young responded just as happily, agreeing with him right away. A whole group chat had appeared out of nowhere, and that immediately made the class clown curious. Other than Yoon Hae-young, he did not really recognize the people in the chat, which made him wonder if they were all somehow low-ranked students like him. Yoon Hae-young was the kind of girl who would become an important character later on, but at this point in the story, she had not awakened to her own ability yet. For now, she should not have mattered all that much. Anyway, if all these low-rankers simply shared what they were actually good at, planning would become a whole lot easier. Kim Seon-woo already knew a few of their specialties from the story, but there were still some members he was not completely sure about. Shin Jae-ik was apparently on the support side, with a subspecialty in manifestation. Yoon Hae-young used manifestation too, along with the attribute office, and her subspecialty leaned towards support. As for Young Jin-tae, he was an enhancement type with a subspecialty in manifestation, though judging from what everyone said, he was pretty terrible at that part. Yeah, there was no doubt about it. This was absolutely a team full of low-rankers. Kim Seon-woo also openly admitted that he specialized in manifestation with no element attached, since he was still stuck around the beginner level and could not claim anything more impressive yet. Then that jerk Shin Jae-ik laughed and said there was not a single person in the school who did not already know the class clown's specialty was manifestation. Kim Seon-woo growled under his breath, because he had only been trying to be cooperative and make sure everyone understood the team's situation. There was no need to drag up his failures so bluntly. He already knew better than anyone how badly he had messed up. In that case, the safest strategy was obvious. They should place Lee Seo-jin at the center of the team, then have everyone else move around him and focus entirely on supporting his performance. If they seriously wanted to aim for first place, then beating Uera's team was the first mountain they had to climb. And before anything else, Kim Seon-woo needed to figure out exactly who she had chosen to bring with her. From there, training continued as everyone threw themselves into preparing for the upcoming dungeon raid. Since this evaluation would decide their scores, getting ready properly was not just important, it was absolutely necessary. While the students trained together, some of them received guidance from their instructors, who pointed out that they were focusing too much on control while neglecting projection. They needed to push more power into their mana, then release it faster and with more force. The girl listened to the advice, steadied her breathing, and gathered energy into the palm of her hand as the mana began to concentrate there. Then, with a sharp whoosh of her arm, she released a powerful blast. The force swept forward in one clean motion, smashing through a huge number of enemies lined up in front of her. The people gathered around to watch were stunned by the sheer firepower. Their eyes followed the destruction in complete awe, because this was what a true genius looked like. Anyone standing there could immediately tell that her skill and natural talent were on a completely different level. Of course, maybe it was because she was still young, but there were still rough edges in her technique. Her mana control had room to improve, yet even with those flaws, watching someone with that much talent was still genuinely impressive. Then the teacher turned her head and froze for a moment, surprised by another student training on the grounds nearby. It was the same clown from the manifestation exam, the kind of student almost anyone in the school would recognize by now. Her eyes widened when she saw him fire a blast straight ahead, completely destroying the target standing in front of him. That attack was not bad at all. In fact, it surprised her, especially since most people had already written that kid off as nothing more than a failure. Kim Seon-woo himself looked beyond excited by his own improvement, and the way he lit up after succeeding was almost kind of cute. Back then, the young class clown had been so obsessed with materialization that he could not even manage a proper projection no matter how hard he tried. But now, even with only the bare minimum amount of mana available to him, he was carefully balancing both skills, handling projection and materialization together instead of leaning too hard in one direction. He was even managing clean projection and solid control at the same time. For someone his age to recognize his own weaknesses and start correcting them that was not a small achievement at all. The teacher could not help feeling impressed. A smile slowly appeared on her face as she watched the children train hard, struggle through their limits, and steadily grow right in front of her. After some time passed, the special lesson finally came to an end. The teacher, looking genuinely pleased, thanked everyone for giving their best during training and praised them for working hard. The students also thanked her in return, appreciating the effort she had put into guiding them. All that training had helped everyone blow off a lot of steam. Honestly, This was the kind of class most of them enjoyed much more. Blasting things apart with magic was clearly more exciting than sitting still and listening to lectures. With the session finished, most of the students started heading off to rest. As the students began leaving the training area, Kim Se-woo was suddenly called back before he could walk away. The teacher told him that he had worked very hard during class, then asked whether he had been keeping up with his training recently. Kim Se-woo answered honestly enough, saying he had been squeezing in practice whenever he could. Then she asked how his mana training had been going. The truth was, he was doing unbelievably well in that area, but he obviously could not admit that he had been seriously cheating by buying extra mana from the market and borrowing even more of it from nature. Kim Se-woo hesitated for a moment, because he could tell the teacher had already noticed that his mana pool was still lacking compared to where it should have been at his current level. After a brief pause, he admitted that he was definitely working on growing it little by little. The teacher gently told him there was no need to rush and assured him that, overall, he was doing well. His mana was still on the low side, but building mana had no easy shortcut, so all he could do was keep training steadily and not give up. Kim Se-woo thumped his chest with confidence and cheerfully promised that he would keep doing his best. With a warm smile, the teacher handed him a chain bracelet and told him to take it. It was an item designed to help with mana breathing and keep the wearer's condition stable during training. Kim Se-woo stared at the unexpected gift in surprise. He had not seen this coming at all, and for a moment, he was not even sure whether it was okay for him to accept something like that. The teacher told him not to feel pressured. It was only an F-rank practice item, nothing too valuable. It did not cost much to make, so giving it to him was not a big deal in her eyes. Kim Se-woo brightened immediately and said he would make good use of it. Since class was already over, the teacher then told him it was time for him to hurry along. As he walked away, Kim Se-woo could hardly believe the unexpected reward he had just received. He looked down at the bracelet in his hand, smiling with pure joy. While he was walking home from practice, he suddenly slowed down and paused when he noticed a girl lingering near the wall. She had dark hair and sharp, laser-red eyes that immediately caught his attention. She greeted Kim Se-woo, and he immediately wondered why she was even talking to him. After all, she had made such a big deal before about not wanting to speak to him. Now, apparently, he was suddenly worth addressing. When he reminded her that she was the one who told him never to talk to her again, it was obvious from her irritated face that she remembered perfectly well and hated being reminded of it. Anyway, she had heard that the loser had somehow ended up in the same group as Lee Seo-jin this time. Kim Se-woo narrowed his eyes and asked how she even knew about that. She simply scoffed and said it was obvious he was clinging to the top student like a shameless leech. Too bad for him, because first place in this exam was going to belong to her this time, so he needed to wake up from whatever dream he was having. So in the end, it seemed like she had come all this way just to mock him to his face. The girl turned away with another sharp scoff, then stomped off as if that was truly all she had wanted to say. What an exhausting tsundere. Kim Se-woo could only stare after her in disbelief, wondering why she had to act so touchy and irritated every single time. Later, on Thursday morning, several students had already gathered outside the dungeon entrance. Kim Se-woo hurried over with excitement on his face, relieved and happy that he had managed to arrive on time. Lee Seo-jin, the shining hero himself, was also glad to see him. Since this would be the first time all the team members gathered together in person, he said they should give it their all and do their best this semester. Everyone agreed that they would work hard and do their best, and their enthusiastic responses seemed to make Lee Seo-jin genuinely happy. Of course, there was always that one guy who had to make a problem out of everything. He scoffed from the side and said their team looked kind of strange. After all, they had somehow ended up with both the top student and the very last student in class on the same team. Kim Se-woo quietly wondered if that was supposed to be a jab at him, or if this idiot simply had no idea how to speak without sounding rude. It was definitely a jab, and the nonsense continued as the guy told the loser of their class to actually pull his weight during this exam. That was pretty rich coming from someone so forgettable that barely anyone even remembered him. He had the nerve to mock Kim Se-woo for failing to fire a single spell during the last test, while his own name barely left an impression on anyone. Kim Se-woo could not care less about some random loser taking shots at him, and apparently, another team member felt the same, because he quickly stepped in to defend him. The other guy said it did not matter how badly the class clown had failed during the first exam, because Lee Seo-jin was the one who brought him along. If the hero had chosen him, then it was fine. In other words, Lee Seo-jin would just carry him through, simple as that. Unfortunately, Kim Se-woo's so-called defense squad seemed to consist of a guy who was clearly just trying to ride on Lee Seo-jin's coattails. At that point, he started to wonder if there was anyone on this team who would actually be useful. Well, at the very least, there was still Yoon Hae-young. Her real time to shine in the story was still far off in the future, but even now, she was someone who could actually be useful. With a bright smile, she cheerfully asked the hero if he had slept well. Watching the atmosphere around them, Kim Se-woo could not help wondering if things had changed because he had joined this time. After all, The team the hero had gathered now was completely different from the one he had formed in the original flow of the story. Yoon Hae-young was one matter, and at least she gave him some confidence. But when Kim Seon-woo looked at the rest of the group, he could not shake the question rising in his head. Would this team really be fine once the test properly began? Because honestly, when he looked around, there were not many people here who could be called real heavy hitters. The team did not exactly give off the feeling of overwhelming firepower. As the students kept moving forward, their attention was suddenly drawn to someone standing in front of the gate. From the way he stood there waiting for them, it looked like he was one of the teachers. And judging by the timing, he was probably there to explain how today's dungeon exploration would work. The teacher explained that this class would be held twice, once in the morning and once again in the afternoon. Since this was their very first day entering the dungeon, they would not be going too deep. For now, their exploration would only cover basement level 1. After that, the teacher moved on to the next important point. He began explaining exactly how their scores would be calculated during the dungeon exploration. The first scoring standard was their dungeon clearing speed. In other words, the faster a team pushed through the dungeon and cleared each difficulty, the more bonus points they would be able to earn. The second part was the rank difference adjustment score. If someone had more teammates with lower ranks compared to their own rank, then that person would receive more personal points from the evaluation. And finally, there was contribution. Naturally, this was the most important part of the whole scoring system. This artificial dungeon was equipped with a special contribution system. That meant the students would earn additional points depending on how much they actually helped their team during the exploration. But above everything else, the teacher made one thing clear: safety had to come first. Once he finished the explanation, the teacher looked over the students and checked whether everyone understood the rules. The students answered loudly, making it clear that they had heard him. Since everything had been properly established, it was finally time for each team to enter the dungeon. Most of the kids were practically buzzing with excitement, while others called out encouragement and told them to enjoy themselves in there. Meanwhile, the monitoring room was already filled with teachers. One after another, they sat in front of the screens, carefully watching over the students inside the dungeon. The teachers were not just saying safety first for show. They were seriously prepared to watch every student closely and make sure every member inside the dungeon made it through safely. Teacher Zhang was there as well, raising a hand in greeting as he said he had come over right after sending the kids in. Another teacher had apparently been waiting for Mr. Zhang to arrive. Now that he was there, they could begin their little wager over which team would end up with the highest score. Of course, for the bet to mean anything, they all had to choose different teams. The problem was, almost everyone clearly wanted to put their bet on Uera's team. Sure enough, most of the teachers had already chosen Uera's group. With everyone leaning toward the same team, it looked like there was barely any point in betting at all this time. But then the teacher wearing glasses spoke up, saying there was still an obvious way for them to make the bet work. With a bright, confident smile, she announced that she would place her bet on Group 3, the team with Lee Seo-jin. From the way she said it, she seemed genuinely convinced that his team could actually perform quite well. The other teachers could hardly believe what they were hearing. To them, it seemed obvious that the spectacled teacher was only trying to be kind. Even though both Lee Seo-jin and Uera had filled their teams with low-ranked students to take advantage of the bonus points, the way they had done it was completely different. Lee Seo-jin's team looked unstable from the start, and most of the members were enhancement types. No matter how capable Lee Seo-jin was, there was still a limit to what one boy could handle alone. He could not possibly carry all those useless teammates on his back forever. The teacher with glasses did not deny that point. She admitted that enhancement specialists were normally designed for one-on-one combat. Without proper backup, it was naturally difficult for them to deal with groups of enemies all at once. And if they compared that to Uera, the difference was easy to see. Her specialty was wide area magic, and she had already pushed all the way to the middle of the first floor during the dungeon raid. When it came to clearing speed, that girl was moving at an impressive pace. Even so, the spectacled teacher only giggled and said she still believed in a bottom-ranker uprising. In the end, they would just have to watch and see who actually won the bet. If she lost, then it was her own funeral. So the others simply accepted her choice and waited to see where this would lead. At the same time, inside the dungeon, the hero was advancing just as expected. He rushed forward without hesitation, cutting down the monsters that came charging at the team. Step by step, the group continued deeper into the dungeon. Monsters appeared along the way, but they were brought down one after another as the team slowly pushed onward. So far, their progress was going extremely well. In fact, it was going so smoothly that most of the other team members barely had to do anything at all. Lee Seo-jin was fighting impressively, and the shameless coattail riders behind him seemed perfectly happy to stay in the back and let him lead them straight toward victory. There really had to be a limit to how shameless people could be. They were already halfway through the floor, and those guys had barely needed to lift a finger. As they continued forward, the students began wondering what kind of monster the first floor boss would be. Nobody knew for sure, but they guessed that since it was only the first floor, the boss would probably be some kind of weak trash mob. They kept chatting among themselves, casually guessing whether it would be a giant rat, a dog, or some other low-level creature. But even if the others wanted to underestimate it, Yoon Hae-young stayed cautious. No matter what form it took, a boss was still a boss, and it would naturally have the strength to match that title. Then Yoon Hae-young turned toward Kim Seon-woo and asked what he thought would appear. Since he had already gone through this exam before, he answered without much hesitation. A giant wolf was going to show up. It was a bold thing to say so confidently. The bully in the group immediately jumped at the chance to mock him, asking how he could possibly know that a giant wolf would appear. Kim Seon-woo had no intention of arguing with him or revealing how much he really knew, so he simply said he had his ways. A giant wolf was coming, so they should get ready for it. He had already experienced this part again and again, unless the exam had somehow changed this time. Of course, the shameless bully just scoffed at him, looking down on him as he called him a compulsive liar. Hearing that made Kim Seon-woo seriously want to beat that trash into the ground. Whether the jerk believed him or not was his own problem, but the bully openly said he did not believe a single word from that clown. In fact, he was clearly going out of his way to be annoying on purpose. Kim Seon-woo had to use every bit of self-control he had just to keep himself from reacting to that filthy piece of garbage. The hero gave a light laugh and told his teammates not to start fighting now. What mattered was continuing through the dungeon as quickly as possible. With that, the tension settled down for the moment, and the team started moving again. But before they could continue much farther, someone suddenly told the group to stop. The hero and the rest of the team paused in confusion, wondering why they had been stopped so suddenly. The bully even smirked and teased them, asking if the top student in the class was scared. But that was not the reason at all. Something was lying on the floor directly in front of them. Everyone looked ahead, and sure enough, a large magic circle was drawn across the ground. None of them knew exactly what kind of circle it was, but it looked like something that would activate the moment they stepped through it. The other students grew hesitant as they stared at it. They could sense the danger coming from that magic circle, and a few of them started worrying that the teachers might have placed something too dangerous in front of them, even though they were still only students. Kim Seon-woo moved a little closer and bent down to examine it more carefully. Seeing him approach the circle, the hero warned him to be careful. After all, none of them knew what might come out if the magic circle activated. But Kim Seon-woo calmly said he was fine. He was only taking a closer look at the runes and the structure carved into the circle. He studied it carefully, his eyes following the markings one by one as he tried to remember why a magic circle like this would appear on the first floor. From what Kim Seon-woo could tell, it was not anything especially dangerous or complex. It seemed to be a simple barrier. Still, there had to be a reason why a barrier had been placed here at this point in the test. Of course, Kim Seon-woo recognized it because he had already seen this exact barrier activate in his previous life. He reached out his hand and carefully touched the invisible barrier surrounding the small magic circle. The moment he made contact, everyone could clearly see the magic shifting in the air like a transparent wall rippling around the circle. Kim Seon-woo then turned and looked straight at the others, making his point without needing to say much. The bully looked irritated that the clown had actually been right, and he muttered under his breath that he had known that too. Now that they had confirmed what it was, one thing became clear. They could not simply pass through like this. One of the coattail riders wondered if they had no choice but to turn back, but doing that would cost them a huge amount of time. And from where they stood, there did not seem to be any other path forward. The hero tightened his grip on his weapon and decided he would simply cut through the barrier with his sword. He steadied himself, gathering magic around his body as his power began to rise and glow. Then, without hesitation, he charged straight toward the barrier in front of him. The others watched with excited eyes, fully expecting his attack to break through. In their minds, there was no way this would fail. But when the impact faded, the barrier had only been dented slightly. They had come close, and for a moment, it really looked like it might work. The others could not hide their disappointment after hoping his attack would shatter it. The hero let out a sigh as he looked at the damaged barrier. It seemed breaking through might still be possible, but only if they found the right method. At that point, it looked like the bully finally had a chance to make himself useful. For once, the spotlight seemed to be shifting toward him. The boy curled his lips into a smug little smirk and reminded everyone that he was a support-type fighter, after all. If they wanted this problem solved properly, then all he needed was a little bit of time. He crouched down in front of the magic circle, lowering himself close to the glowing markings on the floor. Then he began drawing up his magic, focusing his power into the formation beneath him. The bully placed his hand directly on the magic circle, and for a brief moment, it actually looked like he might finally contribute something valuable to the group. But almost immediately, something fell off. The flow did not respond the way he expected, and the situation quickly turned embarrassing. The structure was far more complicated than he had assumed, and even if he rushed as much as possible, he realized it would probably take him around 40 minutes to solve it. 40 minutes was absolutely ridiculous. The moment Kim Seon-woo heard that, he reached out and grabbed the boy's hand without wasting another second. If the bully was planning to spend that much time struggling with one barrier, then they clearly needed a different approach. Kim Seon-woo calmly said he would just break it himself. Coming from the person everyone treated as the weakest member of the group, that sounded almost insane. Naturally, the bully could not accept that and immediately tried to challenge him. But Kim Seon-woo did not even bother answering the provocation. They were already wasting precious time, and he had no interest in playing along with pointless mockery. He stepped forward, placed his palm against the magic circle on the ground, and focused his attention on the strange formation beneath his hand. At that moment, his unique trait, Outsider's Benefits, began to activate inside him. The barrier's magical formula was instantly decoded, and the information unfolded in front of Kim Seon-woo's eyes, as if it had been pulled into a readable shape just for him. What appeared before him was a dense collection of magical characters, symbols, and patterns, all waiting to be rearranged and deciphered. And because Kim Seon-woo was exceptionally good at reading and interpreting information, he quickly grasped the general structure of what he was seeing. Once he arranged the correct characters in the right order, he tapped the magic circle exactly where he needed to. In response, the circle gave off a sudden glow. Right in front of the entire team, the barrier dissolved into the air. And honestly, there was something deeply satisfying about seeing the person everyone dismissed as useless solve a problem that the bully had claimed would take 40 whole minutes. Kim Seon-woo finished the whole thing in about 5 minutes. With a pleased look on his face, the brown-haired boy turned back toward the team and proudly said that he had done it. Even the hero looked genuinely surprised. Not only had it worked, but it had worked far faster than anyone expected. The bully was left completely speechless, unable to come up with a single comeback. And now, Lee Seo-jin himself was staring at Kim Seon-woo with clear astonishment. In fact, his interest in Kim Seon-woo had risen even more. Kim Seon-woo could not stop the small smile that spread across his face. Because Lee Seo-jin's interest in him had gone up again, Kim Seon-woo received a reward of 5,000 points for his effort. But strangely enough, the relationship itself seemed like it might end up being worth even more than the points. Even Kim Seon-woo was stunned. He now had an interest level system, and the protagonist's interest had officially been raised all the way to level 1. Then, all of a sudden, a loud commotion echoed from up ahead. Heavy paw steps slammed against the ground, each impact rumbling through the dungeon corridor. Just as Kim Seon-woo had predicted, the boss had finally appeared. And of course, it was a giant wolf. The boys and the one girl in their group all froze for a moment, staring at the terrifying monster in front of them. The massive boss stalked forward, growling low in its throat as saliva dripped from its jaws. Its eyes locked onto the students, treating them like prey standing right in its path. The coattail rider was beyond impressed now. Kim Seon-woo had been right about the boss too. It really was a giant wolf, exactly as he had said earlier. The huge creature suddenly lunged straight toward the hero. But Lee Seo-jin was already prepared, standing firm as he faced the beast head-on. The wolf roared and launched its attack, but Lee Seo-jin's eyes flashed with a brilliant golden glow. In the next instant, he swung his blade and sliced through the massive boss in front of him. His strike was instant, brutal, and merciless, leaving no room for the monster to recover. Whenever Lee Seo-jin fought monsters, the look in his eyes became completely different from his usual expression. Even though he was normally a pretty decent guy, he clearly enjoyed being praised. After taking down the boss in a single swing, like it was just another ordinary mob, he smiled brightly and even blushed a little as his teammates showered him with compliments. The door opened right away, and the students burst into cheers, relieved and excited that the dungeon run was finally over. When they came out of the dungeon, the teacher greeted them and congratulated Group 3. Their result for the first week was second place. Lee Seo-jin was stunned by that result and immediately asked who had taken first place. Naturally, the answer was Group 7. That team had cleared the dungeon 30 minutes faster than them. And of course, Group 7 belonged to U-era. The others could hardly believe it. U-era was truly on another level. She had blasted through the dungeon in 4 hours and 11 minutes, a speed that sounded almost impossible. And what made things worse was that Group 3 had only beaten third place by 2 minutes. At this rate, they could be overtaken very quickly. Of course, having so many useless people in the group definitely had not helped their overall speed. Even so, thanks to Kim Seon-woo, they had managed to secure second place instead of falling to third. Lee Seo-jin smiled at the class clown with genuine gratitude, clearly still thankful for his help even though they had not reached first place. Kim Seon-woo could not help blushing a little at that praise. Apparently, he liked being acknowledged too. If he had not removed the barrier so quickly, their rank would have dropped even lower, and the whole team would have been stuck in a much worse position. Lee Seo-jin, however, looked frustrated with himself. He sulked, saying that he was the one who had failed them. If only he had cleared the dungeon faster, they should have been able to secure first place for sure. But the only girl on the team quickly objected, saying they had only made it this far because Lee Seo-jin had been carrying them. Besides, this was only the first week, and they had only cleared the first floor. Their run was far from over. Kim Seon-woo told Lee Seo-jin to cheer up, because they could still turn things around later. But from here on, the rest of the team members needed to start pulling their own weight a little more. As they began heading back, someone suddenly called out Kim Seon-woo's name. Kim Seon-woo turned around in surprise and saw the support-type instructor looking directly at him. The teacher had come over because she wanted to make him an offer. Kim Seon-woo wondered what kind of proposal she could possibly have for him. Then the support teacher looked at him seriously and asked him to transfer to the support major immediately. That request was so sudden and unexpected that it left everyone shocked. But Kim Seon-woo did not hesitate at all. He immediately rejected her. Naturally, the teacher was not about to accept that so easily. She could not believe this little brat had rejected her before even hearing the conditions. At the very least, he should listen to what she had to offer first. Using her authority, she could offer him a special talent scholarship worth 50 million won. Now that was definitely enough to catch anyone's attention. But even that kind of money was not enough to pull Kim Seon-woo away from the flashiness of manifestation. In the end, she still found no taker. The teacher was visibly upset, and one of the nearby students could not help blurting out that rejecting a 50 million won scholarship was completely insane. They seriously had to wonder if Kim Seon-woo had lost his mind. After all, Kim Seon-woo was terrible at manifestation anyway, so switching majors should not have been such a big deal. Anyone else would have accepted that offer and transferred immediately. Even the other weaklings around him admitted that they would have switched without hesitation. Then someone asked him again if he was really not going to switch. Kim Seon-woo looked up, and sure enough, standing there was his #1 hater. That same girl happened to be nearby again, quietly listening in before stepping into the conversation. With a calm look, she pointed out that being treated as a special talent did not just mean getting scholarship money. There were far more benefits attached to that status than most people realized, and the moment Yu-era showed interest in their discussion, everyone around them looked genuinely surprised. The boy only smiled at their concern, as if he had already heard enough to make his choice even clearer. He thanked everyone for taking the time to talk to him, but no matter how many people tried to persuade him otherwise, he was still a manifestation type at heart. He loved manifestation far too much to back down now, and he had no intention of changing paths or running away just because others told him to. The girl stared at him, completely unable to understand where all that confidence was coming from. To her, his certainty looked almost reckless, like he was walking forward with his eyes closed, and still somehow believing everything would work out. After that, time continued to pass at school. In the quiet stretch between classes, the talented first-year student walked through the hallway as if she owned the place. Her steps relaxed and unhurried while the usual school noise echoed around her. But then she slowed down and came to a stop. Someone else was moving through the hallway too, and the moment she noticed that figure, curiosity flickered across her face as she wondered who exactly was wandering around there. She paused for a second, then called out a casual greeting. Almost immediately, recognition crossed her face, because standing there was none other than the so-called class clown she already knew about. She looked at him and greeted him as Senior Kim Shinnok, her voice light and casual, as if she had no doubt at all that she had said the right name. Of course, that was not his name. He was Kim Seon-woo, and he corrected her on the spot without missing a beat. She gasped dramatically and acted like it had been a simple mistake, but from his expression, it was obvious he already suspected she had done it on purpose. Then, with that same innocent-looking smile, she asked why her senior was out here cleaning the hallway like some cheap servant. Kim Seon-woo did not seem offended at all. He simply answered that the place was dirty, so he cleaned it. After all, when people had hands and saw dirt right in front of them, they usually took care of it. In his mind, that was just the kind of thing decent people were supposed to do. The girl let out a soft giggle, then laughed as if his answer had completely charmed her. With a bright smile on her face, she said that her senior really was such a nice person. Still wearing that cheerful expression, she waved at him lightly before walking away. Her tone stayed sweet as she told him to keep up the good work, leaving him there with the cleaning supplies in the hallway. Of course, deep down, she thought the whole thing was painfully pointless. But for Kim Seon-woo, it had actually paid off in a completely different way. He had just unlocked the Fairy Housekeeper achievement, and the reward for it was a clean 1,000 points. Honestly, this result was perfect for him. It was not as if he could walk around telling people that he had worked so hard scrubbing the school hallway, just to unlock something as ridiculous sounding as the Fairy Housekeeper achievement. So while everyone else saw a strange student cleaning for no reason, he quietly accepted the hidden reward. With the cleaning finally finished, Kim Seon-woo decided there was no point hanging around any longer. He picked up the bucket and got ready to put it back where it belonged. However, someone had quietly noticed him while he was cleaning. Watching Kim Seon-woo work without making a fuss, that person smiled with a look of quiet pride, as if he had seen something unexpectedly admirable. Back in class, the lesson moved on. The teachers stood before the students and began explaining the many different categories of monsters they might encounter, turning the classroom atmosphere more serious. There were monsters shaped like humans, beasts that resembled wild animals, creatures that flew through the air, and countless other types that could not be easily placed into one simple group. But among all those monsters, The most dangerous ones were, without question, the manies. Even the way the teacher spoke made it clear that these creatures were in a completely different class. Then the teacher looked across the classroom and asked if anyone knew the reason manies were considered so dangerous. The question immediately drew the students' attention forward. Their bookworm did not miss the chance to answer. He took the baton and explained that unless manies willingly dropped their disguise, or unless they were right on the edge of going berserk, they were almost impossible to distinguish from ordinary humans. The teacher smiled, clearly pleased with the answer, and confirmed that he was correct. Manies fed on human blood, controlled monsters, and stood at the root of all evil. Even worse, they had already infiltrated deeply into human society, hiding among normal people without drawing attention. Because there were so few visible differences between humans and manies, ordinary civilians could almost never identify them without proper equipment. But in the situations mentioned earlier, their eyes would turn completely black. As Kim Seon-woo listened to that explanation, his eyes slowly widened with realization. That was right. This weekend was supposed to be the episode where the first main finally appeared in the story, the event that would start drawing attention toward that threat. It was the part where Lee Seo-jin, despite still being only a student, would defeat a main and gain attention all over again. That incident was supposed to become another moment that pushed him into the spotlight. Lee Seo-jin would probably handle the situation just fine by himself anyway. Since he was the one meant to resolve that event, Kim Seon-woo figured there was not much reason for him to step in and interfere with that part of the story. Still, after seeing how badly the Krua incident had gone off track, he could not completely ignore it. Even if he did not plan to interfere, he decided it would be safer to at least check whether any danger was forming around Lee Seo-jin. But if he wanted to go out and keep an eye on Lee Seo-jin, he would need a bit more money first. That practical problem immediately weighed on him, and he began wondering what he could possibly do about it. Later that day, Kim Seon-woo headed to the training center. There, he focused himself and began working on his mana training, because improving his mana was essential if he wanted to upgrade his skills properly. Through quiet meditation, the mana already resting inside him began to grow little by little. It gathered like a spreading pool of green energy, slowly circulating through his entire body as he remained still and focused. As Kim Seon-woo sat there meditating and steadily pushing himself, his mana increased by 0.02. On top of that, the Great Nature's Blessing effect granted him an additional 0.03 mana, and the proficiency of Great Nature's Blessing rose by 12%. All the training he had squeezed in whenever he had even a little free time was finally starting to show results. Bit by bit, Kim Seon-woo had managed to build up a decent amount of mana inside his body. Then, without warning, he froze. A strange pop-up window appeared in front of him, and his attention immediately locked onto it. Great Nature's Blessing had upgraded to rank 2. That alone was already great news, but there was more. The active effect of the trait, Great Nature's Blessings, had finally been unlocked. From now on, he could use Great Nature's Heart, a new active ability tied to the blessing he had invested in. Kim Seon-woo's face lit up with excitement. He knew it had been the right choice to buy Great Nature's Blessing. Even though the cooldown was long, for 1 full minute his mana recovery speed would increase tremendously. That meant he could not use it freely whenever he wanted, but when the timing was right, it would be incredibly powerful. Thanks to that effect, his path as a manifestation type had become even more solid. This was exactly the kind of ability that supported the direction he truly wanted to pursue. He remembered the teacher urging him to transfer to the support department right away, but he shook off that suggestion like it was bad luck clinging to him. Just thinking about it made him want to reject the idea all over again. Kim Seon-woo had no intention of abandoning his clear passion for manifestation. To be honest, the reason he had been able to break barriers was mostly because he was riding the benefits of being an outsider. He was not actually suited for support, and he could not even properly create barriers himself. The support department was completely beyond him. Still, losing that scholarship money honestly hurt more than he wanted to admit. At the moment, his bank account was in terrible shape, and for a brief second, the thought of transferring almost sounded tempting. But he knew himself well enough to understand that he would not function properly in that department. Besides, it was not strange for him to be broke. Most students were broke anyway. After sitting with that miserable thought for a moment, he finally pushed himself up from the floor, refusing to just stay there feeling sorry for himself. There had to be some way for him to earn quick cash. He just needed to think carefully and find an option that would not destroy him in the process. He had been entering dungeons and hunting monsters, but selling the dropped items from those hunts was far too risky. If anyone started asking questions, it could create problems he definitely did not want. Another option was climbing the tower. He could probably manage the lower difficulty towers, but he was still only a student. The moment he tried to touch any of the higher floors, he would be crushed before he could even get a proper foothold. No matter how he looked at it, Kim Seon-woo was stuck in a difficult position. On top of that, because he was still a minor, he could not even get a license that would allow him to enter any significantly higher floors. The rules themselves were blocking him before he could take the risk. Kim Seon-woo rubbed his head in frustration, going over every possible option one by one. None of them looked easy, and each path seemed to come with its own dangerous catch. Then, all of a sudden, a pretty good idea flashed through his mind. His expression shifted as if he had finally found a possible way out. That night, the sky glittered with bright stars above the school. Beneath that quiet night, the teachers gathered and talked among themselves about the surprisingly admirable student they had seen in the dungeon that day. The so-called trash student, Kim Seon-woo from the second year, was starting to prove that he might not be mere trash after all. The way they spoke about him carried a hint of reconsideration. They even mentioned that he had come to school early in the morning to clean. For a student with his reputation, that kind of behavior was not something they had expected to see. The other teachers also admitted that Kim Seon-woo had been paying close attention during theory class. Not only that, but he had been actively answering questions too, making it harder and harder for them to dismiss him the way they once had. His approach to studying was honestly impressive. He paid attention, worked hard, and carried himself so seriously that even the teachers around him started feeling fired up to put more effort into their own work. Naturally, the teacher in glasses looked delighted the moment she heard people praising her student. Her face practically lit up as she proudly said that this was exactly what manifestation-type children were like. Someone had clearly tried to lure away her precious student, but in the end, their attempt had failed miserably. The teacher threw her head back and laughed with open satisfaction, revealing that she had a rather wicked side of her own. Of course, from the very beginning, she had trusted that her treasured student, Kim Seon-woo, would never be the type to fall for such an obvious trick. Either way, in a time when students like that were becoming harder and harder to find, having one who was diligent, upright, and sincere was an enormous relief. After all, most students these days had their eyes fixed only on strength, status, and money. But then again, our guy was not exactly a normal student anymore, was he? Today, the class clown was grinning from ear to ear, looking as if he had just proven himself to be the greatest genius in the room. He had somehow unlocked the achievement for becoming a student beloved by his teacher, and with it, he received a full 2,000 points. That was incredible, especially because he had not even been aiming for this achievement that seriously, yet the reward had landed right in his hands. With those extra points now sitting safely in his possession, his mood instantly shot through the roof. Without wasting even a second, he opened the point shop and immediately activated the search function. The item he wanted cost exactly 1,000 points. Now that he could finally afford it, he was determined to squeeze every bit of value out of his purchase and turn it into some very real money. And so, the supposedly beloved student adored by his teachers was now sitting at the back of the classroom, laughing to himself like a complete maniac. The other students could only glance over nervously, clearly wondering if something was seriously wrong with him. Later, when Saturday morning arrived, a figure dressed in gear strode forward with purpose, heading straight toward another person standing there in a neat uniform. The uniformed man calmly extended his hand, silently requesting to see the visitor's mage license before letting him pass. The person in front of him slipped a hand into his pocket, fished around for a moment, and then pulled out the license he had prepared. Apparently, a new visitor had arrived at the tower. And of course, it was none other than our guy, wearing what might have been the cheapest and most suspicious disguise imaginable. He had simply slicked his hair back, put on a pair of fake glasses, and decided that from now on, he would be calling himself Kim Jin-woo. The ID listed him as 25 years old, and somehow, the person pictured on the card was dressed exactly the same way as the suspicious idiot standing beside the security guard. The guard studied the license for a moment, then slid it through the verification device to check it properly. It quickly became obvious that Kim Seon-woo had not prepared at all for the possibility that the gate might have an actual verification tool waiting for him. But then, against all common sense, the 25-year-old mage Kim Jin-woo was confirmed as a legitimate hunter without any problem at all. That result had to be some kind of absurd glitch. Even so, the security guard politely greeted him and handed the card back as if nothing was strange. Apparently, security around dungeon areas was much more careless than anyone would expect. The boy had believed from the start that he would not be caught, but that did not stop his nerves from going wild. Honestly, it was unbelievable. He had really placed his trust in a flawed, corrupt system just so he could sneak inside and reach what he wanted. This was the new identity he had bought from the point shop a few days earlier. Apparently, that ridiculous little shop of his could even sell him an entire identity. As unbelievable as that sounded, it was real, and he had even been allowed to customize the details of his new background however he wanted. A mage license could also be issued along with the identity. Naturally, the price was not cheap at all, costing him 10,000 points, which explained exactly where all the points he had worked so hard to gather had disappeared to. Now that he had finally gathered enough points, he bought the fake identity card right away, and with it, he was sneaking into low-tier dungeons. In this world, mage licenses were incredibly special because each one contained a unique magic formula, making them impossible to forge by normal means. Of course, That rule did not matter much when someone had a blatant cheat system doing the impossible for him. On top of that, he was wearing those amazing color-changing glasses, so in his own mind, his disguise was practically flawless. With everything ready, his plan was simple. He would clear the tower as quickly as possible, then head straight toward the Han River. Lee Seojin's fight with the main character was scheduled to begin at 9. More precisely, it would start at 9:30, and Kim Seon-woo needed to be somewhere nearby when that moment arrived. So he hurried deeper into the dungeon, even taking a second to admire the surprisingly polished decorations around the area as he passed through. Kim Jin-woo was welcomed into the Tower of Proof, and based on his current power level, he was only permitted to climb as high as the 27th floor. The boy stepped forward, and the tower responded by asking him which floor he wished to enter. Our guy was definitely ambitious, but he was not reckless enough to act like an idiot. He chose the 10th floor. Unfortunately, that floor had already been cleared before, which meant that even if he cleared it again, the quality of the reward would be reduced. Surprisingly, the main character did not seem bothered by that at all. He still chose the 10th floor anyway, because the reward was not the only thing he had come here for. The portal system was extremely convenient, especially since transport devices like this could be found inside every tower. There were many different types of towers in this world, and in most cases, the strength of the monsters and the difficulty of the traps were determined by the tower's level. In the side story from the original work, both of them had entered the 10th floor of the Tower of Proof. It was a floor that most guilds preferred to avoid, mainly because its difficulty was strangely high compared to what people expected. The brunette appeared inside that place and immediately found himself facing a bizarre wolf-like monster covered with far too many eyes. As soon as he stepped into the tower, the creature lowered its body and let out a deep, threatening growl in his direction. Of course, the monster charged at him right away, but the main character was already prepared, and he struck first, slamming a solid burst of mana straight into the creature's face. The monsters that appeared here were usually on the weaker side, but for someone like him, they still made excellent targets for practice and easy points. With that first kill completed, the main character earned the extra title of First Hunt, and the system rewarded him with another 1,000 points. This floor was packed with traps and complicated high-difficulty magic formulas. In other words, it was almost as if the entire tower had been designed specifically for him. At this pace, he still had more than enough time to clear the place without falling behind schedule. So, after steadying himself, our guy got ready to push forward and continue deeper into the tower. Later, near the Han River, ordinary people were moving through the area, enjoying the morning and going about their usual daily routines. The place was crowded with people, and the hero was there spending time with his best friend. It was not even a festival day, yet somehow, a huge number of people had gathered around the riverside. Since they had come all the way out here together, the best friend suddenly grew excited and wanted to take a photo with him. The hero seemed a little reluctant about taking a picture, but his best friend insisted that moments like this were important memories worth keeping. The hero did not fully agree with that logic, but since his friend was asking so earnestly, he figured there was no real reason to refuse. So the two of them moved closer together, leaning in as they prepared to take the photo. While they were busy enjoying themselves by the river, our guy had just finished knocking down yet another monster inside the tower. This time, he had even managed to obtain a magic crystal, which made it seem like luck was clearly on his side today. That crystal would be enough to cover his transportation money, so there was no reason to linger any longer. It was time for him to move on. Carefully, the brunette began moving around the area, searching for something that should have been nearby. His hand slid over the surface of the door in front of him, feeling along every part as he looked for a hidden clue. Then, just as expected, his fingers brushed against a small golden section on the door. The moment he found it, his expression brightened, because he knew he had finally discovered exactly what he had been looking for. The moment Kim Seon-woo pressed his hand against the door, the gold spread across its surface like living light, widening outward and glittering brighter with every second. His eyes opened wide as he watched the change unfold right in front of him. Kim Seon-woo had successfully unlocked the Barrier Breaker achievement, and with that accomplishment, the tower immediately granted him a reward of 2,000 points. The massive door slowly opened before him, revealing the hidden floor of the Tower of Proof, the inner world sealed away beyond it. As Kim Seon-woo stepped inside, the tower's attention seemed to settle directly on him, while mystical mana drifted through the air like a glowing mist. The place he entered was surprisingly beautiful, far more elegant and refined than he had expected. And the moment he set foot inside, he unlocked the Mystery Explorer achievement, earning another 5,000 points as his reward. Kim Seon-woo's lips curled into a grin, because this was exactly what he had been aiming for. He had hit the mark perfectly and found the hidden place he had been searching for all along. O Challenger of the Tower of Proof. The statue standing before Kim Seon-woo suddenly spoke, its voice carrying through the beautiful space. It gave him a single request. If he wished to move forward, he had to prove himself. In the next instant, an overwhelming aura burst out from the statue like a shockwave, slamming straight into Kim Seon-woo with crushing force. Kim Seon-woo let out a strained groan as he tried to withstand the enormous pressure pressing down on him. The heat pouring directly toward him was intense, heavy enough to make even standing there feel difficult. Then, all at once, playful giggles echoed through the air as flowers began swirling around him, fluttering and spinning as if the entire garden had suddenly come alive. A soft fluttering of wings followed, and tiny fairies revealed themselves among the flowers. They danced through the air around Kim Seon-woo, laughing brightly and letting out mischievous little giggles. Flower fairies had appeared before him. They were only C-rank monsters, which meant their raw strength was not especially high compared to more dangerous creatures. But even if each one was weak, a swarm of small flying C-rank monsters was still the kind of problem that could become incredibly annoying if handled carelessly. Almost immediately, the fairies' sweet expressions twisted. They bared their sharp little teeth, dropped the harmless act, and shot straight toward Kim Seon-woo with clear intent to hurt him. These monsters were not powerful in the usual sense, but they were the kind of vicious little creatures that completely lost control the second they spotted a human. Luckily for Kim Seon-woo, their biggest weakness was obvious. They were tiny, and more importantly, they were flying targets. So Kim Seon-woo immediately went to work, blasting them out of the air as quickly as possible before they could close the distance and swarm him up close. After all, fighting those tiny ant-like pests at close range would be unbearably annoying. He had no intention of getting tangled up with them and accidentally shooting himself in the foot. Against these buzzing little nuisances, speed mattered more than anything else. At the very least, every shot was bound to catch one of them. Without hesitation, Kim Seon-woo fired again and again, picking off the flower monsters in midair with cold, ruthless efficiency. One after another, the fairies staggered, dropped from the air, and crashed down. Before long, the remaining fairies started to hesitate, clearly shaken by how fast their numbers were being cut down. But Kim Seon-woo was not finished. He raised his power again, and a magic circle began forming in front of him, glowing with controlled energy. Even if he wiped out every single fairy in the garden, that alone would not be enough to clear this hidden floor. The statue had told him to prove himself, but that demand was not as simple as defeating a few monsters. Kim Seon-woo's individuality was not something he could demonstrate just by shooting down a swarm of fairies. So he activated the unique trader through the outsider's benefits and began decoding the magical formula laid out before him. The formula appeared on the screen again, looking almost like a cheat code handed down by a god, perfectly arranged for him to read. Kim Seon-woo quickly scanned through the information, focusing on exactly what the room wanted from him. In the end, the request was simple. He only had to prove himself. And that was exactly what he intended to do. The magic running through the garden revealed itself to him, and the secret of the room began shining within the blue mana surrounding the area. As Kim Seon-woo understood what had to be done, excitement spread across his face, and he grinned at the challenge waiting in front of him. His individuality was the same as decoding that very formula right before his eyes. It was the collection of every special ability he had gained as an outsider in this world. By using that unique power, Kim Seon-woo proved who he was, and the Tower of Proof finally acknowledged him with the recognition by the Tower of Proof achievement. As his reward, Kim Seon-woo gained 10,000 points. The garden around him faded away, and when the scenery cleared, he found himself standing before a pillar where two female statues stood side by side. The Tower of Proof then granted Kim Seon-woo its blessing, and a new adaptive trait was added to him, Proof of Tower D. The rewards for clearing this level were impressive as well. He received the Red Dragon's Soul, the Magic-Imbued Book, the Sacred Herb Seed, and 5 Sacred Herbs. Kim Seon-woo was also blessed with an additional 5 mana, a 20% increase to mana recovery speed, and a 10% boost to spell power. Seeing those results appear before him, he could not hide his excitement and cheered at how good the rewards were. The tower congratulated Kim Seon-woo as a brilliant spark lit up the surroundings. Then a burst of fireworks exploded through the air, announcing that he had successfully cleared the hidden floor of the inner world. Meanwhile, the two boys relaxing by the Han River lifted their heads and noticed the festival finally beginning around them. Then Kim Seon-woo turned to his best friend and asked him to take a closer look at something. It was the photo they had taken earlier, but Kim Seon-woo was not focusing on themselves in the picture. His finger pointed toward something strange in the background. Behind them in the photo, a dangerous-looking man had been standing there, watching them with dark, unsettling eyes. His best friend gasped the moment he noticed what Kim Seon-woo was pointing at. Those eyes were unmistakable. It seemed impossible, and yet the picture made it painfully clear. There was a monster among the crowd right now. As they searched the area, they soon spotted it moving through the crowd like something out of an apocalypse movie. It stumbled around with an unnatural, lifeless gait, and no matter how human it looked on the outside, that thing was definitely not a person. The clock chimed nearby, and Kim Seon-woo realized with a jolt that it was already almost 9:30. The monster was clearly walking around in plain sight, which made Kim Seon-woo wonder where the hero was supposed to appear and slay it. But for some reason, the hero still had not shown up. The waiting was starting to drive Kim Seon-woo crazy, and he wondered if he would be forced to step in himself. The problem was, this was supposed to be a major event. A nameless extra like him was not meant to complete it. If the hero failed to arrive now, Kim Seon-woo might end up just like those unlucky side characters in transmigration novels who accidentally became the protagonist because they interfered too much. Even so, there was still a monster disguised as a human wandering around in the middle of a public festival. If that thing was left alone, it was definitely going to cause serious damage. Kim Seon-woo found himself trapped in a brutal dilemma because he desperately did not want to ruin the original plot. But then, some clueless passerby started walking straight toward the monster, apparently wanting to check if it needed help. That single act destroyed Kim Seon-woo's chance to stay as a harmless bystander. If he did nothing now, that idiot was going to die. Kim Seon-woo's face filled with horror, but even as he reacted, his body was not moving nearly fast enough. Blood suddenly sprayed across the grass, and the poor Good Samaritan paid the price for being a genuinely decent person at the worst possible moment. Kim Seon-woo's eyes widened in pure horror as the merciless creature tore into the man. It truly gutted him, driving its long claws deep into his chest in a gruesome, unmistakable attack. The monster still had a strangely attractive appearance, but that was absolutely not the issue Kim Seon-woo needed to focus on right now. Its once black eyes had turned a terrifying red, and it flung the poor first victim's body aside like trash. Blood scattered everywhere, staining the scene as panic began to spread. The poor man coughed up blood as his body was sent flying through the air, bleeding badly, while probably regretting every life choice that had led him close to that monster. After tossing the man aside like garbage, the man suddenly decided it was the perfect time to rip off its own shirt and roar like it owned the entire festival. To be fair, the monster did have an annoyingly impressive set of abs to support that confidence. But the blood, the screaming, and that terrifying roar instantly grabbed the attention of everyone who had just been enjoying the night. And that was the exact moment the crowd realized things had turned deadly serious. One unlucky woman happened to be standing far too close to the monster, and the second she saw it turn, her entire body locked up. Fear froze her in place, because she knew she was basically dead meat. The time for standing back and quietly watching was over. Kim Seon-woo could no longer treat this like someone else's event, because the madness was happening right in front of him. The terrified people around them finally started panicking. A man was standing right there among the crowd, and it was obviously going berserk. Someone shouted that they needed to call for help immediately and report that a man had appeared at the festival. Meanwhile, Kim Seon-woo finally moved, the fake glasses still sitting on his face as he threw himself into action. He rushed straight forward, because plot or no plot, saving people came first. A helpless woman was about to die right in front of his eyes, and he could not just let that happen. He could not stay frozen on the sidelines any longer, pretending this had nothing to do with him. Apparently, the hero had been delayed because he had done the responsible thing and reported the main after spotting it. The authorities had contacted him back and were now giving him the results of their check. After examining the photo, they confirmed that the creature was definitely a main. Young Hyun-soo, an agent from the Anti-Terror Special Task Force, was the one investigating the situation. He worked under the Mage Association, and despite the urgency, he was still asking questions that felt painfully slow, like exactly when the photo had been taken. Yes, the picture had been taken nearby, and that immediately made the agent uneasy. The creature had been spotted during a crowded festival, which meant the danger was much worse than usual. The more blood a main absorbed, the stronger it became, so they had to move with extreme caution. Lee Seo-jin grew deeply worried after hearing that, but then his head snapped to the side as he suddenly felt an enormous surge of power erupting in the distance. The agent immediately rushed forward as well, clearly realizing the same thing at almost the exact same time. There was no longer any room for doubt. Something had already happened, and they had to reach the scene immediately. Back near the main, the crowd that had gathered around instead of running away stared in confusion, wondering why some random guy was charging straight toward the monster. Kim Seon-woo used the brief moment when the creature was distracted and hurled a large orb of shining blue-white power directly at it. His target was the weak point at the back of its head, the spot he needed to hit if he wanted to stop it quickly. The huge blast seemed to connect cleanly, and for a moment, the creature's body came to a sudden stop. A heavy silence fell between them, and both Kim Seon-woo and the monster froze for a brief, tense instant. Kim Seon-woo wondered if he had actually managed to take the creature down. But deep down, he knew there was no way it would end that easily. Sweat poured down Kim Seon-woo's face as the ugly behemoth slowly turned around, half of its face now torn apart from the attack. It looked even more hideous than before, and its ruined mouth twisted open into a furious, cracked grimace. The situation had already been bad, but now it had become much worse. Kim Seon-woo had failed to destroy its brain, and after that attack, the monster's attention had completely locked onto him. Sure, He could handle a few fairies on his own just fine. But a giant roaring monster stomping straight toward him was a completely different kind of problem. The beast was furious after being struck by what it considered a weak attack, and Kim Seon-woo was not exactly thrilled either, because now his best option was to turn and run. Unfortunately, that hideous thing had no intention of letting him escape, and it lunged straight after him. This was exactly the kind of situation where Kim Seon-woo had to prioritize his own survival. He had been planning to save his secret move for later, but now he was being forced to use it right here, in front of all these people. What an absolute pain. Kim Seon-woo activated Great Nature's Heart, and for the next minute, his mana recovery speed would increase by a ridiculous 1,000%. Honestly, in this situation, that was not a bad deal at all. As mana gathered rapidly around his hands, Kim Seon-woo knew he might not be able to finish the creature off within 1 minute. But if he pushed hard enough, he could at least beat it halfway to death. With that plan in mind, he unleashed a ridiculous barrage of fireballs, sending one explosive shot after another straight at the annoying monster. That attack immediately made the main reconsider its decision to chase him. It had clearly thought it was running after easy prey, only to discover that its prey was raining mana blasts down on its face. Naturally, the monster was not enjoying that situation in the slightest. Large portions of its body were scorched by the attacks, and it staggered backward before landing on its feet again, only for even more mana balls to come flying toward it. At this rate, it almost looked like Kim Seon-woo could handle the situation even without the protagonist's help. Then, for some reason, the massive monster suddenly lowered its stance like it was preparing for a boxing match. Kim Seon-woo grinned and basically challenged the big monster to keep blocking all it wanted, because if that was how it wanted to play, they could keep trading attacks for quite a while. He kept forcing out mana ball after mana ball, doing everything he could to stop the monster from attacking any more innocent people. No matter what it took, he was determined to smash that thing's head in. Fortunately, that was when the real hero finally appeared, swinging a master sword into the fight. The moment was incredible. The story had played out almost exactly like it had in the book, just with one extra twist. The main's head went flying, its mouth still hanging open in surprise because it had never expected someone to attack from behind. Kim Seon-woo's eyes widened when he saw the protagonist step onto the scene. Lee Seo-jin had finally arrived, though he had definitely taken his sweet time getting there. In an instant, the main was sliced apart, and the agent who had been contacted let out a relieved sigh now that the crisis had finally been handled. Young Hyun-soo, the agent from the Special Task Division, stepped forward and thanked the mysterious stranger who had helped make the fight end much more easily. Then he politely asked to see Kim Seon-woo's mage license for a moment, saying he needed to verify his identity and issue the proper reward. Fortunately, Kim Seon-woo had a fake license ready, so he simply handed that one over without showing any hesitation. The agent stared at the license in surprise. He could hardly believe a C-rank mage had managed to hold out for that long, since he had assumed the man would be at least B-rank. While the agent spoke with the mysterious mage, the other boys from school were also watching everything from nearby. That made Kim Seon-woo, now disguised as a brunette, feel a little nervous, because the last thing he wanted was for the hero to recognize him. He had used magic to change the color of his eyes, so hopefully, that would be enough to keep the protagonist from noticing who he really was. But Lee Seo-jin and Shin Young-jin were standing far too close to the scene for comfort. Kim Seon-woo could hardly believe those two jerks had only shown up near the end, after the most dangerous part had already unfolded. He had been forced to step in and do the work that should have belonged to them. Still, it was a good thing he had acted, because if he had not, even more people would have died. However, Lee Seo-jin was staring at Kim Seon-woo from across the area. It felt almost like imagination, but the hero could swear he had seen that shady guy with glasses somewhere before. Something about him looked strangely familiar. Lee Seo-jin began walking toward him, and Kim Seon-woo immediately started sweating. Lee Seo-jin asked whether this strange hunter, by any chance, knew someone named Kim Seon-woo. His memory was honestly impressive, but that was the exact kind of sharp memory Kim Seon-woo really did not need right now. Yes, the protagonist was certain he had seen that face somewhere before, so he asked again, cautiously, whether the boy happened to know anyone who went by the name Kim Seon-woo. Cursed Lee Seo-jin's ridiculously sharp memory, because out of all the people he could have forgotten, he had actually paid enough attention to Kim Seon-woo to remember both his face and his name. Lee Seo-jin explained that the boy he was talking about was a student from the Magic Academy. And once he said it out loud, Shin Young-jin could see it too. The strange hunter really did resemble Kim Seon-woo. He started wondering if this mysterious man was somehow related to him. Behind those fake glasses, Kim Seon-woo let out an awkward little laugh, while desperately sorting through every possible lie in his head. Then he chuckled and casually claimed that he had never heard of that boy even once in his life. That answer seemed to surprise Lee Seo-jin, but Young Hyun-soo quickly cut in and insisted that the random mage probably just had such an ordinary face that they had mistaken him for someone else. The insult came out of nowhere and hit harder than necessary. Either way, the agents told the boys to stop bothering the kind stranger and move along. Jung Hyun-soo thanked the mysterious stranger again, but Lee Seo-jin still would not take his eyes off him. It was honestly ridiculous how observant the protagonist was. Most heroes were supposed to be pure-hearted airheads, but his golden eyes stayed locked on Kim Seon-woo like he still had not let the suspicion go. Kim Seon-woo would never have gotten tangled up in this disaster if Lee Seo-jin had simply arrived on time. He had only stepped in because someone had to act, and that was all there was to it. For now, the agents prepared to leave first. Jung Hyun-soo told the mage that more agents would soon arrive to handle the reporters and clean up the aftermath. Then the boy bowed politely and thanked him for saving his life back there. As the night carried on, Kim Seon-woo finally slipped back into the shadows and opened his stat window. There, he discovered that he had officially participated in defeating the B-rank villain, Jeongin. The brunette stared at the message in surprise, realizing the system had counted his involvement after all. Of course, he had participated. He had stalled that monster long enough for the protagonist to rush in and finish it. The original story had shifted a little more than he expected, but maybe that was how things had to happen now. Unfortunately, even that small change had been detected by the system. Kim Seon-woo received 5,000 points as a reward for altering the story, which sounded great at first, until he noticed that his causality rate had increased by 0.2. That immediately caught his attention, and he began wondering exactly what causality really meant. Causality was something earned by resolving major events from the main storyline. The more he changed the story, the more causality he could gain, and that causality could then be spent to activate special powers. Now that sounded like an incredible deal. Then a thought hit him. If Lee Seo-jin had died in the unaltered version of his first playthrough, did that mean Kim Seon-woo could have saved him back then by stepping in and changing the event? Under powers, a whole list of possibilities appeared before him, including options that suggested he might even be able to achieve the things he desired most. In other words, Kim Seon-woo could potentially get whatever he wanted, and that realization filled him with excitement. The Deus Ex Machina power required 100 causality, but if he obtained it, he could grant any wish he had. And there was one desire burning at the center of his heart. He wanted to return home to the real world. He wanted to laugh with his friends again, joke around with them like before, and go back to the ordinary life he had lost. Unlike most people thrown into another world, Kim Seon-woo had actually enjoyed the life he lived before getting isekai'd. If there was a real chance to return to that life, then there was no reason for him to hesitate anymore. From now on, he would charge straight ahead, change the story as much as possible, keep upgrading himself, and push forward until he gained the success he truly wanted. If he wanted to protect Lee Seo-jin while also gaining more causality, then staying passive was no longer an option. He would have to actively interfere with the story. Then, out of nowhere, a 15 million won reward arrived for defeating the main. That was an absurd amount of money, and Kim Seon-woo had to admit that sneaking around with a hunter's license came with some very nice benefits. The brunette could hardly believe he had earned that much just by accidentally getting involved in a major event. He had been unsure about carrying his flashy trident straight back to the dorms, but in the end, things had worked out surprisingly well. After everything he had gone through that day, Kim Seon-woo decided he was going to treat himself properly with the money. Like a shameless teenager who had never heard of savings or investment, he headed straight into luxury and checked into Hansung, a 5-star hotel reserved exclusively for mages. The Hansung Group was a global corporation built on power, influence, and money, and it also played an important role in the original story. Attendants greeted guests the moment they entered the hotel, and Kim Seon-woo could not help whistling as he looked around at the ridiculously fancy interior. As it turned out, a wealthy and handsome mage happened to be visiting that day, and he was none other than Han Sa-jun, the vice president of Hansung Group. On top of that, he was also considered the top candidate to inherit the company. Mr. Rich and Handsome himself was casually chuckling with the people gathered around him, enjoying his flawless elite life, while everyone tried to win even a moment of his attention. Someone even mentioned that it had been confirmed his sister would be joining them for dinner that evening. His sister, Han Se-young, would be coming as well, and Han Sa-jun did not seem bothered in the slightest. If anything, he welcomed it, since it had been ages since he last met his beloved younger sister. Han Se-young was another interesting figure, and she seemed to be an important character too. Later, Kim Seon-woo found himself inside a private room, where he took out his fancy weapon and studied it with a thoughtful look. It was an unbelievably wicked-looking artifact, but carrying around something that flashy would only attract the wrong kind of attention. He needed to adjust its size somehow. The spear stood out far too much, so selling it would probably be the smarter choice, while the magic book could be saved for later. As for the sacred herbs, he planned to take them to Han Se-young, since he already had a reason to meet her. To make that happen, he would need to wait until tomorrow. Even so, Kim Seon-woo was already starting to make some unusual moves within the community. The next morning, the news greeted everyone with a bright and cheerful broadcast. And as it turned out, one particular person had become the center of attention after clearing the hidden floor of the tower. Despite being known as only a C-rank mage, This mysterious stranger had not only conquered the hidden floor, but had also somehow helped defeat a berserk main at Han River Park immediately afterward. That was a little concerning, because Kim Seon-woo was receiving the public credit even though Lee Seo-jin had delivered the final blow. The Mage Association was now praising the achievements of Kim Jin-woo, even announcing that they were considering raising his rank. His face was plastered across billboards as well, and countless people stared up in awe at this apparently amazing new hero. Some people even guessed that he had faced the main completely on his own during the chaos, but that was not what had actually happened at all. Kim Seon-woo had now earned the title of Little Hero, with 2 million citizens appreciating his courage. Several important characters who had not met him yet were now becoming curious about him as well. And since one news segment had earned him 20,000 points, Kim Seon-woo definitely was not complaining. It was not exactly the kind of attention he had been aiming for, but in the end, attention was still useful if he knew how to take advantage of it. Now that his fake identity had enough credibility behind it, Kim Seon-woo decided it was finally time to meet Han Se-young. So the brunette showed up at Hansung Pharmaceuticals, and as he walked in, several passing girls began giggling among themselves because they recognized him from television. Fame definitely had its perks. But then Kim Seon-woo paused when he noticed someone nearby looking toward a small garden while casually pressing on his phone. The muscular white-haired man standing there was none other than the Hansung family's sword, the S-rank mage Jang Soo-ji. Kim Seon-woo could hardly believe that an S-rank had appeared the moment he stepped inside. It felt almost like destiny, and on top of that, far too many people were recognizing him from the news. Using his newfound popularity, Kim Seon-woo planned to cash in by selling the sacred herbs he had obtained from the tower. Of course, he would strongly prefer it if Director Han handled the appraisal herself. He was already calling names and making bold demands like he owned the place. It was already unusual for such a talked-about mage to visit, and the materials he brought were just as intriguing. Hansung Group's youngest daughter, Han Se-young, somehow made herself available for the meeting right away. Luckily for Kim Seon-woo, she was not tied up with anything more important at that moment. Kim Seon-woo really did give off a suspiciously confident energy, but the herbs themselves were even stranger. They did not even have the basic mana stem that should normally be present. They were difficult to understand, but undeniably valuable. Han Se-young asked how he had managed to figure out their properties. Of course, Kim Seon-woo was basically using a cheat code advantage to move through this world, so for him, it was more about knowing what worked and what did not. Kim Seon-woo chuckled and said that he had spent years studying medicine too. Even so, he understood very well that the sacred herb was a special resource. Its true value came from amplifying the effects of other ingredients. But by itself, it did not work nearly as well. At this point in the timeline, the sacred herb was still considered extremely rare, and processing it properly was known to be very difficult. Honestly, something like this should only be handled by a genius apothecary. Han Se-young did not fully understand what he was getting at yet, though. The important point was that this was a solid deal. Han Se-young was willing to accept the herbs, but since he had brought such precious materials all the way here, she wanted to know whether he had any conditions of his own. The brunette calmly raised one hand, because he did have a few extra details he wanted to put on the table. He wanted 5 million won paid up front. What an absolutely greedy move. Honestly, he was lucky his name had been all over the news that morning, because without that public reputation, he probably would have been thrown out immediately for attempting daylight robbery. Kim Seon-woo even pushed his luck far enough to ask for 0.005% of Hansung Pharmaceuticals shares. The sheer boldness of that request was almost ridiculous, and Han Se-young could only stare at him in disbelief. From the look on her face, it was obvious she was wondering whether this boy had any idea just how massive the Hansung Group truly was. But Kim Seon-woo simply smiled, completely unfazed by her reaction, and told her that shares were exactly what mattered. If the sacred herb ended up being commercialized, Hansung would be the one controlling the pharmaceutical market. So to him, asking for stock was only natural. No matter how cute or amusing he seemed, Han Se-young was not about to hand over company shares to some young mage she had only just met. So instead of agreeing, she calmly told him to bring up another condition. Kim Seon-woo had expected that reaction from the start. In fact, because she rejected the shares so firmly, he knew she would be more willing to accept a different request. So he smoothly changed direction and asked for a VIP membership to the underground auction. On top of that, he wanted her to make potions for him and deliver items whenever he needed them. Of course, he added that he would pay for the service. For someone who had walked into the shop carrying only a handful of magical herbs, Kim Seon-woo was making demands that sounded almost insane. Sure, the herbs were rare, and that gave him some bargaining power. But considering this was their very first meeting, most people would have at least pretended to be humble before asking for that much. Han Se-young, however, did not look offended. If anything, his shameless confidence seemed to entertain her, and Kim Seon-woo answered that amusement with a faint smirk of his own. From her point of view, this mage was basically asking her to run errands for him. But in exchange, Kim Se-woo offered something far more tempting. He would reveal the weakness of Vice Chairman Han Se-jin, the older brother of the division head. The moment Han Se-young heard that name, her eyes widened. Her calm expression cracked for an instant, making it obvious that this was exactly the kind of information she could not ignore. Han Se-young had every intention of taking over the Hansung Group one day, and she was ruthless enough to move against her own family if that was what it took to win. Kim Se-woo knew that side of her because he already knew the original story, and honestly, the more he thought about it, the more the Hansung family felt like a nest of vipers smiling at each other from across the table. Meanwhile, the news was still loudly covering Kim Jin-woo's exploits, reporting on his actions again and again as if nothing else had happened in Magic Korea that day. The Dark Guild had also managed to confirm that Jang In was dead, and they were definitely not pleased with the result. If they had stepped in during his rampage, they believed they could have stopped everything before it reached this point. The one speaking was a man with dark, furious eyes. The veins on his forehead throbbed as rage built inside him, all because his colleague had been taken down by some mysterious mage. Unable to hold back his anger, he screamed and started throwing things around the room. His voice echoed with fury as he shouted that Jang In's death could have been prevented. Across from him, another man had been calmly sipping tea. Without raising his voice, he told Baek Kong to calm himself down, reminding him that the decision had come from someone above them. If they had helped a main who was losing control in the middle of humans, they would have dragged danger right onto themselves. Worse than that, they might have exposed their own identities as manies in the process. The red-haired man cursed under his breath, his dark energy rolling off him in heavy waves. With his anger barely contained, he spat out the question of how much longer they were supposed to keep living like this, hiding in the shadows. He was so furious and humiliated that he swore he would personally kill that Kim Jin-woo bastard, no matter what it took. The other man, who was human, looked at him and asked whether that would really be all right. After all, that mage seemed to be connected to their client in some way. The red-haired man only scoffed, brushing off the concern like it was nothing. To him, there was no reason to worry about that at all. They both knew exactly what kind of person their client was. Someone like that was not the type to be moved by ordinary loyalty or family affection. That client was the kind of person who could cut off even his own family while still wearing a pleasant smile, as if betrayal were nothing more than polite business. In other words, the head of the Hansung family was far from clean. Behind that polished public image, his hands were already stained with plenty of ugly secrets. He greeted his sister with a warm smile, hiding every dark intention behind that friendly expression. She happily waved back at him and said it had been a long time since they had spent time together, completely unaware of the malice buried inside her brother's heart. The two of them got into the car together, sitting side by side as they spoke casually about how nice it was to catch up after such a long time apart. Then her brother glanced over and asked how her work at the company had been going, especially since she was handling things on the pharmaceutical side. Han Se-young smiled and answered that work was difficult, and dealing with people every day really was exhausting. If she had to describe it, she supposed she was a little mentally worn out. Her brother then said their father had been a bit too hasty when he handed so many company shares to her while she was still young. Since Han Se-young was ambitious enough to fight for power herself, those words were basically a direct insult wrapped in concern. He went even further, telling her that if managing all of that was too difficult for her to handle alone, she could simply pass it over to him instead. The disrespect made Han Se-young burn with anger on the inside, but her brother kept talking. He added that once he became chairman, he would even make her vice president, speaking as if he were offering her mercy. Men like him really did know how to lie with a straight face. Han Se-young quietly curled her hands into tight fists, forcing herself to keep her expression under control. In her mind, her brother was a complete joke, and he had no right to say things that almost made her laugh from anger. Meanwhile, Kim Se-woo was back in his room, sitting alone and taking care of his own matters while the situation around Hansung continued to move in the background. He now had the information safely stored using two separate accounts. Meeting Han Se-young had definitely been the right call, and the fact that she had sold the spear for him made things even more convenient. Thanks to her help, Kim Se-woo could return to his dorm room with a much lighter mind. He did not have to worry about attracting unwanted attention while trying to sell something dangerous on his own. Han Se-young should also have access to solid information networks, and she had reacted immediately when he revealed that he could easily tell her about her brother's weak point. Kim Se-woo wondered if she was already checking whether that weakness was real and whether it could actually be used. Considering this was the Hansung family, she would not move carelessly without confirming everything first. Then, while he was thinking things over, a message notification suddenly popped up in front of him. It was a message from Han Se-young about their arrangement. For 1 month, she would act as his errand runner, just as they had agreed. The message made one thing clear. Han Se-young now trusted him. She would send both the upfront payment and the money from the spear sale within the day, and then she asked whether he needed anything else from her. Because he had earned Han Se-young's trust, Kim Se-woo received a reward of 1,000 points. For someone as obsessed with points as he was, that was fantastic news. It happened faster than he expected, but that only made the result even better. He told her that he wanted the talented pharmacist to make some potions for him. On top of that, he needed an admission ticket to the underground arena. The potions would take time to brew, and Han Se-young said she would contact her newest partner once they were ready. For now, the deal was settled, and they could always extend the agreement later. Now Kim Se-woo only had to prove that this relationship was useful to her. But there was another problem. Moving around under the name Kim Jin-woo would naturally draw the attention of manies. A revenge plot had existed in the original story too, and since his fake identity had been broadcast as the one who defeated the monster, that identity was now in serious danger. Kim Se-woo activated the search function, knowing it was time to start preparing for the possibility of an attack. Detection-related search results appeared in front of him, and he began scrolling through the available skills one by one. Then he found the exact skill he was looking for. It could detect killing intent aimed at him from within a 500-mile radius. The problem was the price, because buying it would cost an enormous 50,000 points. That price was outrageously expensive. To afford something like that, Kim Se-woo would need to collect a massive amount of admiration, and buying it meant risking a huge chunk of the points he had already worked so hard to gather. Even so, he knew he had to buy it. This was not about convenience anymore. It was the price of staying alive. So Kim Se-woo closed his eyes, hardened his resolve, and pressed purchase. A few days later, Kim Se-woo continued living his usual school life, while his preparations moved forward. Eventually, he was able to retrieve the potions he had requested from Han Se-young. She had brewed them by mixing in the sacred herb. The main thing he needed to understand was simple. The potion's effects had been amplified, but the side effects had been amplified right along with them. The amplified mana elixir potion increased mana recovery speed by 500% for 5 full minutes. The drawback was that afterward, Kim Se-woo would suffer from mana exhaustion for 30 minutes. Honestly, that was almost a fair price to pay. Then, completely out of nowhere, he looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and complimented her, saying she looked pretty good right now. Of course, Han Se-young was not about to fall for such obvious bait. Her eyes narrowed sharply as she stared at him, and instead of giving him the reaction he wanted, she abruptly changed the topic. Everything about this mysterious young man felt suspicious to Han Se-young. He was clearly a capable mage, yet he was asking for an extremely high-ranking potion as if it were nothing. And what bothered her even more was how he knew about the conflict between her and her brother, when to most outsiders, the two of them still appeared like a perfectly close and affectionate pair of siblings. Now that she had already fulfilled her side of the deal, Han Se-young wanted to move on to the real reason she had come. She wanted him to talk about the weakness of her brother that he had mentioned the other day. She had used her own private channels to dig into the matter, and what she uncovered was honestly shocking. Her brother had always seemed suspicious in certain ways, but she never imagined that he, of all people, might have actually killed someone. And from the traces she found, it did not look like just one victim either. It looked like there had been many. On top of that, there were also signs that he had made contact with someone suspected of being connected to the mains. Every piece of information was terrifying in its own way. The deeper she looked, the more suspicious the entire situation became, and she could not understand how Kim Se-woo had found out about any of it. Of course, the answer was obvious to Kim Se-woo. He knew because of the original novel, but there was absolutely no way he could tell Han Se-young something like that. Han Se-jin was a dangerous character with a high level of risk surrounding him. Driven by greed, he would eventually side with the mains, and as time passed, he would slowly transform into a full-blown villain. But Kim Se-woo could not exactly say that his information came from a fantasy story he had already read. So instead, he calmly told her that if she wanted the answer, she could give him 5% of Hansang Pharmaceuticals stock. It was another outrageous demand, and he fully expected her to reject it on the spot. Han Se-young's face tightened with irritation because she could tell he was only saying that to avoid giving her a real answer. The whole thing clearly made her furious, but from Kim Se-woo's point of view, her reaction was honestly a little entertaining. As their conversation started coming to an end, Kim Se-woo shifted to another matter and asked her about the arena ticket he had requested. Han Se-young had managed to get the ticket, but there was one problem. Apparently, it could not be transferred to someone else, which meant he would have to enter the arena together with her. Only then did Kim Se-woo understand why she was dressed in such a strange and suspicious outfit that day. Han Se-young immediately snapped back at him, shouting that it was his fault she had to wear such flashy and ridiculous clothes in the first place. After spending money and taking risks just to satisfy his demands, Han Se-young could not help asking what he was even planning to do at the arena. Kim Se-woo answered casually that he had made some money, so now he needed to make it grow. In other words, that was his fancy way of saying he was going there to gamble. Han Se-young could hardly believe what she was hearing. He was seriously planning to take the money she had just sent him and throw it into gambling. In her eyes, youths these days were far too irresponsible with money. Kim Se-woo was not about to sit there and get scolded by another adult while he was already pretending to be one himself. Besides, if he counted his regression and dimension jumping experience, he was technically older than her by far, so in his mind, she should be showing him at least a little respect. Han Se-young, however, did not approve of his choices at all. She coldly told him to consider their deal finished at the end of the month. At that moment, her disappointment in him deepened, and her interest in Kim Seon-woo dropped sharply. She was so disappointed that Kim Seon-woo probably would not be earning any more points from her for a while. But to him, that did not matter all that much. He picked up the fancy mask he had brought with him and smoothly placed it over his face. In his mind, by the time they left the arena tonight, he would have earned back even more of Han Se-young's trust. As the evening sky grew darker, the two of them made their way toward that special hidden place. Naturally, guards were stationed at the entrance. Before letting anyone through, they had to confirm whether Kim Seon-woo and Han Se-young were authorized to enter. After receiving their VIP badges, the two finally stepped through the entrance and made their way inside. It seemed it had been quite some time since the arena had welcomed a VIP guest. Kim Seon-woo was about to continue walking in, but the moment he spotted a familiar-looking dark-haired man wearing a mask, he froze and stared in shock. The man was disguised, but that disguise could not fool Kim Seon-woo, who knew far too much about this world. He recognized him immediately as the S-rank main and top-tier villain, Ha Ryong. That realization was terrifying. Ha Ryong's eyes did not look the least bit ordinary, and Kim Seon-woo broke into a cold sweat as he understood why someone that important would be here. Ha Ryong was the host of this very arena. With a calm smile on his face, he politely told them to enjoy their time there. Then Ha Ryong walked past them with that same refined smile, but Kim Seon-woo could not help turning his gaze after him, staring in complete awe. That man was terrifying, and Kim Seon-woo knew very well that he was nowhere near strong enough to deal with someone like him. No matter what happened, he had to make sure he did not get tangled up with Ha Ryong. After that tense encounter, Kim Seon-woo and Han Se-young continued deeper into the arena. As expected, the stands were already packed with people. Everyone in the audience wore masks, hiding their faces as they leaned forward with excitement and watched the matches taking place on the stage below. There were far more people inside than expected, and the atmosphere was already heated with anticipation. Most likely, that excitement was because of Yang Hongju. Han Se-young glanced toward him and asked who that was, since the name did not sound familiar to her. Kim Seon-woo explained that Yang Hongju was currently the most popular fighter in the arena. He was a mage who had held the champion position for 3 full years, and in terms of pure combat ability, he was practically at the level of an 8th rank. The wealthy heiress immediately understood the problem. If Yang Hongju was that consistent as a winner, then there would not be much money to make from betting on him, because almost everyone would naturally choose his side. Kim Seon-woo already knew that perfectly well, but he also had a simple trick in mind for making money here. With a cheerful air, Kim Seon-woo waved over the officials and told them he wanted to place a bet. They immediately asked how much he wanted to wager and who he wanted to bet on. Kim Seon-woo answered with the biggest, proudest smile he could possibly put on his face. He declared that he would put a staggering 530 million won on Yang Hongju's opponent. It was such an insane amount that even Han Se-young could not believe he would do something so reckless. The official was so stunned that he could barely trust his own ears. He looked at Kim Seon-woo and asked him to repeat what he had just said. Han Se-young desperately urged him to reconsider. They knew almost nothing about Yang Hongju's opponent, and he was casually throwing an enormous amount of money at a gamble that looked completely foolish. But Kim Seon-woo only smiled, because he had some idea who that opponent was. He knew a rookie would be making his debut match today. The rich heiress could not believe this idiot was really about to place such a massive bet on a rookie who had not even officially debuted yet. Meanwhile, in another room, Ha Ryong had already removed his mask. He had already heard the rumor that someone had bet an entire 530 million won on Yang Hongju's opponent. The report was true, of course, and Ha Ryong immediately wanted to know what kind of idiot had that much money to throw around. The answer, naturally, was a man wearing a rabbit mask. Unfortunately for Kim Seon-woo, who had been trying very hard not to draw that monster's attention, he had already done exactly that. Ha Ryong even remembered him as the VIP guest from earlier. To Ha Ryong, this was an interesting turn of events. For someone with VIP status, that amount of money might simply be pocket change. A rich weirdo with strange tastes was not necessarily anything worth worrying about. However, a different piece of information soon reached a different set of ears. The redhead had just heard that Kim Seon-woo had appeared at the underground arena. He had also heard that Kim Seon-woo had come there together with Han Se-young for the event. For the red-haired man, this was perfect timing, because he had been frustrated for far too long. He had been furious about having no information on that guy. But now, the opportunity had finally appeared. It was time to prepare the car, because tonight, they would avenge Jang Han. Meanwhile, inside the arena, a battle was already unfolding between two men. They were watching everything unfold down in the pit, where one battered fighter had already lost his nerve completely. He raised his voice, begging his opponent to show mercy and let him live. From the look of it, this was not some clean tournament match at all. It was the kind of brutal underground death fight where blood, fear, and screams were all part of the show. No wonder so many men had crowded around the area, eyes glued to the violence below. The poor fighter kept pleading, saying over and over that he surrendered, but his bloodthirsty opponent only sneered at him. He mocked the man for whining now, saying he should have given up before the fight even began. Then, with one merciless swing of his weapon, he cut him down. The man staggered, choking on his own blood, before collapsing hard onto the ground. And just like that, the first match had its winner. Standing in the pit was none other than that wild-looking long-haired lunatic, acting like the bloodshed around him was nothing special at all. The crowd could hardly accept what they had just seen. That crazy fighter, the one so many people had trusted with their bets, had actually surrendered during the battle. A huge amount of money had been placed on him, and now all those gamblers could only stare in disbelief. Naturally, the people who had lost money were furious. To them, the defeated fighter was not a wounded man anymore. He was just trash who had ruined their bets. They shouted vicious insults down at him without the slightest sympathy, caring far more about the money they had lost than the life he had nearly lost. This underground arena was merciless in every sense, and the crowd was just as cruel as the fighters in the pit. Even so, the main character calmly told her not to worry too much. According to him, the host of the arena would not actually allow the fighters to die, no matter how savage the matches looked from the stands. That was at least a little reassuring to hear. But there was no time to relax, because the next match was about to begin. The strange rookie was now set to face the reigning champion of the arena, and the fight between Liang Lung and Yang Hongzhu was finally about to start. For this match, the betting pool was absolutely ridiculous. A massive 2.8 billion had been placed on the champion, Yang Hongzhu, while the rookie Liang Lung had only attracted a shocking 530 million. Apparently, almost nobody had bothered to bet on Liang Lung at all. Everyone chose the safe option and threw their money behind Yang Hongzhu instead. That meant if Liang Lung really did win, the payout would be enormous, and Kim Sian-woo was about to walk away with a terrifying amount of money. The people nearby started whispering among themselves, judging the reckless lunatic who had dared to place such a huge bet on Liang Lung. Sure, reverse odds could be tempting, but there had to be a limit. If that rookie lost, then whoever bet on him would lose everything. In their eyes, there was not even a question about the result. The longtime champion was obviously going to win. Kim Sian-woo only smirked as he listened to them talk. He did not bother arguing with their doubts. Let them run their mouths all they wanted, because if everything went the way he expected, he would leave this place with almost 6 times the money he had put down. At last, the fighters began stepping into the battlefield. The first one to appear was the massive, muscular champion, the famous behemoth almost every gambler in the arena had placed their trust in. Then the next fighter walked in. He was a dark-haired man named Liang Long, and the moment the crowd got a clear look at him, low whispers immediately spread through the stands. And honestly, even Kim Sian-woo's confidence started to shake after seeing him in person. The first thing that stood out was how small Liang Lung looked. Compared to Yang Hongzhu, the difference in size and weight class was so extreme that the matchup almost felt absurd. Kim Sian-woo tried to keep his expression steady and act like everything was still under control. Sure, Liang Lung was much thinner than he had imagined, and maybe that was just because he had not fully grown yet. But the truth was, Kim Sian-woo had not come here only to make money. There was a villain organization that would play a major role in the main story, and that group was known as Jane. The fighter being displayed in the arena right now was someone who would eventually join Jane. At first glance, the short, skinny man with muscular arms might have looked threatening if he had been taller or carried himself with more presence. But with his sickly build, he gave off a far weaker impression than expected. Still, someone like him was exactly the kind of dangerous figure Kim Sian-woo wanted to observe. If this man was destined to become a heavy hitter on the villain's side, then Kim Sian-woo wanted to see his fighting style with his own eyes at least once. The problem was, he had never expected Liang Lung to look this unimpressive. Around him, people were already asking who in the world had been stupid enough to bet such a huge amount of money on a loser like that. Kim Sian-woo could feel the embarrassment crawling up his back, and he had to force himself to stay calm. He needed to trust the original story. Even though many things had already changed, he still had to believe this part would happen the way it was supposed to. After all, this match had existed in the original novel. Kim Sian-woo had not interfered much with this specific part of the plot, so it should still be stable. In that story, Liang Lung had never lost a single match inside the underground arena. Of course, the champion took one look at the sickly, short, pathetic rookie standing across from him and immediately burst into laughter. He sneered that Liang Lung was so weak-looking he could barely bring himself to care. To Yang Hongzhu, even being forced to fight someone like this felt like an insult. The man was practically glowing with arrogance from head to toe. With a cold scoff, the muscular champion powered up, sparks crackling across his body. Then he shot forward at full speed, closing the distance in an instant as he rushed straight toward the opponent standing in front of him. Liang Lung gasped and twisted away at the last second, his thin body barely slipping past the punch that came blasting toward him. Somehow, the small, emaciated-looking future villain managed to dodge that brutal opening strike. But the strange thing was, Liang Lung actually looked surprised. His eyes widened slightly, as if he had not expected Yang Hongzhu to attack with that much speed right from the start. Then Yang Hongzhu suddenly turned his momentum into another attack. His powerful body spun through the motion, and this time he managed to catch Liang Lung while the smaller fighter was still trying to dodge. With a sharp cry of pain, the future villain was struck cleanly and sent flying backward. Liang Lung crashed into the wall with a heavy impact, his body slamming against the surface hard enough to shake dust loose around him. He struggled to push himself back up while the massive champion continued advancing toward him. The crowd exploded with cheers, roaring happily at the sight of the champion dominating the fight. Meanwhile, Kim Seon-woo was quietly starting to panic. For once, it was actually refreshing to see a main character unsure of his own decision, because he definitely did not want to lose 500 million on what was starting to look like a reckless gamble. He believed in the story, but the beating Liang Lung was taking was so brutal that even he began wondering whether that tiny guy could truly turn things around. And while Kim Seon-woo was busy worrying about the future of his finances, a sleek car was already heading toward the arena, carrying people who intended to end every one of his futures for good. They needed to reach the underground arena, but they also understood one thing clearly. They could not just charge inside right away, no matter how badly they wanted to act. If he ruined Hao Riyang's event, then even if he managed to get revenge, there was no way he would escape from that place in one piece. So instead of rushing in blindly, the red-haired man decided to handle it carefully. He needed to find out exactly when the event would end. Fortunately for him, the schedule was clear, and the event was set to finish at 10:30. That timing was perfect. The vicious monster curled his lips into a grin, clearly pleased with how neatly things were lining up. When he finally killed that loser, he would make sure the man regretted everything before the end. Back inside the arena, Liang Lung was being beaten so badly, it looked like he was barely hanging on. The massive Yang Hongzhu was striking him from every angle, throwing around that smaller body as if it weighed almost nothing. With one heavy fist, the champion drove a huge punch straight into Liang Lung's stomach. The impact folded the smaller man over, forcing a loud cry of pain out of him. The fight had become so one-sided that Kim Seon-woo had every reason to worry about where this was heading. The big, muscular brute laughed down at his victim with open contempt. He told the little runt to remember his place and get lost, treating him like he was not even worth taking seriously. Then, without any hesitation, he kicked Liang Lung hard enough to send him crashing into the wall again. By this point, Yang Hongzhu was no longer fighting like he needed to win. He was treating Liang Lung like a personal punching bag, casually kicking him, punching him, and throwing him around as if the match had become entertainment just for him. It was humiliating, cruel, and unfair on every possible level. Unfortunately, in this arena, even dirty moves were allowed. That massive gorilla of a man could keep beating his opponent however he wanted until Liang Lung either surrendered or could no longer continue. The poor debut rookie now looked even worse than when he first stepped through the entrance, his arms, chest, and entire body covered in dust, grime, and broken debris. The crowd kept chanting and cheering for Yang Hongzhu, completely swept up in the champion's violent display. At this rate, it really looked like Kim Seon-woo was about to lose an enormous amount of money. And of course, he had every reason to be upset about that. No normal person would be happy watching that much cash disappear all at once. He had trusted the story, but now the entire crowd was joyfully shouting Yang Hongzhu's name. Kim Seon-woo could not believe how badly reality was turning against him. There was no way that big gorilla had actually won, right? He kept trying to blink away what he was seeing, as if refusing to accept the scene might somehow stop real life from stealing away his hard-earned fortune. Then, out of nowhere, dark blood suddenly splattered across the arena. A stunned silence followed almost immediately. Yang Hongzhu turned in shock, only to see the opponent he thought he had completely crushed standing back up again. The champion coughed up blood, his expression twisting with disbelief as he slowly realized something had struck him. Liang Lung smiled wickedly, blood still on him, his face lighting up with disturbing joy now that he had finally managed to land a hit. Naturally, Yang Hongzhu was not pleased at all about being struck by someone he had been looking down on. Rage flared in his eyes, and he charged straight at the smaller fighter with all the strength in his body. Liang Lung only smirked as he stood there waiting for him. Then he continued pulling weapons out from inside his own body. The sight was horrifying. He was drawing bones from beyond his ribs, his skin splitting open like water, as if his own flesh were nothing more than a sheath filled with blades. Once he had a firm grip on the next batch of bone weapons, he sent them flying. It was a truly horrific sight, the kind of thing that made the entire arena feel colder for a moment. Each bone shot forward through the air and struck Yang Hongzhu, piercing into different parts of his massive body. Wrapped in dangerous purple energy, They curved and arched like flying blades before stabbing into him again and again. Fresh blood kept sliding down his chest in thin, ugly streams, and the champion who had won again and again finally let out a raw scream, his voice cracking from the pain tearing through him. His legs, which had always held steady in the arena, suddenly betrayed him. The man staggered backward, lost his balance completely, and his heavy body crashed down onto the ground. After all, it was almost impossible for anyone to keep standing when roughly 5 bones were lodged deep inside their stomach, grinding through their body with every breath. The all-time winner, Hong Jin, finally collapsed to the floor with a thunderous crash, and the moment his body hit the ground, the entire room fell into a stunned silence. No one cheered. No one shouted. Even the excitement that had filled the arena moments earlier vanished like it had been cut off in an instant. Of course, this should have been a historic moment for the arena. But how could anyone celebrate when nearly everyone inside had just watched the biggest match of the night destroy their bets? They could only stare down into the pit, frozen between disbelief and awe, wondering what would happen next. None of them could accept that Yang Hongzhu had truly suffered his first defeat in years. Even the pharmacy head stood there staring down into the arena, her eyes wide with amazement at the impossible sight below. Then, all at once, a furious cry ripped out from the crowd. Someone screamed in frustration, and that single outburst spread like fire as people began shouting hate at the coward who had cost them so much money. The same fighter they had cheered for only minutes ago was now being cursed as a loser, hated simply because he had dared to lose their bets. While the crowd screamed and hurled insults, Kim Seon-woo knew it was time to finish up his long day of work. The match had come dangerously close to going wrong, but now that the result was settled, it was time for him to leave. Naturally, the lady hurried after him, still unable to pull her gaze away from the miracle she had just witnessed with her own eyes. Calling everything that had happened tonight a simple coincidence would have been far too convenient. An extremely important person had shown up at their arena on the exact night their undefeated champion finally lost, and that same person had casually placed a massive bet on a rookie no one expected to win. Something was clearly hidden beneath the surface, and an S-class villain would never fail to notice it. Liang Long had won tonight because Yang Hongzhu grew arrogant, relaxed too much, and let carelessness take over. But that enormous bet placed on a first-time rookie was not random at all. There was an obvious purpose behind it, even if that purpose had not yet been revealed. Manager Zheng was soon called in, and the arena's owner gave him a few specific orders about the man who had won big from that day's bet. The owner wanted him investigated, and he wanted to know exactly what that man had done. Meanwhile, after the fight had ended and the arena was left drowning in chaos, the boy and the heiress quietly made their way out. The heiress looked at him with open amazement, unable to hold back her questions. She asked what on earth he really was, and how he had known that Liang Long would be the one to win. The boy only gave her a smug little smirk and said that, of course, he had relied on his brilliant intuition. The lady let out a tired sigh, because no matter how many questions she threw at him, he never gave her anything actually useful. At this point, she was just about ready to stop asking altogether. Meanwhile, our guy could not wipe the grin off his face. His mouth kept stretching wider and wider, because today had turned into an absolute jackpot. Thanks to that bet, his balance had shot past 1 billion won, and somehow he had managed to move all of that money straight into Kim Seon-woo's bank account. Of course, transferring illegally earned money into his own legal name was a dangerous move, especially when he already had enemies watching from the shadows and waiting for any opening. But the main character was far too caught up in his own success to care about the risk right now. He had earned the Gambler of the Century award, and on top of that, Han Se-young was slowly beginning to trust him again. Even better, her curiosity toward him had grown much stronger. With how interested and helpful she had become, it almost seemed like she was crawling her way into main girl territory. In fact, her interest in him had now officially reached level 1, and that little change was definitely worth paying attention to. Our guy also gained 7,000 points just from hitting that interest milestone, so he was basically collecting rewards one after another today. After spending so many points to buy the Killing Intent sense, he was already earning them right back. But right at that moment, his eyes suddenly widened, and the Killing Intent skill activated on its own. The main character froze in place as a thick, heavy sense of danger rolled toward him from a mysterious, white car parked along the road. Killing Intent had appeared. In fact, it showed up so suddenly that it almost felt like he had summoned it just by thinking about the skill. What a tragic turn of events. There was only one group that came to mind right away. It had to be the Vengeance Society, finally showing up to carry out their little revenge plot. In the original story, a major character had appeared to avenge their comrade, Zhang Han. The boy hesitated as he realized what was happening, and the lady beside him noticed the shift in his expression, asking why he had suddenly made such a strange face. He gave Han Se-young a nervous laugh, looking awkward as ever, because once again, he had another favor to ask from her. The car continued down the road, but its route suddenly became strange, turning and twisting through the streets as its movements changed without warning. Of course, the person who had been tracking them noticed that odd change immediately, his attention sharpening the moment their behavior no longer looked normal. With a grin spreading across his face, he told the car to stop. Their plan was simple and brutal: attack our guy right there on the road and try to murder him before he could escape. But it seemed Kim Seon-woo had been thinking along the same lines, because he had already stepped out of the car as if he was ready to face the threat head-on. The red-haired man stepped out as well, his eyes locking onto the victim he had chosen. The bold hunter stood there alone, and Han Se-young was nowhere to be seen anymore. Still, the red-haired man could not help wondering if this pathetic-looking hunter was really the one who had killed Jong Han. The guy did not look impressive at all. His body was not trained, and there was nothing muscular or intimidating about him. Even worse, the energy coming off him felt weak, pitiful, and low, with barely enough mana to matter. Now the big bad redhead was genuinely confused. But while the enemies stood there judging him, our dude calmly chugged down the expensive elixir he had just bought. He had spent a painful amount of money on it, and now it was gone in a single use. After swallowing that little cheap potion, his body began giving off a stronger trace of power. He wiped his lips, grinned, and called for his enemy to show himself already. He needed this to move faster, because whatever foul liquid he had just forced down his throat tasted absolutely disgusting. He had taken the amplified mana elixir, which meant his mana recovery speed would increase by 500% for the next 10 minutes. But once that boost ended, he would suffer mana exhaustion for 30 minutes. In other words, this fight needed to end fast, and his opponent needed to come out immediately. He could not afford to let this battle drag on. Since his enemy was taking his sweet time, Seon-woo decided to provoke the jerk a little. They already knew that this little monster had been aiming for him for a while, so there was no point wasting time with polite greetings. They could skip straight to business. The man frowned as he sensed the hunter's aura suddenly shift. It still was not exactly terrifying, but at the very least, he no longer felt as weak as he had just moments ago. Then the man gave a low chuckle, admitting with a trace of amusement that our dude was actually more impressive than he had expected. Without warning, he summoned several fierce fire spears, each one blazing as it pointed straight toward our guy. The hunter had noticed he was being followed, and that suited the enemy just fine. If both sides already understood the situation, then they could cut straight to the point. What the man wanted was very simple. He wanted Kim Seon-woo dead, and there was no need to make the request any more complicated than that. Of course, Kim Seon-woo had not survived the collapse of an entire universe just to calmly accept dying here on some roadside. He gathered mana into his hand and prepared himself for battle. The shot in his hand expanded, then fired forward with a sharp burst, tearing through the air as it flew straight toward his crazed opponent. The two of them clashed like tigers fighting for dominance, both determined to come out on top. But instead of fists and claws, they hurled magic at each other, smashing mana against mana in a brilliant, violent exchange. The blast lit up the area, and the enemy grinned through the chaos. He still had 2 powerful shots of firepower left, and once those were gone, he could always switch to physical strength, which would make things extremely difficult for our guy. But the main character also had the advantage of that 500% recovery boost, meaning that for at least a short while, they could fight on roughly equal footing. At least, that was how it seemed, until those terrifying yellow spears suddenly shot forward, racing straight toward the brunette. The instant he saw them coming, real horror flashed across his face. A massive explosion erupted, flames bursting outward in a violent wave, while the pharmacy head watched the fire from a distance, sweat forming as she stared at the scene. She had known a fight was about to break out, even if she still did not fully understand the reason behind it. Earlier, she had seen the sudden seriousness on the brunette's face and asked him why his expression had changed so drastically. The boy had told her that someone was tailing them, and the moment she heard that, panic hit her. Her first thought was that it might be someone from a rival company targeting the Hansung group. But she was not the only important person sitting in that car, and she needed to put a little respect on his name. Technically, this mess was connected to her too, since her brother had gotten involved with those evil monsters. Either way, he needed her to drive somewhere more secluded. It would be a terrible idea to simply avoid this guy, only for the enemy to follow him all the way back to school. The best move was to catch that guy and deal with him as quickly as possible. The lady asked whether the person chasing them was someone he could actually fight, and the boy answered with a smile, saying it would not be easy. The enemy's mana was far beyond what anyone would expect from a simple B rank, so the lady had every reason to be worried. She knew the man beside her was definitely no weakling, but he still did not look like some unstoppable monster built purely for battle. She anxiously asked whether he would really be okay, but Kim Seon-woo only reassured her with that familiar confidence, saying there was nothing plot armor could not handle for him. And that was exactly why he needed her help right now. The pharmacist's heir finally pulled the car over and parked it, deciding to place her trust in his abilities, even though the danger ahead was clearly anything but ordinary. Still, he had to come back safely. Her eyes stayed fixed on him with concern, because whether he liked it or not, she was counting on him. This was definitely not the moment for our dude to start doing the loser version of aura farming. Yet somehow, he still managed to twist away from those deadly pikes flying straight at his face. Honestly, it was almost unbelievable. It was like the red-haired guy was seriously trying to kill him or something. Even so, the main character only let a smirk tug at his lips. To him, dodging this many attacks was not nearly enough to make him panic. After all, he had been an enhancement-type fighter until his first year, so keeping up with the speed of those incoming projectiles was something his body could still handle without too much trouble. His wicked opponent smiled coldly, watching him dodge again and again, then asked if running around was the only thing he knew how to do. Right after that, the man lifted his hand, and even more dark spikes rose into the air around him. Apparently, this guy's entire battle philosophy was to keep throwing everything he had at the brunette until something finally landed. He unleashed an even larger volley of huge, intimidating spikes, sending them tearing forward all at once. Even our dude was surprised, because he seriously could not understand how many of those things this guy had stored away. It looked like this was his unique style of magic. The man's attacks had become even faster than before, but our dude had already prepared himself for that increase in speed too. A blast of fire erupted toward him next, but he slipped away from that as well. For the opening stretch of this fight, it seemed his entire plan was simply to keep dodging and waste the enemy's momentum. The redhead clearly was not happy about that, but then our dude noticed something even worse. He suddenly had less than 2 minutes left before the effect wore off, which was absolutely insane. They had barely even started fighting, and already the skill was about to expire. At this point, it felt like a complete ripoff. That meant Kim Seon-woo had to do something unbelievably reckless before all his extra power disappeared. He needed to end this fight once and for all. Without wasting another second, the brunette activated the incredible effect of Great Nature's Heart. For 1 full minute, his mana recovery speed would rise by 1000%, and now things were about to get seriously nasty. The man could sense something strange spreading through the air, and the moment he realized the atmosphere had shifted, his eyes widened sharply. All of a sudden, the hunter standing in front of him was giving off a far stronger aura than before, one that felt completely different from the weak presence he had sensed earlier. Now it was finally time for our dude to farm aura at full power, pushing that sudden boost as hard as he possibly could. He lowered himself toward the ground like a frog gathering strength for one massive leap, and then his body shot forward, charging toward his opponent with the speed of a bullet train. The furious redhead answered by preparing his special magic, summoning what looked like a whole buffet of deadly spikes. He growled as he aimed them at the madman sprinting straight toward him without the slightest hesitation. This was dangerous, and anyone watching could feel just how quickly one mistake could turn fatal. The monster understood that he had to stop that charge no matter what, even though common sense said dodging would probably reduce the damage and keep him from taking the attack head-on. But his fear was completely justified, because our guy was weaving through those fire spikes like they were nothing more than a casual maze set up for his entertainment. The enemy let out a horrified grunt as he watched the boy close the distance step by step, getting nearer with terrifying speed. The monster grabbed one of his spikes as if he meant to use it like a weapon, then slashed it out in front of him to keep the brunette from getting any closer. But the main character did not hesitate for even a second. Instead, he gathered mana into his palm, forming a bright blue ball that looked suspiciously like a special attack borrowed from some other franchise with a famous blonde-haired lead. The moment it finished forming, he hurled it forward, making sure he did not get too close to Mr. Red and Nasty while launching the attack. That blue ball slammed solidly into the poor man's stomach, forcing a choked cry of pain from his throat as the impact shoved him backward. Our dude had thrown a massive attack, but the enemy still stayed on his feet, which meant they absolutely could not let up now. Any opening he gave would instantly be used against him. So Kim Seon-woo charged up another attack and fired it again at the wicked creature in front of him. At this point, he figured his best option was to spam that attack mode for as long as his power lasted. The vicious redhead managed to block the attack, growling in irritation at how stubborn and persistent this student turned out to be. The man cursed under his breath, raising both hands as he forced the attack back. Kim Seon-woo was giving it everything he had as well, but even he was struggling, because from this angle, aiming directly for the monster's brain was extremely difficult. Then, in the middle of that pressure, a sudden idea flashed through the brunette's mind behind his glasses. Without warning, he stopped attacking from a distance and rushed right into close range, stepping directly towards someone who was actively trying to kill him. Naturally, the redhead was stunned by such reckless behavior, and he became even more shocked when a brutally unforgiving fist suddenly smashed into his jaw. From this distance, Kim Seon-woo could finally aim for the brain properly. The monster growled at him to stop, as if he would actually slow down when hesitation here would mean certain death. This had to be the end. The main character grabbed the monster by the neck, tightening his grip as he tried to crush down hard enough to permanently end its life. But for some reason he could not understand, the neck under his hand refused to break. It made no sense. He had boosted his mana recovery speed by 500% for only 10 minutes, and now, of all possible times, that stupid mana exhaustion chose to activate for the next 30 minutes. This was the absolute worst timing for our main character. For reasons he could not fully grasp, he failed to kill the man, and he had no choice but to pull himself back. Of course, the monster immediately seized the opening he had been given. It began healing its wounds, then manifested another spike within reach, turning it with a vicious light burning in its eyes. With almost gleeful cruelty, the monster lifted the spike high, clearly intending to use it to end Kim Seon-woo's life right there. But before that strike could fall, a massive slash tore through the air, and blue light descended onto the monster, slicing its body cleanly in two. Behind the fallen beast's corpse stood a familiar, tough-looking man with an overwhelming presence, and the main character stared at him in pure awe. At last, someone truly strong had arrived on the battlefield. It was Jang Soo-ji, the S-rank mage and the sword of the Hansung family. It seemed the little favor he had asked from Han Se-young had finally reached him. Now that the big, nasty beast had been cut down, our dude was left standing there with the rescuer who had arrived just in time like a knight coming to save him. Of course, this knight was not wearing shining armor. He was an old man from the very family Kim Seon-woo happened to be exploiting at the moment. Still, the sword demon Jang Soo-ji had appeared just in time to save the day. In the original story, he was one of the strongest fighters around, the kind of man who had once cut down Baek Kong, someone capable of trading blows with A ranks in a single strike. Truly admirable behavior at its peak. The old man was clearly not pleased that a mere man had dared to lay a hand on the youngest daughter of the Hansung family. That was not exactly what had happened, but Kim Seon-woo definitely appreciated the girl for telling that lie if it made the guard rush over to help him faster. Then the lady of the hour finally appeared, running over in a hurry to check whether her dear Kim Seon-woo was okay. The sweet, doting rich girl rushed right up to him, anxiously looking him over to see if he was hurt anywhere. The boy only laughed and assured her that he was not injured too badly, and that he did not even need help standing. In the end, he had managed fairly well, mostly by buying enough time for the real heavy hitters to arrive with backup. The girl was more than happy to help the boy bring down his enemies, especially because she believed her own life had been on the line as well. Sure, that big red monster had actually come for him today, but at least now, the guy would not be causing any more trouble in the future. So in a way, they had still managed to kill two birds with one stone. Han Se-young felt she had made the most reasonable choice possible. If a dangerous battle was coming, then of course she would rush to bring along the strongest person she knew. And now, because of that decision, the B-rank villain Baek Kong was dead. It was a clear deviation from how the original story was supposed to go, and the causality rate had risen by another 0.6 points. Thankfully, Han Se-young still trusted him, so that part had turned out well, and Kim Seon-woo even received a 1,000-point reward. For defeating a villain, the reward honestly felt a little underwhelming, but considering the result, he was still satisfied. The old man with the large sword asked whether they should report everything that had happened to the chairman. But this was not exactly the kind of warm, affectionate family where everyone could simply sit down and share the truth. Of course, an attack by a monster was no small matter. Even so, the brunette immediately advised them not to report it. After all, Han Se-young's older brother was connected to the monsters, and if he caught even a hint that his little sister was digging too close to the truth, he might start making dangerous moves. The moment he suspected she was snooping around, things could become far more troublesome, so staying quiet was the safer choice. If news spread that someone from Hansung Group had been attacked by a monster, it would create a massive uproar that nobody wanted to deal with. On top of that, there was no need to make this deviation from the original story even bigger. Things had already changed more than enough, and Kim Seon-woo wanted to keep these extra problems under control as much as possible. Han Se-young thought it over for a moment, her expression settling as she realized the boy's reasoning made sense. If the incident leaked outside, it would drag in a mountain of annoying trouble. Besides, she also needed to stay under the radar so she could make her own plans in peace. So she told him firmly that they would keep everything that happened here between themselves. It would also be best if Uncle Suji kept his mouth shut about the matter. The older man understood the situation right away and promised he would stay silent. At his age, he had no interest in spreading gossip anyway. 3 days later, Kim Seon-woo was relaxing in his room, comfortably passing the time while scrolling through his phone. As thanks for saving her during the Baek Kong incident, though honestly, she had been the one who saved him too, Han Se-young offered to find him any information he needed. So the information Kim Seon-woo asked her for was the exact timing of when sacred herb potions would be released commercially. For this moment, he had gone all in, pouring everything he had into Hansung Pharma stock. Now he watched his phone like a hawk, waiting for the perfect time to cash out. The clock moved from 8:50 toward 9, and the instant the market opened, Kim Seon-woo jumped in as if this opportunity belonged to him by birthright. The stock price shot upward, and he burst into cheers. This was his chance to rise in life, because before regression, Even a lifetime of dungeon runs would not have been enough to buy him a house. Back then, Kim Si-woo would have never imagined that money could be made this easily. Now he was cashing out in style, grinning to himself, and practically giggling from how happy he was. The whole thing almost felt a little bittersweet when he thought about how hard he had once worked just to stay away from the main story. Then a notification popped up on his phone, making Kim Si-woo sit up a little straighter. To his surprise, Han Se-young had started contacting him regularly now, and this time, she was inviting him out for lunch. He became interested almost immediately, because along with the invitation, she mentioned that she had a present for him. They met at Café Veller, and Kim Si-woo was a little surprised when he arrived and saw that Han Se-young had come even earlier than him. She was already sitting there by herself, calmly sipping her drink and looking sweet, graceful, and perfectly composed. Han Se-young smiled up at him and said it was simply a habit. As expected of a businesswoman, she always made sure to arrive on time. Hansung Pharma's stock had risen quite a lot, and Kim Si-woo chuckled as he admitted that he had enjoyed himself thanks to her. Han Se-young then asked how much profit he had made, wondering if he had earned around 500 million. Kim Si-woo smirked and calmly told her he had made 3 billion in a single day. That was honestly impressive enough to leave her almost speechless. Still, she decided they could simply treat it as a small token of appreciation. Kim Si-woo said it was all thanks to the director, and since he had come all the way here, he was naturally very excited to see the gift she had mentioned. Han Se-young's expression then grew a little more serious as she explained that she had uncovered the identity of the monster who attacked them. Of course, Kim Si-woo already knew that, but he could not exactly say so. So he simply played along and let her reveal what she had found. Han Se-young told him the man's name was Baek Kong. When he disguised himself as a human, he was known as a notorious hitman. But during the investigation, they discovered that someone had been dealing with Baek Kong on a regular basis. And that person was none other than her own beloved older brother, Han Se-jin. Kim Si-woo already suspected that her rotten older brother was involved with the monsters. What he had not expected was that the big red one would turn out to be connected as well. Even so, he was not particularly surprised by the situation. It was definitely interesting, but Kim Si-woo could not help wondering how this information was supposed to benefit him. Han Se-young smirked when she noticed that look on his face, amused that he could still be so calculating even after the two of them had saved each other's lives. Either way, she said it was time to show him the real gift. This was her way of saying that she would be relying on him from now on. With a pleased expression, she presented a box in front of him. She had called him out today because she was about to become extremely busy for a while. Kim Si-woo stared at the mysterious black box with growing curiosity and asked if something had happened. Han Se-young explained that now her brother, no, that man was far too despicable to even be called family anymore, so she would rather call him Han Se-jin, had been directly linked to Baek Kong. And with that connection exposed, it was obvious who had been behind the attack, wasn't it? The heiress still believed the attack had been aimed at her, since Kim Si-woo had not revealed that Baek Kong had simply used her as a convenient fighter. Han Se-young scoffed and said she hated owing anyone a debt. In truth, Kim Si-woo was probably the one in her debt, but by helping her uncover her brother's wicked actions, he had settled that balance in her eyes. Whether it was a favor or a grudge, Han Se-young was the type of person who preferred to pay everything back as quickly as possible. With that, she stood up and left, leaving Kim Si-woo alone at the table with the storage item and the mysterious box sitting in front of him. Han Se-young's belief that Han Se-jin was the one behind Baek Kong was still technically a misunderstanding. However, the fact that her brother was a villain had not changed at all. That man was dangerous and evil, and it would probably be better to deal with him as soon as possible. Sooner or later, Han Se-jin would end up standing in Han Se-young's way too. If that was the case, then using Han Se-young to bring down Han Se-jin was not a bad plan at all. Just then, Han Se-young stopped and called out to Kim Si-woo one last time. She smiled and said she hoped it suited him, which only made him even more curious about what was hidden inside the mysterious package. After all, she had put real effort into choosing that gift herself. Kim Si-woo smiled back and thanked her, genuinely appreciating that she had gone out of her way to prepare something for him. Then he carefully opened the box and found a silver band resting inside. It was a mana alloy bracelet, a sturdy accessory infused with mana and boasting an SS rank durability rating. How generous of the rich heiress to buy him such an expensive item. It almost felt like flirting. Kim Si-woo beamed with delight as he admired the incredible gift, sitting there happily enjoying one win after another. Then, all of a sudden, another notification appeared. Kim Si-woo looked up in surprise and saw that Ha-ryong had become curious about him. He had just gained 1,500 points from that change, and there was no way that could be a good sign. Inside his office, the big boss of the monsters sat quietly with a file in his hands, studying every piece of information he could find about this strange masked rich man. Someone entered the room, lowered his head respectfully, and greeted him as Lord Ha-ryong. Ha-ryong said it had been almost 10 years since he had known Qianhai, then asked if the man had come to discuss matters involving the 10 Demon Council. That was indeed part of the reason, but there was also another matter the council wanted to address. Before getting into that, the man said there was something he wanted to ask first. With his head still bowed, he mentioned that Ha Riyong had surely already heard the news. His close friends, Jiang Han and Baek Kong, had both been killed a few days ago. And coincidentally, both incidents could be traced back to an encounter with a human mage who had somehow become involved in each case. According to Baek Kong, before he died, that same man had visited the arena not long ago. Then the bowed man asked his king, Lord Ha Riyong, whether he had ever heard of a hunter named Kim Jin-woo. And that was what made the moment so interesting, because Kim Jin-woo happened to be the very person Ha Riyong was investigating. Of course, the Dark Lord already knew exactly who that man was. In fact, he had been investigating him even before this conversation began. What made it more interesting was that others had started paying attention to the same target as well, though honestly, that was not too surprising. Kim Jin-woo had been moving around far too actively lately. And on top of that, he was also the only VIP who had placed a bet on Liang Long. Inside the dim office, where the shadows clung heavily to the walls, the man lowered his voice and finally stated what he had come for. He wanted the big boss to hand over whatever information he had gathered on Kim Jin-woo. The man's resolve was so intense that he looked ready to spill his own blood over the graves of his fallen comrades. And then came the reveal that made things even messier. That person was also a man. One after another, these important figures just kept appearing out of nowhere. The moment the atmosphere started getting dangerous, the big boss immediately called Cheon-hae to heel. Walking into his office and making a request was one thing, but letting that request become so heated that it almost sounded like a demand was something else entirely. The man needed to be careful, because one wrong step here could get him burned. A thick, oppressive wave of power rolled off the big boss, pressing down on him like a crushing weight. That warning hit him instantly, and he understood without another word that he needed to shut his mouth. If Cheon-hae was even thinking about touching his client, then he had better be ready to face something dark, demonic, and merciless. Somehow, the big boss had already claimed Kim Jin-woo as his client, and now Kim Jin-woo had gained a shadowy kind of protection on top of everything else. The man immediately bent his head low in apology, his attitude changing in an instant. He swore that he would never lay a hand on Kim Jin-woo, and quickly begged the big boss to forgive his reckless behavior. Once that matter was settled, the big boss turned the conversation back to business. He told the trembling man to stop wasting time and simply deliver the message from the 10 Demons Council. At that moment, that was the only thing he cared to hear. The man was still sweating under the pressure, but he forced himself to speak clearly. According to him, a prophecy had descended from the holy relic known as the Prophet's Altar. And with that single sentence, the entire situation suddenly took a much more interesting turn. The prophecy said that in the year the child destined to destroy the Manes turned 18 and awakened, the king of the Manes would meet his death by that child's hand. It was a grim message, heavy with disaster, and the kind of prophecy that could only bring chaos with it. The big boss narrowed his eyes, immediately sensing that the king must have started stirring up trouble again to draw out such an ominous prophecy. The message had centered on the child of prophecy, so he pressed the man for more. Had the prophet's altar revealed any other details? The answer was short, but it was enough to shake the direction of everything. The place where this 18-year-old child of prophecy was currently staying was none other than the Magic Academy. After spending so many days tangled up in side incidents and strange detours, the story finally swung back toward the school, the place where the supposed real protagonist was staying. Though at this point, whether he could still be called the protagonist was starting to feel a little questionable. Kim Seon-woo stood quietly in place, his gaze fixed on the object in front of him as he carefully observed every detail. For the moment, Kim Seon-woo was admiring the beautiful bracelet Han Se-young had given him. As Kim Jin-woo, he had already caused more than enough chaos, so now it was time to keep his head down and avoid drawing any more awkward attention to himself. Ha Riyong had already started showing curiosity toward him, and that alone was a very bad sign. The extra points he had earned were nice, sure, but there was no way he wanted a major villain's eyes locked onto him right now. It was far too early to get tangled up with Ha Riyong. If he moved carelessly, he would be swallowed whole before he even realized it. Besides, there was something far more important that Kim Seon-woo needed to focus on at the moment. It was the kind of matter that had to take priority over everything else in front of him. Kim Seon-woo reached out, grabbed the scroll lying before him, and carefully opened it. The moment it unfurled, a faint magical glow shimmered across the surface, revealing the power sealed inside. It was a magic-imbued book containing a spell shield. Once activated, it could deploy a barrier strong enough to block a single spell, but the effect would only remain active for 12 hours. Kim Seon-woo was doing everything he could to study and prepare properly. The midterms were approaching fast, and there was not much time left before the real pressure began. These exams were not just ordinary school tests. They were the kind of event where students had to prove their abilities in front of all kinds of powerful and influential people. In the original story, This was a major event tied directly to Lee Seojin's future path. But this time, the midterms carried even more weight because of one specific factor. That factor was the child of prophecy, an almighty existence foretold in ancient records, a future ally of Lee Seojin, and the one born with the terrifying power to destroy the mains. To drag out the child of prophecy before the awakening was complete, the mains would suddenly appear at the school and infiltrate the academy at 4 o'clock in the evening. Using their dark powers, they would try to pressure the academy into handing over the child they were searching for. But their plan would not last long, because Lee Seojin would step in and wipe them out before they could get away with their nonsense. At least, that was how the incident had unfolded in the original version of the story. The raid itself was not especially large in scale, but it was packed with important hints and future clues. This time, Kim Seon-woo had to watch not only Lee Seojin, but also the child of prophecy. No matter what happened during the attack, he had to make sure that neither of them got hurt. That day at school, the teacher called the students' attention and brought the room to order. Along with the schedule for next week's midterms, there was one more announcement they all needed to hear. The students were already being crushed by the thought of midterms, so the idea of another announcement made them wonder if they could even survive school life anymore. One girl looked so exhausted by it all that the only news she wanted to hear was something romantic. Unfortunately for them, there was no escaping the academy's brutal routine. Around here, training meant live combat, and live combat was simply another form of training. To help them prepare for the midterms, the second-year students would be spending the next several days taking part in free sparring classes. The moment the announcement landed, the entire class looked stunned. Free sparring was definitely an interesting idea, especially with everyone already on edge about the upcoming exams. If a student could not find a partner that day, they were allowed to watch the others or practice alone instead. With that explained, the teacher dismissed the group and let them move freely. The announcement had barely ended before Yuera suddenly flared up with holy flames, her whole body burning with competitive energy. That girl was completely obsessed with Lee Seojin, and the hero already looked tired of dealing with it. Kim Seon-woo had already guessed that Lee Seojin and Yuera would end up paired together just like they did in the original novel. And since Yuera was already charging straight toward him, it seemed that part of the story was going to play out exactly as expected. Even so, Kim Seon-woo still found it hard to believe that not a single person in the class wanted to partner with him. He had worked so hard during the last test to improve his terrible reputation, and yet the other students were still moving in every direction except toward him. Being ignored like that was honestly painful to watch. Then again, considering how people saw him, it was not exactly shocking that he was being abandoned. No matter how strong he was in theory or how impressive his barrier-breaking skills were, nobody wanted to team up with the student who ranked dead last in almost every other area. But in the end, that did not really matter. The person who would become his sparring partner had already been decided in his mind. Kim Seon-woo already had his eyes on the person he wanted to fight beside. She was a timid girl standing quietly on her own, saying nothing while no one else chose her either. Meanwhile, it did not take long for Yuera to get her fiery wish. She charged into battle with flames bursting everywhere, blasting, crashing, and forcing her way forward as she tried to take down the #1 fighter in the class with everything she had. Lee Seojin barely managed to dodge her wildfire attacks, shifting out of the way just in time. Even then, he groaned as if he had nearly died from simply avoiding the blast at the last possible second. Of course, Yuera was nowhere near finished. Burning with madness and ambition, she shouted at Lee Seojin and asked if that was all he had. With skills like his, she declared that she would be taking the top spot in the academy from now on. She wanted that #1 position so badly that she was throwing every bit of her strength into stealing it. Even with such a fierce opponent pressing him, the kind-hearted hero stood his ground. Facing her head-on, Lee Seojin calmly warned her not to get ahead of herself. Then, with a confident smile spreading across his face, Lee Seojin drew his sword. He was ready to meet her challenge directly and cut her down with everything he had. He had not even finished warming up yet, but he still swung his weapon toward her without hesitation. Sword and flame crashed together as the two of them fought with frightening intensity. And while those two monsters were clashing with blades and firepower, Kim Seon-woo had ended up paired with a gentle, quiet girl. For some reason, the girl looked around silently, her eyes drifting across the area as if she were admiring the peaceful surroundings. But it was not the scenery that had caught her attention. Through the window, she could see Lee Seojin and Yuera practically trying to tear each other apart. Both of them were completely absorbed in their intense fight, which made sense, since they ranked first and second in the entire school. The girl turned away from the window and quietly raised her hands. Small shards of ice began forming in her palms, glittering coldly as she gathered her power. She could not afford to keep watching them right now. What mattered was making her own small power grow, step by step. The more she compared herself to geniuses, the smaller she would feel. So what if she had not reached their level yet? As long as she kept moving forward, it was only a matter of time. Yun Hae-young had not even been considered as a sparring partner by most of the class. Everyone overlooked her because she was ranked 82nd, a painfully low position in the class hierarchy. Her theoretical knowledge was solid, and on paper, she understood things well. But when it came to actually putting that knowledge into practice, she was still weak. Yun Hae-young pretended she had not been hurt when those words reached her from close by, but the sting was impossible to fully hide. She already knew she was not especially strong, yet hearing her classmates dismiss her so casually still cut deeper than she wanted to admit. It was honestly a little heartbreaking that even with her sharp mind, her actual combat talent could not keep up. No one felt that pain more deeply than Yun Hae-young herself, the girl her classmates had already decided was not good enough. She was kind, sincere, and hardworking, but in a place like this academy, being a good person did not protect you from being looked down on. She bit down on her lip and forced her emotions back, pouring all that frustration into the need to improve. Crying would not make her stronger. Breaking down would not change anything. If she truly wanted to rise above where she was now, then she had no choice but to shut out everything else and put every bit of her focus into becoming stronger. Yun Hae-young lifted her hand and fired her ice shards toward the target in front of her. But the fragments were still small, thin, and weak, barely carrying enough force to make a real impact. When the attack finally ended, the target remained standing there almost untouched. For someone trying so hard to prove herself, the result was painfully discouraging. Unable to hold it in anymore, Yun Hae-young screamed out in frustration. At that point, anyone would have snapped a little. No matter how much effort she poured into training, she could not understand why nothing seemed to work the way she wanted. That was when Kim Seon-woo stepped in, offering his own blunt version of constructive criticism. Without softening the words much, he told her that the ice she was creating was far too flimsy. Yun Hae-young turned in surprise when she realized the person speaking was Kim Seon-woo, the boy known as dead last in the class. And that was not even the only thing that caught her off guard. Kim Seon-woo continued without hesitation, pointing out that her ice was not cold enough either. On top of that, her accuracy was terrible, which only made the whole attack look even more unstable. Taken together, every flaw pointed to the same problem. Her fundamentals were still too weak, and that weakness was dragging down everything she tried to do. Of course, Kim Seon-woo was not saying all this just to mock her. In his own way, he was trying to take responsibility for the situation he had created. Originally, during the dungeon expedition, Lee Seo-jin's advice would have pushed Yun Hae-young forward. By this point, she should have already grown enough to reach 6th place among the second-year students. But because Kim Seon-woo had interfered with the original flow of events, she had missed that chance completely. As a result, the growth she was supposed to experience had stalled before it could properly begin. Yun Hae-young might have been lacking right now, but if she stayed close to Kim Seon-woo, he was determined to help her reach the point where she could at least stand on her own in battle. Of course, hearing that from the student ranked dead last made it hard to take seriously. Still, no matter how awkward it looked, Kim Seon-woo had already decided that he would help her grow. Yun Hae-young lowered her gaze for a moment, then answered sharply that of course, she already knew all that. Because Kim Seon-woo's own reputation was so bad, she assumed he was simply trying to tear down someone else's confidence to make them follow him. She had completely misunderstood his intention, and now her anger was rising fast. But honestly, that reaction was almost unavoidable when the person giving advice was famous for being the worst in class. If only she knew what he was actually capable of in real time. Kim Seon-woo only shrugged and laughed lightly at her assumption. Then again, there was also the possibility that she was getting angry because she could not actually deny what he had just pointed out. Yun Hae-young glared at him, and the look on her face made it pretty clear that his assessment had struck close to the truth. There was no real need for her to explode over it, but that did not stop the heat from rising in her expression. Still burning with anger, Yun Hae-young turned away and started walking off, carrying herself with a proud, almost haughty air as if she refused to let him see how much his words had bothered her. Back in the dungeon, she had genuinely thought Kim Seon-woo was a fairly decent person. But after hearing him now, she began to wonder if she had completely misjudged him. Kim Seon-woo watched her reaction and started to worry that he might have pushed her too far. After all, no matter how stubborn she was still just a high school girl. He was just about to apologize for going overboard when Yun Hae-young suddenly growled that they should settle their disagreement through a match. She wanted to see for herself just how impressive this so-called dead last student really was. She was probably going to regret challenging him like that, but honestly, getting tossed around a little might be exactly the kind of lesson she needed. Kim Seon-woo's face immediately brightened with excitement, because this meant she had finally taken the bait. Now that she was willing to fight him, he could start teaching her some truly useful skills. Yun Hae-young was already set on the match, and there was no way she was going to let his disrespect slide. Her anger gathered around her like a freezing storm, and an icy power began rising from her body. So before anything else, the two of them would have their match. Yun Hae-young was fired up in the coldest way possible, determined to find out how someone ranked dead last in the whole school could actually fight. and the so-called dead last student looked absolutely thrilled about it. Kim Seon-woo was not nervous at all. If anything, he seemed delighted to jump headfirst into this wild little battle. The instant he agreed, Yoon Hae-young launched her first attack. The ice shot forward with such sharp force that it felt like she was attacking with the full intention to kill. That first strike carried a shocking amount of killing intent, and she clearly was not playing around. Right after it, more ice projectiles came flying one after another, each one cutting through the air as they rushed straight toward Kim Seon-woo. Now it was time for Kim Seon-woo to take this seriously, because Yoon Hae-young had clearly thrown away the timid act. That was perfect for him, because he was more than ready to push this fight into a higher gear. He kicked off the ground hard with his heel and launched himself forward, slipping past the incoming projectiles like someone fighting for his life in a brutal survival game. The moment Yoon Hae-young got serious, the density of her ice constructs changed noticeably. Kim Seon-woo caught that difference right away, and it made the fight much more interesting. Her technique was not bad at all. In fact, Kim Seon-woo found himself impressed by the intensity behind her attacks. With that kind of drive, it would not be difficult for someone like her to grow quickly. The problem was that her attack pattern was still too simple. She needed to try something different, because ice attribute manifestation mages were supposed to shine through versatility and utility. Yoon Hae-young clenched her teeth at what sounded like another insult. Then, with anger flashing across her face, she growled back and asked if he was really ready to see a different pattern. As soon as she said that, she raised her hand, and a massive ice spear suddenly formed above her. It was honestly incredible. She had no business wasting time with tiny ice projectiles when she could summon something like this, because the spear was at least 5 times taller than she was. Kim Seon-woo stopped in place for a moment, clearly impressed by the sheer size of it. Having such a large weapon was definitely impressive, but the real question was whether she could actually control and use it properly. With a violent burst of force, Yoon Hae-young fired that deadly weapon straight at the student everyone suspected was dead last in the entire school. It looked almost like attempted murder. Kim Seon-woo's eyes sharpened in alarm as the enormous spear came flying toward him with frightening speed. He immediately kicked himself upward, dodging into the air just in time. The ice spear tore past him and exploded, spreading a wave of frost that covered nearly the entire area in ice. Even Yoon Hae-young was stunned by what had just happened. That technique was something she had been struggling to develop on her own, and until this moment, she had never managed to make it work. After all that failed practice, it was almost unbelievable that it finally succeeded right here, in the middle of this fight. The ice explosion was so dangerous that even Kim Seon-woo had been forced to launch himself into the air just to escape the attack safely. He landed lightly on top of the large ice pillar that had risen from the blast, then looked down at Yoon Hae-young, who was staring up at him with wide-eyed awe. Some people needed the right kind of stimulus before they could truly draw out their abilities. From the look of things, provoking Yoon Hae-young had been the correct choice, because she was already making progress faster than expected. Standing above her on the ice, Kim Seon-woo smiled with quiet pride, clearly pleased by the growth she had just shown. Yoon Hae-young, however, seemed to take that smile as another insult. But that was fine too, because this kind of provocation appeared to be strangely effective for her growth, and maybe even good for her fighting spirit. She snapped at him, asking how he planned to win if all he ever did was run away. Then she rushed toward him in anger, demanding to know if he really wanted to be her partner when he had not even shown her his own skills yet. The battle kept moving, and Kim Seon-woo suddenly stomped his foot against the ice beneath him. An inexperienced manifestation mage like Yoon Hae-young carried the same weakness that most mages of her type shared. With a sharp burst of movement, Kim Seon-woo shot forward and closed the distance in just a few seconds. Yoon Hae-young gasped, completely caught off guard by how quickly he had reached her. A faint smirk crossed his face, because once the fight shifted into close combat, many high-powered mages could be shut down almost instantly. Even so, Yoon Hae-young did her best to defend herself, quickly raising her hand to block his incoming attack. Magic power gathered and bubbled in her palm, surging upward just in time to meet the force of his elbow. Now it was time to see who would come out ahead at such close range. Ice and magical force erupted between them, and Yoon Hae-young was knocked right off her feet. She had only just started fighting in this more serious, aggressive style, so it was no surprise that her footing gave out so quickly when she was not used to handling that kind of pressure. The poor girl fell backward, her eyes widening in fear as Kim Seon-woo's attack came dangerously close to her face. At this rate, she was about to take his magic head-on. But at the very last moment, Kim Seon-woo's magic suddenly scattered and dissolved before it could strike her. He clearly had no intention of hitting a girl just to prove his strength, and instead, he smiled calmly at Yoon Hae-young's face, where surprise and relief were mixing together all at once. By now, Yoon Hae-young had started to understand how she was supposed to handle her own magic. That had been the whole point of Kim Seon-woo's demonstration from the beginning. He wanted to help her pull out the power sleeping inside her, so he smiled at his classmate and told her it had been a good spar. Yoon Hae-young stared at him in surprise, completely caught off guard. She had never expected someone labeled dead last in class to show that kind of strength, much less calmly acknowledge her efforts afterward. The poor girl finally lost the last of her strength and dropped to her knees, breathing hard as the tension drained from her body. After everything that had just happened, she looked shaken, exhausted, and a little overwhelmed. She had lost the match, but that loss had also taught her something new about herself. The whole situation was almost too much to process at once. Still, even through her exhaustion, Yoon Hae-young let out a small laugh and wondered if maybe she really should learn magic from the dead last student after all. Kim Seon-woo smiled gently and reached his hand out toward her, telling her that the problem was simple. She had talent, but she just did not know how to draw it out properly yet. That was all there was to it. With that same calm smile, he offered to help her from here on out, saying that the two of them could try working through it together. Yoon Hae-young looked genuinely surprised as her eyes fell on his outstretched hand. For a moment, she simply stared at it, wondering if this strange boy really could teach her how to use the talent she had never been able to control. In the end, she reached out and took his hand, choosing to accept the gamble. Even if she still felt uncertain, she was willing to see where this strange new path might lead her. Since the battle had at least brought out some real progress, Yoon Hae-young finally smiled and agreed to give Kim Seon-woo a chance. If he was going to teach her, then he had better do it properly. After all, from this point forward, he was now her teacher. And once again, Kim Seon-woo had managed to gain a new kind of progress for himself as well. Yoon Hae-young had become interested in him, and her interest had now reached level 1. From that moment on, their training would shift into a tribute adaptation, a much more focused method meant to help her connect with her ice magic properly. Kim Seon-woo then lifted something in his hand, showing it to her as he prepared to explain the next part of her training. All magic began with adapting to an attribute. For a mage, learning to understand the nature of the right element was one of the most important foundations of growth. Adapting to an attribute meant understanding it deeply enough to feel how it moved, how it formed, and how it answered the mage's will. That understanding would decide how well they could manifest their magic in actual combat. In other words, if the foundation was weak, then no matter how much someone practiced, their true level would never rise the way it should. Yoon Hae-young already understood the basic idea behind attribute training. However, she had never heard of anyone doing it in quite this kind of extreme way before. The poor girl now found herself standing inside what looked like a huge pool of ice. Cold surrounded her from every direction, leaving her freezing, confused, and probably wondering how this counted as training. Kim Seon-woo was acting almost like the Dark Lord now, calmly insisting that feeling her attribute with her entire body was the fastest and easiest way to grow. So she needed to hurry and start adapting right away. If she took too long, the ice would melt, and that would become troublesome. Later that night, somewhere in the darkness, suspicious movement began to stir. Strange shadows crept through the area like dark spirits carrying out a mission, drifting over fallen beings as if they were draining the life from them. The black shadow eventually settled into a faint, barely recognizable form. Then, in a low voice, it asked whether everyone had gathered for the meeting that was about to begin. Everyone answered Cheon-hae at once. As ordered, the mains had been gathered together, especially those who had been operating around the Magic Academy. They knew the layout of the place, the flow of the area, and even the weaknesses hidden within the building. The date for infiltrating the academy and finding the Child of Prophecy had now been decided. Their attack would take place next week. All the gathered members listened closely as their boss, Cheon-hae, laid out the details of the mission. Their inside contact had informed them that security often became loose during midterms, and that moment of weakness was exactly when they planned to strike. The time had finally come, and the assembled mains looked visibly excited. Still, one of them raised a question for Lord Cheon-hae. They wanted to ask Lord Hao-ryong for additional support, so they could eliminate the Child of Prophecy once and for all. Unfortunately, that request had not gone the way they hoped. The higher boss had become dangerously stormy at even the idea of harming his person of interest. Apparently, the big boss had declared that there were matters more important than the fate of their entire race. Naturally, that answer did not sit well with the others, since none of them could imagine what could possibly matter more than extinction. But of course, not a single one of them was brave enough to go tell the big boss that directly. Even so, they did not believe 4 B-rank mains would be enough to kill the Child of Prophecy. On a battlefield like this, they were horribly outmatched from the start. One of the more overconfident mains scoffed at that, and asked if his colleague was really so scared that he needed help to kill a single brat. But this so-called brat was the child destined to end their entire race, so refusing to take proper precautions would be beyond foolish. Just because academy security would be lax did not mean they could walk in without facing serious problems. This was still a prestigious school, and if they were careless, they could all be wiped out. On the day of the midterms, scouts from every major guild would be swarming the academy, watching the students closely and searching for promising talent to claim. That was not the kind of situation where 4B-class mains could simply stroll inside, as if they were strong enough to handle all that firepower on their own. The boss standing before them agreed with the concern and understood the danger. However, the situation would change completely if they sealed away anyone who tried to interfere. Cheon-hae then raised a pink, glowing magical orb in his hand. A moment later, its light expanded outward, spreading over all the mains gathered before him. The gathered mains stared in awe as that overwhelming power washed over them. It was an incredible demon Grand Barrier. The foot soldiers looked around inside it with wonder and wicked excitement, while their boss informed them that they were free to rampage as much as they liked. In fact, Cheon-hae himself would be joining them on this mission. For the foot soldiers, that made one thing clear. They absolutely had to make sure the child of prophecy died. Meanwhile, the next evening back on campus, Kim Seon-woo was still training his newly adopted student so she could hurry up and improve. First, she needed to master the attribute, then the form. She had to solidify the water in front of her, picture ice even when no actual ice was present, and then carve that sensation into her entire body. Yoon Hae-young focused carefully, gathering her mana until a single snowflake appeared in her hand. It was small, delicate, and beautifully shaped, glittering softly above her palm. Slowly, that tiny snowflake expanded and transformed into a giant snow spear. The weapon was large and intimidating, but this time, holding it up did not drain nearly as much of her mana as before. Yoon Hae-young trembled with pure joy, her face lighting up as excitement rushed through her. After all that struggling, she had finally managed to do it. After so much trial, failure, and repeated practice, she had finally created an ice spear with her own power. In only a few days of training, her improvement had become obvious. Honestly, Kim Seon-woo felt genuinely proud of his little student. Just like he had told her from the beginning, Yoon Hae-young really did have plenty of talent hidden inside her. Yoon Hae-young now fully trusted Kim Seon-woo, and he received a bonus of 1,500 points. With bright happiness in her voice, she called him her teacher and even declared that from now on, she would believe anything he said. Now Kim Seon-woo had gained a devoted believer, and he laughed softly before asking whether the shape of her weapon felt bearable to handle. Yoon Hae-young looked more than ready to throw ice at any problem that dared come her way, her excitement making her seem almost unstoppable. Her cheeks were flushed from effort, and her hands were slightly bruised from all the training she had forced herself through. She was enthusiastic, no doubt, but the strain on her body was also painfully clear. Even so, Kim Seon-woo wanted her to endure just a little longer. Everything he was putting her through was meant to help her grow stronger. Even now, he was still pouring more ice into the freezing pool she was standing in. There was no doubt about it. Kim Seon-woo might have been some kind of torture master in his previous life. Still, he was determined to push her hard enough that one day, she could stand beside Lee Seo-jin as a true ally. The poor girl was practically drowning in cold by this point. If they kept going much longer, they might really have to rush her straight to the hospital. Meanwhile, someone seemed to be quietly watching all of this training from a distance. It was a woman, though her identity remained unclear, hidden like a mysterious shadow observing from the side. That dark figure silently watched the ice user tremble through her training, shivering as she struggled with everything she had to become better. As the mysterious woman continued watching, a troubling thought crossed her mind. At this point, she could not help wondering whether this was still training or just some new level of high school bullying. No matter how she looked at the situation, it truly seemed like that pitiful girl was being forced to stand in the middle of the ice while that awful classmate openly tormented her. The bullying inside the Magic Academy looked far too extreme to ignore, and the young girl could not bring herself to simply stand there and watch it happen. She had to report this to the teachers immediately. But before that little tattletale could run off and drag everyone into trouble, a teacher suddenly appeared with a calm smile, gently remarking that watching talented students grow was always a beautiful sight. The one who appeared out of nowhere was Teacher Lee Hyang. Her arrival was so sudden that it almost felt like she had been standing there the entire time. But the young first-year student had no intention of wasting even a second. She immediately raised her hand and pointed straight at those horrible second-year students, accusing them of the cruel behavior that was clearly happening right in front of her. But Teacher Lee Hyang, who had enough adult experience to understand both magic training and student growth, only smiled and explained that this was obviously a tribute adaptation training. Besides, she was already fully aware of the madness unfolding around the school. That answer completely shocked the young girl. She had never imagined that something so harsh, so intense, and so close to bullying could actually be considered training. Even more surprising, Teacher Lee Hyang had apparently been watching everything from the very first day. The student Yoon Hae-young was steadily improving her mana manifestation, and in such a short amount of time, her growth had become genuinely impressive. But while her progress was remarkable, what truly caught the teacher's eye was the judgment shown by one particular student beside her. Of course, the one enduring the hardest part right now was the ice girl herself, pouring in effort and forcing her body to adapt. But her classmate had somehow noticed his friend's problem almost instantly, understood what she needed, and guided her in the right direction without hesitation. That student was Kim Seon-woo, their senior. The first-year students were genuinely startled to hear that someone they thought of as a loser had any importance at all. Teacher Lee Hyang smiled when she realized the first year already knew his name, since she had assumed Choi So-yeon was the type who only bothered memorizing the names of top-ranking students. Choi So-yeon's face stiffened slightly, because it was a little embarrassing to realize that some of the teachers had already figured out her usual habits so clearly. The girl tried to protest in a weak voice, but Teacher Lee Hyang simply added that Seon-woo was a student with very high potential, so remembering his name early was not a bad idea at all. Choi So-yeon did not know how she was supposed to feel about that. Sure, maybe the boy looked a little impressive right now, but he was still the same student who was ranked dead last in the entire school. And that fact alone was definitely enough to make anyone feel concerned. On top of that, Seon-woo seemed like the kind of person who only went around helping other people. They could not help wondering when he would finally focus on himself, work hard enough to raise his own skills, and show everyone the results of his own effort. Teacher Lee Hyang grew quiet for a moment, her gaze settling on the young girl as if she was thinking something over. Then, with a calm expression, she said they could simply give that boy a chance to prove what he was capable of. Teacher Lee Hyang smiled with quiet confidence, saying that they could all look forward to the upcoming midterm. Meanwhile, the main character himself was definitely not looking forward to the midterms at all. Inside his system shop, a special sale had suddenly appeared for a subspace pocket, with a storage limit of up to 30 kilograms. It was only available for a limited time, and the discount would disappear in 5 days. A subspace pocket was an incredibly valuable item, so naturally, Seon-woo wanted it badly the moment he saw it. After all, that pocket was priceless because it allowed him to summon stored items whenever and wherever he needed them. It was not just convenient for daily life either. In combat, an item like that could completely change how he fought. It was amazing that something this useful had shown up in the special sale shop at all. The problem was that even with the discount, the poor brunette only had a little over 8,000 points to his name. That meant this limited edition item, even at its lowered price, was still beyond his reach. If he wanted to buy it before the sale ended, he would have to somehow earn 11,000 points within 5 days. And for that, he needed a reliable way to scrape together points fast. Seon-woo grabbed his head in frustration, racking his brain for an answer, when a sudden thought finally hit him. Teacher Lee Hyang was calling him, and that was definitely not something he had expected. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a conversation had begun about Era, Park In-won, and Kim Seon-woo. Apparently, 3 students had somehow been chosen for the second-year manifestation advanced class. Poor Lee Seo-jin had not even been considered, though to be fair, he was not part of manifestation magic in the first place. Teacher Lee Hyang wanted the students to think of it as an intensive class meant for those with high potential, regardless of where they currently stood in the rankings. Lee Seo-jin was already in the enhancement advanced class. If Seon-woo could somehow get into this one as well, then he would have far more chances to be around him. And for Seon-woo, that was perfect, because no one generated points quite like the protagonist's attention. However, the blonde student in the manifestation class immediately raised an objection. He could understand why the second-ranked student and his own handsome self had been recommended, but he had no idea why the teacher would even consider dragging a failure like Kim Seon-woo into the advanced class. Seon-woo honestly did not know where to begin with this guy. Park In-won was a second-year student, and he was ranked 5th in their year. Seon-woo was not exactly fond of him, and he could not help wondering what this guy's problem was. But Park In-won kept pushing, insisting that as the 5th-ranked student, being grouped together with a dead-last loser was completely unfair. The pouty blonde then turned toward the second-ranked student and demanded that she complain as well. But the girl only let out a tired sigh, as if she could not believe he was dragging her into this, and asked what exactly she was supposed to complain about. To her, it did not matter who entered the advanced class. The only thing she needed to worry about was her own growth, her own results, and nothing else. Park In-won was clearly annoyed by that perfectly reasonable answer. In his heart, he cursed that this was exactly why that little witch had no friends. Then the question was turned toward Kim Seon-woo, and he was asked what he thought about Park In-won's opinion. Seon-woo simply smirked and said that if rank was the issue, then the answer was obvious. All he had to do was raise his own ranking. Teacher Lee Hyang, of course, looked extremely pleased with that answer from her favorite student. Then she added that before he officially joined the advanced class, he should prove his ability through the midterm. If he worked hard enough to place within the top 80 or higher, that would be enough. Then she asked if he thought that was a reasonable goal. Later, at a very grand ceremony, bright confetti burst into the air and fluttered down over the crowd. If everything went according to plan, Seon-woo smiled and said that a goal like that was absolutely achievable. Yoon Hae-young stood happily beside him, her expression bright, and she eagerly agreed to follow his lead. The second-year midterm was set up as a cooperative battle. In other words, students had to form pairs and fight together against a summoned green giant. If they managed to strike the weak point hidden somewhere inside the creature's body, they could bring the beast down instantly. However, those weak points were never easy to deal with. Each one appeared in a different troublesome location, and they were extremely hard to find at a glance. One might be hidden near the ankle, while another could be placed right on the head. Because of that, most students earned decent grades simply by surviving the monster's attacks until the end. But the truly talented students were different. Geniuses could charge forward and unleash blazing fire straight from their hands, and naturally, the team drawing everyone's attention was the endlessly tenacious Yu-Era and the story's hero, Lee Seojin. While Yu-Era kept the monster occupied with powerful long-range attacks, Lee Seojin dove in close, moving through the chaos before slicing the creature apart. Those two basically already had the cheat code for excellence. They had no need to rely on the weaker strategy of carefully searching for hidden weak points when they could simply overpower the huge, terrifying creatures and destroy them head-on. The scouts in the crowd could barely contain their excitement. They cheered loudly for Lee Seojin, shouting with joy as they watched his movements. At such a young age, he already had incredible synergy with his partner, and Yu-Era's firepower was so overwhelming that it left the audience stunned. The two of them were clearly the stars of the moment. And once the geniuses had finished their turn, it was finally time for the two so-called losers to step forward. Now it was Kim Seon-woo and Yoon Hae-young's turn to climb toward the top ranks. Both of them stepped forward with fierce energy, fully fired up and ready to prove themselves. The moment the match began, Seon-woo rushed straight ahead, calling for Yoon Hae-young to open a path for him. Yoon Hae-young responded immediately. She channeled her ice attribute down into the floor, and the crowd watched in amazement as frost rapidly spread beneath their feet like a shining blue road. Her beautiful magic flowed across the ground in layered shades of blue, glittering as it moved. Seon-woo used that slick path as a boost, pushing himself forward faster and closing the distance between himself and the massive, ugly ogres standing in the ring. Meanwhile, the unimpressive talent scouts were already laughing among themselves. They recognized Seon-woo right away as the idiot who had humiliated himself during the public ranking test. Some people even guessed that a kid like him must have bribed his way into this position, while others laughed and wondered whether he would run out of mana all over again. But all that mockery was actually working perfectly in Seon-woo's favor. A message informed him that 254 people were feeling anticipation toward him, and as a reward, he would receive 1,000 points. Seon-woo smirked, because he knew exactly what kind of anticipation filled the crowd. They were waiting for him to embarrass himself again. Unfortunately for them, this so-called clown had already done the research and training needed to overcome the mistake he made last time. He had no intention of becoming entertainment for their laughter again. At that moment, Outsider's benefit began to activate. Seon-woo's senses sharpened instantly, and he quickly detected the location of the ogre's weak point. This time, it was hidden in the creature's chest. Seon-woo had even prepared for this moment by wearing shoes suited for the icy ground. With his feet gliding smoothly across the frozen surface, he skated forward with sharp, laser-like focus, determined that this time, no one was going to turn him into a clown again. He stretched his hand toward the beast in front of him and fired his magic straight at it. The impact tore into the creature's body, and blood immediately began spilling from the wound. The gem that marked the ogre's weak point shattered on the spot, blown apart before anyone could even blink. The other ogre let out a furious roar, as if it had understood its companion had fallen and was now howling with both rage and loyalty. The massive ogre instantly charged forward, its heavy body pounding across the arena as it rushed straight toward the brunette. But Seon-woo was already bracing himself, ready to take down the second ogre as well. He was so caught up in proving every single person who mocked him wrong that a laugh slipped from his mouth. In that moment, he realized this match might actually end far more easily than he had expected. The ogre raised its huge fist high into the air, preparing to smash down on him. But right then, Seon-woo's eyes suddenly widened as something else caught his attention. Up in the stands, he saw a face he recognized far too well. It was none other than Qianhai. And the moment Seon-woo noticed him, he knew this was another troublesome character stepping into the story. Seon-woo had been preparing to blast the second monster right through its weak point, but the instant he recognized Qianhai, he changed his aim. Instead of landing a perfect shot, he deliberately missed the weak spot and struck only the creature's shoulder. Of course, a sloppy shoulder hit like that was nowhere near enough to stop the monster's charge. But to Seon-woo, looking clumsy was far safer than drawing the attention of yet another main character. Around the arena, the spectators groaned in disappointment, complaining that he had failed to hit the monster properly. Even so, for a student ranked dead last, grazing the ogre's shoulder that cleanly was still considered fairly impressive. Meanwhile, Seon-woo was panicking on the inside. He had no idea why the ringleader of the upcoming attack was already inside the academy. According to the original flow, this main character's infiltration into the school was supposed to happen at 4 in the evening, after the exams had already ended. Yet for some reason, Xian Wu was now seeing their boss seated casually in the audience, looking no different from an ordinary visitor. Kim Xian Wu had to force himself back into the match, because Yoon Hae-young suddenly called out to him, her voice sharp with warning as she told him to watch out. The brunette snapped out of his spiraling thoughts and looked forward, only to realize the ogre had already closed the distance and was nearly right on top of him. Fortunately, Xian Wu managed to dodge that enormous angry fist at the last second. Unfortunately, the ogre's heavy smash crashed into the ice beneath his feet, shattering the frozen ground and sending his body flying back. But Yoon Hae-young had not spent all that time training for nothing, and now a perfect chance had opened for her to show what she could really do. With bright excitement, Yoon Hae-young unleashed her icy attack. Dozens of ice spears rained down toward the ogre, piercing around it and spreading frost to freeze and slow the creature's movements. She shouted for her senior to get back on his feet and snap out of it. If they wanted to move up into the advanced class, then they absolutely had to win this match. Yoon Hae-young hurried over and helped him stand, while Xian Wu groaned weakly from the impact. Across from them, the huge leathery beast threw its head back and let out a loud arena roar. That triumphant roar seemed to be exactly what Xian Wu needed to wake up from his daze. He could tolerate many things, but the creature celebrating like it had already won felt far too disrespectful for him to ignore. With one sharp wave of his hand, a blue burst of magic shot out from Xian Wu's palm and slammed into the ogre's body. The force cut through the massive creature, allowing him to slice the beast cleanly in two. At the exact moment when he should have been holding himself back, Xian Wu ended up revealing a flash of his terrifying destructive power instead. Yoon Hae-young froze in shock, and the entire audience fell silent with her. For a brief moment, everyone stared blankly, trying to understand how the student ranked dead last had just casually fired a single attack and completely decimated the huge monster in front of them. Then the comments began pouring in. People started talking about how unbelievable his combat level was, unable to accept that he had really done something like that. Some insisted he did not even know the compression manifestation technique, while others pointed out that he had struck nothing but the weak point. A few even decided it must have been pure luck. And honestly, that explanation suited Xian Wu just fine, because standing out was the last thing he wanted. Still, someone sitting in the audience could not help thinking that this so-called loser was actually pretty skilled at what he did. Soon, the crowd erupted into loud cheers. People shouted and celebrated, stunned that a match they had expected almost nothing from had turned into something this exciting. And it was not only Xian Wu who impressed them either. The girl fighting beside him had shown incredible manifestation skill as well. That was good. At least the crowd was recognizing Yoon Hae-young's role in their victory. The ice girl was absolutely overjoyed and threw herself into her teacher's arms, while Xian Wu simply responded with sincere warmth from the side. Then the system appeared before him, informing him that 582 people now remembered his face. He had gained 3,000 points as a reward and achieved the promising B rank accomplishment, which gave him another 2,000 points. On top of that, Kim Deok-hyun had become interested in him. Park In-won felt humiliated because of him, and Xian Wu gained 1,000 more points. But even with all those rewards, the bruised brunette could not focus on the exam anymore. Even after such a victorious match, Xian Wu's eyes were fixed on the clock in the hall. The hands showed that it was 12 in the afternoon. The timing of the school raid plot had already drifted away from the original. He had even defeated one of the main villains with help from another side character who was not supposed to get involved this early. The other students continued going about their day like nothing was wrong, but Xian Wu was starting to panic. He finally realized that his own behavior was affecting the original storyline. It had taken him this long to understand that his actions had consequences, and if the plot could change this much, then even the way the school was supposed to be saved might change too. For now, the current exam rankings had the protagonist in first place as expected, while Xian Wu and his teammate, the ice girl, were ranked second together. Yoon Hae-young looked at her partner with worry and asked if he was really okay. After achieving something so impressive, he should have been celebrating, but instead, he was sweating heavily, and she could tell something was bothering him. Xian Wu suddenly remembered that this was not the time or place to stand around lost in thought. He quickly waved his hands and told her he was only tired. He did not want to make her worry. He said he would rest for a while, so she should head to the training room first, because there was some feedback he wanted to give her later. Yoon Hae-young still looked anxious, wondering if she had possibly made some kind of mistake during the exam. But that was not the case at all. Xian Wu gently encouraged her to have more confidence in herself. He told her she had been perfect today, and that was something she needed to understand. The moment she heard those words, her face lit up with a happy blush. Xian Wu smiled encouragingly at his young student, watching her brighten with gratitude after realizing how much she had improved in such a short time. It was good that she was happy, but right now, he had far bigger problems to deal with. Yoon Hae-young waved at him and told him to get some proper rest. If his body hurt too much, she said he did not have to come to the training room at all. Xian Wu waved back and told her to return safely. But the moment Yoon Hae-young was gone, The brunette's expression shifted, and he immediately returned to action mode. Now that the timing had been thrown off, he needed to confirm just how much the story had changed from the original flow. If events were still following the original path, then around this time, Lee Seojin should definitely be in one specific place. Just as Seon-woo suspected, the hero was exactly where he was supposed to be, right on schedule. Fortunately, at least that part of the story had not changed. A crowd of talent agencies had already surrounded the hero, practically begging him to join their newest guilds. Others tried to lure him into older, more established guilds, and they refused to leave until he gave them some kind of answer. There was also another troublesome swarm of fanboys gathered around the protagonist, making him look completely overwhelmed. Some guild representatives were even offering him a free apartment if he agreed to join them. Lee Seojin nervously waved his hands, trying to push them back, and explained that he was only 18 years old. He was not old enough to join a guild yet. But that did not bother them at all. They shoved their business cards toward his face and insisted he take them, willing to offer almost anything just to get his number. These relentless hounds had even skipped scouting the third years so they could watch the second-year exams, because they knew an incredible hero would appear there. All of that effort had been for their beloved Lee Seojin. Then, just as the hero was practically being harassed from every direction, someone suddenly called out to him. It was Seon-woo, arriving right on time to rescue the hero from the crowd. He explained that teacher Jang in Sheol was looking for Lee Seojin, and it seemed like their teacher had something to say about his exam results. For some reason, those annoying reporters still felt the need to bring up the fact that Kim Seon-woo was the lowest-ranked student in the entire school. Even so, they admitted that for someone with such poor grades, he had fought in a remarkably stable way, and his growth curve looked promising as well. The clever brunette beamed at Lee Seojin, and the hero immediately understood what was happening. Just like that, Lee Seojin finally broke free from the troublesome crowd. He hurried over to Seon-woo at once, insisting that he could not possibly keep a teacher waiting. He would have to deal with every one of those guild offers later, so for now he hurriedly slipped away and rushed back to Kim Seon-woo's side. The guild recruiters could only watch him go, their faces twisting with frustration, because in their minds, they had been just one step away from getting him to sign. Since their plan had fallen apart for the moment, the recruiters had no choice but to swallow their disappointment and head back to the third-year exam hall, deciding to finish watching the rest of the matches first. Among the people standing nearby, one younger man glanced toward his senior and asked how Lee Seojin's fight had looked from his point of view. This young man was Young Hyun-soo, a member of the Special Task Force. The senior beside him was Kim Deok-hyun, the leader of that same Special Task Force. With a faint smile on his face, he admitted that the so-called hero had actually performed pretty well. After all, that level of ability suited someone known as the third disciple of Chairman Kim Jin-shul, the strongest mage. Still, in Kim Deok-hyun's eyes, the brat Soo-jin was clearly still inexperienced, and that kind of talent alone would not be enough to survive real combat. Young Hyun-soo smirked and teased his senior, saying he was already talking as if the boy had agreed to join the Special Task Force. They had only come here to offer him a chance after graduation, nothing more. Kim Deok-hyun immediately told him to shut it, saying he did not need a gloomy little critic ruining his mood or interfering with his judgment. Then he grumbled, wondering how someone like his junior had managed to grow older at all while still acting like that. The younger man laughed it off and explained that he simply regretted not getting the chance to speak with that amazing kid during the Han River main incident. And yes, he was the very person who had responded to the main report that Lee Seojin had sent out back then. If Lee Seojin had been the one to face the main directly during that incident, he might have gained exactly the kind of real battle experience Kim Deok-hyun was talking about. Kim Deok-hyun thought about that for a moment, his expression turning more thoughtful. Then he shifted the topic and asked his junior what he thought about the student who was ranked dead last in the entire academy. Young Hyun-soo knew immediately who he meant, Kim Seon-woo. That name had already become a hot topic all over the city. For someone everyone called dead last, his instincts in battle were shockingly sharp. But Kim Deok-hyun pointed out that it was not merely instinct. The way Kim Seon-woo instantly read an enemy's weak point and struck it perfectly in one blow, just like he had done against the first opponent, was not something ordinary talent could explain. That kind of precision was usually forged only through actual experience. That only made things harder to understand. Young Hyun-soo frowned, wondering where an 18-year-old student could possibly have gained that much real combat experience. A second later, both men laughed, because the idea sounded almost too absurd to take seriously. There was no way a kid that young had been sneaking out of school to fight monsters in secret. At only 18 years old, the thought was so ridiculous that it felt more like a joke than a real possibility. But then Young Hyun-soo suddenly remembered something. Lee Seojin had once mentioned that the last-place student looked strangely similar to the mage who handled the main during that incident. Thinking back on it now, that mage really did resemble Kim Seon-woo from Lee Seojin's class. Even so, it was still hard to accept. No matter how they looked at it, Imagining an 18-year-old using compression manipulation at that level felt far too strange. Because of that, both the senior and junior quietly etched the name Kim Seon-woo into their minds, deciding that this was one student they absolutely needed to remember. Meanwhile, the teacher in charge of their year was chatting happily with several guests, while the rest of the people continued moving through the academy as if nothing unusual was happening. From the outside, everything looked almost perfectly normal, just like an ordinary exam day filled with visitors, students, and noisy excitement. While all of that was going on, Lee Seo-jin thanked Kim Seon-woo for rescuing him from the situation earlier. If Seon-woo had not stepped in, he might have been trapped dealing with those people for far longer than he wanted. Still, Lee Seo-jin was curious and asked why Kim Seon-woo had come back for him in the first place. Seon-woo simply laughed and said it was a good chance to preview next year's exam ahead of time. Lee Seo-jin admitted that he really did not want to get surrounded by those scouts again, so he was worried that sitting in the stands would only make him easier to spot. Kim Seon-woo smiled and reassured him, explaining that the scouts had already gone to the reserved seats with the teacher. Since they had entered through a different route, the two of them probably would not run into those recruiters at all. Besides, if Lee Seo-jin wanted to keep his position firmly in place, it would be useful for him to study other people's fighting styles and pick up whatever techniques he could. With tempting words like that, Kim Seon-woo managed to convince Lee Seo-jin to stay beside him. As long as they watched quietly from where they were, Seon-woo figured no one would notice them. Getting Lee Seo-jin to agree was a huge relief, because the main attack was supposed to begin right here in the third-year exam hall, the place where it would be easiest to make contact with the insider. Since the timing of the attack had become uncertain after so many events had changed, Kim Seon-woo needed to keep Lee Seo-jin inside the exam hall while he went to find Kiana. Even though Kim Seon-woo was worried about altering the original flow too much, his greedy side was still aiming to take down yet another major villain. In his mind, that was the simplest and fastest way to protect the child of prophecy. But at this rate, he was slowly erasing the hero's importance in his own story. First, Kim Seon-woo casually asked Lee Seo-jin whether anything important had happened after the exam. Lee Seo-jin looked down at the fighters below with a relaxed smile and asked if Seon-woo meant the scouts. He said that kind of thing happened to him all the time, so it was not really a big deal. As long as Seon-woo was asking because he was concerned, then he was fine. That answer was exactly what Kim Seon-woo wanted to hear. It meant the original flow had not collapsed completely yet, and that alone gave him a small sense of relief. Down below, another sparring match began inside the ring. The fighters clashed with sharp movements and bursts of power, while the crowd erupted into cheers around them. At the same time, the scouts had already entered the third-year exam hall, their eyes scanning the students as they searched for promising graduates to recruit into their guilds. Everything was unfolding exactly the way the insider had said it would. The man then turned to the others and asked how the rest of the preparations were going on their side. His subordinates had already begun moving. Across the school, they had released and hidden a large number of monster summoning circles, quietly planting danger throughout the academy like invisible traps waiting to activate. However, Jinsen was guaranteed to lose control the instant he saw a human, so they had made sure to place him somewhere isolated, far away from the busier areas. So far, everything had gone smoothly. The boss praised Yangon for doing well, and she smiled as she answered that they had only managed to reach this point because the great Lord Qianhai had joined them. The man stood there with his intentions clear, ready to begin the raid and release his magic upon the academy. With a sinister smile curling across his face, he gathered a pink bubble of magic into his hand. Now, he was prepared to begin the hunt for the child of prophecy. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting third years were still fighting fiercely in the ring, their bright powers flashing as the audience clapped, shouted, and cheered them on. One third-year girl was struck hard and sent staggering backward. Her body could no longer keep up with the pressure of the match. Without wasting any more strength, she quickly raised her voice and surrendered, choosing to end the fight right there. Park Min-hee forfeited the match, and the final winner was announced as the mysterious Kim Chong-hyun, the ace of the third-year class. Lee Seo-jin was enjoying the exam far more than he had expected. His eyes practically sparkled as he watched the third years fight each other, and his whole impression of the exam changed once he saw how intense and exciting their battles were. To him, Senior Kim Chong-hyun was the perfect example of a manifestation type, while Senior Park Min-hee's movements had been incredibly sharp. As Lee Seo-jin excitedly admired the fight, like a complete fanboy, Kim Seon-woo remained tense beside him, worrying about the attack that was supposed to happen somewhere in this very area. Kim Seon-woo had been scanning the entire place throughout the match, but Qianhei had still not appeared. He had clearly seen that suspicious man in person before, and according to what he knew, the attack was supposed to begin from this arena. Sweat gathered on Kim Seon-woo's face as he tried to figure out what was going wrong. Lee Seo-jin noticed his distraction right away and asked who he had been looking for so intensely. Kim Seon-woo, being the little liar he was, smiled brightly and said he was only wondering if there was any guild out there interested in scouting him. Lee Seojin laughed and told him that surely someone would end up calling for him from somewhere. Compared to the beginning of the semester, Kim Seon-woo had improved at an unbelievable pace. Anyone who watched his exam properly would have been stunned by how much he had grown. In fact, Lee Seojin was about to ask how Kim Seon-woo had trained to become that strong so quickly. But before he could finish, both of them suddenly felt a dark, chilling sensation spread across the school. A deep purple barrier expanded over the stands, wrapping the area in an ominous glow. The two boys immediately looked around in alarm, and Kim Seon-woo realized the situation was even worse than he had imagined. The mains were using something that had never appeared in his previous life, a move that completely broke away from the events he remembered. And with that barrier closing in around them, it became painfully clear that serious trouble had finally arrived. Down below, several people gathered around the strange barrier that had suddenly appeared around the school. They knocked against its surface with confusion, staring at the magical wall in disbelief and wondering why something like this had formed out of nowhere. Some of them immediately started wondering if someone was playing some kind of prank on the school, or worse, deliberately causing trouble. Their first thought was simple. They needed to contact the teachers right away. Nobody had any idea what was really happening. Some students and visitors were trapped outside the barrier, looking in from the other side with nervous faces, while those stuck outside began asking if some kind of accident had happened. Meanwhile, the mysterious monster summoning bags the demons had left behind began to open one after another. Dark energy twisted around them, and monsters started emerging from within. One of the bags split open into a massive, multicolored portal, its surface swirling like a storm. The boys gathered nearby froze in place, their eyes widening as they stared at it in shock. And absolutely nobody was happy when they saw several red eyes staring back from the deep darkness inside that churning, multicolored portal. The sight alone was enough to make the air feel colder. The wicked man curled his lips into a smug smile. Then he activated the portal completely, releasing the monsters that had been waiting inside. Goblins sprang out of the portals, filthy, vicious, and hungry for violence. The moment they landed, they lunged at the people nearby, sending students and visitors running in terror. None of them had expected to be attacked by monsters at a school event of all places. Screams erupted everywhere as people shouted that monsters were chasing them, then cried for help in sheer panic. The warning quickly spread that monsters had invaded the school, and calls for backup went out at once, begging for anyone capable of getting past the thick barrier to come help. All students and visitors were ordered to evacuate to the safe zones immediately. The announcement repeated again and again, making it clear that monsters had entered the school grounds. The worst part was that all the teachers, scouts, and mages who could fight had been sealed inside the barrier. With nobody left outside to properly protect the students, the child of prophecy would be forced to reveal themselves. It was actually a clever trap. All the capable fighters had gathered to watch the third-year match, which meant anyone with real combat ability was now trapped behind that strange purple barrier while monsters ran loose across the school. As evil plans went, this one was disturbingly well thought out. But just as the goblins began rampaging through the area, someone stepped forward to stop them. One goblin was instantly cut down, its body sliced apart before it could continue its attack. The leader cursed under his breath in irritation, wondering who had dared to interfere with his plan. It was the senior agent and his junior. The special task force had arrived, and unlike the others, they had not been caught under the barrier. That was definitely annoying, and it put a dent in his evil scheme. Still, Jinhai was not about to abandon his wicked plan over one temporary setback. Some of the students cried out in relief when they realized the special task force had come. Apparently, those agents had originally come to watch Lee Seojin's match. But now, instead of sitting back as spectators, they were fighting monsters and rescuing people, which made their arrival feel like a huge relief. Both the hero and Kim Seon-woo felt a little calmer after seeing them. If the task force had come here, then Captain Kim Deok-hyun was involved as well. Once the barrier came down, the fighters inside would immediately join the rescue, so the students did not need to panic. For now, they just had to trust their teachers. Kim Seon-woo also felt relieved, because if the special task force joined the fight properly, then they still had a real chance to turn this disaster around. However, there was one very annoying problem standing in their way. They still had no idea how they were supposed to break through the barrier. The people outside were pounding desperately against the barrier, begging the mages trapped inside to break out somehow and save them. The whole school had fallen into chaos, with monsters running wild and screams echoing from every direction. Some students were frightened and cursing themselves for not staying inside the arena. To dispel a barrier like this, they needed help from an A-rank support-type mage. The support teacher, Kim Yoon-jin, immediately moved to solve the problem, but unfortunately, they did not have anyone like that available. High-rank support mages were already extremely rare to begin with. Kim Yoon-jin shouted that they had to keep searching anyway. If she tried to break it alone, it would take 30 full minutes, and they could not leave all those innocent people trapped and defenseless for that long. Kim Si-woo, of course, heard everything. 30 minutes was far too long. They could not leave the safety of the entire school population in the hands of only 2 task force agents. Against a horde of monsters, even skilled agents could not hold out forever. And the problem was not just the time limit. This massive barrier was so strong that breaking it was practically impossible under normal conditions. Qianhai's barrier technique was known as one of the best in the world. Even in the original story, Lee Seojin had only managed to take that man down because he launched a surprise attack. Without that advantage, the fight would have been completely different. That meant Kim Si-woo needed to step up here. Even the hero seemed to be looking toward him, as if expecting him to do something. But before Kim Si-woo could say a word, someone else offered to help. A woman stepped forward and introduced herself as an A-rank support-type mage named Yang Yeonjin. On the surface, it looked incredibly fortunate that someone like her just happened to be nearby. Except this little devil was the very woman working directly with Qianhai. She was a major part of the enemy side, and now she was pretending to cooperate, just so she could slow them down from the inside. Yang Yeonjin smiled brightly, and said she would take care of everything, acting like a helpful savior even though every word out of her mouth was a filthy lie. Kim Si-woo knew better than to accuse her of being a monster right here and now. He had no proof, and if he made a scene, people would only become suspicious and confused. That would waste even more time, and right now, every second mattered for the rescue. Even so, letting this piece of garbage join the effort was absolutely going to slow down the process of breaking the barrier. The fake Good Samaritan said she would begin working from her side, then politely asked the other mage to assist her in breaking the barrier. Together, the 2 mages began their work, with Kim Yoon-jin attacking the barrier from the inside, while Yang Yeonjin worked from the outside. The naive, kind-hearted hero thought it was a relief that the teachers had come up with a plan. In his eyes, they would be out in no time. Unfortunately, one of the people pretending to help was a complete demon, so there was no way they could actually rely on her. Kim Si-woo knew he had to move right away. He grabbed the ultimate plot-armored powerhouse and dragged him along, because they could not afford to stand around waiting for a barrier that was not going to fall anytime soon. The 2 students left the mages behind to continue their work, but it did not take long for Kim Yoon-jin to realize something was wrong with the barrier dispelling magic. Whenever she unlocked one side, a second lock immediately activated on the other. The barrier was not being weakened by the magic coming from outside at all. Instead, it was being reinforced. Kim Yoon-jin was an excellent teacher, and she quickly realized that the other woman was deceiving her. But even after noticing the trick, she had to handle the situation carefully. First, she needed to figure out who was actually manipulating the barrier. When she lifted her head and scanned the area, she spotted Qianhai standing nearby, looking far too suspicious. The man had already expected that the support teacher inside the barrier would become a problem. Kim Yoon-jin was sharp, and sooner or later, she would understand exactly what was happening. That meant Qianhai needed a distraction before she could expose the trick. With a slight curl of his finger, the aura in the nearby area began to shift. The task force was still busy dealing with the monsters throughout the area, but when that dark magic brushed against the creatures, something strange started happening. The goblins screeched as darkness seized their hearts, and 2 of them suddenly broke away from the rest of the horde. The task force agents noticed them immediately, especially when the monsters seemed to be charging straight toward another area. One of the goblins launched itself directly at the woman working to dismantle the barrier. It was a brilliant move by the enemy. If their own teammate was attacked by a monster, then no one would ever suspect she was actually one of them. Fortunately, before that wicked goblin could reach her, a brilliant long-range shot tore through the air and wiped the beast out. The monster was smashed into the ground in a brutal burst of blood, force, and destruction. The task force hunter retrieved his shining red weapon, then turned toward the woman and asked if she was all right. Yang Yeonjin smiled with visible relief, acting overjoyed that she had been saved. From the task force agent's point of view, the 2 mages were clearly working together to break the barrier from the inside and outside. So the task force agents decided to station themselves in front of Yang Yeonjin and protect her, completely believing she was working hard to help everyone escape. Those poor fools had no idea what was really happening. The junior shouted for his senior to be careful, saying he had almost been caught in the last attack. The senior brushed it off and said that if something like that could take him down, he would have to turn in his task force badge. He was not weak enough to fall to that kind of strike. Unfortunately, the 2 agents had now turned their backs on a very dangerous enemy. Still, with so many witnesses around, there was at least some hope that she would not dare make any reckless move. The agents confidently reassured the barrier mage that, on the honor of the special task force, they would protect her. The evil demon let out a delighted laugh and even thanked them with a wicked little smirk curling across her face. To her, the whole situation was almost too funny to bear. She had come here desperately trying to slow them down and ruin their progress, yet these fools were actually standing there protecting her like she was on their side. Meanwhile, away from the chaos, the hero looked around the quiet space behind the arena and asked why they had deliberately moved all the way back there. The boy answered that this spot was perfect because no one was paying attention to it. Everyone's eyes were locked on the two mages working on the opposite side, so from here, they could quietly focus on breaking the barrier. They had to tear it open if they wanted any chance of finding the child of prophecy. The hero was caught off guard, realizing they were not simply going to help the teachers struggling at the front gate. The main character let out a quiet sigh, choosing to trust only the protagonist with the truth. The useless guy who had appeared while pretending he wanted to help was actually one of the mains, which meant they could not trust him at all. On the surface, he looked like he was helping break the barrier, but in reality, he was secretly strengthening it from the inside. If things continued like this, the barrier would never fall before it was too late. The hero's face tightened in horror the moment he heard that. His first instinct was to run and warn everyone immediately, but that would not solve anything. Mains were far too dangerous, and worse, this was still only a suspicion with no solid proof to back it up. If they caused a scene now, they would only look like idiots stirring up panic in the middle of a crisis. To the protagonist, though, the answer sounded simple enough, so he told him to prove it. After all, he was the one who had been offered a place in the special class for barrier breaking. Even so, there was still no guarantee that the others would actually believe a student's words. For now, the priority had to be breaking the barrier first. Once that was handled, they could go back and tell everyone what was really happening. They could not afford to create another problem before solving the one already blocking their path. If the person making the accusation had been a world-famous genius instead of an ordinary student, then maybe the adults would stop and listen. Hearing that, the hero understood why they had to move carefully. So the real question now was simple. Could Kim Seon-woo actually break through this barrier or not? The boy was about to test that answer for himself. Kim Seon-woo shifted his focus toward the barrier, while Lee Seo-jin quietly drew his sword beside him, moving with careful restraint. Then the main character activated his ability, preparing to decode the magical formula woven through the barrier. The system reacted almost instantly, racing to read every layer of information it could gather from the structure before him. What stood in their way was the demon grand barrier. The little main could hardly believe what was unfolding right before her eyes. The grand barrier they had set up around the entire school had actually been pierced. Kim Seon-woo finally relaxed, letting out a relieved sigh as he dusted off his hands like the job had barely taken any effort. That massive barrier had been brought down as if it were nothing, and he had done it in a single instant. The hero stared in disbelief, still struggling to process what he had just witnessed. But there was no time to stand around in shock. Kim Seon-woo told Lee Seo-jin to hurry up and handle the situation. However, before the protagonist left, there was one question this boy needed to answer first. He asked why Kim Seon-woo was hiding his part in all of this. He was the one who had destroyed the barrier, and under normal circumstances, any student would seize the chance to be recognized for such overwhelming skill. Kim Seon-woo only smiled and said that this much was already enough for him. His other identity was already bringing him more trouble than he wanted, and he had no desire to drag that same trouble into his school life too. For now, he needed everything that happened here to stay secret. That was the one request Kim Seon-woo asked of him. Meanwhile, back among the villains, Chien-hai was seething with rage as he cursed Yang Yanjun under his breath. That idiot had failed to keep even one barrier locked down, and now their entire plan was starting to collapse. The Big C could hardly believe how badly things had fallen apart. He had gone through so much effort to double seal the barrier, so he could not understand who in the world had managed to bring it down. At the same time, teacher Kim Yoon-jin was being congratulated for all her hard work, and the mage Yang Yanjun was receiving praise as well. Now that the barrier was gone, the high-level teachers and skilled mages were taking full control of the operation. The child of prophecy still had not appeared, so if the mains had any sense left, this was the moment for them to retreat. The battle continued, but now it had become far more explosive and intense. With the other teachers finally free to move, they could swing their weapons properly, unleash their strength, and cut down even more of those filthy monsters flooding the area. Still, the monsters were not willing to fall quietly. They snarled, rushed forward, and threw everything they had at the fighters in a desperate attempt to drag them down. The man leading the charge clenched his fingers into a tight fist and drove a powerful punch straight into the creatures standing in front of him. The impact sent them flying, their bodies tossed aside like they had been struck by a crashing wave. The teacher was fighting as well, and the moment those flying creatures entered her range, she lit them up without hesitation. With a sharp, determined look in her eyes, she released a surge of electricity through the troublesome enemies. Some were hit so hard by the deadly charge that they died on the spot, while the rest were blasted away through the air. One of the task force members could not help but applaud after witnessing such a clean and brilliant display of power. He thought teacher Lee Herong had finished them off beautifully. Teacher Jang and KL's one-hit power was also praised, his strike still as sharp and overwhelming as ever. Thanks to the combined efforts of the teachers and fighters gathered there, they were able to clear the area much faster than expected. The man smiled, saying it was an honor to witness the special task force's work from such a close distance. The task force still did not know where the ringleader who caused all this chaos was hiding, so everyone was told to stay alert. Once they regrouped properly, their first priority would be tracking that person down. However, the support teacher already had one clue. She was not completely sure whether this person was the ringleader, but there was someone who looked deeply suspicious to her. The woman stepped forward without warning, grabbed her fake assistant by the collar, and glared straight into her face while demanding to know what she had really done while they were breaking the barrier. The others were stunned and asked what had gotten into teacher Kim Yoon-jin, telling her to calm herself down. But she refused to back off, not when there was a strong chance this person could be one of the mains. Of course, the woman immediately acted shocked and wounded by the accusation, sobbing about how cruelly the teacher was treating her after she had just helped them. The others were confused as well, wondering how the red-haired teacher could accuse her so suddenly when the two of them had supposedly worked together to bring down the barrier. The junior member of the task force wondered if they should step in and break up the argument, but his senior preferred to watch the situation unfold a little longer. The white-haired woman sulked and insisted that the only reason she had taken so long was because she had to slow herself down to match the other woman's poor skill level. That slippery, lying witch had the nerve to insult her ability while secretly working for the enemy. The redhead refused to let such nonsense slide, because she was certain she had seen that little rat acting against them. Every time the support teacher tried to break the barrier, it would instantly lock itself again with a second layer. The moment that statement was made, everyone turned toward the person who had spoken up. It was Lee Seo-jin, and he had stepped in to support his teacher, Kim Yoon-jin. He had also been inside the third-year exam hall. As he took his place at the center of attention, the red-haired teacher looked surprised that the boy had managed to notice such a complicated spell. But his words were exactly right. Lee Seo-jin then added that he had vaguely sensed something strange in the way the barrier was behaving. He had not forgotten his promise to keep Kim Seon-woo's secret, so he had no intention of revealing who had actually brought the barrier down. Then the boy started mumbling a few half-baked explanations, claiming he understood the basic theory behind how the barrier worked as well. He did not like lying to his teachers, but there was no other choice, so he simply kept making things up as he went. Once even Lee Seo-jin, the genius, supported that theory, it suddenly sounded extremely convincing to everyone else. The crowd began staring at the white-haired woman with growing suspicion. Her story did seem strange now that they thought about it. And besides, there was no known A-rank support mage named Yang Yanjun. By this point, the other mages were starting to look suspicious as well, and the main could feel panic rising inside her. She cursed the situation in her mind, desperately wondering what she was supposed to do now while hoping Qianhai would appear and save her. But the man only scoffed coldly and told the woman to do what had to be done. At that exact moment, the task force immediately recognized him as the ringleader. They launched themselves toward him at once, shouting for the others to catch him as they rushed in, ready to cut him down. In an instant, several brilliant attacks tore through the air, but the man slipped away before their blades could reach him. The enemy had used the darkening technique, making it clear that they were dealing with an A-rank main. The situation had grown far more serious than anyone expected, and from this point on, they had to move with extreme caution. If this mission ended in failure, then the white-haired woman had only one final option left to choose from. Lee Seo-jin's eyes went wide as, all at once, several humans scattered around the area began twisting and changing before everyone's eyes. There were far more manies hidden among them than anyone had expected. Normally, they would have used the chaos as cover to escape, but instead, they threw away that chance and started rampaging right in the middle of the academy. The white-haired woman had already given her followers one simple, ruthless order that they were not allowed to disobey. They were supposed to slaughter as many humans as they could, and once they had done enough damage, they were to die right there. She snapped her hand forward, aiming straight for Lee Seo-jin, but the hero reacted just as quickly, drawing his sword in a flash. Lee Seo-jin's blade lit up with that familiar golden radiance, and the moment he swung, the shining slash tore clean through the air. The main's head was cut off instantly, without even giving it a chance to resist. When it came to one-shotting manies, this guy really did have the perfect power, and at last, the story was starting to move in the right direction. If that woman had planned to cause a massacre here, then she had chosen the absolute worst place to start her rampage. The task force agent had also stepped in, helping bring down the raging monster before it could do any more damage. The other manies were dealt with almost just as quickly, cut down one after another. After all, this was the Magic Academy, a place packed with powerful mages who had been trained specifically to wipe out monsters like these. Once the chaos had finally settled, Lee Seo-jin lowered his head before Captain Kim Deok-hyun and sincerely thanked him for stepping in to help. It had already been a full year since the two of them had last met at the chairman's house. The young hero had grown into a far more impressive mage than before, and Captain Kim Deok-hyun could not help feeling proud as he looked at him. He also reminded the boy to make sure he collected the bounty later for taking down that main. Lee Seojin thanked the agent with a bright, grateful smile, but then a small thought crossed his mind. Maybe he should have asked for the account number ahead of time, because honestly, the person who deserved the real thanks was Kim Seon-woo. Meanwhile, Kim Seon-woo was in a completely different race against time. He had an important mission of his own to complete, and that meant finding the child of prophecy as fast as possible, so he sprinted forward with everything he had. The brown-haired boy poured magic power into his body, launching himself forward as if he were flying toward his destination. Then, a sudden explosion erupted up ahead, telling him he was getting closer to the person he needed to find. Kim Seon-woo cursed under his breath and pushed himself even faster, desperate to reach the child of prophecy in time. And unbelievably, that person seemed to be Yu-era, the second-year rank 2 student at the Magic Academy. The main fighting her looked disappointed, as if he could not believe that the genius said to rival Lee Seojin was only capable of this much. Then again, maybe Yu-era was being held back by someone she had to protect, and because of that burden, she could not fully show what she was truly capable of. That was because Yu-era was shielding Yoon Hae-young. The girl stood there trembling, her face pale, unable to understand how things had suddenly fallen apart like this. Only a little while ago, she had simply been training together with Era. Then, without warning, monsters and manies appeared, turning an ordinary training session into a nightmare. Yoon Hae-young had rushed in, wanting to help, but Yu-era quickly told her that she would only get in the way. The best thing Yoon Hae-young could do was run, get away from the danger, and leave the fight to her. Yu-era had made up her mind to face the situation alone, standing firm as if she intended to carry the whole burden by herself. The main burst into laughter as it charged straight at them, mocking them by asking if that was really all they had. Dark power gathered around its hand, thick and violent, before it swung out with a savage attack. As it laughed, it sneered that the fire girl clearly was not the child of prophecy after all. Its attack broke through Yu-era's defenses, and in the next instant, its hand clamped around her throat. With a cruel smile spreading across its face, the main lifted her and began choking the life out of her. Manies always devoured humans for the mana flowing through their blood, and now that such rich, high-quality mana-infused blood was right in front of him, he could barely restrain himself anymore. Yu-era's throat was being crushed under his grip, and she gasped desperately, unable to pull in even a proper breath. In that moment, it truly felt like she was about to die. Just then, a blast struck the main's hand, the very hand choking her. He stopped, turning his head with irritation to see which annoying pest had dared to interfere this time. It was Hyen. She could not just stand there and watch her classmate be killed in front of her, not without at least trying to fight back. With her body tense and her resolve barely holding, she declared that she would be the main's opponent. It was a touching, almost tear-jerking show of friendship, and really, humans could be painfully cute sometimes. But the main only laughed harder, mocking her for thinking that a tiny blast of mana like that could actually hurt someone like him. He began gathering power for his next attack, and Hyen stiffened, bracing herself as the pressure in front of her grew heavier. Deep inside, she already understood that she probably could not win this fight. Even so, she still wanted to try. She refused to run away and abandon her friend to die. No matter how terrified she was, she would not let herself become a coward. Hyen gathered her ice magic, aimed straight at the massive brute in front of her, and fired. The attack pierced through his skin, shocking him completely. That was when the main finally began to understand. He recognized the mark, and he could not ignore the sheer power Hyen had just unleashed when she tore off his arm. Even worse, his wound was not regenerating. It should have been nothing more than an ice attack, yet the cold seeped deep into him, chilling him all the way to the bone. Hyen herself was just as confused. The power that had erupted from her fingers was nothing like her usual magic. And more importantly, the amount of mana it had drained from her was terrifyingly enormous. Her body finally gave out from the mana drain, and she collapsed to the ground. The main groaned in exhaustion, but now the truth was clear. They had finally found the child of prophecy, the mage born with the power to destroy manies. Now that they had discovered who she was, there was only one thing left for them to do. They had to kill her with their own hands. But Kim Seon-woo had no intention of allowing that to happen. The child of prophecy was far too important, a key player in everything to come, and he refused to let her be taken out so easily. So Kim Seon-woo activated the great nature's heart, his magic surging around him, and coldly declared that the main would be the only one dying here. Naturally, the demon-like man did not take that well. He bared his teeth and growled at the newcomer, warning him not to interfere. He still had one working hand left, and with it, he gathered a massive bolt of mana before blasting it straight toward Kim Seon-woo. Fortunately, Kim Seon-woo raised his spell shield in time. The blue barrier flared to life in front of him, strong enough to cancel out the dark, nasty power being thrown his way. A flimsy attack like that was never going to break through. The main cried out in pain as energy shots slammed into him again and again, while Kim Seon-woo stayed safely hidden behind the large glowing shield. The man was shaken as the attacks kept landing, groaning from the pain that battered his body. Kim Si-woo did not stop firing for even a second, because he could not afford to drop his guard. He had to protect two defenseless people all by himself, and that was anything but easy. The man groaned and writhed under the relentless assault, until at last his legs gave out, and he fell to his knees. He could not understand how his opponent had this much mana. Of course, Kim Si-woo was drawing that power from the environment around him, but from the man's perspective, it was terrifying. He stared at the boy in disbelief, wondering how a mere child could possibly be this strong. Kim Si-woo simply scoffed, saying he had more experience than his appearance suggested. After all, technically speaking, this was already his third life. The man growled at him through the pain, declaring that he would not die alone. And the moment he said that, it was obvious he was about to do something reckless. Sure enough, his attention shifted straight toward Yoon Hae-young, the child of prophecy who could kill manies, and he slammed his foot down against the ground. Using that force, he launched his body straight toward Yoon Hae-young, screaming out his murderous intent as he rushed in for one final attack. Kim Si-woo could not let that monster get away with targeting her, not after everything that had just happened. He swung his magic immediately, striking fast, and the blow seemed to smash directly into the evil beast's head. The man's body dropped hard, crashing down onto the floor as blood burst out and scattered everywhere. From the look of it, that strike had landed cleanly, and Kim Si-woo finally let out a small breath of relief. The brown-haired boy stopped for a second and checked his power, his gaze sharpening as he remembered just how close that monster had come to reaching Yoon Hae-young. That had been way too close for comfort. Still, the B-rank villain Jin-san had been successfully defeated, and the causality rate had increased by 0.4%. Kim Si-woo did not really care about the number right now. More than anything, he was just relieved that he had managed to save the ice girl before it was too late. Since he had now achieved the savior achievement, he received 3,000 points as a reward. Yoon Hae-young's awakening had happened earlier than expected, but even then, the ice girl had managed to endure the situation surprisingly well. The manies had received a prophecy about the birth of their natural enemy, so from this point on, they would keep targeting the school again and again. And through those repeated attacks, Yoon Hae-young and Lee Seo-jin would continue growing stronger. Yu-era would also be pulled into that growth, whether she liked it or not. Both girls had fought hard while Kim Si-woo was trapped elsewhere, and in his own quiet way, he thanked them for surviving such a brutal ordeal. And so, after the manies launched their attack on the Magic Academy, Lee Seo-jin, Yu-era, and two other students were publicly credited with defeating the monsters. The true purpose behind the attack still remained unclear, but the faces of those two students ended up spread across the news. For once, after a major battle, Kim Si-woo was not the one standing in the spotlight. Inside the hospital room, Yu-era let out a tired sigh while reading the article. She looked irritated, because everyone was treating her like some brave hero, even though she had passed out before the enemies attacking her were actually defeated. Yoon Hae-young immediately scolded her, insisting that she had still done more than enough. After all, Yu-era's firepower had played a huge part in keeping her alive. But Yu-era snapped right back at her and told the ice girl to stop talking and go back to bed. Even so, Yoon Hae-young was genuinely grateful. Yu-era had fought desperately to protect her from the manies, and that was something she could not ignore. Yu-era, however, was still frustrated with herself for passing out so pathetically in the middle of the battle. To Yu-era, it was only a little bruising, nothing worth making a big deal over, but the school had still made a huge fuss and forced her to stay in the hospital. That made Yoon Hae-young smile softly. Obviously, the academy just wanted them to rest, and since the exams were already over, they could finally take it easy for a while. But Yu-era then brought up what had happened while she was unconscious. She asked why Yoon Hae-young had fought the main in her place instead of running away. It genuinely surprised her, because it was not like they were close friends who would normally risk their lives for each other. Yoon Hae-young only gave a small laugh and said that anyone would have done the same in that situation. After all, she had never forgotten the day someone reached out a kind hand to her when she had been completely alone and desperate. Because someone had saved her that way, Yoon Hae-young now wanted to become the kind of person who could reach out to someone else, too. That simple decision was what gave the ice girl the courage to stand in front of the main, and Yu-era could not hide her surprise after hearing it. So when things became too hard to handle alone, accepting help from other people was not shameful. That was an important lesson Yu-era still needed to learn. But Little Miss Perfect looked absolutely disgusted by the idea of needing help from anyone. To her, relying on others meant weakness, vulnerability, and every uncomfortable feeling she hated most all wrapped together. Then, in the back of her mind, a painful memory flashed through her thoughts, one filled with smoke, heat, and flames. It was the worst possible scene. Her parents trapped beneath the rubble, begging their innocent, beloved daughter to run away with someone else while the fire raged around them. The little girl back then had been horrified, struggling and crying as she kept trying to go back for her parents. At that young age, she could not understand why she had to leave them behind. As the building trembled and cracked around her, she screamed for her family, sobbing so hard that the memory still felt like a nightmare burned into her heart. Remembering that terrible night only made Yuera dig her heels in even harder, and with stubborn pride, she declared that she did not need anyone's help. She also insisted that she refused to accept help from anyone at all. Yoon Hae-young did not seem offended by it, and simply said that, just this once, showing a little gratitude should be fine. If Kim Se-woo had not come to save them, neither of them would still be alive. At the very least, they needed to know who they were supposed to thank. Yuera's expression shifted with surprise, because this was the first time she had heard that part of the story. She had no idea Kim Se-woo had been the one who saved them. Yoon Hae-young smiled and turned toward him, telling Kim Se-woo to hurry up and explain the details himself. Right then, Kim Se-woo stepped into the hospital room, and unlike the two girls, he was not even wearing a hospital gown. He greeted them with a cheerful smile and casually asked if everyone was feeling all right. The girls immediately wondered what had brought him there, and Kim Se-woo simply explained that he had come to deliver something someone had asked him to pass along. It was 5 million won in main subjugation bounty money, and apparently, that was their share. Of course, no one looked more offended than Yuera when money she felt she had not earned was placed in front of her. She immediately asked why she was getting paid when Kim Se-woo was the one who had killed the man. The money inside the envelope looked almost painfully beautiful, shining with the kind of golden glow that could tempt just about anyone. Kim Se-woo laughed it off and said that by the time he arrived, the monster had already been pushed to the brink of death thanks to Yuera's firepower and Yoon Hae-young's support. So, in his opinion, that was more than enough reason to hand the winnings over to them. Besides, it had been a fierce battle for everyone involved, so they might as well accept the recognition that came with it. All Kim Se-woo had done was deliver the finishing blow, so everyone who fought deserved a share. But no matter how he explained it, Yuera still refused to touch what she saw as free money. To her, accepting a handout from people she considered poor would stain her pride, and deep down, she was also embarrassed about taking money she had earned only because she fought alongside others. As expected from a prideful little brat, she would rather let the so-called poor people split the money between themselves than admit she had any right to take it. After huffing and puffing like a full-on Tsundere train, Yuera suddenly blushed and, in a much smaller voice, thanked the other two for saving her. So she really could be cute after all. But the moment she realized how embarrassing she sounded, she immediately yanked the curtain shut to hide herself from them. What a perfectly ridiculous tsundere girl. Kim Se-woo had originally planned to build a connection with Yuera through Yoon Hae-young, but since Yuera kept avoiding him, he could not earn any points from her. It looked like it was still too early to approach Miss Grumpy's headquarters directly. But then, to Kim Se-woo's surprise, points from Yuera came in anyway. Her interest had risen to level 1, and he received 2,000 points for it. Yoon Hae-young laughed gently and said their classmate was just embarrassed about the whole situation, especially since Yuera had so much pride. Right after that, Kim Se-woo received a pop-up message announcing a special sale for the subspace pocket. The discounted price was 20,000 points, which just so happened to be the exact number of points Kim Se-woo currently had. His face lit up immediately because he had finally gotten what he wanted, so he did not mind Yuera huffing and puffing in the background at all. Yuera had actually left the hospital room by then, but even as she walked away, she kept thinking about the brown-haired boy who had saved them. The lie he told had been far too obvious, and she knew it. When she passed out, that mane had not been anywhere near death's door. It had not even gone berserk yet, which meant Kim Se-woo must have killed that monster almost entirely on his own. Of course, Yuera had no idea that one of her classmates possessed a cheat-like power made specifically for slaying manies. From what she could see, he was neither a manifestation type nor a support type, and yet he showed talent in nearly every area, almost like a genius. Now, Yuera was starting to reassess her opinion of that so-called loser who had approached her on the very first day of school. On top of that, Yoon Hae-young's outstanding performance in the recent exam had all been thanks to that strange boy's help. The more Yuera thought about it, the more Kim Se-woo seemed to be involved in everything important happening around them. If he had that kind of ability from the beginning, then she could not understand why he kept such a low profile and allowed almost no one to recognize his strength. At their age, she could think of only one reason someone would hide their power that carefully. Naturally, Yuera's mind drifted towards something dark. Her hands curled tightly into fists as she remembered a group of evil people. Now she suspected that Kim Se-woo might have lost his family to the same awful people who had likely taken her parents from her. Meanwhile, back with Kim Se-woo and Yoon Hae-young, the two of them were alone as the sunset light poured into the room, and he decided it was time to ask her a few questions. First, Kim Se-woo asked whether she had already told anyone about her special power. Yoon Hae-young gave a nervous little laugh, but in the end, she admitted that she had not told a single person. It was probably smarter to keep the power she had awakened hidden from everyone else for now. If word got out, she would only end up drawing dangerous attention to herself. The girl quietly nodded, remembering how her senior had warned her that standing out too much would make training far more troublesome. And after everything she had gained while learning under him, she did not want to risk losing that progress. More than that, she genuinely wanted time to study this ability by herself. A power capable of defeating mains was exciting enough to make her eyes shine with curiosity. Seeing that determination on her face, the boy smiled and told her that this was exactly the kind of mindset she needed. Compared to how things had happened in the original story, Yoon Hae-young had awakened her main-destroying power roughly a full month earlier than expected. Even though she still lacked experience and could barely control it properly yet, strengthening that ability from now on would become a massive advantage in the distant battle against the King of Mains. With this, the brunette finally had a way to steadily raise one of Lee Seojin's future allies before the real disasters began. He would personally put together a training plan for her, and from now on, they would work through it together step by step. If there was anything she did not understand, or anything she wanted to know, she could come straight to him with every question. The girl still looked nervous, her fingers fidgeting slightly, but there was one question she could not keep buried any longer. After hesitating for a moment, she carefully reached out, grabbed the edge of her teacher's sleeve, and asked him in a soft voice. She had heard that the boy rushed straight toward the training grounds the moment the barrier disappeared. So, with her eyes lowered and her cheeks faintly tense, she asked if he had come all that way because of her. She wanted to know whether he had been looking for her specifically. During the midterms, and even during the sudden attack, the boy had kept looking out for her the entire time, as if protecting her had naturally become one of his priorities. In reality, he had only been trying to earn points with the main storyline and make sure the protagonist did not die for a second time. But from the girl's point of view, all of his rushing around to protect her felt completely different. Her cheeks turned pink, and her heart started beating faster before she could stop it. The boy immediately realized where her thoughts were heading and moved fast to fix that misunderstanding before it grew any worse. He gently took her hand, looked at her directly, and brushed away her worries without giving the moment any room to become romantic. As for the midterms, he explained that he had helped her simply because he believed in her potential. And during the main incident, he had only run toward the biggest explosion because that was the most obvious danger zone. That was all there was to it. Our guy had absolutely no intention of letting a romance route open up when he still had far bigger disasters waiting for him. The poor ice girl was clearly disappointed, her expression sinking for just a second, but she still handled the awkward moment with surprising grace. Then the boy tried to lighten the atmosphere by teasing her a little, asking what exactly she had imagined was going on. The girl immediately panicked, her face turning bright red as she denied with all her strength that she had ever thought there might be anything romantic between them. In fact, she quickly insisted that she had only been joking, forcing out a laugh and telling him not to misunderstand her either. The heavy tension finally loosened, and a smile returned to her face. For our guy, that counted as a clean win. It was not like the possibility had never crossed his own mind, either. After all, Yoon Hae-young was the bright and innocent type, the kind of cute character who naturally made people protective. But everyone had a role they were supposed to stand in. The ice girl belonged at the front, shoulder to shoulder with the other heroes, shining where everyone could see her. Meanwhile, our guy believed his own place was in the background, quietly setting things up so those heroes could survive and succeed. He would handle the plans, the risks, and the calculations, while they took care of the impossible battles ahead. The ice girl blushed again, this time with a tiny trace of disappointment in her voice, and mumbled that she really should not get the wrong idea. Then, at the very least, the boy could accept this much from her. They were really handing over all the prize money to him. Yoon Hae-young firmly insisted that he take the entire 7.5 million won. She said it was tuition, since they were going to continue training together from now on. After all, to her, he was her precious teacher. The boy was a little overwhelmed by how straightforward she was, but at the same time, his eyes lit up with a blazing rush of motivation. If she was going to entrust herself to his training, then he would train her properly, without holding back. The girl smiled brightly, and said she would train as much as he wanted. Kids really had no sense of how valuable money was, but for Kim Seon-woo, that was not a problem at all. He was absolutely going to squeeze every bit of usefulness out of these funds. Even better, they had received the money publicly, only to hand it over to him privately. He already had a plan for everything they would begin doing from tomorrow onward. But just as he started thinking through the schedule, the boy suddenly paused, noticing something strange. The moment he looked down at his phone, his eyes widened in complete shock. Whatever he had just found on the screen was enough to leave him genuinely horrified. For some reason, everyone seemed desperate to throw money at him, as if they had all been waiting for the chance. He was truly suffering from success now, and honestly, it was starting to feel ridiculous. Even the hero had sent him money. At this point, it was becoming painfully obvious that these kids really had no proper sense of monetary value at all. After the midterms ended, the hero had finally managed to satisfy the condition that teacher Lee Hee-young had set for him. And now, our guy had climbed all the way to rank 72, a fact he was shamelessly proud of. Thanks to that, he could now confidently enter the talent track special class, a place he had never even stepped foot into before his regression. All the true heavy hitters gathered there, and honestly, just looking at the lineup was almost terrifying. Among them was the third-year rank 1, Kim Chong-hyun, along with the third-year rank 4, Park Min-hee. There was also the first-year rank 1, Choi Seo-yeon, and right beside that level of talent was the first-year rank 2, John Min-kyu. Naturally, the second-year rank 1 and rank 2 students were there as well. And Lee Seo-jin, looking far too cheerful, waved Seon-woo over to the front like they were already the closest friends in the room. Yu Era was there too, sitting with her usual icy attitude and frosty expression. Of course, nobody was especially surprised by that. From this point forward, it would become much easier for him to get involved in major future events and keep the main characters from dying before their time. Then, right on cue, that blonde bully appeared again. This guy was unbelievably consistent when it came to being annoying. He sneered that a little rat had somehow snuck into the room, then mocked the fact that Seon-woo had only landed the final blow on a half-dead Meng. In his eyes, Kim Seon-woo still had not earned the right to sit at the same table as them. The main character simply sighed, because he had already met teacher Lee Hee-young's condition and raised his rank properly. Besides, where he chose to study was none of the bully's business. The bully still refused to let it go, growling that the brunette should at least have enough sense to leave on his own. Seon-woo had no intention of running away after finally reaching this point, but the blonde actually had the nerve to say he would drag the class clown out himself. But if he wanted to do that, he would have to get through Seo-jin first, because the hero was not about to let anyone mess with the main character's seat. Park In-won was already a headache for everyone in the room, and the protagonist's best friend also snapped at him, yelling that he should cut out his nonsense already. The blonde scoffed that the class average ranking had dropped simply because this guy had joined, but the protagonist knew better than to care about that kind of cheap insult. Kim Seon-woo's midterm record had been 22 minutes and 43 seconds. And then, unexpectedly, the fire girl spoke up. Everyone turned in surprise, because she was usually the classic tsundere who acted like she did not care about anyone but herself. Yet she calmly pointed out that if they ignored the test from the start of the semester, the so-called class clown was actually far ahead of the blonde bully. In other words, it would be in his best interest to sit down and shut up, because among all these geniuses, he was the one dragging down the level. That comment instantly set the angry blonde off. His face twisted with rage, clearly unable to handle being put in his place so openly. The blonde tried to act like it did not bother him, scoffing as if he had only just realized Yu Era cared so much about that useless knucklehead. Even so, he was still determined to start a fight. He shouted that he would not obey, because for some reason, the brunette's very existence made his nerves twitch with irritation. Kim Seon-woo caught that sloppy hand with ease before it could do anything. He had fought demons far beyond one furious blonde teenager, and there was no way he was going to let some arrogant scum push him around now. The bully froze in disbelief, unable to understand how the so-called clown's grip strength could be this absurdly powerful. And somehow, even though he had been the one picking the fight, he still had the nerve to tell the main character to cool his head. At that exact moment, something came crashing down hard onto the idiot's head with a brutal impact. The blow was so sudden and heavy that he might have even bitten his tongue. Park In-won did not just get struck hard. He was kicked down the stairs immediately afterward, tumbling away in a way that looked far more violent than anyone expected. The main character could not help wondering if the blonde was even still alive after taking such a savage hit. The boy rolled straight down the stairs while everyone stared in stunned silence at the person responsible. And that same culprit, acting as if nothing too serious had happened, turned toward Kim Seon-woo and asked if he was okay. The brunette gave a small laugh and thanked him for stepping in. Just like in the original novel, this guy had not changed at all. He was the junior agent from the Special Task Force, and he smiled as he said he had enjoyed watching the brunette's midterms because he could clearly see the boy's talent. The Special Task Force had come to the school for the special class activities, and that part had also happened exactly as it did in the original story. First, though, they needed to wake up that stupid bully, Park In-won, so they could actually begin the class. Of course, after running his mouth that much, it felt almost inevitable that he would end up getting beaten down like this. The agent seemed to realize only then that maybe he had come on a little too strong right from the start. Kids, apparently, were more fragile than he had expected. When the agent had first received this assignment and learned he was being sent to a school, he had been completely shocked. Apparently, a group of mains who had been hiding separately had all gathered together and launched an attack on the Magic Academy. There were far too many suspicious details surrounding the incident for it to be treated as a simple coincidence. It was true that most mains normally moved alone unless the king personally gave them an order. That was exactly why this situation felt so strange. These monsters had slipped into the academy far too easily, almost as if the school's security and background checks had been full of holes from the beginning. That meant there had to be someone on the inside who helped them get through. Because of that, the agency's boss decided to send Jung Hyun-soo into the school directly. His job was to cooperate with the academy, uncover what the mains had really been after, and, most importantly, find the insider hiding among them. Jung Hyun-soo greeted the students with an easy smile, acting cheerful as he introduced himself. He told them that he would be joining them during the special class activities, and that he was a special task force agent dispatched from the association. In other words, this was not just another normal class anymore. One of the students immediately asked if that meant the special class would be sent out for main subjugations or counter-terror operations. Jung Hyun-soo admitted that they would eventually do that kind of work, but he also made it clear that little chicks like them were not about to be thrown straight into real combat. They were still students, still in training, and there were limits to how much danger they could handle. So instead, under his strict and carefully coordinated guidance, he would take them to scout areas where monsters were expected to appear. On the surface, it sounded like a controlled field exercise, something safe enough for talented students to experience without being completely overwhelmed. Of course, he warned them that there could still be risks, so if they noticed anything suspicious, they had to report it immediately. But in truth, they were not actually being sent into a dangerous monster zone at all. The place they were heading to was really a secret training ground used exclusively by the Special Task Force. There was technically a dungeon there, but according to Jung Hyun-soo, the entire area had already been cleared out completely. That kind of blind confidence sounded exactly like the sort of thing that invited disaster. Still, he seemed convinced that the surveillance network and magic circles spread throughout the area would help them identify any suspicious person the moment something went wrong. The special class had far more freedom to move around than ordinary students, so if there really was an insider in the academy, the odds were high that they belonged to this class. At least, that seemed to be the direction Jung Hyun-soo's thoughts were moving in. The main character had already lived through these plotlines once before, so he could roughly guess what the agent was thinking just by watching how things unfolded. And the truth was, there really was an insider hiding inside the school. But that person was extremely sharp and cautious, so for the time being, they would stay quiet and avoid making any careless moves. What mattered right now was that our guy needed to help Lee Seo-jin obtain the S-rank item hidden inside the dungeon's secret stage. On top of that, he also had to support Choi Seo-yeon, because she was about to enter an important stage of her own character growth. During this special activity class, she would be working alongside Lee Seo-jin, and that connection mattered a lot. Once the introductions were finished, the teacher struck his cane sharply against the floor and announced that the students would move in teams of 2 to their assigned operation areas. This time, the main character was completely certain that events would follow the original story no matter what. After all, he was only one extra student added into the class. That should not have been enough to shake the entire arrangement. He was so confident that there was no way the team draw could possibly change. Yeah, Kim Seon-woo's confidence was crushed almost instantly. Before long, he was standing in the middle of the forest, staring in disbelief at the person assigned as his partner, Choi Seo-yeon. Apparently, even something like this could happen. Instead of being placed on Team 14 with that cheerful but slightly fake first-year student, he had ended up paired with the exact person he had not expected. Choi Seo-yeon was not exactly thrilled about being matched with this strange senior either. But even so, she could not ignore the look on his face. He was acting as if being teamed up with her was some kind of terrible misfortune, and that made her stare at him in disbelief. Everyone else in the academy would have jumped at the chance to get closer to her, yet this senior looked like the two of them had both been diagnosed with some fatal disease. It was honestly a little irritating. Around them, some students were already jealous that Kim Seon-woo had somehow been paired with the beautiful Choi Seo-yeon. Only 2 seniors reacted differently. Lee Seo-jin did not seem to pay her any attention at all, which she could at least understand. Someone like him, the #1 student in the second year, would naturally be hard to impress. But this brunette was supposed to be the loser of his department, the biggest clown in the entire school. So why was he the one looking annoyed? The more she thought about it, the more it started to get on her nerves. For now, though, they had no choice but to move. Since the pairing could not be changed, the main character decided to accept the situation and do whatever he could with it. Meanwhile, the protagonist's best friend was absolutely devastated. He whined that he had wanted some peaceful alone time with a cute junior too, sounding like the world had personally betrayed him. Lee Seo-jin laughed and asked if that was really something worth throwing a tantrum over. Even Yu-era looked like she found the whole thing pathetic. Meanwhile, the top 2 students of the second year had, of course, ended up on the same team again. Fate seemed determined to keep pushing them together, and the best friend wailed that it was easy for Lee Seo-jin to dismiss the situation because the cute junior was actually interested in him. This was Choi Seo-yeon they were talking about. She was practically the school's symbol of perfection, the only daughter of one of the 5 great magic houses, blessed with talent, beauty, and status all at once. She was the kind of person everyone knew was a prize. Still, Lee Seo-jin only laughed and pointed out that Yu-era was also a magic noble. Yu-era, however, had absolutely no desire to be dragged into such a stupid conversation. The other boy insisted that the sweet, magical, fairy-like Choi Seo-yeon was completely different from the satanic Yu-era. In the end, It seemed he was whining this hard because he had been paired with the most muscular guy around, and he simply could not stop crying about it. That muscular guy was the second-year rank 3, Shin Young-jin, who had been teamed up with the first-year rank 2, John Min-kyu. Honestly, Shin Young-jin really should have been much kinder to the sweet John Min-kyu. Meanwhile, the supposedly lucky Kim Seon-woo was walking along a forest path with his junior following behind him. Choi Seo-yeon was also trying her best to make the awkward situation work, keeping her expression pleasant as she watched him. If both of them were unhappy about the pairing, then in a strange way, that made things easier for her. This senior was an anomaly in her eyes, and that alone made him worth observing. He had once been dead last in the entire school, yet somehow, he had suddenly become close with Lee Seo-jin. And now, as if that were not strange enough, he had slipped into the special class too. Everything about Kim Seon-woo's behavior looked suspicious. As our guy walked ahead, a notification suddenly appeared, telling him that the character Choi Seo-yeon had become curious about him. Just like that, he gained a 500-point reward. Her curiosity was so intense that it practically felt like it was burning a hole into the back of his head with the way she kept staring. Noticing something in the distance, the boy casually pointed in a random direction and asked if she wanted to check it out with him. Choi Seo-yeon immediately smiled, her expression bright and agreeable, and said she would go with him. But behind that pretty smile, she was determined not to fall for any strange scheme he might be planning. In her mind, things were absolutely not going to go the way he wanted. At the same time, she continued pretending to cooperate happily. She beamed at him and said she would gladly work together with her senior, all while secretly plotting his downfall in her head. As long as she was here, she was determined to make sure things did not unfold exactly according to his plan. The boy let out a quiet sigh as he looked at Choi Seo-yeon. In response, she turned her cuteness up to the maximum, smiling brightly, and even adding a faint blush as he struggled to organize his thoughts. But no matter how innocent she looked, that was definitely the face of someone plotting something dangerous. At this point in the original novel, this cheerful first year had become obsessed with recruiting Lee Seo-jin. She constantly tried to get close to him, because keeping someone like him by her side would raise her own value. The boy pointed vaguely ahead and said they should go that way first. If he used the situation as bait to lure Lee Seo-jin over, then he might be able to force events back onto the original route. At the same time, Choi Seo-yeon was using this chance to study him from up close. The more she observed, the more impressive and suspicious he seemed. At the start of the semester, he had been humiliated in front of everyone, treated like a complete failure. But somehow, in a short amount of time, he had grown strong enough to enter the special class. To her, that was an incredible achievement, almost like discovering that a clownish dog had suddenly learned how to climb a tree. Her so-called compliment was so clearly backhanded that the main character's eyebrow twitched. He explained that what happened back then had only been a mistake, but apparently that one mistake during his opening exam was determined to haunt him for the rest of his life. Then Choi Seo-yeon sighed and said that forcing his way into the special class could easily backfire on him. She made it sound like she was offering kind advice out of concern, but in reality, she was a shameless manipulator testing his reaction. After all, if he drew too much attention to himself, he could end up creating a long list of enemies before he even realized it. Been there, done that. He had already dealt with the biggest problem that had appeared the first time around. Choi Seo-yeon was a devil wearing an angel's face. She had an outstanding family background, beautiful looks, and undeniable talent, and people often said she had been born with everything. But underneath that perfect surface was a completely different truth. Her perfection had been built by endless effort and fierce determination to meet the standards of her family. Every single day, she worked hard, sometimes harder than nearly anyone else, pushing herself to become someone worthy of the family name she carried. She worked hard to be kind to everyone, or at least to appear that way, while only keeping truly close to people who could raise her value. That mask was not just vanity. It was a lonely survival strategy. She could never be her real self around anyone, because surviving in the world of the upper class had forced her to master a fake personality. When she brought up the topic of enemies, Kim Seon-woo sighed and decided to play dumb, acting like he had no idea what she meant. Of course, that only made the young lady feel even more superior, and she laughed lightly, saying he obviously knew exactly what she was talking about, especially after everything that had happened earlier that day. Aside from Senior Park In-won, no one had said anything openly, but there were definitely others in the room who did not want the former last-place clown sitting in the special class with them. The main character knew very well that jealousy and judgment were already aimed at him. He could feel those hostile looks from the other students, even when they kept their mouths shut. But honestly, he could not care less about any of them. He had not joined this class for their approval. The boy had a goal in life, something he absolutely wanted to achieve through the special class, and as he thought about that unshakable purpose, a proud smile slowly appeared on his face. Choi Seo-yeon was shaken. She had tried to poke at him and drag him down, but instead of getting flustered, Kim Seon-woo answered with a calm, determined confidence that did not waver at all. He was not playing along with her little mind game. What shocked her even more was the fact that this boy actually had a goal of his own. Unlike most people, Choi Seo-yeon had never truly been allowed to have one. Her entire life had already been planned out by her parents from the very beginning. All that was expected of her was to walk the road they had prepared, without questioning it, and without stepping outside the boundaries they had drawn for her. They even placed more pressure on her by insisting that this carefully chosen future was all for her own good. Since they had supposedly done everything for her sake, she was expected to be grateful, obedient, and willing to follow every command they gave. Because she had spent her whole life obeying her father's orders, Choi Seo-yeon had never once seriously imagined chasing a dream that belonged only to her. And now, standing in front of this so-called clown, she found herself envying something he had so naturally, something she herself had never been given. Her face quickly returned to that proud, haughty expression, and she smirked as if she had figured him out. She said she finally understood why the teachers seemed to favor this joker. Even so, she still tilted her gaze toward him and asked what he could possibly hope to achieve by forcing his way into the special class. One reason was that he needed to keep watch over her and all the other overpowered idiots tangled up in this story. But of course, he could not just say that out loud. Fortunately, before he had to invent some convincing excuse, Kim Seon-woo suddenly sensed something nearby, something hot, red, and violently hostile burning in their direction. A sharp killing intent rushed straight toward them. Kim Seon-woo reacted immediately, grabbing his partner's hand without hesitation and pulling her close as he released his magic to intercept the incoming strike. He yanked Choi Seo-yeon away just in time, and a weapon slammed into the ground right where they had been standing a moment earlier. It was clearly an ambush, but that made no sense, because there should not have been anyone here trying to attack them. Then Park In-won appeared, and suddenly everything made perfect sense. Of course it was him. That shameless bully had actually chosen a moment like this to corner the main character. The worst part was that his attack could have accidentally hurt Choi Seo-yeon, who had nothing to do with his grudge. The blonde bully did not seem to care at all. Flames flickered and danced around him as he glared at Kim Seon-woo and growled that this was his final warning. If the class clown valued his life, then from now on, he had better keep his head down at school. Kim Seon-woo only scoffed, completely unimpressed, and asked him what exactly he planned to do if he refused. That single answer was more than enough to set the blonde off. Rage and fire poured out of him together, his expression twisting as if he had no intention of calming himself down anymore. With a furious scream, Park In-won shouted that the brunette should just die, then unleashed another huge, loud, explosive attack. He was so blinded by anger that he did not even consider the first-year student standing beside Kim Seon-woo. The two students immediately leaped out of the way, because they were not stupid enough to stand still while this lunatic tried to blast them apart. Somewhere in the forest, a pink eye quietly watched them from the shadows, taking in every movement and every clash. Those same eyes also followed Yu-era as she fought against monsters, her firepower flashing through the trees with fierce precision. They monitored Shin Young-jin and Jeon Min-kyu as well, observing how the two handled their battle and worked together against the training monsters. All of those observations were being handled by a red-haired woman who let out a tired groan as she watched the students through her magic. She knew these were the captain's orders, but she still found it hard to believe that a main spy could really be hiding among kids like this. They were students, after all. This was Baek Yejin, the support mage of the counter-terror task force. Her partner asked how the observation was going, but honestly, nothing much had changed. It was just a bunch of kids fighting training monsters. If there really was a main spy among them, they would probably try to make contact once the students were allowed to move around outside. So even if the monitoring felt pointless, they had no choice but to keep watching. Jung Hyun-soo told Baek Yejin to inform him immediately if anyone acted suspiciously or left the training grounds. But right then, the redhead suddenly raised her voice in protest. She could not say whether they were insiders or not, but one of her magic eyes had just caught something very interesting. A group of students was fighting each other. Forget the monsters, these kids looked like they were trying to tear one another apart. Fortunately, Jung Hyun-soo recognized this particular group, since he had already stopped that bully earlier during class. And from the look of it, they were fighting like their lives depended on it. Kim Seon-woo noticed that Park In-won's firing speed was impressive. Trash or not, the blonde had not become the second-year rank 5 for nothing. If Seon-woo kept dragging out the fight and responding to every attack like this, he might ruin his own plan to connect the plastic rich girl with the hero. Just then, Choi Seo-yeon broke through the tension for him by suddenly protesting. Getting paired with a loser was one thing. Getting attacked because of that loser was something else entirely. If her seniors wanted to fight like starving dogs, they could do that during proper training hours. Kim Seon-woo immediately shouted for Choi Seo-yeon to stay where she was, because the area was still dangerous and Park In-won was still rampaging. But it turned out there was another lunatic on the scene, and she had no intention of staying quiet. Choi Seo-yeon snapped that this stupid behavior would only bring shame to their school, and that senior Park In-won should know better than to act like this. She told him to put away his inferiority complex towards senior Lee Seo-jin and senior Kim Seon-woo before it ended up ruining the academy's reputation. Even Kim Seon-woo could not believe she had the strength to explode like that in the middle of all this chaos. Instead of taking the advice like a decent person and stopping his madness, Park In-won only grew even angrier at the fact that people were siding with the brunette. Maybe it was because he himself was the one acting like a madman and rampaging outside the school grounds. The idiot raised his firepower even higher and blasted it straight toward Kim Seon-woo and Choi Seo-yeon. He was dragging an innocent junior into his tantrum simply because he was angry, which was pathetic even by his standards. The heat surged so violently that the magic eyes monitoring the area were actually fried. That was more than enough to become a real emergency, and the watching agent gasped in horror. Baek Yejin's magic circle had been destroyed, and just like that, she could no longer observe that group of students. Jung Hyun-soo was not the type to waste time crying over spilled milk. He grabbed his sword and moved out immediately. He had promised the academy that this search would not put any of the students in danger. That meant their safety was his responsibility, and he had to make sure those kids were unharmed. Baek Yejin was horrified and shouted that he was about to blow their entire operation over a student fight. But to Jung Hyun-soo, protecting the children came first. He said he would go break up the fight and return right after. For now, Baek Yejin only needed to keep monitoring the others and contact him the moment anything happened. With that, the agent shot off without another word. Of course, Jung Hyun-soo recognized the rampaging students, and he also recognized Park In-won, who was quickly becoming the designated troublemaker in his mind. What an exhausting child. On top of that, the third person there was Choi Seo-yeon from one of the 5 great magic houses. They absolutely could not allow anything to happen to her. He had to stop those idiots before the situation turned truly serious. Meanwhile, Choi Seo-yeon had managed to raise a magic barrier around herself, barely keeping herself safe, while the bully and the so-called clown continued their dangerous and completely insane face-off. Park In-won was beyond furious. He screamed that Kim Seon-woo should have just stayed the class clown, the same pathetic loser he had been at the start of the semester. He could not stand the fact that a nobody had entered the special class, and what enraged him even more was that Kim Seon-woo was not trembling in fear before his power. The guy was so consumed by anger that he no longer cared what kind of damage he caused around him. Choi Seo-yeon was doing everything she could to keep that madman contained with her shield and stop the 2 seniors from tearing each other apart. But because she was focusing entirely on defense instead of attacking, her strength was draining fast. The barrier would not last much longer, and once it collapsed, things would become dangerous. Kim Seon-woo had already warned her to stay back, because this was not safe. Her eyes slowly opened, and then she gasped when she realized her senior was standing right in front of her. Kim Seon-woo was wearing the special bracelet that had been given to him by the pharmacy head he had befriended, and he activated its protective spell shield. Since Park In-won had pushed things this far, Kim Seon-woo decided he would personally deal with him. Before his regression, Kim Seon-woo had simply stood back and watched Park In-won's misdeeds from a distance. That blonde bully had terrorized plenty of weaker male classmates without restraint. Back then, Kim Seon-woo had seen himself as nothing more than an extra. Because of that, he believed it was not his place to interfere with the actions of the important characters, even when those characters were clearly terrible people. So he had let the blonde do whatever he wanted and stayed quietly in the background, telling himself it was better not to disturb the plot. But Park In-won had not changed at all. He was still so obsessed with trampling others that he did not even care if an innocent person got hurt along the way. The blonde was nothing more than a throwaway character, someone who appeared early and had no real importance to the larger story. He was just a forgettable bully that everyone would stop caring about after graduation. In that case, Kim Seon-woo might as well do the story a favor and take out this trash early. He summoned the power of Great Nature's Heart, gathering different kinds of mana into his hand before hurling that force straight at the stupid blonde. Park In-won hesitated for the first time, finally understanding that the brunette in front of him was no longer just defending. Kim Seon-woo was ready to attack. He shouted that the boy was using enhancement magic, as if that somehow made things unfair. Kim Seon-woo only pointed out that if the bully had a problem with it, he could fight him properly and try to teach him a lesson. But after Park In-won dragged someone else into this pointless fight, Kim Seon-woo no longer felt like being generous. He grabbed the idiot by the face and slammed him straight into the ground with brutal force. That was right. This so-called loser had been holding back an enormous amount of power, doing everything he could to stay low profile and avoid standing out too much. Most of the time, he could ignore insults from insignificant fools like Park In-won. But he was not going to stand aside and watch that eyesore hurt someone else just because his own stupid pride had been wounded. Now Park In-won was terrified, but Kim Seon-woo was not in the mood to listen quietly. He wanted to hear just one reason why he should forgive garbage like him, and it had better be a good one. His hand was already charged with power, ready to fire at the slightest provocation. The moment the blonde saw that, he changed his tune at lightning speed. Suddenly, Park In-won was on his knees, begging desperately for forgiveness. He promised he would never pick fights again, and he was even willing to admit that he had been wrong. Just this once, he begged Kim Seon-woo to forgive him. Kim Seon-woo honestly had no real desire to forgive that waste of space, especially after everything he had just pulled. But the stiff Choi Seo-yeon reminded her senior that he was wasting mana. Since she had a point, he slowly lowered his hand and put away the attack. It was not like he had actually planned to blast that idiot apart anyway. There were better ways to deal with him. Kim Seon-woo grabbed the blonde by the hair and coldly told that loser to get as far away from this area as possible. If he ever saw him again, then Park In-won was dead. That warning alone was more convincing than any long lecture could have been. The bully understood immediately that he should never bother the so-called class clown a second time. Even so, Park In-won hesitated for a moment, trembling as he looked up and carefully asked if Kim Seon-woo would, by any chance, keep what happened here a secret. Kim Seon-woo did not want to do this stupid blonde any favors at all. But at the same time, he also had no desire for the entire school to learn how strong he really was. So instead of answering properly, he only snapped at the bully to scram. Park In-won needed no further encouragement and ran off like the wind. Once the blonde disappeared, Kim Seon-woo finally dropped down onto the floor in relief. A heated battle had suddenly exploded out of nowhere, and even for him, it had been pretty nerve-wracking. Still, the result was not bad at all. For once, he got to watch Park In-won suffer properly in his miserable life. As the blonde sprinted away from the scene, Baek Yejin immediately reported it to her senior, because Park In-won had entered the range of another one of her magic eyes. In a hurry, she informed Young Hyun-soo that the student who had just been fighting was now rushing out of the training grounds. Young Hyun-soo understood the report right away, and the urgency in his steps eased slightly as he slowed his rush to rescue the students. That was exactly what Kim Seon-woo had been hoping for. He had sent the bully running out of the area on purpose so the special task force would notice him immediately and shift their attention away. Park In-won, meanwhile, was simply grateful that he had escaped. As he ran, he cursed under his breath about barely getting away from that clown, Kim Seon-woo. But now, out of nowhere, some mysterious older man was chasing after him too. This poor kid could not catch a break from anyone. He had flown far too close to the sun with his nonsense, and now even a special agent was coming after him. With a sigh of relief, Kim Seon-woo sat on the ground and figured that this should be enough to draw attention away from them. Better yet, it would not seriously affect the original flow of events either. Then, without warning, a finger suddenly poked the bruise on his neck. Kim Seon-woo yelped in shock, his whole body flinching from the sudden sting. Choi Seo-yeon, of course, could not help herself and said she was only trying to help because he looked so hurt. He stared at her, unable to believe she had actually said that so casually. Still, the resident pretty girl found it genuinely impressive that someone she had considered a loser had managed to beat Park In-won, who was ranked 5th among the second years. On top of that, Kim Seon-woo himself was only around rank 70, so she had no choice but to reassess her senior's skills. That was troublesome for him, so the brunette laughed it off and said that if the blonde had truly come prepared to kill, he never would have won. He lied smoothly, claiming that he had only chased him off with momentum. The second year sighed, saying that he actually felt a little bad now. Choi Seo-yeon must have wanted to team up with Lee Seo-jin, but instead, he had dragged her into this mess. The pretty girl smiled softly and said she was simply grateful that he had saved her. That was all. Then his pop-up screen appeared, and Kim Seon-woo looked at it with quiet curiosity. That screen was always useful, especially when it came to telling him things that other people would never say out loud. Unfortunately for him, the message made it clear that Choi Seo-yeon was now interested in him. And for Kim Seon-woo, that was definitely trouble. Choi Seo-yeon smiled and admitted that at the beginning of the semester, she had not thought very highly of her senior at all. After all, she had seen him doing that pathetic mopping act the other day. At the time, it looked like he was just desperately trying to attract attention because he had no real ability to show off. But after watching him recently, especially the way he helped Yoon Hae-young train and the power he had displayed tonight, he seemed like a completely different person from the dead-last attention seeker she thought she knew. Kim Seon-woo smirked slightly and asked what he seemed like to her these days. Choi Seo-yeon paused for a moment, thinking carefully about how to answer. If she had to put it into words, she said he was an interesting person, almost like a clown. Apparently, no matter how much he changed, he would not be escaping the clown allegations anytime soon. Well, they had rested long enough. Most of the other teams were already ahead of them, so if they wanted to keep up with the activity, they needed to start moving again. Kim Seon-woo let out a tired sigh and asked if she really did not want to sit for just a little longer. Choi Seo-yeon laughed and said she needed to find something and show results. That way, her sweet senior would not be disrespected by people like Park In-won. She was cheerfully hopping forward as she said it, but then a monster suddenly popped up out of nowhere. That beast had absolutely no business sneaking up on them like that. Before Choi Seo-yeon could even react properly, she found herself face to face with a giant snake-like creature. The girl screamed in horror, and the huge snake hissed right back at her. A training monster had appeared right in their path. Kim Seon-woo immediately leaped to his feet and rushed to help her, magic already gathering in his hand as he prepared to strike. But before he could launch his attack, a bright flash of light swept in from the side and sliced into the giant monster first. It was light attribute magic, sharp and radiant enough to cut through the danger in an instant, and Choi Seo-yeon's face lit up with joy. Even Kim Seon-woo brightened at the sight, because the person he had been aiming for had arrived at exactly the right moment. Lee Seo-jin had appeared on the scene like a true hero, saving them right when they needed him. This was the moment they had been waiting for. He smiled warmly and asked if everyone was okay. Apparently, Lee Seo-jin had been moving around alone, helping anyone who seemed to be struggling. Thankfully, he had not found any truly dangerous monsters nearby, which was a huge relief. He smiled and said he must have been too tense because they had been told this was a danger zone. The protagonist really did have a heart of gold. Of course, for a genius like him, this kind of exercise probably was not difficult at all. Choi Seo-yeon immediately thought that if Lee Seo-jin signed a sponsorship contract with her family, his genius would shine even brighter. Wow, she was already trying to recruit him right from the start. Her shamelessness was almost impressive. Lee Seo-jin only laughed and said he would think about that later. For now, they needed to focus on the training. The location, the members, and the timing were all perfect. It had been a while since Kim Seon-woo had seen such a clean setup fall into place this smoothly. As long as the major event where Lee Seo-jin discovered the hidden stage remained intact, then everything would be fine. All Kim Seon-woo needed to do was bring Choi Seo-yeon close to the dungeon. From the very beginning, the route Kim Seon-woo had taken with Choi Seo-yeon was calculated carefully. It avoided most of the monsters along the way and safely overlapped with Lee Seo-jin's path. All he had needed to do was guide them in the right direction. For now, this might have been his most successful mission when it came to keeping the story close to its original course. Suddenly, Kim Seon-woo pointed ahead with an exaggerated gasp and told everyone to look over there. There it was. The dungeon entrance stood before them, looking like the exact kind of suspicious place that anyone with common sense should very clearly avoid. Lee Seo-jin looked surprised when he noticed the glow and wondered aloud what it could be. The light seemed to be coming from inside the cave itself. Kim Seon-woo laughed and said he was extremely curious about it too. Then, acting as if this were the most natural decision in the world, he suggested they go ahead and check it out together. And just like that, those idiots actually walked straight into the dungeon. It was the Special Task Force's training ground dungeon, a place that had mostly fallen inactive these days. As Lee Seo-jin looked around with Choi Seo-yeon, they soon realized they had entered a hidden stage, an incredibly rare occurrence. A dungeon within a dungeon. Places like that were far harder to clear than ordinary dungeons, but if someone managed to get through them, the rewards were also far more valuable. This was exactly what Kim Seon-woo had been aiming for from the start. The room he had encountered inside the Tower of Proof had also been a type of hidden stage, so he already understood just how special this kind of place could be. And hidden stages like this could appear inside dungeons that had been deactivated and modified. In the original story, Lee Seo-jin and Choi Seo-yeon had joined forces here to defeat the boss. This episode was not only the moment when Lee Seo-jin would obtain an S-rank weapon and attract even more attention from the world. After clearing the hidden stage, people would begin calling him the Korean genius, and a press conference would even be held around his achievement. But the truly important part was something else. This was the key moment when Choi Seo-yeon would mature mentally and finally become one of Lee Seo-jin's allies. What had just happened mattered far more than it looked at first. And of course, since the other two were strong enough to clear this dungeon without much trouble, Kim Seon-woo had already made every preparation he could think of before things reached this point. The boy was truly pushing himself to step onto the center of the stage this time, going far beyond what anyone expected of him. With that determination burning in his eyes, he suggested that they should try challenging the dungeon themselves. Lee Seo-jin rejected the idea without even hesitating. Hidden stages were filled with unpredictable variables, and in his mind, the correct move was to contact the task force first. Like the model student he was already pulling out his phone to report everything properly. Sometimes, that saintly heart of his was just a little too obsessed with following the rules. Kim Seon-woo reacted instantly, lunging toward him and trying to wrestle the phone away before Lee Seo-jin could do something painfully responsible and completely destroy the storyline they were supposed to be following. While those two idiots were busy struggling over the phone like a pair of clowns, the pretty girl stood off to the side, quietly gazing down at her own reflection shimmering on the surface of the water. At first, she only stared because she was bored, watching the water ripple faintly beneath her. But then, out of nowhere, a voice drifted toward her, calling softly to the human child and telling her to come closer. A monster's shape appeared within the reflection of the water, but the girl did not seem to notice at all. She casually lowered her finger and stirred the surface, playing with the ripples like nothing was wrong. From deep below, something dark and hungry beckoned to her, inviting her down into the cold, silent depths. The moment her fingertip touched the water, a strange sensation spread through the entire dungeon like a shockwave. Lee Seojin froze in disbelief, while Kim Seon-woo stared at Choi So-yeon in outright horror. This was not how the story was supposed to unfold. But now that everything had gone completely sideways, whatever insane creature was hiding in that place was more than happy to seize the opportunity. A burst of twisted laughter rang out as the creature suddenly grabbed Choi So-yeon by the neck, instantly throwing her into the role of the helpless girl in danger. And this monster turned out to be a girl too, the Ghost Witch, a terrifying rank B beast. Somehow, while no one had been paying attention, it had appeared right behind them. The two students rushed forward at once, desperate to help Choi So-yeon before things got worse. Lee Seojin shouted for her to snap out of it, but from the empty look on her face, it was painfully clear that she was not coming back to her senses that easily. After all, she had just been captured by some witch diva who seemed disturbingly eager to claim her. Apparently, the witch imagined the two of them becoming a pair of cute and vicious girls together, or something equally unsettling. Needless to say, the boys had no interest in letting that plan happen. And to make the situation even worse, the witch was already trying to flee with her. For a monster to strike first like this, the plot had once again veered away from the original path. Kim Seon-woo kept struggling with everything he had, only for the story to twist itself into another disaster right in front of him. The man was exhausted by it all. Then, without warning, a violent surge of force exploded from the dungeon behind them, shaking the atmosphere around the gate. Kim Seon-woo stared in shock at the swirling gate, while Lee Seojin demanded to know what had just happened. There was no mistaking the truth anymore. Choi So-yeon had been kidnapped by a monster. Kim Seon-woo fell silent, as if he truly did not know how many more insane twists he could endure. But one thing was obvious. If he wanted the story to stay anywhere close to its proper direction, he had no choice but to move forward. He stepped toward the dungeon and told Lee Seojin to follow him so they could rescue her. Lee Seojin looked startled, asking if they were really not going to wait for the task force. But waiting around and doing everything by the book was exactly why Kim Seon-woo had been forced to deal with the main problem alone the first time. If they wasted any more time, Choi So-yeon would die. The monster that had taken her possessed the ability to absorb mana, and that made every passing second dangerous. Once the witch finished draining everything Choi So-yeon had, there would be no way left to save her. If they truly wanted to help her, then hesitation was no longer an option. They had to move immediately. Kim Seon-woo placed a firm hand on Lee Seojin's shoulder, forcing him to understand just how urgent the situation had become. This was not the time to wait, debate, or follow procedure. With no real choice left, Lee Seojin tightened his grip around his weapon. He was not the kind of person who could stand back and quietly watch a classmate die. They were going to save their junior right now. With that decision made, the two of them rushed straight into the portal without looking back. Meanwhile, the task force agent had finally caught up with the blonde student, who was whining that he had done absolutely nothing to deserve being chased around like this. Whether that was true was honestly debatable, but the agent pressed him anyway, demanding to know who he was conspiring with and what his objective was. Of course, the kid was clearly just an obnoxious bully, not some hidden main villain in disguise. Even so, the man was still convinced that the troublesome student was hiding something important. His eyes narrowed as he questioned why the boy had suddenly tried to run away in the first place. The poor kid immediately remembered the humiliation he had suffered, and tears began to gather as he sobbed that this was the one thing he absolutely could not tell the task force agent about. That reaction only made the agent even more certain that the boy was somehow working with the main suspects. Until now, he had been holding back because the kid was still just a student, but at this point, he believed he had no other choice. The agent then informed the pitiful Magic Academy second year, rank 5 student, Park In-won, that he was being arrested on suspicion of conspiring with the main suspects. Park In-won was completely baffled, looking like he could not understand how they had managed to grab the wrong guy this badly. The agent contacted his partner, Baek Yejin, saying he had apprehended the suspect and needed backup to restrain him properly. But on the other end, Baek Yejin was already panicking. There was another situation unfolding, and it was far more serious. 3 students had just entered the dungeon that had been modified for training. One of Baek Yejin's eyes had seen the entire thing happen. At first, the senior agent did not seem too alarmed by that. After all, the dungeon had been deactivated, so it should have been nothing more than an empty cave at that point. But then Baek Yejin revealed the part that changed everything. They had just confirmed signs that a hidden stage had appeared inside that very dungeon. The situation had gone from strange to dangerous in an instant, and the man's eyes widened with genuine horror. The two boys stepped into an unknown land, bracing themselves as they entered a completely different world of ice and snow. The dungeon's interior looked nothing like it had from the outside. It had become a frozen wonderland, glittering with cold light and sharp frost. Kim Seon-woo quickly reasoned that the evil witch must have strengthened the entire environment using the ice attribute mana she had stolen from Choi So-yeon. Apparently, This story had more than one girl connected to ice power. Lee Seo-jin was already shivering badly in the freezing air. Both boys were far too lightly dressed for a place like this, and Kim Seon-woo could not help thinking about the mountain of problems still waiting for him. For once, the focus shifted toward Lee Seo-jin's side of things. Even heroes, it seemed, could be absolutely miserable while doing heroic work. The cold gnawed at him so harshly that he seriously thought he might collapse if things continued like this. The thought had barely crossed his mind before Kim Seon-woo stepped in and draped a thick, fluffy wool coat over his shoulders. He had no intention of letting the protagonist back out of such an important rescue mission, but he also was not about to let him freeze to death in the middle of it. Lee Seo-jin looked genuinely shocked by Kim Seon-woo's sudden help, but Kim Seon-woo only smiled like it was no big deal. He told the dark-haired boy to wear the coat, since its insulation would protect him from the cold and make the dungeon a little easier to endure. A hidden stage like this was freezing enough to be dangerous, so Kim Seon-woo had already packed 2 massive coats inside the subspace pocket he had finally managed to get. He had also bought plenty of cold weather gear just in case. The warm fleece coat increased cold resistance by 20%, while the warm gloves added another 5%. Lee Seo-jin was stunned that Kim Seon-woo could even afford a subspace pocket, since something like that cost more than 100 million. Kim Seon-woo avoided giving a clear answer and simply said that he had bought some stocks and managed to cash them out. Of course, he still had one more coat prepared for Choi Seo-yeon as well. But before she could wear it, they first had to find her and bring her back safely. Then they spotted a figure waving in the distance. Lee Seo-jin immediately let out a breath of relief, thanking God because she looked unharmed. Kim Seon-woo, however, felt uneasy at once. There was no way the ice girl would simply be wandering around freely inside the dungeon right after being kidnapped. From far away, the voice cried out for them to hurry and save her. Their goal was to get Choi Seo-yeon out of that place as quickly as possible, and Lee Seo-jin wanted to locate the exit before anything else went wrong. But before that painfully good-natured hero could rush straight toward the obviously fake Choi Seo-yeon, Kim Seon-woo acted first and blasted her without hesitation. Lee Seo-jin froze in complete shock, unable to believe that Kim Seon-woo had just attacked the pretty girl they were supposed to be rescuing. The misunderstanding was cleared up almost immediately when the witch began to cackle. Apparently, Kim Seon-woo's instincts were sharper than expected for a mere human. The ice which had taken possession of Choi Seo-yeon's body, because that was apparently the only way she could get herself a fresh new face. Now that she had a beautiful body loaded with power, she was fully prepared to make that everyone else's problem. Suddenly, a sharp wave of killing intent locked onto them. Kim Seon-woo sensed it at once, and that was exactly the skill that had warned him about the witch's scheme in the first place. The monster was controlling their friend. This creature was the ghost witch, and if they wanted to save Choi Seo-yeon, they first had to capture the witch herself. The witch laughed with cruel delight, saying the child's frigid ice mana was an exquisite delicacy. The way she talked about a minor was deeply creepy, making the whole scene feel even more disturbing. Then she declared that once she had absorbed every last bit of that child, she would devour the boys as well. She really was a greedy, power-hungry pervert in the worst possible way. But the witch did not seem bothered by the insult at all, and instead launched a burst of power straight toward the boys. Naturally, Lee Seo-jin stepped into the center of the action with that shining sword of his. He charged forward to cut down the thread in front of them, while Kim Seon-woo watched with a look of quiet satisfaction. The ghost witch was an undead monster, which meant she should normally be weak against Lee Seo-jin's light attribute. There was just one very real problem waiting for them, as Lee Seo-jin leapt up to face the beast. While the real protagonist stepped right into the spotlight and took the front line, our boy stayed a half step behind him, playing support like it was the safest role in the world. Every time that ridiculous witch sent another attack flying their way, he blasted it apart before it could reach them, clearing the pressure around Lee Seo-jin one shot at a time. This fight was going to be painfully complicated, because their goal was not simply to defeat the enemy. They still had to save Choi Seo-yeon, and the problem was that her beautiful body was the very body the witch had taken over. The person they needed to protect and the enemy they needed to kill were standing in the same place, so unless they could separate the two first, they would never be able to make real progress. On top of that, Choi Seo-yeon was not just some ordinary rich and pretty girl. She was ranked #1 among the first-year students, and the specialty she was most famous for was manifestation, the kind of power that could turn raw mana into something terrifyingly real. With barely any warning, shards of ice appeared around her as if they had been pulled straight out of thin air. Then, with a cold flick of her hand, she launched a whole barrage of those frozen fragments toward her enemies. As she charged forward, her second specialty became obvious as well. Choi Seo-yeon's body was not only capable of manifestation, but enhancement too. Her movements suddenly sharpened, and instead of clashing with Lee Seo-jin head-on, she slipped right past him and rushed straight for Kim Seon-woo, clearly assuming he would be the easier target. Unfortunately for her, that assumption was about to disappoint her very badly. The worst part was that the boys could not freely attack her. Since they did not want to damage Choi Seo-yeon's body, they were forced to stay on the defensive, dodging and blocking while still somehow needing to bring her down. The moment the girl formed a sword of ice in her hand, a blade of light struck in from the side and knocked her away. Lee Seo-jin moved just in time, making sure that icy weapon never got close enough to hurt Kim Seon-woo. The hero was fighting with two goals at once: protect his friend and bring down the witch hiding inside Choi Seo-yeon. And as expected from the real protagonist, Lee Seo-jin refused to fold no matter how much pressure she put on him. But the ice witch had no intention of backing down either. She had come to win, and she was not the type to accept rejection quietly. She gathered another wave of cold magic, the air frosting around her fingertips, and hurled it at the two boys again without giving them even a second to breathe. The witch looked like she was enjoying herself, shamelessly using Choi Seo-yeon's pretty body as if it were her own toy while throwing out magic however she pleased. More and more icy shots flew toward the hero, but Lee Seo-jin was the protagonist for a reason. He stood his ground and blocked them one after another, refusing to let even a single attack slip through easily. With every step Lee Seo-jin managed to push forward, the possessed Choi Seo-yeon was forced to retreat a little farther. Still, this situation could not drag on forever. If they kept exchanging blows like this without a proper answer, they would eventually run out of options, so they needed a real way to deal with the witch. The witch soon noticed what they were doing. Since neither of them was attacking with the intent to truly injure her, she burst into laughter and mocked them for being too soft, sneering that they were not barbaric enough to strike a girl without hesitation. According to her, every attack they threw out was weak and pathetic. That was a pretty bold thing to say for someone who had stolen another person's body just to stand in front of them and fight. The battle kept raging, with Kim Seon-woo settling firmly into the support role. He made sure Lee Seo-jin remained the one taking center stage, because as far as he was concerned, getting dragged deeper into another troublesome main story crisis was the last thing he wanted. Her attacks shifted quickly between offense and defense, and the usefulness of the ice attribute became even more obvious in this frozen environment. Every spell seemed to blend with the snow and cold around them, turning the battlefield itself into part of her advantage. Even more ice came crashing down toward Kim Seon-woo, and he gasped in alarm as the frozen barrage filled the space above him. Even though this was supposed to be a 2-on-1 fight, the situation was horribly stacked against them, because they still could not strike back at Choi Seo-yeon directly. He reacted fast, throwing himself out of the way before the downpour could swallow him. Somehow, he slipped through the falling ice and managed to escape the worst of the attack. But when he glanced back over his shoulder, his expression tightened. Their escape route had been torn apart, completely demolished by the previous wave of magic. So that was her plan. The witch was not only trying to overwhelm them with attacks, she wanted to trap them, exhaust them, and slowly drain away their mana until they had nothing left. What a calculated little diva. The witch laughed as she realized they had nowhere left to run. Then she released another wave of wicked, biting cold magic, sending the freezing force straight toward the boys once again. It became one attack after another, with no pause in between. Kim Seon-woo had no choice but to keep moving, retreating quickly just to escape the range of her freezing magic. The fight was turning uglier by the second, and even Lee Seo-jin had to fall back to Kim Seon-woo's side. He looked toward the brunette and asked what they should do next. Since Kim Seon-woo always seemed to pull a solution out of nowhere whenever things got messy, Lee Seo-jin clearly hoped the same would happen now. He wanted to know if there was still a plan. As it turned out, Kim Seon-woo did have a plan. The first step was to find that damn witch's real body and finally wipe that smug smile off her face. If the main body was threatened, then the witch would be forced to abandon Choi Seo-yeon's body, giving them the opening they needed to finish her off. Lee Seo-jin immediately pointed out the obvious problem. This entire place was nothing but snow and ice, and searching through a frozen landscape like this would be extremely difficult. Lee Seo-jin asked if Kim Seon-woo already knew where the witch's main body was hidden. Unfortunately, Kim Seon-woo had not figured out that part yet. Lee Seo-jin stared at him in surprise, clearly caught off guard by that answer. The issue was that, in the original story, Choi Seo-yeon and Lee Seo-jin had entered this dungeon together. Back then, the hero defeated the Great Witch by slicing through the entire area and forcing the truth out with sheer power. It was not an easy method, but Kim Seon-woo was certain the main body could still be found. The problem was that he was not the one suited to finding it. Before anything else, Kim Seon-woo pulled out one of his special mana elixirs and drank it down. The effect kicked in quickly, boosting his mana recovery speed by a massive 500% for the next 10 minutes. But there was a nasty price attached to that boost. Once the 10-minute effect ended, he would be hit with mana exhaustion for 30 full minutes. Kim Seon-woo then made it clear that finding the witch's body and cutting her down was not his role. That job belonged to the protagonist. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Agent Jung Hyun-soo had finally managed to squeeze some information out of the bully he had cornered. The boy broke down in tears and admitted that he had picked a fight, lost, and then run away because he was too embarrassed to face it. It was humiliating to confess, but even that was better than being treated like some mastermind's accomplice when, in reality, he had just been a nasty little bully who got in way over his head. Only then did Agent Jung Hyun-soo realize he should have investigated each student much more carefully before making assumptions. It also became clear that the students entering an active dungeon had nothing to do with the blonde witch at all. The bully himself seemed confused about what kind of criminal mastermind they thought he was supposed to be. He was just a mean jerk who had caused trouble and panicked. He truly did not know anything important. The senior agent was furious with how badly the situation had spiraled. He scolded his junior, reminding him that their job was to guarantee the student's safety. The junior lowered his head and apologized for the oversight, explaining that the hidden stage had been an unexpected anomaly. To be fair, no one had expected that dungeon to open, and no one had expected students to be reckless enough to walk inside. Then the senior agent asked the question that mattered most. Was there any chance they could rescue the trapped students? Their first option was to try forcing the entrance open from the outside and see whether the dungeon would let them in. If that failed, then they would be in serious trouble. At that point, all they could do was pray that the kids inside managed to clear the hidden stage and come back on their own. And that was a terrifying gamble, because hidden stages were known for being dangerously difficult. By then, word had already spread among the students. A huge crowd had gathered outside the dungeon cave, whispering and staring at the entrance, even though their teacher kept insisting that everyone needed to stay back and wait outside. But teenagers were far too curious for their own good. They were shocked to hear that some of their classmates had been trapped inside a hidden stage, because everyone knew that once someone was locked in there, escaping was incredibly hard. Era stood among them in silence, visibly nervous but saying nothing. After all, their partners and friends were the ones stuck inside. The dark-haired girl was especially worried because she still had questions for Kim Se-woo, questions tied to a trauma she believed he was hiding, even if he did not actually have one. If something happened to him before she got her answers, she clearly would not be able to let it go. In her own awkward way, this was basically how she showed she cared. She cared about Kim Se-woo deeply enough that she needed that idiot to hurry up and come back alive. Back inside the dungeon, Kim Se-woo had finished explaining his plan to Lee Seo-jin, and the protagonist looked absolutely horrified. He could hardly believe he was being told to go off alone, find the witch's real body, and slay it by himself. But that was exactly what a protagonist was supposed to do. This was the kind of moment that forced a hero to grow, and in this frozen world, Lee Seo-jin could finally release his power without holding himself back. At the same time, the witch began moving more cautiously. She had noticed that the flow of mana around one of them had changed, and with a sharp scoff, she demanded to know what they were plotting. Before the boys could settle their plan, more mana surged behind them, rising like a warning from the frozen ground. Both of them tensed in alarm. The witch was not even willing to give them a moment to think, determined to crush them under her ice magic before they could prepare anything. And the longer they wasted mana fighting that horrible witch on her terms, the more the battle tilted in her favor. Every spell they spent only brought her closer to victory. Kim Se-woo turned toward Lee Seo-jin and told him that he did not need to hide his strength anymore, at least not in front of him. He could reveal his real power as it truly was. Kim Se-woo would not be scared by it. But if Lee Seo-jin kept suppressing himself like this, then at this rate, both of them were going to die. Once Lee Seo-jin thought about it, he realized Kim Se-woo was right. The only time he had swung his sword with full intent was during that final major attack before. Even during the midterms, he had been holding himself back. The reason was simple. He had been worried that if he pulled too far ahead, Era would be hurt by the distance between them. After all, Era was working desperately to catch up to him, to become his equal and stand beside him rather than behind him. But Kim Se-woo had noticed that tiny hesitation, that subtle difference in how Lee Seo-jin used his strength. Realizing that left Lee Seo-jin genuinely amazed. Then Lee Seo-jin made up his mind. If they were going to survive this, then both of them needed to go all out. No more hiding power, no more holding back. This time, they would fight at full capacity. The ice witch burst into delighted laughter, mocking the tiny human brats and declaring that she was not afraid of them at all. Honestly, she probably should have been, because she was standing against one boy with cheat code level tricks and another wrapped in pure protagonist plot armor. Since Kim Se-woo was trusting him this much and betting everything on his strength, Lee Seo-jin could no longer keep acting like he was still holding back. The moment he charged forward, brilliant light magic surged through him, lighting up his eyes, wrapping around his sword, and flooding his entire body with a fierce glow. The ice witch had been cackling like she already owned the whole dungeon, but the instant Lee Seo-jin stepped up and released that massive wave of light attribute mana, her laughter cracked. Suddenly, she looked like she was starting to question every decision that had brought her to this moment. Kim Se-woo shouted at Lee Seo-jin to stop holding back and blow away the entire dungeon in one strike. That was when the witch realized her real body was in danger. In her panic, that fool finally abandoned Choi Seo-yun's body, and the moment she did, everything became much easier for them. With a sudden burst of movement, the ice switch shot straight toward her true body, practically leading them right to it. If this was how she acted the second she panicked, then she really needed to calm down, because falling for an opponent's bait this easily was a terrible habit. The evil ice switch dove back into her own body like she was jumping into the pool of life itself. Seeing that, Kim Seon-woo broke into a bright smile, because Choi Seo-yeon could finally be retrieved safely, and that meant they had no reason to hold anything back anymore. The entire space around them began to shudder and crack, as if the dungeon itself was spasming under her power. Ice particles gathered in the air, swelling and spreading as the witch displayed the strength of her restored true form. Now that she had returned to her real body, the ice witch shrieked furiously, swearing that she would never let these humans do whatever they wanted inside her domain. But Kim Seon-woo only smirked, because now there was absolutely no reason to keep that witch alive. It was finally time to unleash everything. The monster gasped as the truth hit her. She had walked straight into their trap. But that tiny gasp was basically the last sound she managed to make before Lee Seo-jin's light magic tore straight into her soul. Lee Seo-jin was brutal with it, too. He stepped forward through the radiance and made it clear to the beast that from this moment on, he was the one controlling the fight. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, a group of desperate teachers was still doing everything they could to force their way into the dungeon. They kept checking the progress again and again, but the portal entry analysis had only reached 2%. They were moving slower than snails, and at this pace, the students inside would be dead long before anyone managed to break through. The opening was so tiny that not even a mosquito could squeeze through it. The worst part was that this pathetic progress was somehow the best they could manage. No matter which support mage they brought in, none of them would be able to open the gate any wider. Then, all of a sudden, the scarred agent received a message on his phone. He checked it immediately, his expression heavy with worry. At this point, even if Captain Kim Deok-hyun reprimanded him later, he felt he had no choice but to take responsibility himself. He quickly made a call and reported that Lee Seo-jin was one of the students trapped inside a hidden stage dungeon ranked at B rank. The agent began to apologize, but the person on the other end calmly brushed off his concern, saying it was fine and that the boy would come out on his own. That response left the agent completely stunned. Everyone around him was just as shocked, wondering what that person could possibly mean. How were ordinary students supposed to survive a B-rank hidden stage dungeon and simply walk out by themselves? Right then, the space behind them erupted in light. It did not just glow, it exploded. The blast shot into the sky like a nuclear wave, instantly wiping away every bit of doubt and disbelief. The students watching from outside stared in shock, wondering what in the world was happening now and whether the dungeon boss itself had burst out. But Era would recognize that rivals light attribute mana anywhere. There was no mistaking it. That power belonged to Lee Seo-jin. Inside, Lee Seo-jin looked down at his broken sword and let out a small, disappointed sigh. It was a little sad, but in the end, the weapon he had been using until now simply could not withstand his mana anymore. Then the two of them looked ahead, and right there, waiting in front of them, was a massive, shining sword. Honestly, the timing could not have been more perfect. The sword gleamed with overwhelming power, and on top of that, they had successfully retrieved their classmate. Choi Seo-yeon was still unconscious behind them, but at least she was safe. It was the Blue Moonblade, an S-rank sword filled with mystical moonlight power. Its weapon enhancement effect increased both destructive power and mana amplification by 50% for 30 minutes, and with only a 30-minute cooldown, its specs were seriously impressive. Kim Seon-woo sighed in relief and told Lee Seo-jin to claim the sword. After going through the trouble of saving their lives, it was only right that he wield it. Lee Seo-jin had contributed the most in defeating the Ghost Witch, and he just so happened to need a new sword anyway. Of course, the kind-hearted hero immediately wondered what Kim Seon-woo would get in return, since they had fought together. Kim Seon-woo simply smiled and said he would take every other treasure except the sword. If that was enough to satisfy him, then Lee Seo-jin should hurry up and claim his prize. Kim Seon-woo even said he would keep an eye on Choi Seo-yeon while Lee Seo-jin went to retrieve it. Standing tall beneath the dungeon's dim light, the protagonist stepped forward toward his destiny and picked up the sword that now belonged to him. The radiance pouring from the blade made it obvious that this was truly an S-rank weapon. Lee Seo-jin could hardly believe that his partner was giving up something this valuable so easily. Of course, Kim Seon-woo was only doing it because he needed the hero to survive for a very long time in this story. If Lee Seo-jin died, the whole thing could collapse, and Kim Seon-woo would be dragged right back to square one. Naturally, he was handing over the sword. But to Lee Seo-jin, his partner simply looked like an admirable young man with a generous heart. Now that they had jointly subjugated the hidden stage with a key character, the causality rate increased by 0.8%. Lee Seo-jin's interest in Kim Seon-woo rose by 1, and the protagonist's interest reached level 2, giving Kim Seon-woo 2,000 points as a reward. The system was honestly getting stingier with points these days. Meanwhile, Kim Si-woo checked on the girl they had rescued. Choi Seo-yeon was suffering from severe mana exhaustion because she was still not strong enough to endure a battle on this kind of scale. The evil witch had pushed Choi Seo-yeon's body far beyond its limits. This was the aftermath of having her power forcibly squeezed out while she was being controlled by the ghost witch. Lee Seo-jin soon came back with a pleased expression, his coat full of all the other items scattered around the area. And, of course, he happily handed them over to Kim Si-woo. Kim Si-woo was grateful for the loot, but then Lee Seo-jin leaned closer, curious about what he was doing now. Since they had finally finished that troublesome battle from earlier, Kim Si-woo was trying to give Choi Seo-yeon the extra recovery boost she needed after surviving such a harsh fight. The Ice Spirit's Heart was an A-type elixir that restored mana when consumed and permanently increased proficiency in controlling the ice attribute. Carefully, Kim Si-woo poured the elixir into Choi Seo-yeon's mouth, making sure she swallowed it so her body could recover faster. Slowly, the beautiful girl opened her eyes, only to find herself staring up at the two boys who had just saved her life. Kim Si-woo looked down at her and asked if she was all right, while Choi Seo-yeon stared back at her seniors in confusion. Then, out of nowhere, she burst into loud wails and demanded to know why they were staring at her like that. She clutched Kim Si-woo's coat tightly against her body, acting as if the two boys were predators instead of the heroes who had just rescued her. Lee Seo-jin seemed impressed that she had recovered enough to make such a fuss, but he did not appear bothered at all by her crying and panicking. Kim Si-woo, wearing a strained grimace, agreed that she definitely seemed full of energy now. Choi Seo-yeon stared at them in complete shock, still trying to understand where she was and what had happened to her. Explaining everything properly would take far too long, so Kim Si-woo kept it short and simply told her they had been inside a hidden stage. He explained that after Choi Seo-yeon was kidnapped by an ice witch, Lee Seo-jin worked incredibly hard and defeated the boss. Kim Si-woo was practically selling the hero like he was the best product on the market, because no matter what happened, he needed to push the protagonist to the front of every successful mission. Lee Seo-jin was starting to notice that pattern by now. Students their age clearing a hidden stage was something no one had ever recorded before. Technically, Kim Si-woo had done it first, but that had caused plenty of troublesome problems for his other self, and he had no interest in dealing with that again. So this time, the protagonist needed to take the credit. Choi Seo-yeon stared at her two seniors with open admiration, but there was no time for her to keep gawking. The exit had already appeared, and they needed to leave the dungeon immediately. Lee Seo-jin smiled as he looked toward the glowing way out, and said he had never realized light could look this beautiful. Coming from a guy with a light attribute, that was honestly pretty funny. But just as they were about to head outside, Kim Si-woo had something he needed to say first. He asked them to help him up because he was now suffering from mana exhaustion. He had done a lot of summoning, a lot of support, and on top of that, he had spent the whole time pushing Lee Seo-jin into defeating the big bad enemy. There was only so much a background character could get away with doing, and now his body was completely drained. Lee Seo-jin smiled, and the two of them helped that ridiculous guy back onto his feet. The last time Kim Si-woo had awakened Choi Seo-yeon, he had collapsed right afterward, which had honestly been pretty embarrassing. But this time, he had perfectly calculated the duration of the elixir boost he used during the fight. Once this incident ended, the person drawing attention should not be him. Kim Si-woo smiled with so much confidence that, at this point, he was practically daring fate to jinx him. Still, what he wanted was simple. Lee Seo-jin and Choi Seo-yeon needed to receive all the attention from this hidden stage. With a satisfied smile, Kim Si-woo left the dungeon together with the two key characters, facing the outside world while they dragged him along like he was a big sack of rice. Lee Seo-jin, the youngest person in history to clear a hidden stage, once again found himself at the center of public attention after the chaos of the main subjugation incident swept through the nation. The sword Lee Seo-jin had obtained, the Blue Moonblade, was later sent for appraisal, and the results were shocking. Even among S-rank weapons, it possessed two options that sat at the very highest tier. Before long, the boy's face was splashed across the front page of every newspaper. The whole thing was almost unbelievable, like the world had suddenly decided he was its next great miracle. Everywhere you looked, the papers were packed with full-page spreads of the young boy standing there with his magic sword in hand, looking like a hero pulled straight out of legend. Lee Seo-jin's genius-level achievements were covered again and again, and from that moment on, the entire world truly began turning its eyes toward him. After a full interrogation, the unfortunate Parkin One was finally cleared of the misunderstanding that he had been a major insider connected to the mains. But that did not mean he walked away clean. During the investigation into his attack on the main character and Choi Seo-yeon, his past of bullying other students with his gang was dragged into the light. So the pitiful idiot immediately ended up facing disciplinary action. For Kim Si-woo, things were honestly looking pretty good now. From this point forward, that bully would no longer be able to strut around campus and torment weaker kids, and that alone made the outcome feel worthwhile. Even though the whole incident had come with plenty of complications, the main character felt satisfied in the end, because the flow of events was still moving according to the original story. The truth that the special class activity had actually been a task force operation would stay buried as a secret, hidden away from the rest of the school. And through everything that had happened, Choi Seo-yun would naturally begin building a connection with Lee Seo-jin. Of course, when Yoon Hae-young heard about what had happened, she had been completely beside herself with worry. Calming her down had been exhausting, but in the end, things had somehow settled well enough. Kim Seon-woo still had a few things left on his schedule, and just as he was sorting through them in his head, someone suddenly cut right through his thoughts. It was the pretty junior girl. She approached him with a sly little smirk on her face, saying she had heard some very interesting things from Senior Seo-jin. Because of that, she had come all the way over to thank him in person, standing before him with a strangely meaningful look in her eyes. The boy froze for a moment, clearly caught off guard by her sudden gratitude. The pretty girl's cheeks turned red as she admitted that she had heard Senior Kim Seon-woo was the one who insisted on going to save her. On top of that, she had also been told that he fought desperately for her sake. The boy was horrified by this unexpected turn of events and quickly insisted that the golden protagonist was the one who had actually saved her. Unfortunately for him, Lee Xiaojun was terrible at lying, and he had apparently told her the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Kim Seon-woo kept trying to push the credit away, firmly insisting that the protagonist was the one who defeated the evil witch. But the pretty girl only looked at him with that same knowing smirk. She remembered the expression on his face when she had opened her eyes back then, and just thinking about it made the whole memory glow pink in her mind. Well, if her senior wanted to keep denying it, she had no intention of forcing him to admit anything. Instead, she simply smiled, let the matter slide, and said she would see him again at the next special class. Unfortunately, Choi Seo-yun's interest in him had now risen all the way to level 2, and our dude received a 1,000-point reward for it. That was insane. She was now standing on the same lane as the protagonist, and at this point, Kim Seon-woo was becoming seriously worried. He made up his mind that during the next incident, he would do even better no matter what. No matter how much credit people tried to shove onto him, he absolutely refused to accept any of it. Meanwhile, over in the school gym, the atmosphere was completely different, with students scattered around the room and intense training already underway. Kim Seon-woo looked around at all the students pushing themselves hard and let a small smile settle on his face. Everyone seemed to be giving it their all, sweating through their workouts and putting in enough effort to genuinely grow stronger. The brunette happily made his way through the halls. Thanks to being right beside Lee Xiaojun when they came out of the hidden stage, our dude had managed to earn an enormous number of points. With those points, he had bought a new trait this time, the secret method of evolution and adaptation. It was a special type of ability that allowed the user to evolve and adapt by satisfying certain conditions. It had been an incredibly expensive purchase, but it was already proving useful. Now, by staying in cold places for long periods of time, our dude could develop resistance to the cold, and after spending enough time in dark places, his night vision had improved as well. It was not a flashy skill that caused explosive changes all at once, but because it strengthened different basic abilities over time, it was extremely versatile. In the original story, this trait was supposed to be acquired by the first-year ranked second, John Min-kyu. But since the version in the point shop was treated separately, buying it here did not really interfere with the plot. Our dude stepped into the gym, and the moment he appeared, his fanboys started cheering loudly, waving their arms and calling him over with obvious excitement. Naturally, it was Lee Seo-jin and his best friend Young-jun. They asked what had brought the class clown all the way to the training room, and the boy laughed it off, saying he was simply trying to take care of his body. He was not doing anything strange or suspicious, just ordinary training like any ordinary high school boy would do. The protagonist laughed and said the main character sounded exactly like an old man. Still, since Kim Seon-woo had been like that ever since they first met him, it honestly felt pretty normal by now. But Young-jun soon pointed out that something else was happening in the gym. A bunch of other students had gathered their attention on them, whispering among themselves while staring with wide eyes. Apparently, they were watching Lee Seo-jin's usual morning bench press routine, carefully tracking the weight he was lifting with pure physical strength and without any mana enhancement. None of them could believe the hero's body was that powerful on its own. His best friend pointed out that Lee Seo-jin was not exactly like other kids either, and at that, the other two boys could only laugh along with him. And speaking of people who were nothing like normal kids, there was one other fiery young person they all immediately thought of, someone who would scream Lee Seo-jin's name with burning rivalry in her voice. Era always became heated whenever her rival was involved. The girl was truly intense, and apparently, she had been throwing herself into hellish training while declaring that she would show everyone what real firepower meant. Hearing that news, the hero looked unsure of how he was supposed to react, especially knowing just how passionate she could become. But the brunette was delighted by the news and said it was actually good for her. She should keep pushing herself like that so she could grow even more. Yuera was the type who worked harder when she had a clear goal in front of her, so this kind of stimulation was exactly what she needed. Still, there was something unusual today. Teacher Zhang Yangxiel was nowhere to be seen, which was surprising because whenever there was no class, that man was almost always in the training room. He was the kind of person who could sit at a weight machine and pump out all kinds of quick sets like it was nothing, barely even looking tired. Apparently, the teacher was currently patrolling the school grounds. It was supposed to be a secret, but they had supposedly found a body near the school, completely drained of blood. That was definitely not a good sign. Seojin guessed the victim must have been killed by a main, but his best friend only chuckled as if it was not a big deal. According to him, no one really needed to worry, because even if those monsters attacked again, their genius would protect them. Youngjun was cheerfully counting on Lee Seojin to save everyone if anything went wrong. The hero groaned and told his best friend to go away, but beside them, Kim Seon-woo's expression turned more serious as he quietly thought through the situation. The truth was, the mains really could attack the school again at any moment, because there was already an insider who had slipped into the school. To be more precise, what had infiltrated the academy was not some human collaborator working with the enemy. It was a main itself, and it seemed the time had finally come for the spy hidden inside the school to be introduced. Just then, a beautiful lady entered the gym, her dark hair flowing smoothly behind her and her toned, muscular figure drawing attention at once. With a gentle smile, she noted that Junior Seojin was sweating quite a lot. She was the third-year rank 4, Park Min-ai. She happily handed her junior a towel, and of course, Shin Youngjin stood off to the side, completely awestruck by how cool and natural the whole moment looked. Our dude was watching the exchange as well, but unlike the others, there was a clear trace of caution in his eyes. Youngjun commented on how beautiful their senior was, and the lady let out a light laugh before thanking him anyway, saying his compliment was very sweet. The hero practically seemed to sparkle as well, his expression brightening as he thanked Senior Park Min-ai for her kindness and politely accepted the gesture. The lady's lips curved into a gentle smile as she told him she had always been cheering him on from the side. It was almost painfully sweet to hear, and it made one thing very clear. Park Min-hee really did hold her junior, Lee Seojin, close to her heart. But beneath that smile, every word carried a dark, poisonous edge. That dazzling beauty was far more dangerous than she looked, and the moment she spoke, malice seemed to drip from her voice like venom. That very night, she had already taken her time with one pitiful victim, draining him dry while he cried out desperately for someone, anyone, to save him, but no salvation ever came. The cruel monster had moved almost like a vampire, closing in without mercy and sucking every bit of strength from her victim until the poor soul could barely stagger away on trembling legs. Now she sat calmly on a bench, brushing her fingers across her lips as if she were still savoring the taste of her latest meal. Third year, fourth-rank Park Min-hee was undeniably beautiful, and every gesture she made carried the confidence of someone who knew exactly how powerful her beauty could be. But there was another truth behind her identity. She was Jang Hana's only daughter. In other words, she was the daughter of the very first main that our guy had killed, tying her directly to one of the earliest and bloodiest problems he had created. After finishing her meal, the girl smiled faintly and said she had not expected anyone to visit her. A heavy, shadowy presence stood hidden in the darkness, and without even turning in fear, she asked whether he had come to attack the school again. Lord Cheonhae had returned. From within the gloom, the man smiled calmly and said he had only dropped by to see how the girl was doing. As if the poor victim had not already suffered enough, the man added one final insult by placing his foot directly on the unfortunate soul's head. Ever since Jang Han had died and the girl was left on her own, the Lord had apparently been visiting often, checking in to make sure she was still managing properly. Then, with chilling casualness, he crushed that helpless human into a bloody mess beneath his foot, all while speaking sweetly about how taking care of the girl was simply part of his duty. The girl let out an annoyed sigh, saying she had planned to play with that human a little longer, but now the Lord had gone and killed her toy. Naturally, she was not happy about it at all. The man, however, warned her that if she caused too much trouble on campus, sooner or later someone would catch her tail and expose her. Then the wicked monster asked how her school life had been lately. The girl took the money and thought bitterly about everything happening at school. Because of her position, she could not even get close to Young Hyun-soo, and Lord Haryong had ordered her not to take revenge on Kim Jin-woo, even though she wanted nothing more than to see him dead. Instead, day after day, she was forced to look at the same annoying brats who had reported her father and played a part in getting him killed. So of course, her school days felt absolutely miserable. Every time she saw Lee Seojin and his friend Youngjin, she had to swallow down the murderous rage that kept boiling up inside her. The man sighed as he looked at her, then mentioned that among those brats, Lee Seojin had recently become quite the hot topic. The boy's sudden rise through society had naturally caught the attention of the monsters at the very top. During the school attack, Lee Seojin had also been marked as the strongest candidate for possibly being the child of prophecy. The moment the girl heard that, shock flickered across her face. Back during the attack, right when the demon's grand barrier vanished, the boy with the sword had appeared as if on cue. That alone had already been suspicious, but the girl's own report made the matter even harder to ignore. The overwhelming power that had erupted during the special exam could only be explained as a flood of mana, the very power capable of destroying mains. That meant the child of prophecy was almost certainly Lee Seojin, and now, just as the original story intended, he would become their target. The girl could barely contain her excitement. Every main had been granted the authority to track down and eliminate the child of prophecy, which meant she might finally get the chance to kill Lee Seojin with her own 2 hands. No wonder she had been smiling so brightly when she saw him at the gym after that night. But Lord Qianhai was no fool. He looked at her carefully and asked whether this was truly a task she could handle, because every one of them had witnessed that boy's power firsthand. Whether they liked it or not, Lee Seojin was a dangerous problem. The girl replied that Lord Qianhai would never understand what it felt like to arrive at that scene and find her father's ruined body lying lifeless on the ground. The thirst for revenge was unbearable, especially when the fruit she wanted most was right in front of her, yet still beyond her reach. That helpless fury kept eating away at her. But this was not only about her personal vengeance, it was also for the sake of their clan. If that absurdly powerful boy truly was the child of prophecy, then she would kill him without hesitation. To her, ending that troublesome hero once and for all would be an honor. For Zhang Yi, that was exactly the kind of resolve she needed to show. The girl gasped when a new figure appeared without the slightest warning. A man in a perfectly tailored suit stood there with a composed smile, saying that things had turned out exactly as Qianhai had recommended. For someone so young, the girl had formed an impressive resolution. Lord Qianhai immediately dropped to his knees before Song Jin, admitting that he had not expected him to come here personally. Song Jin simply made it clear that if someone was going to become his subordinate, then he needed to see that person's face with his own eyes. At the moment, the girl's power was still weak, but her determination was more than satisfactory. Because of that, Song Jin said he would gladly accept her. The young lady stood there stunned, though hesitation still flickered across her face. The man in command ordered the girl to join the king's mission and attack the child of prophecy once again. Refusal was not something he would allow. It was basically a threat dressed up in polite words, especially as his dark energy spread around him while he waited for her answer. This man was one of the 10 Demon Council members, an S-rank main known as the king's right hand, Song Jin. Meanwhile, something was already happening at the 5th entrance of the Bukansan Demon Sealing Hall dungeon. Inside, a fierce battle had broken out as a mage raised her power against a deadly swarm of bat goblins. Gathering a wide circle of mana in her hands, she aimed at the flying monsters rushing toward her and released a blast of ice that pierced straight through several of them in midair. It was Yoon Hae-young, training hard while our guy stood behind her and guided each spell she launched. The bat goblins were clearly intimidated by her relentless attacks. The same young girl who had once believed she was nothing more than mediocre was now powerful enough to drive monsters back toward the safety of their own cave. This was what real growth looked like. As the creatures fled in panic, the ice girl turned around with a thrilled expression and happily asked her teacher whether she had done well, clearly eager to impress him after working so hard. The boy admitted that she had improved a lot, though for now, their focus should remain on helping her control this form more skillfully. She had been surprised when her teacher suddenly suggested they go somewhere for the weekend. But in the end, that somewhere turned out to be a dungeon meant entirely for her training. The boy could only laugh to himself because he really had gotten lucky, and yes, this place was genuinely a lucky find. He had discovered this dungeon completely by chance back when he had been a C-rank mage before the regression. Since he still remembered it in this new life, he figured it would be the perfect hidden training ground for his little ice student. The dungeon had never really appeared in the original story, and as far as he knew, he was the only one aware of it. So borrowing it for a while should not interfere with the plot in any serious way. This dungeon was packed with demon-type monsters, making it the ideal environment to sharpen Yoon Hae-young's willpower. As he continued watching her growth closely, he asked what she had been thinking about when she manifested that power. The girl answered that she had remembered the time she fought beside Era. Back then, the thought filling her mind had been simple and desperate. She wanted to save the person standing beside her. When it came to handling the power that could destroy mains, the most important factor was willpower shaped by a clear purpose and unwavering determination. Unfortunately for our guy, the center of Yoon Hae-young's will seem to be him. It was honestly unfortunate, because he had only intended to help the ice girl grow stronger, yet now she had become deeply invested in the very trainer guiding her. Even just now, while pushing herself so hard, she had been thinking about how badly she wanted to enter the special class, just like her senior. Well, if they continued training together like this every weekend, he was certain she might eventually earn her place in the special class too. But from another angle, The idea of just the two of them spending every weekend together inside a dungeon almost made it feel like a date. And judging from the look on her face, the ice girl was still happily feeding those little fantasies in her head, fully enjoying her own delusions. The girl cheerfully said she was perfectly fine with that. After midterms, she had ranked 82nd, so now her next goal was rank 52nd, and after that, the special class. At this pace, Yoon Hae-young would actually end up joining around the first semester of the third year, just like she had in the original story. On top of that, all this repeated training in dark caves had also improved our guy's evolution and adaptation abilities. His eyes could now adjust to darkness far better than before. With that handled, the only real issue left was Jang Hein's daughter, Jang Yi. In the original story, Jang Yi had been a villain who approached Lee Seo-jin and kept scheming against him for the sake of avenging her father. But in this timeline, the ones who actually killed her father were him and Young Hyun-soo. For some reason, though, she was still getting close to the protagonist, even though Lee Seo-jin had never been publicly credited with killing her father. That contradiction made the main character wonder what she was really after. It was true that Lee Seo-jin had delivered the final blow, but only the people who had been there in person knew that detail. Something about this changed plot felt wrong, and he needed to uncover the reason before the protagonist ended up getting hurt. Before that villainess could cause any real damage, he had to make the first move himself. It did not take long before the main character ran into the senior who, at least vaguely, remembered his name. Of course, she remembered him. After all, she had heard that Lee Seo-jin had recently been rescued by Lee Xiaojun from a hidden stage. She had also heard that this young junior had something he wanted to tell her. As she faced him, the girl quietly prepared to summon her magic. Wondering whether he had somehow discovered her use of main power, the brunette listened as he said that what he needed to tell her was extremely important. In his mind, this was the only way to deal with the problem of Jang Yi. He reached into his clothes, and the moment the girl saw what he pulled out, she gasped in surprise. It was sudden, but the boy decided to say it anyway. Raising a magical book toward her, he told his senior that he wanted to stay in private contact with her. He was basically launching a confession attack right at her face. There was no way this would not come back to bite him somehow. Still, Kim Seon-woo believed that before anything else, he had to create a chance for the two of them to be alone, and in a situation like this, nothing worked faster than a sudden confession. The very next second, a brutal notification of disgust slammed into him. Wow, she really did not need to react that harshly, but the girl was clearly furious from the bottom of her heart. And just like that, our guy earned the glorious medal of his very first rejection, along with a reward of 1,000 points. Honestly, a win was still a win. And the girl's face made it painfully obvious, too. She looked so genuinely disgusted that this might have been the first time anyone had ever seen her wear that kind of expression. The boy froze for a moment, visibly shaken by how instantly and mercilessly she had rejected him. When she stopped pretending to be human, the girl really was a terrifying beauty. She was merciless, cold, and sharp enough to make the air around her feel dangerous. She did not even have to say anything at first. Just the look in her eyes felt like it could peel the flesh from his bones. Then she finally spoke to her junior, Kim Seon-woo, and calmly informed him that he was not her type. Because of that, a personal relationship between them would never happen. For now, she said it would be best if they simply remained a good senior and junior. After saying that, she turned and walked away at once, practically burning with anger at his outrageous nerve. She would never date a human in the first place. To her, humans were beneath her, nothing more than prey for her kind, so even suggesting it felt like an insult. Even if he was human, Kim Seon-woo still sulked a little, because he knew he was at least kind of cute. Getting his first rejection from a girl who stared at him like he was something filthy honestly hurt. Monsters really did have strange taste. In any case, Shin Young-jin sympathized with him, and that sympathy earned him another 500 points as a reward. But our guy only smirked, because the person he had truly been aiming for was not the girl at all, it was that guy. This was perfect, because the hero's best friend had apparently been hovering near the pretty senior too, and after witnessing Kim Seon-woo's rejection, he looked genuinely sorrowful. The boy stepped closer, patted Kim Seon-woo on the shoulder, and told him to hang in there. He quickly added that he had not been trying to eavesdrop or anything. The training grounds just happened to be on his way. To be fair, a senior like Park Min, he was at least someone worth confessing to, even if rejection was the only outcome. She simply seemed reluctant to receive that kind of attention. Of course, that was because she was a main, but most ordinary students had no idea about that. Either way, Kim Seon-woo shifted the conversation and focused on the fact that Shin Young-jin had not even started his classical magic theory assignment yet. That completely caught the other boy off guard, and he immediately asked how Kim Seon-woo had known. Young-jin let out a heavy sigh and admitted the truth. When it came to physical activities, he was definitely an ace, but theory was a completely different monster. No matter how hard he tried, the material just refused to stay in his head, and it was driving him crazy. That was when Kim Seon-woo asked if he wanted to use his assignment as a reference, since he was ranked number 1 in theory after all. The musclehead's eyes practically lit up as he asked if that was really okay. He would gladly accept any help he could get with theory. But of course, there had to be a condition attached. Kim Seon-woo gave him a sly little smirk and asked the hero's best friend how familiar he was with using the school message board. Later on, the cafeteria was packed with students carrying trays, scooping up food, and chatting noisily with their friends as they settled in for a normal meal. Before long, the students noticed the very guy they had been talking about after seeing the school board the other day. Back when he was dead last, barely anyone paid attention to him. But now, he was suddenly pulling off ridiculous stunts one after another. It looked like Kim Seon-woo had done something outrageous just to drag everyone's focus back onto himself. This time, 247 people were interested in him, and that gave him a reward of 1,500 points. Looking at the result of all his hard work, the boy could only let out a tired sigh. On the school board, he had left an unbelievably bold message, declaring that absolutely no one was allowed to touch third-year senior Park Min-hee. She was the Magic Academy's greatest beauty, and she had been claimed by second-year Class A's Kim Seon-woo. Anyone else needed to keep their hands off. If this kind of message did not stir up the main, then nothing would. Sure enough, rumors about the absurd notice board confession were already spreading like wildfire among the students. Even the teachers were laughing among themselves, wondering if this was simply how kids confess their feelings these days. The teachers found it to be a strangely cute expression of youth, and even the first-year students thought the whole thing was hilarious. Meanwhile, the ice girl was devastated after hearing that her crush apparently liked older women, and the fire girl simply told her to eat her food before she hurt her own heart. Logically, there was no way Kim Seon-woo had written and posted something that ridiculous himself, so the fire girl guessed that someone must have been pulling a malicious prank on him. But unfortunately, that idiot really had arranged for someone else to post that stupid, shameless message on his behalf. The moment the ice girl heard the fire girl's theory, her mood brightened almost instantly. Now she started worrying about whether Kim Seon-woo was doing okay, since someone had supposedly played such a cruel prank on him. Technically, Kim Seon-woo truly had not posted the message himself this time. He had simply made someone else do it for him. The two boys involved in this ridiculous incident were both sweating bullets, terrified that their little scheme would be exposed. Shin Young-jin whispered nervously that he had done his best to help, just like Kim Seon-woo asked, and he really had posted it on the board. But now the musclehead was worried the entire plan had blown up in their faces, because Kim Seon-woo had become the laughingstock of the whole school. Of course, Lee Seo-jin had heard about it too, and he was laughing along with everyone else. Kim Seon-woo admitted that this was not exactly the result he had wanted, but thanks to his friend's help, his feelings had been conveyed very clearly. So in a strange way, even this outcome was fine. In truth, he had known from the start that if he got Shin Young-jin involved in a bit of gossip, it would spread through the entire school almost instantly. Kim Seon-woo thanked the musclehead for helping him, and Young-jin, moved by the moment, promised that he would support him all the way to the end. Then, at last, the third-year student appeared in the cafeteria, and Kim Seon-woo spotted her immediately among the crowd. Then again, anyone with even a little common sense would know that no one would confess their true, heartfelt love in such an absurd and embarrassing way. Kim Seon-woo had only created this situation because he knew exactly what kind of effect it would have on the main girl. Now the entire school was talking about Park Min-hee and her so-called admirer. Kim Seon-woo had escaped the label of dead last, but just as Choi Seo-yeon had said, plenty of people now saw him as nothing more than an attention seeker. And as long as Park Min-hee was tied to someone like him in the public eye, it would become much harder for her to hunt people freely or harm Lee Seo-jin, because far too many eyes would be watching her every move. Kim Seon-woo had no respectable image left to protect anyway, so there was no real damage to him. If making himself look ridiculous helped block her movements, then he was completely fine with making that sacrifice. With shameless confidence, he even winked at the main girl like a total clown. Her friends immediately screamed in horror at how disgusting the gesture looked, while the poor monster girl began trembling with rage at the sheer audacity of his existence. Honestly, though, their disgust was a little excessive. Sure, he was acting like a poser, but it was not as if he was ugly. The main girl's friends sighed that pretty and kind people always seem to attract the absolute strangest weirdos. They encouraged Park Min-hee to ignore that stupid human, saying there was no reason for her to waste time dealing with a loser like him. But Park Min-hee was boiling with anger. She had been entrusted with the critical mission of killing the hero, Lee Seo-jin. Yet now, because of all the attention Kim Seon-woo had dragged onto her, every one of her plans was falling apart. She could not make a move at all, because the whole school had its eyes on her. That stupid junior had somehow become the biggest thorn in her side in record time. Kim Seon-woo would have loved to ambush her and get rid of her outright, but for now, this was the only way he could patch the situation together. After all, something far more important was about to happen to Lee Seo-jin. At the American Artifact Museum, closing time had finally arrived. The remaining visitors were politely reminded not to forget any of their belongings as they made their way toward the exit. The students on duty were told they had all done very well, and now they needed to check for anything unusual before beginning the night patrol. They answered in agreement and quickly got to work. Among the exhibits was the soul container, a holy relic said to possess the power to seal souls. 13 years earlier, the entire world had been threatened by history's worst multinational terrorist organization, known as JN. And from the way things were lining up, it seemed those dangerous bastards were about to reappear at this point in the story. Back then, Magic Association Chairman Kim Jin-chul had fought a fierce battle against that evil organization. In the end, he had managed to repel the villain group, and even succeeded in killing their leader, a man known as Jin Xion-woo. One of the spoils left behind from that battle was the precious soul container, which was eventually gifted to the American Artifact Museum. After checking the exhibit, the students confirmed that the soul container was clear, and the museum continued its shutdown procedures. As a holy relic and one of the most important displays in the entire American Artifact Museum, it was treated with extreme care. But then, a wicked-looking woman appeared inside the museum, and the air instantly shifted, as if a massacre was about to break loose. The man tried to stay calm and play it cool, telling the sinister-looking lady that the exit was in the other direction. But she only smiled, and said that seeing a holy relic filled with this much mystery up close was truly a breathtaking sight. To her, an object this beautiful did not belong locked away behind museum walls like some ordinary display. However, the artifact was just as dangerous as it was beautiful, which was exactly why only qualified people were supposed to guard it. The lady laughed softly and said that 13 years ago, that man had been qualified to possess all those mysteries, right up until the moment he lost to Kim Jin-chul. The association had stepped in because they refused to let those washed-up terrorists misuse power however they pleased. But the man's expression hardened the moment their hero was insulted. To him, mystery was not some toy for criminals or cultists. That kind of power existed for one reason only: to protect the public and serve the greater good. Of course, that belief was not exactly something the woman agreed with. In her eyes, the stronger the power, the greater the purpose it should serve. And from where she stood, the Magic Association was not acting noble at all. They were simply desperate to lock that incredible power away and keep it for themselves. That was the moment the man finally began to understand the situation. This was not some random, elegant woman in a revealing gown who had wandered in just to argue with him for entertainment. There was something far more dangerous behind her calm smile. His eyes shot wide open, and panic rushed across his face as he shouted for security to drag this possible criminal out immediately. But honestly, the man caught on way too late, because there was no way someone like her had reached this room without already tearing through at least half the guards outside. And right on cue, the other half of the security team came flying into the room, their bodies dumped in a heap directly at the man's feet like broken luggage. A huge, muscular man stepped inside next, dragging the beaten and bloody bodies of the so-called museum security behind him. He looked almost disappointed as he tossed them aside, grumbling that playing with them had been boring because every last one of them was too weak. What he really wanted was someone strong enough to give him a proper fight. The man could only stare in complete disbelief. Every guard assigned here was supposed to be an A-rank mage, yet they had all been crushed like nothing. Even worse, the museum's security system had not activated until the situation had already spiraled this far out of control. While he was still trying to process that nightmare, a bored-looking emo girl in a red jacket casually hopped into the room. Without even making a big deal out of it, she sliced open the contents of the special soul item. They had originally agreed to simply threaten the man and steal the item, but now the plan had clearly taken a different turn. And that sudden change made everything much more inconvenient. The man trembled where he stood, because he had barely even noticed when that other woman had appeared beside them. Overwhelmed by fear, the poor man collapsed onto the floor and stammered out a desperate question, asking who these terrifying people even were. The association may have taken their god away from them, but it had never managed to crush their faith or their will. The villains stepped closer, looming over him with cold, disgusted eyes as if they were looking down at something filthy. Being called washed-up terrorists was an insult they simply could not forgive. That single phrase had crossed a line they were never going to ignore. They would make this man pay dearly for daring to mock their almighty king, and the pressure in the room turned heavy enough to choke him. As they proudly revealed themselves, the man finally understood who had invaded the museum. The monsters standing in front of him were none other than Jae-yoon. That name was all he managed to force out before the entire museum was swallowed by a blinding flash of light, and then erupted into a massive explosion. The blast sent a thunderous echo rolling across the city, rumbling through the streets like both a roar and a declaration that Jae-yoon had returned. Far away, a schoolbook trembled slightly in the hero's hands. He paused in the middle of reading, his body going still as that distant rumble seemed to strike somewhere deep inside his soul. News soon broke that the recent terrorist attack at the American Artifacts Museum had been carried out by the cult group known as Jae-yoon, a terrifying organization that had once vanished from the world years ago. Although many of the site records had been destroyed, Investigators believed the attack had been led by Executive Burt. All over the news, people were demanding that the Magic Association release an official statement. But for Era, none of those voices were louder than the terrified pounding of her own heart. After searching for so many years, her face turned pale as the realization hit her. The monsters who had taken everything from her had finally stepped back into the light. Trying to hide her reaction, the girl lied that she was only feeling a little queasy, then quietly left the dining room. It was about to begin. The first real clash with the story's main villain organization, Jaehyun, was finally drawing near. Jaehyun had resumed its activities, and the Nightmare Group from 13 years ago had returned. Sigma News continued broadcasting reports about the American Artifacts Museum attack, confirming that the vanished cult group Jaehyun was responsible. Even though the records at the site had been badly damaged, the attack was still believed to have been led by Executive Burt. A man asked the woman if she was satisfied with how the news had turned out. She did not even need to answer with words. The pleased smirk spreading across her face said everything, especially since the photo had come out beautifully. They had been short on time, so the man had barely managed to cover their faces. If they were going to make such a flashy mess anyway, he could not help wondering why he had gone through all that trouble to disable the security system in the first place. This man was Jean, one of Jane's members. As it turned out, the entire plan had only changed because one clueless curator had opened his mouth and insulted the blonde woman. The woman smirked without a hint of regret and said she had made the man properly atone with his life. She simply could not tolerate some loser calling them washed up. This woman was Natasha, another member of Jaehyun. The larger blonde man crossed his arms and complained that the whole massacre had ended far too quietly for his taste. From his point of view, that kind of quiet ending was not satisfying at all. Back in the old days, they would have burned the entire surrounding block to the ground before leaving the scene. Jaehyun clearly had no shortage of conqueror instincts and arsonist tendencies, but acting that recklessly would not work in the present situation. Times had changed, and making a move that extreme now would be far too hasty. Even the dark-haired terrorist member agreed, with Jin's more cautious judgment. After all, the task force and the Blade of Dawn were still hunting them, so they could not afford to take unnecessary risks just for fun. The big guy, however, did not care at all. He was ready to fight those goody-two-shoes anytime, and when the woman called him an idiot, he snapped back at her not to say that. The blonde woman then rose from her seat and calmly said that the team should disappear somewhere quiet for a while. Just like Jean had pointed out, she admitted she had been a little hasty this time. Since things had already become noisy, they might as well head to Korea and take a short break there. That suggestion instantly got the entire terrorist group excited. Korea had plenty of powerful opponents for the big guy to challenge, and the smaller-looking woman was already thinking about visiting the Sil Magic Arena this time. Jean admitted that traveling to Asia was fine, but he made one thing clear. If they went there, he wanted everyone to avoid running into Kim Jin-chul. The blonde woman only chuckled and said that the darkest place was always right under the lamp. No one would expect them to visit there first, which made it the perfect choice. Besides, there was something she needed to confirm for herself. Her playful expression faded slightly as her gaze settled on a photograph that appeared to show a high school boy. The man could already guess exactly who the blonde woman intended to see. She smiled faintly and reminded him that he knew very well what that child meant to them. They had been dragged into several incidents as well, enough to make them wonder what Baek Eun-sung had unearthed through his surveillance. The situation was becoming unstable, and even in the big guy's opinion, it was better for their group to keep moving. With that, the decision was made. The woman in charge turned toward Jean and ordered him to prepare their fake identities. It was time for them to get this show moving. They needed fake IDs, passports, and then a way to contact Baek Eun-sung. Once everything was ready, they would let him know that they were coming soon. The woman leading them was Burt, a member of Jaehyun. Meanwhile, at the restaurant Kintia, our guy was simply trying to live his life. It had been quite some time since he had appeared publicly as Kim Jin-woo, so he figured it should be safe to move around again. Since he had stayed cautious for so long, Waryeong's interest in him should have cooled down by now, and he definitely had no desire to attract the attention of such a dangerous man. More than anything, before he ended up crossing paths with one of the story's main villain groups, he needed to raise his own specs as much as possible. With that goal in mind, Kim Seon-woo stepped into the specially reserved room and found his favorite client already waiting for him inside. The woman's face immediately brightened the moment she saw him walk in. She looked genuinely delighted that he had come. He told her she could have simply sent someone else to deliver the item, but she smiled back and said it had been a while, and she had wanted to see his charming face in person. Still in a cheerful mood, she brought out exactly what he had requested and placed the items before him: a holy herb potion and a pair of high-durability combat boots. Kim Seon-woo stared down at the items with clear amazement, unable to hide how impressed he was by the quality of what she had prepared for him. The boots were 6B functional multi-purpose combat boots, custom-fitted to match the user's body perfectly. On top of that, they reduced stamina loss from walking and running by 20%, making them a seriously worthwhile purchase. They even came with dual options, which made Kim Si-woo gasp in genuine admiration. He was certain these boots must have cost several times more than other items of the same grade. But to her, this was a gift, and she simply could not bring herself to pick the ordinary items he had originally asked for. Before long, their food was brought into the room, and as expected from a place like this, every dish looked like the definition of luxury dining. To her, a gift should never leave the person receiving it disappointed. That was not just kindness on her part. It was her personal principle. Kineo was the very restaurant where Lee Seo-jin had nearly fainted after tasting just one bite in the original story. Kim Si-woo had also heard that normal people had to wait for months just to secure a reservation here, which made the place feel even more ridiculously exclusive. Naturally, he could not help wondering whether the food was truly that incredible in real life. So, with a bit of curiosity and a lot of expectation, he decided to take a bite and see for himself what all the fuss was about. Kim Si-woo carefully cut off a small piece and placed it in his mouth. The moment the golden pastry shell cracked apart, the rich, subtle aroma of mushroom from the duxelle sauce spread across his tongue, mixing smoothly with the savory juices of the meat. And hidden inside that delicate layer was the real treasure, a perfectly cooked 1++ Korean beef roast, prepared so beautifully that every bite felt like it had been timed down to the second. The flavor met the red wine and transformed into a burst of sauce so rich it practically exploded in his mouth. Kim Si-woo chewed slowly, his eyes lighting up with pure happiness as the taste sank in, and his whole face brightened with delight. He could hardly believe something this good was actually sitting in front of him. The outside was crisp and fragrant, while the inside was soft, juicy, and overflowing with flavor. It was so delicious that tears of joy started forming in his eyes as he kept eating, and the woman across from him laughed warmly, saying that seeing that kind of reaction made treating him to a fine meal completely worth it. Still smiling from the aftertaste, Kim Si-woo wiped his lips neatly and let out a deeply satisfied sigh, looking as if the meal had completely won him over. After receiving such generous hospitality, he felt that he could not just sit there shamelessly and accept everything for free. The woman only laughed, telling him that money was unnecessary, since people like them were not the kind to worry over something like that. Kim Si-woo then smiled back at her and said that, in that case, he could offer something far more valuable than money. He had already noticed earlier that she seemed troubled, and he guessed it was probably because of the terrorist threats spreading around the world. Someone had demanded that 2 billion won be deposited into a specified account, threatening to bomb the Hansong pharmaceutical building in 3 days if the deadline was not met. The woman froze in surprise, stunned that Kim Si-woo knew about information so confidential it had not even reached the press. He only smirked calmly and said he had his own ways of learning things, and she should understand that better than anyone. Getting back to the main issue, after the news about Jae-yoon broke, copycat crimes had started rising all over the world. The poor woman was already occupied with the power struggle against her brother, but fortunately, the person threatening Han Se-young had nothing to do with Jae-yoon. Kim Si-woo happened to know the truth. The real joker stirring up trouble for the pharmaceutical heir was not connected to Jae-yoon at all. Instead, it was an underground alchemist named Jo Sung-han. In the grand scale of things, he was just a petty criminal who would eventually be caught after trying to extort the rising Hansong pharmaceutical. Kim Si-woo advised her to investigate the financial situation of her own security staff. If she looked carefully, she would eventually find someone connected to a low-quality alchemist. In the original story, the guy had only appeared briefly to trigger an event, so Kim Si-woo figured interfering at this level should still be acceptable. That was how he usually thought about most of his changes, at least until they slowly grew into problems far bigger than he ever imagined. Still, he had always managed to handle things so far, so he was not particularly worried. After dinner, Kim Si-woo and the woman stepped outside and walked together. Beside him, she looked surprisingly small and slender, even though she was a manager deeply involved in a major business. The pharmaceutical heir kept turning the matter over in her mind. She could not understand how Kim Si-woo had managed to learn such high-level information, especially when even she had not been able to access it herself. But whatever his source was, he kept it completely hidden. In the end, she finally voiced what had been weighing on her. She told Mr. Kim Jin-woo that she did not know who he worked for, but if he was willing to consider joining her side, she would reward him handsomely. What she did not realize was that she was making a serious recruitment offer to a minor who was basically using cheat code knowledge to solve his problems. Even so, the pharmaceutical heir pressed on, telling him that with someone like him beside her, she did not think she would lose to her brother in their competition. She was even prepared to offer him at least an 8-figure salary, along with treatment far beyond anything he could normally expect. Kim Si-woo laughed softly and told her that this was not the kind of work he did for compensation. Even so, his desire to help Han Se-young was completely genuine. The woman let out a small sigh, then smiled as she admitted that it would not be very fun if he accepted her offer right away anyway. Still refusing to give up, she suggested that they have dinner together again sometime. By then, she promised she would prepare an even better offer for him. Kim Seon-woo smiled at her words and honestly admitted that he was looking forward to it. Han Se-young's offer really had been tempting. But if Kim Seon-woo accepted it, he would inevitably be pulled away from Lee Seo-jin, and that was something he could not allow. After all, that golden-hearted hero was the central axis this entire world revolved around, and Kim Seon-woo needed to keep watching him every day. Still, he had to admit one thing. He absolutely loved his new combat boots. The pharmaceutical heir was unbelievably generous, and he genuinely appreciated her kindness. He was already wearing the boots now, and the moment he stepped out alone, he activated their ability to air walk, partly to test them and partly because it gave him a pretty impressive aura. All he needed to do was channel mana into the shoes, which basically turned them into triple option equipment. Luckily, among the hidden stage drops, there had been something genuinely useful, and Kim Seon-woo rushed forward with a wide, excited smile. With one sharp leap, he launched himself from the edge of a rooftop, kicked off into open air, and landed as if there were an invisible foothold beneath his feet. That was right. Kim Seon-woo had just pulled off one of the coolest miracles imaginable. Running straight ahead through the air like the sky itself had become his road. Being able to walk across the sky felt insanely cool. As long as he kept the boots supplied with mana, he could perform bold air-walking stunts like this again and again without immediately falling. Before long, Kim Seon-woo landed on another rooftop and smiled with clear satisfaction after testing the strength of his fancy new equipment. The boots were not bad at all, though he knew he would need more practice before he could truly get used to moving with them. Back in magic law class, however, Kim Seon-woo had no choice but to put the excitement aside and focus on his studies again. The lecture was serious enough that most students were actually paying attention, and despite all his late-night activities, Kim Seon-woo somehow managed to concentrate even better than poor musclehead Youngjin. Then the students were informed that they had a two-person theory research assignment due the following week. Some students immediately looked thrilled by the idea, but a good number of them reacted as if disaster had struck. The classroom filled with noise, and Youngjin only woke up because of all the commotion around him. Youngjin complained that the teacher should at least extend the deadline, but Lee Seo-jin looked at him with obvious judgment, because he had clearly seen the guy sleeping through class just moments earlier. Of course, the teacher had absolutely no intention of extending anything, which meant the students would simply have to deal with it. Thanks to his inside knowledge, Kim Seon-woo was confident he could finish the assignment in a single day and still have time to rest afterward. What he needed now was a suitable partner, but before he even had much time to search, someone was already walking straight toward him. Before Kim Seon-woo could even blink, Yu-era approached him directly and told him to be in her group. The other students immediately started complaining, grumbling that Yu-era had snatched up the kid famous for being great at theory assignments. They whined that the top theory students were going to claim all the best partners for themselves. Yu-era, however, shamelessly said that it was their right to do exactly that. A dark, oppressive aura seemed to hang around her as she spoke, and all the boys in the classroom quietly accepted their fate. None of them had the courage to challenge her over this. After all, it was first come, first served, so she was free to take whoever she wanted. Then Yu-era turned her gaze back to Kim Seon-woo and asked if he had any problem pairing up with her. Honestly, Kim Seon-woo did not mind at all. He was simply surprised that she had chosen him and actually wanted to work with him in the first place. With that decided, Yu-era told him to come find her after school, because she would be at the training grounds. What he did not know was that she had formed a completely mistaken belief that he was also hunting the Shin Jaek group. Still, the arrangement worked out fairly well for him. After all, he had been meaning to check on this character at some point anyway. At least, that was what he had in mind until he suddenly found himself pinned against a wall. Kim Seon-woo instantly realized he might be in deeper trouble than expected and asked what on earth she was talking about. Yu-era's eyes sharpened as she growled that denying it would not work on her. She said she already knew his identity, and Kim Seon-woo immediately started panicking on the inside. Kim Seon-woo tried to stay calm and said that even if she put it that way, he was not exactly sure what she meant. And honestly, she could have been talking about anything. His true identity could mean the secret behind what happened in the hidden stage, the truth connected to the main attack incident, the next incident that had yet to unfold, or even the matter of possession. At this point, he had so many secrets piled up that he could not even panic properly, because he had no idea which one she had discovered. Yu-era then pointed back to the first day of school, saying that he had casually mentioned her personal circumstances, information he should only know if he had investigated her beforehand. That was the moment she first suspected that something about him was strange. And now, she was convinced that Kim Seon-woo had also been caught up in a Shin Jaek terrorist attack. At last, all her assumptions clicked into place, and Kim Seon-woo stared at her with wide eyes. So that was what this was about. She thought he was another victim. Well, technically, he was a victim too, though not in the way she imagined. He was a victim of being dragged into this ridiculous story with its endless tangled plot lines. 13 years ago, Jaeyoon, an evil and despicable organization, had hunted down prestigious mage families as well as smaller clans in order to seize the power of mystery for themselves. Uera's family had been one of those unlucky bloodlines caught in the tragedy as well, even though they belonged to the 5 great magic houses. Their name and status had not protected them from the disaster that Jaeyun brought down on them. In the end, her family had fallen before Jaeyun, and after destroying them, those monsters had taken the clan's treasured artifact for themselves. From that moment on, the young, fiery Uera had sworn to become stronger. She wanted enough power to take revenge on that villainous group with her own hands, and when the time came, she wanted to be strong enough to kill them without the slightest hesitation. For 13 long years, she had pushed herself without mercy, training and sharpening herself for that single purpose as if revenge was the only road left in front of her. But from Kim Seon-woo's point of view, it was honestly unbelievable that she had somehow decided he was also a victim of Jaeyun. He had no clue where she had gotten such an extreme idea from. When he asked her about it, Uera admitted that she had vaguely suspected something during midterms, but she had only confirmed it yesterday. When everyone else had been shaken while watching the news, Kim Seon-woo had reacted differently. The moment he heard that those villains had resurfaced, he stayed strangely calm, almost as if he had already been waiting for Jaeyun to return. And to be fair, that part was not completely wrong. He had been waiting for them, just not for the reason Uera imagined. Still, the painful emotion she was describing was something he could understand. At first, a person would feel pure shock, but after so many years of silence, there would also be that ugly, sickening sense of relief, the feeling that the enemy had finally appeared again after hiding for far too long. For Uera, that possibility alone made her tremble. If Jaeyun had returned, then at least there was finally a chance to take revenge on those despicable villains. Kim Seon-woo immediately told her to slow down. She was already rushing straight toward the dream of destroying the terrorist group, but Jaeyun was not made up of ordinary enemies. Their members were all S-rank mages, and at their current level, there was no way they could stand against monsters that terrifying. Of course, that was the last thing Uera wanted to hear. Her face twisted with anger, and she snapped at him, telling him not to lump the two of them together like that. There were tens of thousands of Jaehyun's victims scattered across the world. In her eyes, Kim Seon-woo must have lost something precious to them too, just like she had. No one truly understood the pain she had felt that day, when everything she loved was burned down by those terrorists. She had carried that agony for 13 years, letting it harden inside her day after day. Just thinking about Jaeyun filled the dark-haired girl with a violent, suffocating rage, because those people had taken everything from her. Then her words suddenly stopped. Her gaze dropped to Kim Seon-woo's wrist, where she noticed the wound and the bandages he had been trying to hide beneath his sleeve. Uera froze, and Kim Seon-woo instantly panicked, realizing that he might have completely messed up this time. He hurried to explain that the scar was not the kind of wound she was imagining. But in that moment, Uera looked at him with overwhelming pity. It was almost as if she suspected he had once tried to harm himself just to escape the terror left behind by those villains. Somehow, that misunderstanding even earned Kim Seon-woo a $10,000 reward from the system. So in the most absurd way possible, it was not entirely a bad thing. Still, Uera quietly murmured that she could tell the difference between a wound made by one's own hand and a wound caused by something else. Slowly, she turned her face away and apologized to Kim Seon-woo for carelessly digging up memories that must have been painful for him. She had not realized just how deeply traumatized he was. It was not a perfect apology, but in her own stiff way, she promised that she would handle the assignment for both of them. After that, she simply said she would see him tomorrow, then fell silent without adding anything more. With those words, the dark-haired girl began walking away, leaving Kim Seon-woo standing there in stunned silence. Then, all of a sudden, he called after her and told her to forget about the assignment. He was not going to let her walk away like that. Instead, he decided he would help her. Uera was far too important for him to let slip through his fingers, especially when he needed to protect every ally connected to Lee Seojin. No matter what it took, he would help her get her revenge. He reminded her of the first day of school. Back then, he had honestly believed that she was better than the top first-year students from both grades. And he had not said that as empty flattery. Kim Seon-woo truly respected Uera's talent and determination. If he was the one guiding her, he was confident he could help her become even stronger than she was now. After all, she had already seen how much he had helped Yoon Hae-young. If Uera accepted his help too, then she could grow strong enough to claim revenge for both of them. The fiery girl trembled, and Kim Seon-woo had no idea what had shaken her so much, but the next second, she suddenly tossed something toward him. It was medicine meant to treat the scar on his wrist, something that would help it heal without leaving a visible mark behind. To Uera, if she did not end this with her own hands, then none of it would mean anything. That prideful, stubborn girl was willing to risk her life just to prove herself against S-rank criminals. Kim Seon-woo could already tell this was not going to be an easy mission. Deep down, Uera knew better than most that wounds of the heart often ended up leaving marks on the body too. Even though Kim Seon-woo had talent, the way he had acted on the first day of school was probably not unrelated to the scars he carried inside him. And because she believed he was carrying that kind of pain, Yuera could not bring herself to drag him into her revenge. In her own awkward way, she was trying to be kind, and that made the moment unexpectedly gentle. When Yuera was younger, she had once told her older sister about her plan. Trembling with rage, she declared that after graduation, she would go after that insane group herself. She would join the task force, or even her sister's Blade of Dawn unit, and she could not understand why her sister was so firmly against it. Her older sister had taken Yuera's hand and told her that her only wish was for her last remaining family member to live happily. Her sister had promised that she would put an end to Jae-yoon with her own hands. Back then, Yuera's older sister had also carried a similar scar on her wrist. The fiery girl knew that kind of expression far too well, and that was exactly why she fought. She wanted to make sure no more victims like them would ever appear, and she intended to personally finish off the evil monsters of Jae-yoon. Meanwhile, Kim Seon-woo was doing the kind of research that had become absolutely necessary for what came next. For someone like Yuera, who usually avoided opening up to other people, sharing something that personal was definitely real progress, even if it had only happened because of a slight misunderstanding. Yuera seemed to feel a strange sense of kinship with him, and the system rewarded Kim Seon-woo with 150,000 points for it. Still, he could not help wondering what on earth he was supposed to do about this misunderstanding now. Back in the hidden stage, Kim Seon-woo had used a special dagger item in order to gain an adaptive trait. It was a dagger coated in paralytic poison, and when it stabbed an enemy, it could paralyze them. Of course, the strength of that effect changed depending on how much poison resistance the target had. Using that dagger, Kim Seon-woo had slowly stabbed himself again and again to build up resistance. The problem was, he had no idea how to explain that to Yuera, because most people in this world did not have a cheat system that could conveniently hand them special abilities. Still, a win was a win. His poison resistance had increased by 50%, and his recovery speed had risen to 70%. Kim Seon-woo let out a sigh, because moments like this were exactly why people needed to train properly. Every night, he refined his mana and carefully thought through how he could support the developments that were about to unfold. Jae-yoon was an enemy they would inevitably have to fight one day, and helping Yuera move toward her revenge was also another way of helping Lee Seo-jin. So from Kim Seon-woo's perspective, this situation was a genuine win-win. Now he just needed to set the stage properly. The Blessing of Great Nature had risen to rank 3, giving him additional mana, a mana recovery speed of 65%, and a cooldown of 23 hours. It was not a bad deal at all, and it meant he finally had something useful to show in the next incident. Yangwol, Gangwon-do. This was the location for the Mercenary Experience activity, one of the elective field activities that every student was required to participate in. For this activity, students had to form groups, receive missions from mercenary corps across the country, and then spend around 3 days assisting them in the field. According to the original story, the mission their group accepted was escort support for the large Gangwon-do mercenary corps known as Black Flame, an organization that had specifically requested for Lee Seo-jin to come all the way out there. Of course, the familiar faces were already gathered in the same group. Lee Seo-jin was there as the hero, Young-jin was there as his muscle-head best friend, Yuera was there as his fiery rival, and naturally, Kim Seon-woo had ended up joining them too. Jang Hai was also part of the activity, which made the whole situation a little more dangerous than it looked on the surface. Kim Seon-woo had to keep an eye on her, though he knew the enemy probably would not attack Lee Seo-jin while he was surrounded by veteran mercenaries. Even in the original story, nothing major had happened at this point. Still, just to be safe, Kim Seon-woo decided that until they reached their destination, he would make sure Jang Hai never got too close to Lee Seo-jin. Too many things had already shifted from the original flow, and these days, he could not afford to take anything for granted. So Kim Seon-woo put on a pleasant smile, turned toward his senior, and politely asked if she wanted something to drink. Obviously, he had no intention of letting the rumors about his supposed crush die down so easily. If keeping her irritated and on edge helped him control the situation, then he was going to keep playing that role to the end. This was going to be painful for both of them. Jang Hai immediately rejected the water with forced politeness, saying that the thought alone was enough. But Kim Seon-woo did not stop there. He pressed on and asked if she needed a towel to wipe away her sweat. Jang Hai shook her head again, telling him to give it to the juniors following behind them instead. Deep down, she clearly hated his guts, and she silently swore that one day, she would absolutely end him for this. Lee Seo-jin chuckled from the side, saying he had never seen Kim Seon-woo this energetic before. Yuera, however, had no desire to watch this loser act out his pathetic crush routine. What annoyed her even more was that a manifestation-type mage like Kim Seon-woo somehow had enough stamina to keep climbing this difficult mountain path without falling behind. Young-jin, on the other hand, was enjoying the situation more than anyone. With a pleased laugh, He wondered if all his effort trying to bring those two closer had finally started paying off. After all, the senior was no longer looking at her junior with open disgust. The other two main heroes, however, seriously doubted that interpretation. Then, all of a sudden, the teacher called everyone to attention. This was Young Ha-jun, an A-rank mage and the captain of Team 6 from the Black Flame Mercenary Corps. They had finally arrived at the mission site, and the men stationed at the gate checked them over before confirming that they were friendly visitors. After the confirmation was complete, the students and mercenaries were granted permission to enter the premises. A mansion hidden deep in the mountains was already impressive enough, but knowing this was where they would be working made the whole place feel even more unreal. The students were expected to be awed, since most of them had probably never seen a place like this before, not even the famous geniuses among them. The mission difficulty was D rank, and their client was a well-known artist. Recently, several pieces from the mansion's valuable collection had been stolen, which was why outside help had been requested. For the next 3 days, the students would be assisting on-site. The Black Flame Mercenary Corps had been assigned to guard the mansion from petty thieves, and the academy students were here to support that work. Young Ha-jun went through the trouble of explaining the assignment clearly, but it quickly became obvious that the students were barely listening to him. Instead, they had scattered their attention across the mansion, wandering with wide eyes as they admired the beautiful paintings displayed around them. Kim Seon-woo even started explaining the artwork to his classmates, pointing out that the artist used intense colors, but the background never swallowed the subject. Everything held together in harmony, which revealed the artist's unique way of seeing their own work. His classmates looked genuinely impressed by how sharp his interpretation was. They turned toward him in surprise and asked how he even knew about things like that. Kim Seon-woo only beamed with confidence, saying that he knew a lot of things, and when it came to this kind of topic, he especially had a reason to know. That was when their client came down to meet them, letting out a soft sigh as she said she was grateful the students thought so highly of her work. She warmly told them that they could simply call her Charlotte. This was the very client who had specifically designated Lee Seo-jin for the mission. She said that she would be in their care for the next 3 days, and that she was looking forward to seeing what the students of the Magic Academy were capable of. She was especially eager to see Lee Seo-jin in action. And sure enough, this was Bert from the villain group, the true villain behind the incident that was about to unfold inside this mansion. The blonde woman stood before the students with a bright, graceful smile and casually told them that they could call her Bert. She cheerfully said that she would be relying on them for the next 3 days. She was excited to be protected by students from the Magic Academy. And of course, she was especially excited about Lee Seo-jin. Naturally, this woman was no ordinary wealthy client. On the surface, she was a famous artist who had personally requested the hero for this escort duty. But behind that elegant appearance, she was also the central villain of the incident waiting to unfold here. The beautiful client was known publicly as the artist Bert, but her real identity was far more dangerous. She was Bert, a member of Jaehyun. Meanwhile, the other members of Jaehyun quickly checked in with one of their informants. They appeared to be hiding out in a nearby safe house, and the first thing they needed to confirm was whether their informant had made any mistakes. The nervous man insisted that he had been completely dedicated to his assignment. He was Baek Eun-sung, another member connected to Jaehyun. As the one responsible for surveillance, Baek Eun-sung confessed that he had never taken his eyes off Lee Seo-jin. Whenever possible, he had stayed nearby and watched the boy closely. He had also kept track of Lee Seo-jin's grades, relationships, and health condition, receiving regular reports without fail. At that point, it was hard to tell whether this guy was an elite-grade stalker or some bizarre parental guardian. However, the dark-haired woman was not satisfied with his report at all. She wondered why their precious hero had still gotten caught up in so many annoying incidents when he was being watched so closely, especially since he had nearly died more than once. Skye, the big guy, simply laughed at their worry and said they should just watch Lee Seo-jin fight to see how much he had grown. Instead of arguing, he thought they should focus on eating. Natasha snapped at him, saying that nobody could eat anything when Skye was busy devouring everything on the table. In a strange way, Jaehyun almost looked like some twisted parental surveillance group hovering over the protagonist of the story. Baek Eun-sung firmly insisted that if the young boy had ever been in real danger, he absolutely would have stepped in. To be fair, they had to admit that Baek Eun-sung was not completely clueless. Meanwhile, Natasha and Skye kept bickering about table manners, food, and whether Skye had even washed his hands. Their endless arguing stressed Jean out so much that he finally snapped and told the two idiots to shut up and eat. He was trying to solve an actual problem, while all they were contributing was a pointless fight over food. That shut them down pretty quickly, allowing Jean to finally return to the matter at hand. Tonight, at 10 o'clock, something was going to happen. Still, he could not help wondering if they really needed to go this far, just to see Lee Seo-jin. If they were simply curious about his skills, they could have tested him directly. Going through the humiliating trouble of disguising themselves as petty thieves felt completely unnecessary. Natasha, however, said plainly that they had to do it because Bert had ordered them to, and apparently, that was all the reason she needed. Baek Un-sung, on the other hand, seemed more than happy to join the fun. He put on his mask with visible excitement and asked how he looked. Jin sighed, but still put on his own mask as well. If they wanted to avoid drawing Kim Jin-chul's attention, then hiding their identities first was only natural. Bert's orders were clear: hold back and do not kill anyone else. For now, they needed to move quietly. Even though everyone understood those instructions, as Jae-yoon prepared to begin their night operation, a few of them were clearly worried because they were not exactly confident in their ability to hold back. After all, every single one of them was a terrifyingly powerful enemy in their own right. And once they were all dressed for the job, their masked appearances made them look even more intimidating than before. Meanwhile, back at the mansion, the students were being treated with surprisingly high-level hospitality. Their host smiled warmly and encouraged them not to feel pressured, telling them to relax and enjoy the meal comfortably. After all, they might have a rough night ahead of them, so she wanted to make sure every student was well-fed and ready in case they had to fight. Even being served a proper meal was more than the students had expected, so they happily thanked her for the food. From their point of view, coming on a mercenary activity was starting to feel like a strangely healing little trip. Kim Si-woo tasted the food too, but he could not help judging it a little. After eating at Kenya, this meal simply did not reach the same level. Once a person had tasted miracle food, it was hard not to become a little bitter about anything less. Technically, this was enemy territory, but in a strange way, it was also relatively safe. In just a few hours, Jae-yoon would infiltrate the mansion disguised as thieves, but their goal was not kidnapping. They only wanted to test the special being known as Lee Seo-jin. For reasons that still seemed unclear, the villain group had become deeply interested in the protagonist. And if someone like Jang Hai revealed her true colors during this kind of exercise, she would obviously be executed on the spot, so Kim Si-woo did not need to worry too much about her. Even so, his senior was clearly still bothered by all the attention he kept giving her, and she desperately wished he would just stop already. Meanwhile, their host was happily making bright, flashy small talk with the main hero. She mentioned that she had seen the news about him becoming the youngest A-rank mage to clear a hidden stage, and she added that he had even saved the student sitting over there, who looked especially sincere. Lee Seo-jin gave a slightly shaky nod and admitted that it was true. But honestly, Kim Si-woo had played a huge role in saving himself back then, and calling him sincere might have been the furthest thing from reality. Even Kim Si-woo felt offended when he realized he apparently gave off such an honest impression. To him, that sounded less like praise and more like a direct insult. Then the blonde woman noticed that the female student who was usually active alongside Lee Seo-jin had not joined them this time. Lee Seo-jin explained that Choi Seo-yeon had family matters she needed to handle. Hearing that, some of the students began wondering if this whole request for academy students to guard her was really just an excuse to get close to the rising celebrity that Choi Seo-yeon was becoming. The blonde woman simply smiled, her expression calm and unreadable. After all, she had her own reasons for asking those questions, and none of them were as innocent as they sounded. Then, with Lee Seo-jin's level of talent in mind, she smiled gently and said his family must be very proud of him. The moment those words left her mouth, Lee Seo-jin hesitated slightly. He did hope that, somewhere out there, his family would feel proud of him. But with a small, sorrowful smile, he quietly admitted that he did not really have a family. Lee Seo-jin explained that he had not lost them because of someone else. The truth was, he did not even know who they were. It was a genuinely touching confession, but Jang Hai was sitting nearby with hatred burning inside her, because she blamed him for her father's death. As far as she was concerned, Lee Seo-jin had no right to mourn a family when he had taken hers away. Even so, Lee Seo-jin continued softly, saying that if his family really existed somewhere in the world, he hoped they were proud of the person he had become. The blonde woman gave a small gasp, then sighed as if she had realized her mistake. She said she had asked an inappropriate question because she got carried away by excitement, but she also understood that kind of feeling more than he might think. Meanwhile, Jang Hai was practically trembling with anger as she listened to their conversation. It was honestly quite the sight. Kim Si-woo kept watching her closely, because he had to make sure her rage did not boil over and ruin the mission. Lee Seo-jin wondered what their host meant when she said she could relate. The woman only let out a pitiful sigh, saying that loneliness and sadness were indeed difficult things to bear. Then she gently placed her hand over Lee Seo-jin's, smiling softly as she told him that family was not always something a person was born with. Sometimes, family was something people created for themselves. At that point, it almost looked like the evil organization was trying to recruit the hero right at the dinner table. She told him that they should both do their best together, and Lee Seo-jin smiled back, thanking her sincerely. Lee Seo-jin's heart was so pure and straightforward that he would never suspect the woman speaking so warmly to him was actually a complete villain who had done all kinds of horrible things to other people. After the meal ended, everyone thanked their host for feeding them, and soon it was time to return to their assigned rooms. Some students whispered that Bert's words had been genuinely moving, while others were still focused on how good the food had been. According to the mercenary activity briefing they had received earlier, they were supposed to patrol the mansion interior according to a fixed schedule. Everyone understood that much, but Zhang Hai immediately tried to make her move. That murderous little witch was clearly done waiting, especially after Li Xiujin's tear-jerking story had poured even more fuel on her rage. In fact, she was trying to steal a private moment with the ever-passionate hero while the others were distracted. Of course, before she could get very far, Kim Xianwoo suddenly told Li Xiujin that he had just thought of a way to reinforce the patrol route. He called the hero over and told him to come with him right away, stealing his attention at the perfect moment and basically saving his life, much to Zhang Hai's frustration and hatred. That stupid brunette just would not stop getting in her way. Zhang Hai trembled with fury, wishing there was some way she could remove Kim Xianwoo from the picture once and for all. Since Li Xiujin had left, Yongjin noticed that their senior's expression had suddenly turned terrifyingly sharp. Naturally, he began jumping to every wrong conclusion imaginable, gasping as if he had just witnessed the birth of some dramatic love triangle. Excited by his own imagination, Yongjin turned toward Yuera and asked if she had seen all that chemistry building too. In his mind, it was obviously a love triangle, and he even asked what she planned to do about it. But Yuera was not thinking about romance at all. Her mind had drifted back to the words Li Sujin had spoken during dinner, about his family and how he hoped they were proud of him. She let out a quiet scoff, refusing as always to linger too long on soft emotions. Yongjin, completely ignored, wailed in disappointment from the side. Yuera marched away to begin her patrol, focusing on the things she actually cared about in life, things like effort, discipline, revenge, and the path she had chosen for herself. Meanwhile, Kim Xianwoo finally managed to find a quiet spot where he could speak with Li Xiujin alone. First, he explained that if they started from the corners of the mansion, they could create a more efficient patrol route. Kim Xianwoo's real goal was to guide Li Xiujin toward an area where ordinary people would not get caught in the fight once Jaeyun attacked. He wanted to reduce the casualties as much as possible. After laying out the route, he asked the hero if there was anything he did not understand. Li Xiujin said there actually was something he was curious about, but it was not about the patrol route. What he wanted to know was something about Kim Xianwoo himself. Kim Xianwoo had not expected the focus to swing toward him so suddenly. Li Xiujin explained that his friend had always felt a little strange. For someone who supposedly lacked mana, Kim Xianwoo had fired off magic in the hidden stage battle as if he had an endless supply. On top of that, Kim Xianwoo's fighting style was unusual. He charged from the front while spamming magic and still aimed precisely for the enemy's weak points. Li Xiujin only knew one person who fought like that, and now he was starting to feel suspicious about everything, from Kim Xianwoo's appearance to the way he battled. Almost everything about Kim Xianwoo resembled the mysterious mage Li Xiujin had once encountered in the wild, the infamous Kim Jinwoo. Kim Xianwoo had definitely not expected the conversation to turn against him this quickly. The protagonist was suddenly acting just like Yuera had. Still, Kim Xianwoo quickly pointed out that the idea made no sense. A minor like him could not possibly be the mage known as Kim Jinwoo. Li Xiujin admitted that much was true. The mage Kim Jinwoo was a hero who had conquered the tower's hidden floor and defeated a major enemy alone. In all likelihood, that man was several times stronger than his strange and suspicious classmate. Kim Xianwoo honestly could not tell whether that was supposed to be a compliment or an insult, but if it meant his secret identity was safe, he was willing to accept it. Even so, Li Xiujin still wanted to know who Kim Xianwoo had learned that fighting style from, and why he kept hiding his own power from everyone around him. Especially after Kim Xianwoo had once told Li Xiujin not to hide his own abilities. Unfortunately, Li Xiujin was making some very reasonable and difficult-to-argue points. Kim Xianwoo began sweating, desperately wondering what kind of excuse could get him out of this situation. Then, before he could answer, a voice suddenly cut in. Someone said that he was not hiding his power, but that he simply had no choice. Both boys turned in surprise and saw Yuera stepping into the scene. Yuera was exactly the person Kim Xianwoo would have preferred to avoid at a moment like this, but unfortunately, she was not easy to shake off. She simply said she had been taking a walk because she had things to think about, and that much should be allowed. Sure, taking a walk was allowed, but Li Xiujin immediately asked her to explain what she meant by Kim Xianwoo having no choice. Yuera sighed and explained that there were cases where psychological factors made mana discharge unstable. In those cases, the gap between the amount of mana someone possessed and the amount they could release could become unusually large. She said all of this while genuinely believing Kim Xianwoo had been traumatized by an encounter with Jaeyun. By coincidence, her strange little theory actually lined up with Kim Xianwoo's first test, back when he had ranked dead last in the class after showing an extremely poor output. In other words, the Kim Xianwoo standing in front of them was not simply developing new skills from scratch. From Yuera's perspective, he was slowly recovering back to the level he had originally possessed. She was so frighteningly sharp that it was almost terrifying. She was wrong about several details, but her final conclusion was strangely accurate. Now Lee Seojin looked genuinely impressed by Kim Seon-woo, and the system rewarded him with 500 points. Still, Kim Seon-woo found the whole explanation absurd. Sure, he had possessed more power in his previous life, but in this life, he really had started from zero and was slowly growing again. Unfortunately, Yu Era's theory made a lot of sense to Lee Seojin. He even suspected it explained the strange medicine Kim Seon-woo had taken during the hidden stage. Since Kim Seon-woo could not come up with a better explanation for why he acted the way he did, he simply went along with it, letting out a dramatic sigh, as if they had uncovered his almighty secret. With a heavy expression, he sighed and said he had kept it hidden from everyone because he did not want their sympathy. Lee Seojin looked horrified and immediately apologized for prying so deeply into something so personal. He promised that he would absolutely keep the matter secret from everyone else. Now that his secret had supposedly come to light, Kim Seon-woo put on a pitiful act and said he was going to head back for a while. He told Lee Seojin to begin the patrol from the mansion corners and follow the route he had planned. Then he claimed he needed some time alone to collect himself. Lee Seojin told him to get some good rest, and Kim Seon-woo quickly sped away, leaving the hero alone with Yu Era. Once he had put a safe distance between himself and the two of them, Kim Seon-woo let out a huge sigh of relief. Somehow, thanks to Yu Era's misunderstanding, he had managed to survive that dangerous conversation. Now that he was moving through the mansion alone, he looked around more carefully and could not help noticing that Bert had collected an incredible number of precious items. This mansion was actually one of Jane's hideouts, one of several secret locations the villain organization had scattered around the world. Some of the paintings were works Bert herself had created under her public identity, but most of the valuables here had been plundered to help fund Jane's operations. However, the mansion's true treasures were not the artworks displayed in plain sight. The real valuables were items Jae-yoon had separately stored inside a hidden room. Using his special ability, Kim Seon-woo detected concealment, illusion, confinement, disruption, seals, and alarms layered all over the place. There were so many wards protecting their stash that it was obvious they absolutely did not want anyone touching it. Using the search function, Kim Seon-woo soon identified one of the items, an inferior mana concealment elixir. Everyone else was so focused on their own duties that none of them noticed a real thief had slipped into the mansion. And Kim Seon-woo was shameless enough to plan on stealing from a villain organization. All he had to do was keep working quietly until the third party that would soon intrude caused enough trouble for him to make his move. Before long, the concealment elixir began spreading through Kim Seon-woo's body, quietly smothering the trace of mana around him. For roughly 10 minutes, his presence would be hidden well enough that even the flow of his power would be difficult to detect. A wicked smile tugged at Kim Seon-woo's mouth as he activated the unique trait of outsider's privilege. In his mind, he was already picturing the villagers' faces when they realized they had been completely robbed by the very same sincere-looking guy they never suspected. And just like that, the two main heroes of the second-year class were left alone together, standing under the quiet night with no one else around them. Yu Era looked toward Lee Seojin and wondered out loud what rank Kim Seon-woo would reach if he ever fought with his full strength. After thinking it over for a moment, Lee Seojin guessed that Seon-woo might be around rank 15. To Yu Era, that number sounded far too low. She had expected Lee Seojin, of all people, to recognize just how much potential the brunette boy was hiding. In her eyes, Kim Seon-woo was clearly capable of standing much higher than that. Still, arguing about it now would not change anything. Since Yu Era would take over from Lee Seojin when it was time for her patrol shift, she told him there was no need to come wake her up later. The top-ranked student gave a small wave and added that he had already sent the patrol route to her student ID, so she only needed to check it when the time came. High above them, the moon shone brightly in the dark sky, while thin clouds drifted slowly across its pale light. Meanwhile, Kim Seon-woo was already busy with his own work. He understood very well that having a huge mana pool alone did not make someone an outstanding mage. What truly mattered was how finely and precisely that magic could be controlled and executed. So when Lee Seojin guessed that Kim Seon-woo might be 15th, that was not the upper limit Seon-woo saw for himself. To him, 15th place was only the starting line. And if the power he had shown back in the hidden arena really was his true level, then even Lee Seojin could not help smiling at the sheer talent that boy possessed. Then, all of a sudden, a faint noise reached his ears, sharp enough to make him realize that someone was moving nearby. Lee Seojin reacted immediately, turning his head toward the sound, only to spot someone wandering around in the darkness of the night. It was the senior who was supposed to be patrolling much farther away from this area. Kim Seon-woo had left the others on their own, and already they were doing anything except following the plan properly. Lee Seojin had now discovered Senior Minhee outside, while Kim Seon-woo was still busy stealing from the thieves themselves. He needed to wrap things up quickly before some unexpected third party barged in and turned the whole situation into a complete mess. Moving with careful focus, Kim Seon-woo began decoding the magic formula woven into the security system blocking his path. Thanks to outsider's privilege, the structure of any spell was laid bare before him, allowing him to read through the magic piece by piece. But if the enemy was a djinn on Bert's level, then she would probably notice the mana he was releasing right now. This was not going to be a simple break-in. Every movement, every adjustment, and every trace of mana had to be handled with extreme caution. Fortunately, Kim Seon-woo had already swallowed the mana concealment elixir. At a moment like this, that hidden layer of protection was going to be incredibly useful. He planned to bypass the entire security system through a method that only he could pull off. With 10 minutes of perfect concealment on his side, it was time to teach the villains exactly how miserable it felt to be the ones getting robbed. Kim Seon-woo instantly activated the unique trait of outsider's privilege. If he completely disabled the barrier, the alarm would trigger, and that would create far too much trouble. Judging from the spell work, this was clearly something created by Jean from JN. Instead of tearing the spell apart, he only needed to adjust it slightly. If he changed the structure so that just one person could pass through, then there was a chance he could slip inside without setting anything off. The moment the adjustment took hold, it was a perfect hit. A hidden door quietly opened before Kim Seon-woo, inviting him to step inside. Beyond the entrance, he found himself standing inside a secret passageway that led directly toward JN's hidden room. When he reached the display area, he discovered that the same security magic had been placed there as well, guarding the treasures inside. Still, Kim Seon-woo had around 10 minutes to finish the job, and for someone with his space pocket, that was more than enough. With storage like that, stealing became almost laughably convenient. Tonight, he was going to strip the villains clean. Outside the mansion, the guards were growing bored as the night dragged on. They had heard rumors that thieves had been attacking this place regularly, but it was already getting late, and not a single suspicious figure had appeared. One of the security men finally stepped closer to his captain and reported that something about the situation felt strange. The captain of Team 6 from the Black Flame Mercenary Corps was Jung Ha-jin, an A-rank mage. Instead of ignoring his subordinate, he turned to him and calmly asked what the problem was. The other man pointed out that they were currently in Gangwon Province. Just a little distance off the road, the area opened into a monster field where high-level monsters rampaged freely. No matter how valuable the artwork inside the mansion might be, it seemed insane for ordinary thieves to risk their lives targeting a place like this. Jung Ha-jin brushed the concern aside. In the end, they were only here to stand guard, complete the job, and collect their payment. At worst, he figured this might be some staged incident created to claim insurance money. Rich people sometimes pulled tricks like that, and they both knew it. Instead of digging into the client's motives, Jung Ha-jin thought their time would be better spent figuring out how to recruit Lee Seo-jin. His subordinate let out a tired sigh and agreed. Neither of them realized that someone had already appeared behind them. Wrapped in a heavy, dark aura, the masked man reached out and placed a hand on one soldier's shoulder, calmly praising them for their hard work. In the next few seconds, both Jung Ha-jin and his unfortunate subordinate were dead. Sadly for them, that meant neither man would ever be receiving the payment they had been waiting for. A djinn had infiltrated the area. With dark light gleaming in his eyes, the man walked past the fallen bodies as though they were nothing more than obstacles on the ground. He finally stopped when he came across the person he had been searching for. Thanks to his subordinate's guidance, he had been able to follow the trail here without much difficulty. He felt genuinely grateful to Zheng Yi for leading him to this place. The girl looked at her senior and asked for one thing only, permission to cut off Lee Seo-jin's breath herself. The man merely smiled at her request. Before killing anyone, they first had to confirm whether that boy was truly the child of prophecy. There was no point in slaughtering a random human if they had not even found the right target. The man was just telling the girl to guide Lee Seo-jin into their trap when Lee Seo-jin suddenly appeared on his own, boldly throwing himself straight into danger. He shouted for Senior Minhee to watch out, drew his sword in one swift motion, and charged forward, determined to protect her from the djinn who had appeared out of nowhere. A brilliant flash of light burst out as Lee Seo-jin launched himself at the monster, aiming to cut him down in a single strike. The force of his power was so intense that the girl was knocked off her feet, her eyes squeezing shut from the impact. Within moments, Lee Seo-jin grabbed the girl and dragged her away from that dangerous creature. He was powerful, but he was not reckless enough to ignore reality. He could tell at once that this monster was far beyond his current level. They needed to get inside and escape immediately. His only priority was keeping his senior alive, but the foolish boy still had no idea that the hand he was gripping so tightly belonged to his enemy. At first, Lee Seo-jin had wondered why Senior Minhee was outside in a place like this. But now he believed he understood. An outside intruder had killed the Black Flame mercenaries and forced his way into the area. That alone was terrible enough, but it got even worse when he realized the so-called thief was actually a djinn. His breath caught in his throat, and a deep ache seemed to crawl through his bones. They had not even properly fought yet, but the overwhelming pressure pouring from the enemy was enough for Li Xiujin to know that this monster was ancient, experienced, and terrifyingly powerful. This was no ordinary Jin. The enemy standing before them was an S-rank monster. That terrifying beast carried an aura strong enough to dominate an entire battlefield, and the moment it washed over them, it felt as if the space around them had been sealed shut. There was nowhere safe to run. Li Xiujin knew with absolute certainty that if they stopped and tried to fight, they would die. The old monster, however, was rather impressed by Li Xiujin's ability to judge an enemy's strength so quickly. Still, the power that had struck him just now was not the kind of power meant to destroy Jin. It seemed they had targeted the wrong child after all, and to him, that was quite a shame. One of the monster's soldiers appeared behind him, and the old Jin glanced back before asking whether everything had already been dealt with. More Jin soldiers emerged from the darkness, their faces twisting into wicked grins. They reported that all the mercenaries guarding the mansion had been wiped out completely, without a single one left alive. The story was already shifting in a dangerous direction, and the situation around the mansion was turning far more deadly with every passing moment. At that moment, the leader gave his order without the slightest hesitation. Every student inside the building was to be killed, except for Li Xiujin. That command had come directly from the king himself. The instant the Jin heard the order, they scattered into motion, rushing off to carry it out. There was no room for mistakes, and no unexpected variable would be allowed to survive. Somehow, Li Xiujin managed to return to the mansion before it was too late, breathlessly warning everyone that an S-rank Jin had suddenly appeared outside. The Black Flame mercenaries had already been wiped out, and more Jin had surrounded the mansion from every side. Senior Min had seen it with her own eyes as well. Still breathing hard, she admitted that if Junior Li Xiujin had not stepped in when he did, they would have been in serious danger. But to Li Xiujin, there was nothing special about what he had done. In his mind, anyone standing in that situation would have tried to save the person in front of them. Minhee only smiled at his answer, while Shin Youngjin watched the exchange with sharp, suspicious eyes. His wild love triangle theory was still alive and growing stronger by the second. Meanwhile, most of Kim Seon-woo's carefully arranged plans had already fallen apart, though he had no idea, because he was still busy stealing. And somehow, Youngjin was already tearing up over the tragedy of this imaginary, painful love triangle. Right now, the students had to focus on one thing above everything else: staying alive. Li Xiujin suggested calling for outside help immediately, and the first person they needed to contact was Bert. Unfortunately, Bert had conveniently left hours earlier to buy art supplies, making the situation feel even more hopeless by the minute. Meanwhile, Minhee's thoughts were fixed on only one thing. Her target was standing close enough to reach, trapped right in the place where she wanted him. Of course, she wanted to seize the chance and take her revenge immediately, but doing that would mean facing Uera and Shin Youngjin head-on at the same time. That would be suicide. On top of that, she could not disobey Lord Songji's order not to engage until they had confirmed whether Li Xiujin truly possessed the power they were looking for. Since they were deep in the mountains, their phones had no signal at all. Li Xiujin quickly turned and asked Kim Seon-woo what he thought they should do, only to realize that the boy was nowhere to be seen. That was strange. Kim Seon-woo should have been inside the house, since he had gone to rest before the others. With only 5 students left in this deadly situation, they needed to make sure every single person was accounted for. They all hurried to Kim Seon-woo's room, expecting to find him asleep. But the body under the covers did not move at all, and when Uera stepped forward to pull him up, they realized he had not been in the bed in the first place. Uera froze for a moment, completely confused by what she was seeing. Everyone was confused, but Li Xiujin looked especially worried about Kim Seon-woo's safety. For the time being, he told the others to stay inside the mansion. He would go out himself and find their missing classmate. Li Xiujin left the room, and the remaining students fell into tense silence, staring at the door after him. The air had grown heavy, because everyone understood that this single decision could decide who lived and who died. While all of that was happening, Kim Seon-woo was still completely absorbed in looting. At last, he grabbed the final special item, a beast-summoning scroll capable of calling forth an epic hell serpent that would obey him. Without wasting a second, he shoved everything into his subspace pocket. He had stolen so much that even the pocket itself was nearly at its limit. Kim Seon-woo had practically cleaned out the entire safe house from top to bottom. The guy was shamelessly greedy. There was nothing quite on the level of a holy relic, but he had still secured several relic-grade items. Considering the haul in front of him, Kim Seon-woo felt extremely satisfied with the results. Now, all he needed to do was return in time for what he believed would be the Jin event. Unfortunately, far more had changed than he realized. In the original incident, instead of Li Xiujin or Jae-in settling everything, a third party was supposed to step in and bring the chaos to an end. And in the middle of all that confusion, Jae-in would have no time or attention left to worry about the stolen items. The third party who was supposed to clash with Jae-in was someone Kim Si-woo had already been expecting. What he did not expect was to run into a man the moment he stepped out of the secret storage room. Kim Si-woo stared ahead, unable to believe how terrible his luck had become. Meanwhile, the Jin in front of him was absolutely delighted. After all that searching, he had finally found a student he could kill. Kim Si-woo somehow managed to dodge the first attack, but the hulking monster did not seem bothered at all. He had the whole night to finish the job, and most of the students trapped inside this unlucky mansion were no better than cornered rats. Kim Si-woo, however, could not understand why a Jin had appeared here in the first place, and he immediately wondered where the plot had gone wrong this time. He dashed forward without hesitation, knowing he had no time to stand around analyzing why a monster was suddenly chasing him. Right now, survival came first, so Kim Si-woo quickly pulled out one of his newly stolen scrolls. It was a monster summoning scroll, the kind that could call forth a powerful hell serpent bound to obey its owner. Barely 2 seconds had passed since he stole it, and he was already using the stolen artifact to launch a counterattack. Fortunately, the snake scroll activated perfectly. A monster burst out from the pages and lunged straight at the burly Jin, who clearly had not expected a mere student to command something as dangerous as a giant serpent. Kim Si-woo smirked, since he had only summoned the creature to buy himself a little time. But even he had not expected such a powerful serpent to answer the call. The creature was enormous, its body towering, and its hunger obvious as it immediately bared its fangs and pressed the monster man back. With the Jin restrained for the moment, Kim Si-woo stepped closer and began studying the situation more carefully. The summoned creature was a B-rank monster. After confirming that, Kim Si-woo immediately turned his attention to the Jin and demanded to know why he was attacking this place. The monster was starting to feel intimidated now. This kid could summon mana balls from nowhere and call out giant snakes, and he was not eager to discover what else the boy might be hiding. But then the big monster suddenly burst into laughter. Even if the kid was strange and dangerous, he had no intention of betraying his master, especially not for some puny student. He laughed that all of them would be killed by Song-ji anyway. What he did not realize was that those careless words had already given Kim Si-woo exactly the information he needed. Once Kim Si-woo had what he wanted, he finished off the Jin without hesitation. For a low-level goon who claimed he would not talk, the guy had ended up revealing quite a lot. But the fact that the enemies had already made it this far meant the mercenaries guarding the outer perimeter had almost certainly been killed. This was the worst possible development. If veteran mercenaries had been eliminated instantly without even making a sound, then there had to be more Jin here besides the one Kim Si-woo had just subdued. And to make matters even worse, Song-ji had apparently come with them. Kim Si-woo could not understand why the Jin King's right hand would show up at a place like this. That villain was not supposed to appear until much later, yet here he was now, leading a group of Jin directly into the mansion. None of it made sense. But more importantly, Kim Si-woo could not allow these monsters to clash with Lee Seo-jin. Unfortunately, it did not take the Jin very long to figure out which room most of the students were hiding in. Naturally, Shin Young-jin put his strength to work right away, throwing himself against the monsters trying to break in. The problem was that the Jin had come in numbers, and they were not ashamed to call for backup when they needed it. Their goal was simple: kill every student except Lee Seo-jin. Thankfully, the entrance was narrow, which prevented the monsters from pouring into the room all at once. The students needed to keep Young-jin from being pushed away from the door, and he planted his feet firmly, holding his ground as best he could against those wicked enemies. Then, all of a sudden, a cheating Jin with far stronger firepower appeared and ordered his subordinates to clear out. He would handle the children himself. A massive ball of concentrated magic was hurled straight toward poor Shin Young-jin. Even the Jin near the door looked shocked that their own side would endanger him like that. But before the dangerous-looking mana ball could hit anyone, an even larger flame shot out from inside the room, blazing over Young-jin's head. Apparently, those idiots had forgotten Yu-era was still there. She answered them with a fiery greeting of her own, making her presence impossible to ignore. Her flames collided with the purple mana ball, and the combined force erupted into an explosion powerful enough to shake the entire house. The blast sent the monsters flying backward, but it was only a temporary victory. Those bastards still had far too many reinforcements, and the students needed to rethink their plan immediately if they wanted to survive. Shin Young-jin shouted that Yu-era should at least warn him before firing over his head, but she only scoffed and said that with his skills, he should have been able to dodge something like that easily. Meanwhile, Minnie stood among them with a complicated expression, trapped inside the same room as the students she was supposed to kill, while they were happily cutting down her own kinsmen. Yu-era felt a rush of satisfaction after seeing the force of her own attack. Compared to how she had been in the past, all that relentless training was finally showing real results. But even as she steadied her breathing, the Jin near the doorway were already starting to rise again. No matter how many times they knocked those monsters down, the enemies kept dragging themselves back onto their feet. Yu-era clicked her tongue in frustration, painfully aware that her firepower still was not enough to end this cleanly. Once again, the Jin charged toward them, and Era shouted for Shin Youngjin to keep his focus on the enemies right in front of him. She and the others could support him as much as possible, but even they had limits. Still, Youngjin yelled back with stubborn determination, promising that he would protect Senior Minhee no matter what. Minhee smiled faintly and thanked her sweet juniors for helping her so earnestly. But inside, she was caught in an ugly conflict of interest. If she attacked the students now, her cover would be completely blown. Yet with several of her own brethren gathered outside the door, she figured eliminating 2 kids might not be all that difficult. At last, Minhee made up her mind. She would wipe out the students in this room first, then move on and kill Lee Seojin herself. But before the Jin girl could make her move, a massive burst of power erupted outside the door, making everyone freeze as a very familiar presence filled the hallway. The force was so overwhelming that it swept through the entire corridor and wiped out the monsters standing there. The Jin did not even have time to react before they were blasted away, their surprise turning into rage and despair in an instant. The students stared toward the doorway in stunned silence, their eyes wide with shock and awe as they wondered who had just appeared. In the next moment, the hallway outside was completely empty. The only thing left behind was a gaping hole torn into the ground, while every monster that had been blocking the way had vanished. The 3 students had no idea what was going on. Meanwhile, Lee Seojin was sprinting through the mansion as fast as his legs could carry him, desperately searching for Kim Seon-woo. He had no clue where Kim Seon-woo could have gone at a time like this, but this was definitely the worst possible moment to play some twisted game of hide-and-seek. A dark thought crossed his mind, wondering if a Jin had already gotten to him. But Lee Seojin forced himself to hold on to a better possibility. He had to believe Kim Seon-woo was still alive somewhere, safe enough to be found. But while Lee Seojin was searching with everything he had, the leader of the Jin attack found him first. The monster still wanted to measure the boy's power, and he mocked Lee Seojin for running around so desperately, trying to find a way to save his comrades. It was the same S-rank Jin from the front gate. Lee Seojin immediately braced himself, his body tightening for the attack, while the monster smirked as if he had known all along that the boy would end up here. Pointing his sword straight at the golden boy, the monster ordered Lee Seojin to draw his own blade. Before killing him, he would at least give the protagonist a chance to face him head-on. It sounded like an incredible opportunity, but in reality, this was an opponent Lee Seojin had no chance of defeating right now. Still, if he turned and ran, the monster would only chase him down. Knowing there was no clean escape, Lee Seojin rushed forward and drew his sword in one swift motion. He activated weapon enhancement, strengthening his blade as he braced himself for impact. Across from him, the S-rank monster raised his own weapon with calm, crushing confidence. No matter how terrifying the enemy was, Lee Seojin had one thing he absolutely had to do. He could not allow this S-rank Jin to reach the others. That was why he fought with such desperate tenacity, meeting the monster's blade again and again. Their swords crashed together like a violent dance between 2 sharpened wills, each strike trying to overpower the other. This was more than just a clash of blades. It was a collision of duty and resolve, because both warriors had their own reasons for standing on that battlefield. The S-rank Jin looked genuinely impressed that a youth like Lee Seojin could launch a counterattack so quickly under that kind of pressure. It was interesting, certainly, but in the monster's eyes, a boy was still just a boy. He drove a brutal kick into Lee Seojin and sent him flying back, though the fight was nowhere near finished. Naturally, the monster expected him to pick up his sword and continue. Lee Seojin crashed backward, groaning as pain tore through his body from the force of the blow. Give him a few more years, and the Jin was certain that almost no monster would be able to stop Lee Seojin. And that was exactly why this boy was so dangerous. Lee Seojin rolled at the last second, barely avoiding the old monster's blade as it came down to stab him to death. He slid across the floor, then forced himself back onto his feet. This was a fight for his own life and for the lives of his friends, so no matter how badly his body screamed, he could not give up yet. But the Jin still could not find the one thing he had come here searching for. It seemed Lee Seojin was not the child of prophecy after all. Even if the boy was strong, it looked like he simply happened to have a light attribute. Then again, the monster could not fully dismiss another possibility. Maybe Lee Seojin was holding back because he did not believe this S-rank Jin was worthy of seeing his true power. Of course, Lee Seojin had no idea what the monster was talking about. Lee Seojin shouted that he did not know anything about that, and charged at the man again, every step filled with the determination to bring him down. The monster began making quick calculations in his head, but he still believed the kid was pretending not to know, and naturally, that insulted him. He swung his sword with brutal violence, and Lee Seojin answered with a violent strike of his own, refusing to back down. The moment their swords connected, an explosion of force erupted between them. It took every bit of Lee Seojin's strength just to remain standing against such a terrifying monster. The Jin grew even more aggravated. saying he had come all the way to this remote land under orders to kill the child of prophecy. If his own kind had identified Lee Seojin as that child, then the boy needed to stop lying and simply prove it. Lee Seojin still had no idea what this monster was talking about. To make matters worse, his sword could only withstand so much punishment. This battle was pushing his abilities past their limit, because he had not yet reached the level needed to face a villain like this head-on. The Jinn pressed him harder, demanding a confession and asking why the boy dared to toy with him using such weak lies. But Lee Seojin had been telling the truth from the very beginning. Whether it was the power of ruin or the child of prophecy, he knew absolutely nothing about either one. Even so, with a sharp slash of his hands, Lee Seojin managed to deflect the blow aimed straight at him. And even if he did know something, there was no way he would ever tell a beast like that. The S-rank Jinn tilted his head, then coldly decided that Lee Seojin was useless. If that was the case, then there was no reason to keep him alive. Lee Seojin was barely able to stay upright, leaning heavily on his sword as his strength faded. The monster lifted his blade and brought it down, intending to end the boy once and for all. For a moment, it truly looked like Lee Seojin was finished, until a familiar blast of blue light suddenly tore into the room. The Jinn froze, but he had not moved far enough. The mana blast slammed in and ripped straight through his shoulder. A sniper had appeared out of nowhere, shocking both Lee Seojin and the S-rank Jinn. With everything happening so suddenly, both of them were left wondering who had interfered. Well, there was one person nearby who had just seen the attacker trying to retreat. If Kim Seon-woo wanted to avoid taking responsibility, he really needed to run away faster than that. The S-rank Jinn, Song-ji, was not pleased in the slightest. His face twisted with anger as he growled, demanding to know who dared interfere in his battle. Of course, Kim Seon-woo was not foolish enough to reveal himself. Honestly, the fact that this monstrous bastard had somehow dodged his fatal shot had not been part of the plan at all. The villain had avoided the worst of it, but thankfully, he had not dodged the entire blast. Kim Seon-woo had used his trusted amplified mana elixir trick, boosting his recovery speed and raising his mana levels by 500%. Of course, now he had fallen straight into the mana exhaustion period. Thankfully, the concealment elixir was still doing its job, letting him hide even after taking such reckless action. The poor boy had stacked a potion on top of the heart of great nature and poured every bit of power he had into that one stupid attack. S-rank Jinn really were no joke. Those monsters simply refused to die. Still, he could not believe they had mistaken Lee Seojin for the child of prophecy. Kim Seon-woo knew the first Jinn attack would draw plenty of attention to the hero, but this was absolutely the wrong kind of attention. The worst part was that Song-ji was now furious. He did not even care about killing Lee Seojin anymore. What he wanted now was to find the rude little rat who had thrown a death blast straight at his face. And if that rude rat refused to show himself, then Song-ji was more than willing to hunt him down personally. He looked ready to slice through the entire building just to find him. Clearly, this monster had no concern at all for someone else's property. Shin Jae-ik was definitely not going to let this slide. As the man began drawing up his power, the protagonist forced his shaky legs under him and struggled back to his feet. He knew exactly who that monster was aiming for. The brunette friend he had come all this way to save. And no matter how badly outmatched he was, he had to stop him before Kim Seon-woo got killed. That was just the kind of person Lee Seojin was. Even when the opponent was so far above his level that the gap was almost ridiculous, he still tried to stand and fight. Even Kim Seon-woo could tell they had reached the end of the road. The clown act had been fun while it lasted, but now the plot had swollen into something even he could no longer predict, and there was no way left for him to keep this madness under control. At that point, there was only one thing in the world that could possibly save them. Then, a sudden and violently powerful blast tore through the area, letting the brunette know that their last hope had finally arrived. Golden light exploded across the scene, brilliant and overwhelming, radiating such massive power that even the S-rank main standing there seemed small beneath its intensity. The man growled through clenched teeth as he fought against that crushing force. The impact shook the area so violently that even Kim Seon-woo could feel the sheer weight of the explosion from where he stood. The attack was so savage that it actually stripped the villain's clothes right off his body. Furious and humiliated, the man snarled that his opponent had attacked him from behind like a coward. But the funny thing was, she was standing right there at the front door, completely visible and facing him head-on. He demanded that she reveal her identity and purpose, but the woman threw the same question right back at the bastard who had barged in and wrecked her house. At long last, their host had returned, and from the look on her face, she was absolutely not in the mood for jokes. Meanwhile, the other mains scattered throughout the compound were being taken down almost immediately by the rest of her team. The intruders could hardly believe that another group had suddenly stormed their own base and started wiping them out. Honestly, it was unbelievably rude of them. The unfortunate mains were beaten down so badly that they barely had time to react. While Jean merely adjusted his glasses, looking as if the whole thing was nothing more than a mildly annoying inconvenience. This was exactly why villain groups filled with powerful members could never be underestimated. When everyone on the team was dangerous, even a surprise raid could turn into an absolute slaughter. Now, the leading lady stood face to face with Song Jin, her eyes sharp as she demanded to know why this monster had broken into her house and gone after Lee Seojin. The brunette finally let out a breath of relief. At this point, they could simply push one enemy against another and let the monsters tear each other apart. Now those two could kill each other as much as they wanted, and the students would not have to carry the burden themselves. And good grief, they really did try to kill each other. When two overpowered monsters clashed, neither side had any reason to hold back. High-level magic started flying through the area like a living nightmare, tearing through the scene with terrifying force. The lady did not even look shaken. Honestly, it would not have been strange if Lee Seojin wondered why she had bothered hiring them at all. Since that stubborn main clearly had no intention of talking easily, she had no intention of going easy on him either. A blast of magic power sent her flying backward, and the S-rank main growled that anyone who dared interfere with the king's orders would die without exception. So now both major villains had blasted themselves right out of the house and carried their fight outside, which meant, at least for the moment, everyone still inside had finally gotten a little breathing room. Lee Seojin could hardly believe the amount of firepower Bert was carrying. With that level of destructive strength, thieves should have been the least of her concerns. Putting that aside, it looked like the other students had finally found him. Shin Young-jin rushed over in a panic and immediately asked whether he was okay. The entire place looked like a wrecked battlefield, and Yu Era could not understand what on earth was going on. Lee Seojin admitted that he had nearly died fighting an S-rank demon, but somehow Bert had appeared at the last second and saved him. That explanation made no sense to his musclehead friend. After all, Bert was supposed to be nothing more than a civilian. Young-jin wanted them to go help her, but Kim Seon-woo had a very different idea. They needed to get out of this nightmare immediately before they got dragged into that brutal fight. The others were relieved that he was safe, while the fire girl snapped at him, demanding to know where the hell he had been while all of this was happening. The boy honestly admitted that he had been hiding in a corner, but that was not important right now. What mattered was that they had to leave this place immediately. Of course, Yu Era did not feel right about running away while Bert was supposedly fighting for her life. But honestly, the situation was the complete opposite. That monster in heels was going to be just fine. The same could not be said for them if she discovered that one of them had stolen her things. And it was not like Kim Seon-woo could casually explain that the blonde woman was actually an even worse villain than the first guy. However, Park Min-hee already understood the situation clearly. If even her boss, Song Jin, was struggling this much, then there was absolutely no reason for them to rush in and help that woman. After everything that had happened earlier, the sweet-looking senior immediately put on an act, pretending to be utterly terrified. She was still an enemy, but Kim Seon-woo could use that reaction to his advantage. Even so, he could not help wondering why she was suddenly acting so scared and helpless in front of everyone. The truth was simple. Park Min-hee hated every single one of them, but she hated the idea of dying even more. If they interfered now, the outcome would only become worse, so she was more than eager to run. She just needed to convince the rest of her classmates to make the same choice. She would survive first, then take her revenge later with her own hands. That was the selfish nature of a monster, no matter how cute and innocent she looked on the outside. Since most of them were now on the same page, Kim Seon-woo quickly told them he had found a way to sneak out. All they needed to do was follow his lead. With a serious frown tightening his face, he led the group forward. Even if Jang Yi was pulling her usual dirty tricks, neither he nor she could do anything about the situation right now. What mattered most was getting out alive. It was time for them to make their escape. Meanwhile, the front lawn had turned into a scene of total carnage, death, and destruction. The two villains were tearing into each other like wild dogs fighting over fresh meat. And their battle came with terrifying spectacle. Both monsters were wrapped in different types of high-powered magic, their auras raging around them, and neither one looked even remotely interested in backing down. The man hurled black flames forward, while Bert answered with golden lightning, both of them trying to smash the other into the ground with everything they had. Bert recognized his dark transformation attack almost immediately, and without hesitation, she countered with her own high-level magic. Even that was not enough to make her lose focus. She pushed straight through the chaos and met Song Jin face to face. As Song Jin leapt forward and swung his mighty sword, one of Bert's henchmen suddenly appeared and blocked the strike. It seemed her subordinates had already finished cleaning up the insignificant monsters nearby, and now they were bored enough to join in and help beat down the old man. Naturally, the old big bad man was not happy about being interrupted when he had someone he wanted to kill. But from the way he reacted, it was clear he still had no idea who he had just picked a fight with. They snapped back that he was the one who had interfered first. This was their battlefield, their trap, and yet this idiot had appeared out of nowhere and tried to claim the hero for himself. Obviously, they were not going to tolerate that. The first attacker's slash tore through the main's leg, and then another subordinate appeared right after him. One by one, they had already wrapped up the smaller tasks they needed to handle, and now their attention was shifting toward the much more interesting fight surrounding their madam. The main was finally starting to realize that something was wrong. Out of nowhere, he was surrounded by an entire group of S-rank mages. What had started as a one-on-one clash had turned into a 3-against-1 fight, and judging from the situation, those numbers were only going to get worse. He was also certain that one of the people attacking him had to be the bastard who had sniped him earlier, and he desperately wanted to kill that person. Of course, this S-rank monster was nothing like the usual weaklings. Within seconds, his severed leg regenerated, and he snarled at those pests to get off him. Obviously, they did not listen. He was the one rampaging around, destroying and wrecking their property, so there was no way they would overlook that kind of miserable interference with their own plans. The fight continued, and the battle only grew harsher than before. With all of her underlings now handling the fighting for her, Bert finally took a moment to step back and reassess the situation, watching the chaos unfold in front of her. Jean reported that they had cleared out every main on the first floor as well as the ones in the garden. Scar should be finishing off the monsters on the second floor too. As for Licio Jean, the hero they were so strangely focused on was safe, and Jean had confirmed that he had escaped together with the other students. Bert let out an irritated sigh. There had been so many things she wanted to ask the boy, but this unexpected interference had ruined everything. So she gave the order without hesitation. Baek In-sung and Natasha were to wrap up this nonsense immediately. Enough was enough. From this point on, there would be no more games, no more hesitation, and no more room for anyone to play around. The Mayan's lips curled into a cold smirk, as if he could not believe these people had the nerve to bark such a ruthless command at him. In his eyes, they were acting far too boldly for enemies standing right in front of death. But the moment he lifted his sword, ready to bring it down on the fighter before him, his expression stiffened. No matter how much strength he poured into his arm, the blade refused to fall. Natasha was forcing his hands to stay raised in the air, locking him in place, and that single opening left his entire body exposed. The black-haired villain let out a mocking scoff, staring down the old man with clear contempt. Did he really think regeneration alone was enough to guarantee victory in a fight like this? The Mayan snarled that he was going to kill her, his voice thick with fury. But honestly, he should have been paying attention to the enemies standing directly in front of him, because they were not about to wait politely for him to finish threatening someone else. And sure enough, Seongjin was immediately punished for that lapse. Baek In-sung had been watching for the perfect chance, and the second that opening appeared, his blade drove straight into him. He did not stop with a single strike, either. Baek In-sung stabbed into him again and again, piercing through his body so many times it was almost like he had poked nearly 100 holes through the man. The Mayan's scream ripped through the area, raw and agonized, as the relentless torture tore into more than just his flesh. Each strike seemed to grind through his body, his mind, and even the very depths of his soul. Hatred exploded out of him in a furious roar. He could not stand the thought of mere humans daring to oppose him like this, pushing him back and making him suffer. A massive explosion thundered from the direction of the house, loud enough to echo far beyond the property. Every student flinched at the sound, their bodies tensing on instinct, but they kept moving. All they could do was try to sneak away as quietly as possible, desperate not to get dragged into a disaster far beyond their level. Lee Seojin paused and looked back toward the house, his eyes filled with unanswered questions. Who exactly was the woman who had appeared to save him? What was the truth behind the Mayan who had tried to kill him? And what kind of mission had they really been hired for? But no matter how much those questions burned in his head, this was not the time to chase answers. Right now, the only thing he could do was survive and escape. The Mayan's fighting spirit suddenly flared, and it was obvious that this brutal clash had pushed everyone into the heart of a true battle between monsters on both sides. Pride was now on the line, and when a Mayan that fed on human blood was driven all the way to the edge, its body would trigger a final survival instinct. In this case, that last resort came in the form of a violent transformation. His entire body trembled and twisted, a roar bursting from his throat as life itself seemed to bend around him. His eyes went completely black, and the ultimate state of rampage finally awakened. The man who had gotten close enough to stab the rising monster froze in place, his eyes widening with horror. Right in front of him, the enemy was no longer simply recovering. He was slowly turning into something else entirely. A chill ran through him as he realized just how dangerous this had become. He shouted a warning to the others, making it clear that the monster in front of them was about to lose control and go completely berserk. Another enormous blast shook the area, while the students worked shamelessly hard to slip away from the chaos. No matter how they looked at it, this fight was miles beyond anything they could handle. The smartest choice was obvious: get out of the property as fast as their legs could carry them. Even so, the hero could not help being worried. When he saw the explosion flare behind them, his gaze turned back with genuine concern, because leaving people behind in a situation like this did not sit well with him. Meanwhile, the League of Villains had gathered close together, but the moment the monster's transformation began, they all instinctively pulled back and created distance. When a Mayan entered Rampage, it lost almost all reason and became driven by raw instinct. But in exchange, its physical abilities recovered massively, and every form of mana inside its body rose to a terrifying degree. For Mayan ranked A or higher, that Rampage could even reshape their bodies into forms made specifically for battle. And that was exactly what the old Mayan had done. He now stood there covered from head to toe in elegant, high-class battle armor, the kind that looked almost too refined for a berserk monster. Horns rose from his head, a magical sword rested in his grasp, and his entire appearance had changed into something both stylish and terrifying. One glance was enough to tell them this was no ordinary beast. The real question was why a monster of this level had appeared on their property in the first place. The stronger a Mayan was, the more dangerous its rampage became, sometimes multiplying its threats several times over. So naturally, everyone turned toward Bert, their leader, waiting for her to decide what they should do next. The simple fact remained that this monster had barged into their home uninvited and was now tearing the place apart. Still, they could not ignore the reality in front of them. A dangerous enemy had appeared, and facing it would mean risking their lives. The question was whether anyone there was actually willing to step forward against such a horrifying beast. Of course, among the members of the Villain League, there was one person who did not look frightened at all. If anything, he seemed almost thrilled by the sight of such a powerful opponent. With a burst of excitement, Sky leapt straight into the battlefield, his face lighting up with a wild grin. The stronger and more dangerous the enemy looked, the happier he became, and he boldly declared that he would be the one to destroy this monster for good. Sky rushed in and threw several quick blows, but none of them connected. It was far too early to bring down a monster of that level, especially now that it had wrapped itself in that ridiculous new battle form. After slipping past the first attack, the Mayan happily struck back, swinging with brutal force and smashing Sky so hard that he was sent flying across the compound. That was a pretty rude way to answer a greeting, but the Berserk Mayan seemed pleased with itself. It flexed its massive body like it was challenging everyone there to come forward and try their luck. Sky pushed himself back to his feet, dusting off the impact as if that crushing blow had only made things more interesting. To him, that was not such a bad greeting at all. Bert watched the exchange with sharp, focused eyes, carefully measuring the monster's movements. Beside her, Jean was also studying the surroundings, checking the terrain and the situation before the next clash began. Before jumping back into the fight, Sky glanced over his shoulder and called out, wanting to make sure Bert and Jean were both all right. Jean immediately snapped at him, furious that the idiot had just said their names out loud when they were supposed to slip in and out without being discovered. Then again, at this point, most of the people who might have recognized them were already dead. Only they and the beast remained, and the beast was not waiting for introductions. It charged forward, each heavy step shattering the concrete beneath its feet. At the same time, the big blonde reported that he had followed orders, killing only the Mayan and leaving the kids untouched. Then he asked if they had been over there enjoying themselves and fighting without him. Bert only let out a tired sigh, saying they had merely been warming up. As she spoke, flames began to wrap around her hand, and she prepared herself to face the beast head-on. The monster lowered its stance as well, bracing itself for battle. Then, without warning, it launched straight at them with terrifying speed. Right now, all of the villains were gathered together in one place. That made things easier for the monster, because it only needed to focus its rage on a single target area. As that dark, evil mass closed in on them, the blonde woman gave her group a clear order. From this moment on, they would fight together as JN. There would be no reason to hold back anymore. The children had already escaped the immediate danger, which meant the villains could finally unleash themselves without worrying about protecting them. Meanwhile, the kids continued pushing their way toward safety, but the battle behind them was still impossible to ignore. Lightning flashed through the sky, thunder rolled overhead, and the air itself seemed to tremble from the force of the fighting nearby. The fiery, hot-tempered girl in their class suddenly felt a shiver pass through the air. Her body stiffened, and for a moment, even her usual intensity seemed to waver. Those thunderclaps sounded strangely familiar to her, almost like echoes from something buried deep in her memory. On top of that, the mana burning through the air was so harsh that every breath made her hand go numb. Even the sky itself looked like a memory she had tried desperately to bury. It dragged her back to the day her parents were murdered by those creatures wearing human skin, beings she could never truly accept as human no matter what form they took. The boys noticed her looking back, of course, but only the main character understood how dangerous it would be if she realized what was truly happening behind them. Even from where they stood, they could feel the energy crackling in the distance, sharp and heavy, like sparks crawling through the air. There was no mistaking it. That was the power of an S rank. This was the kind of burden they would have to carry from now on, especially once the truly important events of the main story began moving in earnest. At that very moment, Jae-in was clashing with a rampaging Mayan, and the students had no reason to throw themselves into that battlefield. But the lesson was impossible to ignore. They had to grow stronger. Somewhere behind them, an enemy with a gap in power so overwhelming it could not even be measured was locked in combat. Back at the battlefield, magic circles spread through the air, glowing beneath and around the monster. At the same time, more magical chains shot out, wrapping around the enemy in an attempt to restrain its violent movements. The chains tightened around the rampaging Mayan, holding it in place just long enough for magical attacks to slam into its weak points one after another. Jae-in fought like a perfectly coordinated unit, each member striking with speed, force, and precision. The Mayan bled from several places while struggling violently against the chains binding it down. Its biggest weakness right now was painfully clear: it had chosen to fight alone. Then yellow lightning came crashing down, ripping across the sky and staining the clouds with its glow. The blast struck the enemy with merciless force, roasting the Mayan where it stood. Sparks crawled over the old monster's body, and he screamed in agony as pain lit him up from the inside out. What the main character had truly wanted to show Yuru and Lee Seo-jin was never supposed to be a hopeless battlefield like this. What was happening down there was a fight they could never win. And almost as quickly as the clash had begun, it was already over. Jae-in let out a breath as the Mayan dropped to his knees, the tension of that difficult battle finally easing. For a rampaging Mayan to return from that state at all was rare, and seeing it happen right in front of them was honestly an incredible sight. And despite everything they had thrown at the old monster, he still seemed strangely intact. Even after all that damage, some part of his awareness remained, and he had not completely lost control of himself. The more that creature regenerated, the more chances Skye got to smash it apart again, and for a battle maniac like him, that was practically the perfect opponent. He grinned like the whole situation was entertainment, even trying to get Baek Unsung to agree with him, but the other fighter only let out a weary sigh. Those names finally clicked in Kim Seon-woo's mind. He remembered exactly where he had heard them before, and his eyes lifted in surprise toward the lingering remains of Jae-yoon. The losers who had once been wiped out by Kim Jin-chul were still crawling around like cockroaches. Naturally, Bert did not appreciate being called a loser in the slightest. And honestly, that insult sounded especially rich coming from the fool they had just beaten into the ground while he was still rampaging out of control. Skye giggled, saying they must be so famous that even other villains could recognize them wherever they went. But the girl snapped back in frustration, yelling that the only reason anyone knew who they were was because he had stupidly blurted out all of their names himself. It was unbelievably annoying. Either way, the bigger problem was still right in front of them. A stranger had charged into their territory, turned their home into a battlefield, and now they needed to know exactly why he had come. The dark-haired woman shot back that he had no right to call them losers, not after the state he was in. But strangely enough, the man did not answer her properly. He only lowered his voice and muttered a cold command to kill. But the blonde woman had not forgotten the other part of their plan. The one in charge calmly informed him that he was not allowed to die just yet. Before anything else, he had to tell them why he had come all this way to kill Lee Seo-jin. Once he gave them that answer, then, and only then, they would let him die however he wanted. That was the deal they were offering. The man only chuckled under his breath, as if their conditions meant nothing to him, and told them that they were all going to die anyway, no matter what he wanted. And he did not mean only himself. Every single person inside that house was included. It was not just an empty threat anymore. The way he said it made it sound like some sinister plan had already been set in motion. When they looked up, something bright and pink was cutting through the sky, descending straight toward them. Jae-yoon really could not catch a break. One invader after another kept bringing trouble straight into their house. It seemed Little Rat still had a few allies left after all, which was deeply inconvenient. But as the blonde woman stared upward, she recognized that irritating flow of mana. It did not belong to the man in front of them. The old man seemed to smile as if he understood as well. Above them, a massive swirling mass of power came falling down like a star torn from the sky. The blonde woman sighed, already completely fed up with all this nonsense. Even so, there was no denying it now. A new guest had arrived at the mansion, and it seemed the person Kim Seon-woo had been waiting for was finally here. The brunette's eyes widened as a third force finally stepped onto the stage that fateful night. Around him, the students could only stare in stunned wonder at the giant red mass of burning rock dropping from the sky. The muscle-headed student pointed upward in alarm, unable to hide his panic, but the others managed to keep themselves from falling apart. Honestly, that person had arrived right on schedule. This was the breathtaking sight Kim Seon-woo had wanted his friends to see with their own eyes. The power of S-rank villains was overwhelming, so terrifying and massive that an ordinary hero could not even begin to imagine how to stand against it. But Kim Seon-woo did not want the protagonists of this story to be crushed beneath a villain's strength and fear. He did not want that terror to leave a scar on their hearts, twisting their minds and haunting their dreams. What he wanted them to see was the figure appearing high in the air, carrying that enormous sphere of red light. Because no matter how powerful a villain seemed, there would always be an even stronger ally somewhere in the world, someone capable of overpowering them. With a single wave of her hand, the newly arrived hero sent the burning rock crashing down toward the villains. It split apart into a dozen blazing fragments, pouring through the sky like a rainstorm made of fire. Someday, Kim Seon-woo wanted these young heroes to believe that they could grow beyond even these ground-shaking legends. And when their darkest moment arrived, he wanted that hope to shine in front of them. The Witch of Flames had arrived. Young Uera stared upward in pure awe as her older sister appeared before her, the one person who could chase away the nightmare surrounding her. She was the master of the Blade of Dawn, the guild formed from the victims of Shin Jaek and built around those who had suffered because of him. Leading that small but elite force, made entirely of A-rank to S-rank mages, was none other than the overwhelming Witch of Fire, Yuian, a monster of a mage who wielded the primordial flame attribute in its manifested form. Something had drawn her to this place, and now she had finally found the enemies she had been hunting, the scum known as Shin Jaek. This time, she swore she would wipe them completely off the face of the earth. Meanwhile, Bert let out a tired sigh as she greeted yet another troublesome guest. Apparently, this had become the night where people simply broke into her home without asking. She had not invited a single one of them, which made the whole thing incredibly rude. The dark-haired member of Ji-yoon immediately suggested that they retreat, because this fight did not look like something worth risking their necks over. But the man laughed at their attempt to run. Escaping magic on this scale was practically delusional, and there was no way they could get away from such an almighty force now. That fireball was already falling too fast. Then the man laughed even harder, saying that at least the road to the afterlife would not be lonely. The lunatic who had ruined their entire night was actually happy at the thought of dragging them down with him. He said he would get to watch every one of them burn to death, as if their deaths were entertainment made just for him. Skye growled that before they left, he should crush that disrespectful insect of a man right there on the spot. But his teammates quickly reminded him that wasting time on nonsense like that was stupid. Their first priority was escaping before the flames reached them. The blonde woman smiled and turned toward the blonde, bespectacled magic user, telling him that she was counting on him. After all, he always found some way to clean up their messes. The man could only use that charm once, but he activated it without hesitation. The moment he did, magic surged up around him, bubbling and swelling like a rising wave. Slowly, glowing magic circles opened beneath their feet, and the members of Ji-yoon prepared to be carried away from the battlefield. The man could only watch in disgust and horror as his enemies clearly prepared to escape. Somehow, they had found a way to avoid this humiliating and tasteless death. They even teased him, saying they would have loved to take him along too, but unfortunately, there was a strict limit to how many people the spell could carry. Of course, that was an obvious lie, because right after that, he told the monster to rot in hell alone. Then, before the man's very eyes, the entire organization vanished from the mansion. That poor murderer was left behind to die by himself. He sat there trembling, staring up at the burning rock as it came crashing down toward him. In his final moments, he sent one last message to his king, praying with the same fanatical devotion as always that his dark king would reign forever. Then the blazing rock finally struck, swallowing him completely, along with the entire house around him. The explosion that followed was enormous, a devastating display of what an S-rank hero was truly capable of. Flames surged upward like a gigantic flower blooming in the night, its petals glowing in violent shades of orange and yellow. Even from far away, the kids could see the blast clearly, and the light was so intense that they had to raise their arms to shield their eyes. Only then did they truly understand something shocking. Their client, Bert, had actually been a member of one of the worst terrorist organizations around. A man from the guild landed in front of the kids and immediately raised a shield, protecting the students from the force of the blast. Keeping his stance firm, he warned everyone behind him that this encounter had to remain a secret. If word got out that these students had come into contact with Jae-yoon, it could interfere with the guild's pursuit of them. The man standing guard in front of them was Jong Jae-kwon of the Blade of Dawn, an A-rank mage. Jong Jae-kwon shouted toward his guild master, announcing that he had found the kids they had rescued from that horrifying house. The instant Yuian heard that, she rushed over without a second of hesitation, because her little sister was among those children. The fiery woman descended with incredible force, her hair streaming behind her as she landed. As soon as she touched down, her teammate reported on Jae-yoon's situation. Unfortunately, those cowards had escaped, and they had done it using a degraded copy of a teleportation sacred relic. It was beyond irritating that they were so annoyingly resourceful. Juwon groaned the moment he heard that, already certain it had to be Jin's handiwork. That magical engineer was someone he hated with every part of himself. Then the older fire mage suddenly went still when her eyes landed on her younger sister. She stared at Era for a brief moment, then softly called her name. Era looked back at her and answered, acknowledging her older sister. In the next instant, without wasting time on any more words, the older sister pulled Era tightly into her arms and held her in a deep, protective hug. Yuian held her little sister close, relief flooding through her so strongly that for a moment, she could barely speak. Era was safe, and after everything their family had already lost, that alone felt like a miracle. The last time their family had crossed paths with those monsters, they had not been blessed with this kind of luck. That was why Yuian could not bear the thought of losing anyone to Jaeyoon ever again. Era lowered her gaze and let out a frustrated sigh, admitting that their enemies had been terrifyingly strong. What hurt her most was that she had been so afraid, she had not even dared to raise a finger against them. But her older sister already understood that pain better than anyone. Yuian had been hunting those people for years, and even so, she still urged Era not to chase revenge. She wanted her little sister to live freely, happily, and peacefully, while she took on the burden of vengeance for both of them. After all, no older sister would ever willingly watch her younger sister suffer through the same darkness. But Era immediately shouted back that Yuian should already know she could never accept that. She was far too ambitious to stay behind and do nothing. She wanted to join the hunt for Shin Jaek herself, and she wanted to make them pay with her own hands for everything they had done to her. Yuian could hardly believe that even after all the pain Era had endured, her little sister still had not changed at all. But maybe that was simply how life worked sometimes. Era smiled at her and said that her big sister had never been able to defeat her stubbornness back then, and she certainly would not defeat it now. However, Yuian only let out a quiet sigh, because to her, this was not mere stubbornness. What Era was clinging to was something far stronger, something much harder to break. It was a promise. Yuian lowered her eyes to the cloth wrapped around her hand, and the memory of a promise from 4 years ago rose clearly in her mind. Back then, her little sister had begged her never to hurt herself with a knife again. Era still carried the scars of watching her older sister cut herself in those hopeless days, which was why she had reacted so sharply when she saw the scars on Kim Se-woo. During the darkest period of Yuian's life, overwhelming helplessness had crushed her so badly that she had almost lost the will to keep living. At that time, Era had wrapped her arms around her and cried, saying through her tears that Yuian was the only family she had left. Those words had nearly broken Yuian all over again. Seeing her tiny little sister clinging to her like a person holding onto a raft in a stormy sea had dragged tears from her eyes as well. In the end, the two sisters only had each other, so they held on as tightly as they could. That promise was what saved Yuian back then, and from that day on, she had sworn that Era would someday grow into an even greater mage than she was. And now, Era seemed completely determined to keep that promise in her own way, which made Yuian laugh softly despite herself. She decided that they could argue about Era's future career path another time, after they had a proper reunion and a real chance to talk. Lee Seo-jin stood nearby, quietly watching the small family reunion unfold in front of him. Even the hero himself felt a faint sting of envy as he watched them. Deep down, he wondered whether he could ever become that strong in his own way. His muscle-headed best friend noticed the distant look on his face and smiled brightly, asking what he was thinking about so seriously. Lee Seo-jin gave a small smile in return and said it was nothing much, just a little bit of this and a little bit of that. Whatever it was, his best friend told him not to overthink everything. The hanging incident, the hidden stage, and even this disaster had all worked out in the end somehow. No matter how much of a genius Lee Seo-jin was, he still could not solve every problem on his own. So instead of carrying everything alone, the best thing he could do was help others as much as others had helped him. Lee Seo-jin's expression softened, and he thanked Yongjin for those encouraging words. Yongjin immediately grinned and said that if Lee Seo-jin was really that thankful, then he should hurry up and help him with his note-taking assignment once they got back. Lee Seo-jin's answer came instantly. That part, Yongjin could handle by himself. Still, Kim Se-woo felt genuinely relieved that he had intervened in everything that happened. If he had not anonymously leaked the information to the Blade of Dawn, the plot might have twisted into something far worse. After Jaeyoon finished dealing with that man, they could have turned their attention to the students, and things would have gotten ugly far too quickly. Era's future concerns and Lee Seo-jin's motivation had both been affected. The flow of the story had definitely changed, but in the end, it could still become a solid foundation for their growth. For now, Kim Se-woo had successfully landed a hit on an S-rank demon and earned 5,000 points. On top of that, because he had indirectly helped defeat an S-rank demon, he received another 5,000 points. These rewards were becoming more random by the second. He had also made a minor contribution to the subjugation of the S-rank villain Song Jin, which counted as a major change in the story, and his efficiency increased by 1.2. Although the progression had shifted from the original path, it seemed nothing had directly affected Lee Seo-jin quite like this until now. Kim Se-woo turned his gaze toward the fire girl, watching as the wind tugged at Era's hair. She had briefly encountered Jaeyoon, seeing them closer than she had since the day they destroyed her life, and even now, her determination to bring them down still burned fiercely inside her. For the moment, Kim Si-woo knew he needed to start preparing for every unpredictable variable that might appear in the future. Soon after, they returned to the Blade of Dawn's Korean headquarters. As expected, the specific details of the incident were kept hidden from the public. The news only reported that a massive forest fire had broken out on the outskirts of Gangwon province, leaving multiple Black Flame mercenaries dead. Mage Association Chairman Kim Jin-cheol had clearly pulled some strings to make sure the hidden connection between Lee Seo-jin and Ji-yoon never became the subject of public gossip. In the ruins of the mansion that had served as Ji-yoon's hideout, investigators were unable to uncover anything especially valuable. They could only assume that the villain organization had stored its important items somewhere else. Unfortunately for them, Kim Si-woo had already cleaned the place out beforehand, and the enormous fireball had done a wonderful job of burning away the traces he left behind. This time, it seemed Ji-yoon's goal had been to approach Lee Seo-jin directly. The older Yu sister immediately ordered everyone in the field to withdraw. From here on, they needed to pursue their enemies and erase them once and for all. Before they moved out, her colleague asked whether she was going to see her sister one more time. Yu-yin always acted like she did not care, but Ju-won knew very well that she missed her baby sister. Even so, Yu-yin simply said she would not waste the time of someone who was busy. From this point forward, things were going to become extremely hectic. More specifically, they could not afford to take their eyes off Lee Seo-jin or the people around him. In other words, Yu-yin now had a perfectly reasonable excuse to see her little sister more often. Her precious little sister was too important to lose. Yu-yin silently swore that she would never let her sweet angel fall into danger again. This time, she would burn those Jae-yoon cockroaches into ashes so completely that they would never recover. Meanwhile, in a ruined yet still strangely luxurious place, the sound of footsteps echoed through the damaged halls as a man walked inside. The Blade of Dawn was a guild that even Ji-yoon acknowledged, mostly because they had always been the biggest thorn in their side. Those annoying heroes had definitely swept through the mansion searching for magical items, but Jean was confident they had not discovered the extra secret hideout. Strangely enough, the building was still standing well enough for him to sneak inside and walk through a mostly stable hallway. As expected of Jae-yoon, their hideouts were built from some impressively sturdy materials. Still, even the paintings Bert had drawn were burned to nothing, and the blonde man was clearly not happy about that. But what truly mattered to him was the hidden safe where they had stored their secret treasures. He opened the magical wardrobe and reached inside, completely certain those foolish heroes could never have found this special compartment. The real treasures, disguised and hidden away like ordinary art pieces, were worth far more than anything they could have discovered in the mansion. Jean was confident in the person who had designed the security around his precious collection. There was no way something that well protected could have been exposed so easily. But when he looked inside, the supposedly perfect storehouse had been swept completely clean. Kim Si-woo had robbed them blind. The blonde man could not believe the hero organization had been that efficient. His face twisted as he growled, wondering which enemy who had shown up that day had managed to steal all of his belongings. Of course, the culprit was the one enemy he would have suspected least, and somewhere else, the brown-haired youth was chuckling happily to himself. Kim Si-woo sat comfortably in his room, surrounded by his new inheritance, including the legacy of the formless spirit relic and a pile of other stolen artifacts. A satisfied smirk spread across his face as he said he would make very good use of every single one of them. Mystery was a kind of power that neither science nor ordinary magic could fully explain. It was a force connected to the very root of the world itself, and the items that carried such mysteries were known as relics. The legacy of the formless spirit was one of those relics, an item capable of imbuing magic with an elemental attribute. Among all the items Jae-yoon had hidden away, this ring was the only true relic. Light, along with the non-attribute element, was one of the only elements that could not be acquired through ordinary training. So if Kim Si-woo was going to obtain an element first, the answer was obvious. He focused seriously, drawing out the power in front of him and shaping it with care. Naturally, the talent he wanted to acquire right now was the light element. With the relic's help, if he added his newly grown power to the light formula he was working on, he might eventually be able to learn every element. There was one important thing Kim Si-woo had learned from the battle in Gangwon province. The discovery only applied when he used elixirs or skills, but when he concentrated his mana to the absolute limit, it could briefly reach A-rank level. That was why Song Jin had noticed Kim Si-woo's sniping when he secretly assisted the hero of the story. His attack had exceeded the limit of C-rank mana concealment. From A-rank onward, manifested magic could create a silver aura. Now, Kim Si-woo had unlocked the achievement for silver mana manifestation, increasing his mana control proficiency by 30%. He had also earned another reward of 5,000 points. If he could somehow get used to controlling this power freely, then he would be able to push himself even further. Kim Seon-woo steadied himself, focused his mana, and slowly drew in a deep breath before letting it out in a tired sigh. After all that training, the only thing he had really managed to accomplish was pushing himself straight into mana exhaustion again. The numbness spreading through his body was getting old, especially when he was working this hard just to make even the smallest bit of progress. Even with the heart of Mother Nature and an elixir supporting him, it still had not been enough to buy the time he needed. He could not compress the mana up to the power level he was aiming for, no matter how desperately he tried to force it. After all that repeated training, he only had a few of those precious extras left. Since they were not something he could waste casually, he wanted to save them for a moment when he truly had no other choice. As Kim Seon-woo weighed his options in silence, his mind drifted back to the fight against that powerful man. The memory alone made his expression tighten, because he could not allow another situation like that to happen ever again. Lee Seo-jin had come dangerously close to dying that time. And after everything Kim Seon-woo had already done to keep him alive, he could not afford to lose Seo-jin now. Not after all the effort, planning, and risks he had taken to protect that boy. Completely exhausted, Kim Seon-woo collapsed onto his bed and lifted one hand above his face, staring at the ring he had stolen. If he did not become stronger than he was right now, then in his current state, he would never be able to offer any real help to Lee Seo-jin when it mattered most. That night, Kim Seon-woo stayed awake until morning, turning over every possible method in his mind and agonizing over what he could actually do with the tools he had right now. He had checked through the demonic beast summoning scroll, and he had also examined the sun and moon pharmacopoeia carefully, searching for anything that might be useful. Aside from the relic ring, those were the only truly valuable items he had managed to loot from the villain organization. He had already tested the demonic beast summoning scroll in actual combat, so he knew it had practical value. As for the sun and moon pharmacopoeia, Han Se-young would probably be delighted if he handed something like that over to her. And if he played his cards right, he might even be able to use it to squeeze out some extra points from the pharmacy company. While walking ahead, Kim Seon-woo suddenly paused as a notification for Character Insight appeared in front of him. In the end, he had used the points he earned from the recent incident to purchase a trait that seemed like it would come in handy. Yu-era and his sweet student were already waiting for him nearby. The moment they noticed him, they waved happily, calling him over to join them. Kim Seon-woo apologized for arriving late, then quietly decided to test out his new Character Insight skill. Unfortunately, the information that appeared was mostly a collection of things he already knew. The two girls in front of him were Yoon Hae-young and Yu-era, both 18 years old. Yoon Hae-young's mana was joyful and bright, while Yu-era's mana felt calm and composed. Hae-young, the ice mage, was C rank, while Era, the fire mage, was B rank. Era's interest in him was still only level 1, but his little student's interest had risen to level 2. Hae-young smiled brightly and told her senior that she had saved him a seat, while Era, still as sharp and prim as ever, simply asked why he was so late. Since that was about all the skill could show him for now, Kim Seon-woo just laughed lightly and said he had not slept very well the night before. Hae-young immediately looked concerned and asked if he was sick, while Era even suggested that he try meditating before going to bed. So the fire girl did have a softer side after all. At the moment, though, Kim Seon-woo was doing everything he could to make use of every method available to him. That morning, their class was the second-year Class A lesson for the Manifestation Department. The students wondered what they would be learning in Manifestation class that day, and the teacher soon revealed the topic, Mana Shape Transformation. First, each student had to form a sphere of mana above their hand. Once they managed that, they were supposed to change the sphere into a different shape. Standing at the front of the room, the teacher demonstrated calmly, transforming her mana ball into thin, sharp slivers of lightning. The students stared in admiration at the smooth transformation. Excitement quickly spread through the classroom, and many of them looked eager to try it for themselves. The teacher encouraged everyone to begin practicing individually, explaining that this kind of exercise helped them use their imagination more flexibly when handling their mana. Of course, it was nowhere near as easy as it sounded. Creating a shape from the beginning was one thing, but taking magic that had already manifested and changing it into something else required a much more delicate touch. Yu-era looked down at the ball of flame hovering over her hand. Then, with almost effortless control, she shifted its form until it resembled a burning bush of flickering fire. The flames spread around her, growing brighter and larger as they expanded outward with impressive force. At that point, the fire girl was obviously showing off, and everyone around her gasped in amazement like usual. They could hardly believe someone their own age could handle such advanced magic so cleanly. Era simply huffed, acting as if it had been the easiest thing in the world. Meanwhile, Hae-young was also hard at work, shaping her mana into an ice cup. When she managed to complete it on her very first attempt, the others praised her excitedly. Her skills had clearly skyrocketed since the midterm exams. Shape transformation was an especially useful technique for manifestation mages. By changing the form of their magic to switch between offense and defense, Even manifestation mages who were normally weak in close combat could control the flow of battle much more smoothly. Kim Seon-woo, however, was struggling far more than he wanted to admit. Unfortunately, he had become fairly popular in class, so plenty of students were quietly waiting to see him do something impressive. Kim Seon-woo knew all too well that transformation was on a much higher level than simple manifestation. Only people with natural talent could handle it smoothly from the start. He was trying his best, but at that moment, he really wished his classmates would stop staring and focus on their own practice. Suddenly, he felt that familiar prickling sensation and glanced up, only to find Uera watching him like a cat eyeing a mouse. He asked if she found it strange that he was having trouble, or if this was her first time seeing someone fail at shape transformation. Era answered that it was not that, exactly. She had simply gotten used to seeing him suddenly excel at strange things in strange moments, so his struggle felt a little unexpected. She knew Kim Seon-woo had his own circumstances, but she still could not understand why someone who could use compression manifestation would have difficulty with shape transformation. Kim Seon-woo scoffed at that, immediately saying those two skills belonged to completely different realms. Compression manifestation was a matter of control. It was the kind of technique a person could build through repetition, discipline, and constant training. Shape transformation, on the other hand, required a person to handle the flow of their own mana with instinct and imagination. It was much more connected to innate ability, and unfortunately for Kim Seon-woo, that was exactly the kind of thing he struggled with. In other words, he was saying that compression manifestation belonged to the realm of hard work, while shape transformation belonged to the realm of talent. That was precisely his point, so he needed these two girls to stop pressing him about it. Talent and effort were not the same thing. Even after hearing that, though, the fire mage still looked surprised, because she had always assumed Kim Seon-woo was the type of young man who was overflowing with talent. Meanwhile, Kim Seon-woo turned his attention to his student and asked whether she was still keeping up with her practice. Hae-young beamed proudly, saying that she was, and even invited him to train with her over the weekend. Uera had never witnessed it for herself, but she was still certain Kim Seon-woo had talent. More than that, he had pushed past his limits through a level of hard work that might have surpassed even her own. That realization left Uera genuinely startled. But before she could stay lost in thought for too long, Kim Seon-woo suddenly spoke to her, saying she should probably focus on manifestation or missions rather than spending more time on shape transformation. Era paused at his unexpected advice, and Kim Seon-woo continued. From what he could see, she was already complete in that area. If she felt her firepower was still lacking, then instead of obsessing over shape transformation, she should focus on missions. What startled Era even more was how accurate his words were. Even during the fight against the demonic humans in Gangwon province, and even after watching her older sister fight, she had kept feeling that her own power was still not enough. Now, she finally understood why. As she listened to Kim Seon-woo's advice, the direction her training needed to take became clearer in her mind. It was exactly like Yoon Hae-young had said. Hae-young had once told her that if she ever hit a wall, Kim Seon-woo had the ability to break through it for her. Kim Seon-woo only laughed it off, saying he was just a little more observant than most people. Most mages had a hard time analyzing their own abilities objectively. Since he had pointed out the problem for Era, Kim Seon-woo was confident her growth would begin accelerating as well. After all, making sure the heroes kept developing was part of his job. Then, without warning, Uera said there was something she was curious about. She looked straight at him and asked whether he had ever run into a wall himself. The timing was almost funny, because Kim Seon-woo was currently stuck in front of a very serious wall of his own. He looked up at her in surprise, caught off guard by how directly she had asked. Era's question had hit the mark perfectly. Kim Seon-woo had indeed reached a wall, and he knew exactly what was holding him back. His mana capacity was too low, and that weakness was making it difficult for him to keep growing. Up until now, he had been making up for it by using elixirs and the heart of Mother Nature to explosively boost his mana regeneration during battle, but that kind of method could not solve the root problem forever. But from this point on, enemies even stronger than Song Jin were bound to appear and throw the story into chaos. Kim Seon-woo had to be ready for that kind of threat, because in a real fight, he could not afford to spend several long minutes compressing mana every single time he needed to attack. If he could not solve that problem alone, then the answer was simple. He needed to find someone who could help him. So Kim Seon-woo went to a teacher and asked how he could increase the speed of his magic compression. It was a strange and unusually specific question, but he figured the manifestation department teacher might be the one person who could give him a useful answer. All he wanted was a way to improve his compression manifestation. If he could compress his mana faster, then he could fire more attacks, react more quickly, and stop being trapped by that long preparation time. He had hoped the teacher might know some hidden trick or shortcut, something experienced mages quietly used but never bothered to explain to students. Ms. Lee looked genuinely surprised that a student like him, someone who was always helping others figure things out, would come to her struggling with this kind of problem. But in the end, she told him there was no special trick. When it came to magic, The answer almost always came down to talent, time, and hard work. That sounded nice in theory, but for Kim Seon-woo, it was terrible news. He was short on talent in this area, and even worse, he was running out of time. Then, however, the teacher added that speed was not the only way for a mage to grow stronger. Later, beneath the pale light of the full moon, Kim Seon-woo stood alone and understood that increasing his manifestation speed would take an enormous amount of time and relentless effort. But time was exactly what he did not have. The villains targeting Lee Seo-jin were not going to sit politely in the shadows and wait until Kim Seon-woo finished growing stronger. After thinking over the teacher's advice, Kim Seon-woo arrived at one conclusion. If he could not improve speed right away, then he would improve the detail of his manifestation. He drank an elixir, raised his hand, and began forming magic in his palm. Era's flames could release terrifying destructive power even without relying on compression, and the same was true for Hae-young's ice. Even if two spells had the exact same basic shape, the way that shape was refined to match its element could completely change how much destructive force the magic produced. With his current ability, Kim Seon-woo could only complain that his limit was still a basic sphere. But that was not necessarily a dead end. Even a simple sphere could become stronger if the details were refined, and true perfection was difficult for any mage to achieve. So if he could not create something perfect yet, then he would spend the entire night carving out the closest thing he could manage. Kim Seon-woo narrowed his focus and shaped his magic again, trying to make the mana in his hand sharper, cleaner, and more dangerous. He would keep the compression time exactly the same, but push the clarity and precision of the sphere to the absolute limit. As close to perfection as his current body and mana control could possibly reach. That was the target he set for himself. Then, gathering every bit of strength he could, he fired the refined mana straight at the target in front of him. The target did not move, but it was perfect for practice, and the moment his attack struck, it was blasted apart completely. Kim Seon-woo paused for a moment, breathing hard as he lowered his hand. Then, just as he was catching his breath, another achievement appeared before him. It looked like his days were about to become even busier from now on. Kim Seon-woo continued training with relentless focus. Blue mana burst from his hands in a powerful stream, swelling into a massive blast that tore across the field toward the target set up in the distance. The target was destroyed instantly, shattered so completely that it barely had time to resist the impact. After the imaginary enemy was wiped out, Kim Seon-woo lowered his gaze to his own hands and studied them quietly, thinking once again about just how much work was waiting for him from here on. Later that evening, he sat down for dinner with his favorite pharmaceutical company president. The A-rank state Kim Seon-woo had managed to reach during training a few days earlier was only temporary. It was not something he could reproduce naturally yet, and he had only achieved it with the help of powerful magical drugs. If he wanted to fully master that technique and eventually reach A-rank officially, then he needed to train repeatedly while under the effects of elixirs. Han Se-young looked pleased as she pushed a box toward him, telling him to open it and check the contents for himself. When Kim Seon-woo opened the case, he found exactly what he had requested inside. 100 bottles of elixir lined up neatly before his eyes. He stared into the box, fully aware that he was going to burn through a lot of them if he wanted to keep pushing his limits. He knew his request had been unreasonable, but Han Se-young truly lived up to her reputation as a genius pharmacist. She simply laughed and said she would never have gone this far for anyone else if he had not been the one asking. Thanks to him, she had been able to achieve all kinds of new breakthroughs. And since his information had helped them catch the terrorist who had been threatening her company, she told him to consider the elixirs a token of gratitude. Kim Seon-woo accepted them and thanked her sincerely. Han Se-young smiled as she looked at him, then asked once again if he was truly sure he did not want to come over to her side. If he agreed, she made it clear that she could treat him extremely well. It was definitely a tempting offer, but Kim Seon-woo had to keep babysitting the heroes, because if Lee Seo-jin died, the entire world could collapse along with him. So unfortunately, he had no choice but to pass. He appreciated the offer, but he politely turned her down once again. This time, Han Se-young asked whether he was waiting for her to take over the Hanseong family first, then teased him by saying that if he waited that long, he might already be too late. Kim Seon-woo only smiled at that, and said it sounded like she was preparing a new business venture. Those words immediately sparked Han Se-young's excitement. She leaned in slightly and said that, since it was him and she trusted him, she would give him just a small sneak peek. Recently, they had discovered a massive dungeon out in the provinces, and her plan was to build an enormous hotel right inside it. Between luxury accommodations and item auctions, she was confident the added value would be astronomical. Kim Seon-woo stared at her in shock, realizing she was seriously talking about building a dungeon hotel. Han Se-young confirmed it without hesitation. The dungeon was so large that it would take around 30 years to clear, meaning it could guarantee steady long-term profit for both her and the company. Then she shook off the unpleasant image of her brother trying to steal the idea from her. She had been working herself to exhaustion, even losing sleep, just to make sure he would never get the chance to take this project away. Kim Si-woo's expression changed at once, and he told her to stop immediately. Naturally, Han Se-young was confused. She blinked at him, wondering why he would suddenly say something like that. But Kim Si-woo's tone was firm as he told her that the dungeon hotel business was guaranteed to fail. He had seen it on the news before his regression. The Hanseong Group had poured a staggering amount of capital into building a hotel inside that provincial dungeon. But around 3 months later, an even larger dungeon appeared in Seoul, and the entire provincial project instantly turned into an expensive, useless white elephant. Now Kim Si-woo understood that Han Se-young had been the one who originally pushed for that proposal. No one could have predicted what would happen, but the failure must have badly damaged her position against Han Se-jin, and suddenly, a lot of things made sense. Of course, that was not easy information for Han Se-young to believe out of nowhere. She could not see any reason the dungeon hotel would collapse, so she asked Kim Si-woo to explain the basis for his claim. Naturally, he could not tell her that he had already seen it happen in his past life, because there was no way to prove something like that. So he could only say that while dungeons were difficult to find right now, a massive one might suddenly appear elsewhere without warning. Unfortunately, that was still only an assumption, and Han Se-young could not cancel a project that was about to be announced based on pure speculation. In business, she needed concrete data before making such a huge decision. Even so, Kim Si-woo was pleased with Han Se-young's reaction. Kim Si-woo needed Han Se-young to take his warning seriously, no matter how unbelievable it sounded. So he calmly reminded her of one simple fact. Up until now, he had never been wrong. That much was true, and Han Se-young could not deny it. But she still hesitated, so Kim Si-woo decided to sweeten the offer. If she was willing to trust him on this one, then he would give her something extra, something valuable enough to make the decision worth her while. He had already planned to hand over that precious pharmacy book eventually, so he figured he might as well use it now and gain something useful from the exchange. It was the Sun and Moon Pharmacopoeia, a secret medical text that had been lost for 50 years. The moment Han Se-young realized what it was, she could hardly believe that Kim Si-woo had managed to get his hands on something so rare. With that book, she could raise the quality of every single product produced by Hanseong Pharmaceutical. To think the secret recipes of the prestigious Sun and Moon family had been sitting in Jae-yoon's hands this entire time. Now those villains would never be able to profit from that ancient knowledge, and Kim Si-woo could turn it into an advantage for himself instead. Han Se-young found herself trapped in a painfully difficult position. Kim Si-woo watched her reaction and asked whether she was ready to change her mind. And sure enough, she began to seriously think it over. The Dungeon Hotel was undeniably a promising business venture. But no matter how promising it looked, there was still no guarantee that it would succeed. Meanwhile, the real Sun and Moon Pharmacopoeia was sitting right in front of her eyes, and her pride as a pharmacist would never allow her to let such a treasure slip away. She narrowed her eyes, wondering why Kim Si-woo was tempting her with something this valuable at a moment like this. Her expression tightened as she weighed the choice in front of her. It was an incredibly frustrating situation. She had to choose between a massive gamble, her own future, and Kim Si-woo's warning, all while relying on the instincts that had brought her this far. Overwhelmed by the pressure, Han Se-young grabbed her drink in frustration and gulped it down, as if the alcohol might clear the tangled thoughts in her head. Then she raised her voice and asked if Kim Si-woo had any idea how much money she had already poured into that luxury hotel project. Giving up now would hurt, and the thought alone clearly irritated her. Kim Si-woo watched her reaction and quietly chuckled to himself. Seeing Han Se-young act like this after drinking was unexpectedly cute, almost adorable in a way he had not expected. Han Se-young mumbled that he was playing dirty by dropping a warning about the dungeon hotel failing and then offering her something she could not ignore. If his warning turned out to be wrong, she told him he had better take responsibility for it. And with her getting a little teary and emotional from the alcohol, she was somehow piling on even more cute points without realizing it. Kim Si-woo promised that he would take responsibility, then asked her once more if they had a deal. He had been planning to give her the book anyway, but if this also removed a dangerous variable from the future, then it was a trade worth making. Han Se-young knew Kim Si-woo was not the type to say something like this without a reason, so in the end, she decided to trust him again. Still, it would be a waste to simply throw away a project that was right on the verge of being announced. So if the business was doomed to fail anyway, she might as well hand it over to her rotten brother, the one already working with demons behind the scenes. Kim Si-woo smiled at that answer and told her she had made an excellent choice. Later, with the moon hanging high above the night sky, Kim Si-woo stepped out of the car. He hoped this would deal a proper blow to Han Se-jin. If that bastard lost enough money, then maybe he would finally be forced to stop pouring resources into the demons as their human collaborator. Kim Si-woo needed to keep the main forces in check so another incident like Gangwon province would not happen again. They should never have been able to appear at Jae-yoon's hideout in the first place. At school, Kim Si-woo had been using character insight to keep a constant watch on Jang Yi. He knew the basics now. She was 19 years old, one of the main characters, and her attitude toward him was tense, with absolutely zero interest in him as a person. Because of the official rumor that he had some kind of crush on her, the situation was painfully embarrassing. But ironically, that same rumor allowed him to follow her around without raising too much suspicion, even though from the outside, he looked like a creepy stalker. Jang Yi was often clearly displeased with him, but honestly, the feeling was mutual. After all, she was constantly working hard to kill the hero of the story. On the bright side, her hatred for him was even earning him a few extra points. Still, Kim Si-woo could not help wondering whether it was really fine to leave things like this. He kept questioning just how far he was allowed to interfere with the original plot. It had been a while since he drank, and the alcohol was making it harder than usual to think clearly. His thoughts felt sluggish, like his brain was moving through fog. Kim Si-woo cursed under his breath while staring up at the moon. Then, out of nowhere, someone appeared nearby and asked what her senior was doing out there. The sudden voice nearly made him jump out of his skin. The one who had startled him was none other than Choi Seo-yeon. Kim Si-woo let out a shout before scolding his junior for sneaking up on him like that. Seo-yeon laughed and easily guessed that he must have been thinking about Senior Minnie, which was the school name Jang Yi used. To her, his so-called crush was written all over his face. Kim Si-woo protested that he was only taking a walk, then asked what she was doing outside at this hour. Seo-yeon explained that she was just returning from home. Around this time, the rich and popular junior was constantly being dragged around and harassed by her main family, one of the 5 great families. With high society's major social event, the Night of the Pioneers, approaching, her father, Choi Jae-hyung, kept forcing her to attend gatherings so he could expand his network. He knew his daughter was beautiful and well-mannered, so he treated her like a decoration meant to improve his public image. Deep down, Seo-yeon had wanted to go on the field trip with the upperclassmen too. Instead, she had been forced to return to school without even having time to wash off her party makeup. Kim Si-woo sighed and said she must have been going through a lot, completely forgetting that he was not supposed to know anything about her situation. Every time she was dragged to family events and treated like nothing more than an accessory, Seo-yeon found herself wondering why her life had to be this way. And whenever those thoughts dragged her down, she would remember the person who had saved her life, a bright presence in the middle of her dark world. Originally, that role was supposed to belong to Lee Seo-jin. But now, the person who filled that place in her heart was Kim Si-woo, a young man who set his own goal and fought desperately to reach it no matter what stood in his way. He was someone she wanted to become like someday, and just standing there with him was enough to make her cheeks warm with a blush. Then she suddenly noticed something strange. Seo-yeon pointed out that she could smell alcohol on him, and Kim Si-woo immediately panicked. Technically, he was old enough to drink, since he had lived another life before this one and had been an adult back then. But right now, he was still in a teenager's body, and getting caught smelling like alcohol at school was definitely game over. He quickly turned toward her and begged her to keep the alcohol a secret from everyone else. Seo-yeon agreed sweetly, but of course, she had one condition. From now on, she did not want to be so formal with him anymore. She wanted permission to call him Appa instead of keeping that stiff distance between them. Kim Si-woo blushed and complained that she had no manners, but he still agreed. Now that she had his permission, Seo-yeon smiled and reminded her Appa that the two of them now shared 2 secrets. She said she was heading back inside, but before leaving, she told her Appa not to drink too much and to get some sleep. As she walked away, Seo-yeon kept thinking about the sight of her senior drinking alone. It was an unexpectedly vulnerable side of him she had never imagined seeing. While the girl happily hurried off, Kim Si-woo let out a relieved sigh, grateful that she had not discovered anything more serious. Now that she was gone, he knew he should really stop wasting time and get back to his training. There was no point in sitting there alone, worrying endlessly over the Jang Yi problem. For now, the only thing he could do was focus on getting stronger in his own way. Kim Si-woo had already prepared himself to interfere with the original plot, if necessary. If Jang Yi showed any suspicious movement related to taking the protagonist's life, then he was ready to kill her with his own hands. Meanwhile, the very girl he was watching was already involved in all kinds of sinister activity. In a dark place, she knelt before the shadowy figures of demons gathered around her. Then the Demon King gave her permission to speak. The S-rank king looked down at the B-rank demon, Jang Yi, and asked whether the ones who had killed his loyal subject, Song Jin, were truly the villain group known as Shin Jaek. The wicked old lord turned his cold gaze toward the girl and ordered her to speak, making it clear that everyone in the room was now listening. Facing the Dark Lord, the girl explained that they had prepared a trap from the very beginning and had been waiting for the right moment. The instant Lord Song Jin moved to kill Lee Seo-jin, Shin Jaek had stepped in and interfered. And while the loyal noble demon was desperately holding back the villain group, he ended up losing his life beneath the attack of the Blade of Dawn, who had been chasing after Jae-hyun at the time. Among those listening was Har-yong, an S-rank demon from the 10 Demon Association, his expression locked in quiet focus. Beside him stood none other than Won-hyuk, the eldest member of the old 10 Demon Association and an S-rank demon himself. The old man's temper flared the moment he heard the full story. His voice rose with anger as he declared that this was not just an incident, but a direct provocation from Jin against the entire demon race. He insisted that they could not let this insult pass quietly. To restore the dignity and prestige of their race, they had to respond with nothing less than an all-out war. But the other man, the one who had already appeared earlier in the story, could see through him at once. The old man was not truly acting out of noble revenge. He was simply searching for a convenient excuse to go on a rampage. If they allowed this matter to grow too large, and Kim Jin-cheol personally stepped in, then the result would not be victory. It could easily become a battle that erased the entire demon race from existence. This so-called revenge might end with every one of them being wiped out. But he also knew exactly what kind of monster the old man was, a violent tyrant who would kill even his own people if they angered him. So the coward hanging back in the room chose to swallow his words and stay silent. But just then, another voice cut through the tense air, saying that if they truly wanted revenge for Lord Songjin, then the one they should target was Lee Seojin. The demons around the room immediately began murmuring in surprise, and the coward at the back widened his eyes when he saw Jang Yi step forward from among them. The brutal old man was naturally displeased, his face twisting with irritation. He could not understand why a mere defeated soldier would dare intrude on a meeting of the 10 Demon Association. But the king showed interest instead. He ordered the young girl to continue, watching her closely as she stepped forward. Depending on how useful her words proved to be, he would decide whether her blood was worth taking. The devil spoke calmly, saying that revenge should not be driven by blind rage. If they wanted vengeance, then it had to be carried out with reason. Killing Lee Seojin, the child of prophecy, was the mission Lord Songjin had failed to complete. And more than that, it was the shared desire of every demon gathered there. Now that it had become clear Lee Seojin was also someone the villain organization Jin had their eyes on, destroying that young hero would not only finish Songjin's mission, but also deal a far greater humiliation to their enemies. Since she was the one who could get closest to the young hero without raising suspicion, the girl offered to carry out the late Lord's will herself and take Lee Seojin's life with her own hands. But her old mentor immediately stepped forward in protest. He reminded them that young Jang Yi had only just reached B rank, and with her youth and limited strength, she was far too inexperienced to be entrusted with such an important mission. The king, however, answered in a low voice, saying that such worry only cast an unnecessary shadow over the young girl's noble resolve. If Qianhai was so concerned about her lack of power, then that was a problem the king could solve himself. All he had to do was fill that weakness with the terrifying power gathered in his ominous hand. With one casual wave of his hand, the man poured a surge of sinister energy straight into the girl's body, giving her no warning and no time to prepare. The king then declared that he had injected her with a bloodstone, a dangerous treasure created from the blood of A-rank mages. The poor girl was instantly crushed beneath the weight of that power. Her body trembled violently, and before she could steady herself, she collapsed down onto her knees. Under normal circumstances, such power had to be absorbed slowly, little by little. But with her determination to save the fate of their race, the king was certain she could withstand the backlash of taking it all in at once. That confidence in her strength was almost terrifying, because the power immediately drove the girl down onto her hands and knees. Blood began leaking from her eyes and mouth as she struggled to breathe, but even through the agony, she forced herself to endure. Jang Yi had stepped forward because her hatred was tied to a far larger plan, and her revenge was never going to end with Lee Seojin alone. He was only the first step in the revenge she had chosen. First, she would kill the child of prophecy and earn the recognition of the 10 Demon Association. After that, she would turn her blade toward Young Hyundai, Kim Jin-woo, and Shin Yongjun. Every person connected to her father's death would be made to pay the price. She would not stop until she had extinguished every last one of their lives with her own hands. Did she even understand that killing the hero could bring the entire world to its end? Maybe not. Her mind was so consumed by revenge that she simply believed it would never be over until all of them were dead. Her obsession burned so intensely that even her mentor began staring at her with visible concern, unable to hide the unease in his eyes. Once the new power had settled inside her body, the king ordered her to rise. Shaking under the force still coursing through her, Jang Yi slowly pushed herself back to her feet. Then the king gave his command. For the sake of all demons, she was to go out and kill the hero, Lee Seojin. The power inside her body churned like a storm, surging in uncontrollable waves and spilling out around her in dark, unstable bursts. Now that she had been reborn through that bloodstone's power, the girl turned to her grandfather and calmly declared that she would be leaving now. Meanwhile, in a completely different part of town, warm lights glowed from inside a building, and the atmosphere there felt entirely different. Everyone seemed relaxed, as if they were enjoying a peaceful evening. An old man stood near the window, quietly looking out through the glass. Then someone entered the room and greeted him, answering the summons after being called there by the old man himself. It turned out that this old man was not only the boy's grandfather, but also the chairman of the Mage Association. The old man observed that his grandson looked surprisingly healthy for someone who had just survived such a bizarre and dangerous ordeal. And this grandfather was none other than Kim Jin-cheol, the strongest mage. The grandson standing before him was Lee Seo-jin. He mentioned that he had already heard team leader Kim Do-kyung had reported everything that happened in Gangwon province. But words had a way of bending the truth and distorting memories. So the old man said he would confirm the events for himself instead of relying only on someone else's report. With that, he placed his fingers gently against his grandson's head and activated his power. A strange shield-like flow of mana formed around the young hero's head. Kim Jin-cheol's special trait was known as Mana Scan. Through nothing more than physical touch, he could sense the magic his opponent had used. And by tracing that magic backward, he could read not only memories, but even the emotions tied to them. Using that special ability, the old man looked back through the memories connected to the brunettes, and then to the blonde, sinister figure who had appeared in them. His expression grew serious as he examined everything his grandson had gone through. Only after seeing it all did he finally withdraw his hand. Lee Seo-jin gasped in shock, clearly upset that his grandfather had done that so suddenly. He reminded the old man that he had already told him not to read his memories without permission. But his grandfather brushed it off, insisting that the boy had nothing to hide anyway, so there was no need to react so strongly. Still, Lee Seo-jin felt a little frustrated. He had not even been able to respond to his grandfather's movement for a single second before the ability was already activated. That was the true power of the strongest mage, a man who stood at the very peak of all three fields: enhancement, support, and manifestation. Then his grandfather reached out and ruffled the boy's hair, softening the mood as he asked whether Lee Seo-jin was bothered by what Bert had said about his family. But the boy simply smiled and answered that he had never felt lonely, not even once. After all, his grandfather had taken him in and raised him with care. The members of the special task force had always watched over him as well, and on top of that, he had friends waiting for him at school too. The grandfather looked genuinely pleased as he watched his disciple respond with such a bright and steady attitude, as if that calm confidence alone was enough to ease his worries. Putting that aside, the old man teased him as though the boy was still the strongest one among all his school friends. Lee Seo-jin answered without hesitation that he was, and the two of them ended up laughing together at the easy confidence in his reply. Then the old man shifted the topic and asked about the rather interesting fellow he had glimpsed inside his grandson's memories. Lee Seo-jin immediately understood who he meant, and Kim Seon-woo's name came to mind at once. That young genius from the unpredictable class often acted in ways that were difficult to read, and some of his choices made almost no sense at first glance. Even so, whenever a real crisis hit, he somehow became someone others could count on. In the end, Kim Seon-woo was the kind of person who still managed to produce the best results, even when his methods looked strange or reckless from the outside. Lee Seo-jin admitted that he did not actually know much about Kim Seon-woo from the first year, but his grades had suddenly risen at an unbelievable speed, and if he kept growing stronger, Lee Seo-jin said he would like to make a deal with him someday. The old man quietly considered those words, his eyes narrowing slightly as he turned the idea over in his mind. Even the thought of that deal seemed to catch his interest. Then he let out a low chuckle and said it might not take very long before that boy climbed all the way up to Lee Seo-jin's level. Lee Seo-jin was startled by that evaluation. He knew Kim Seon-woo was good at catching people off guard, but in his eyes, Seon-woo was still nowhere near that kind of level. The old man only chuckled again, saying people always noticed the moment a flower bloomed and then assumed it had appeared overnight. But before a flower could bloom, its seed had to sink into the soil, take root, and endure the long winter in silence. Those hidden struggles were the parts nobody ever saw on the surface. Kim Seon-woo's green eyes seemed to carry more secrets than they revealed. To the old man, they were the eyes of someone who must have trained and suffered through grueling effort where no one else could see. At least, that was how the old man judged him. People with eyes like that, whether for better or worse, always found a way to make their talent bloom in the end. As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward a picture nearby, one that seemed to capture him with former students, including someone who resembled Lee Seo-jin. In any case, the old man told Lee Seo-jin to keep a close watch on that Kim Seon-woo fellow. He believed that boy might be able to fill in the gaps in Lee Seo-jin's own strength, and Lee Seo-jin nodded, agreeing with his grandfather's judgment. Just before the old man was about to leave, Lee Seo-jin stopped him with one final question. His grandfather had probably already seen it while reading through his memories, but Lee Seo-jin still wanted to ask directly whether he knew anything about the power of ruin. Later, while sitting in class, Lee Seo-jin let out an irritated sigh as he thought back to his grandfather's answer. What was he supposed to make of something that was apparently nothing more than a legend passed down by word of mouth? According to that old story, around 300 years ago, There had once been a human who possessed a power that acted as the natural enemy of demons. But no one truly knew who that person was. In fact, nobody could even say for certain whether such a person had really existed at all. A demon-slaying attribute that was apparently different from the light attribute. The more Lee Seojin thought about it, the more complicated his expression became. He began to wonder if that mysterious power might have been the same thing that saved him from the demon's attack back then. But when he thought about it more carefully, that attack had only been a normal A-rank non-elemental spell. That only made the question feel even stranger. Just who on earth could the special child of prophecy truly be? As Lee Seojin sank deeper into thought, a brunette sitting nearby watched him closely. A demon-destroying attribute separate from the light attribute. Those words lingered heavily in the air. Lee Seojin could not stop wondering whether that had been the very power that protected him in that dangerous moment. But it still did not seem very likely. After all, what had saved him looked like an ordinary A-rank shot, nothing more. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to know who had stepped in and saved him at the very last second. And the person responsible was sitting right beside him, silently watching as Lee Seojin fell deeper and deeper into his thoughts. Lee Seojin, 18 years old, human, calm in temperament, carrying A-rank mana, and showing a level 2 interest in Kim Seon-woo. For Seon-woo, this was one person he absolutely had to keep watching, especially when the fate of the world was tied to the length of this boy's life. Still, Lee Seojin looked as normal as ever today. Kim Seon-woo could not help feeling a little jealous, though, because reaching A-rank mana at only 18 was honestly ridiculous. Just then, the teacher suddenly called for everyone's attention. Once the classroom settled down, he announced that all students would be participating next week, and that he would now explain the method for the second midterm exam. The exam method was simple on the surface. The students would hunt monsters living on a deserted island owned by the school, then collect the magic stones found inside those monsters' bodies. Their scores would be determined by both the number and quality of the magic stones they brought back. Students were allowed to form alliances regardless of grade, but duels between students were strictly forbidden. For safety, surveillance drones had already been placed all across the island. In other words, the teachers would be watching everything, so the students were strongly warned not to do anything foolish. That was the end of the announcement, but the classroom immediately filled with quiet murmurs. Some students wondered if the exam was being held on a deserted island because of the demon attack during the last midterm. With duels banned and drones monitoring the area, it was obvious the school was putting student safety first this time. The second midterm exam was unfolding just like it had in the original story, and every student was expected to take part. Jang Yu would likely be there as well, and Kim Seon-woo would not have been surprised at all if she tried to make a move during the exam. Thinking back to what happened in Gangwon Province, Kim Seon-woo knew that drones alone would not be enough to keep things under control. That made him wonder whether the point shop had any item that could strengthen surveillance. Then, while checking his phone, he suddenly saw an alert from Park Min-ae. She was asking if he had a moment, and the message caught him completely off guard. This was unexpected. Most of the time, Park Min-ae went out of her way to avoid him, yet now she was the one reaching out first. Of course, Kim Seon-woo still went to the meeting place. And sure enough, when he arrived, she was already there waiting for him. Park Min-ae gave him a soft, sweet smile and said she had been worried because he had not been coming to the training room since the Gangwon incident. Wearing her prettiest and most harmless girl act, she asked how he had been and whether he was doing all right. Kim Seon-woo laughed awkwardly and replied that he had been thinking about her day and night. In truth, he had also been training every night while drinking elixirs, which meant he simply could not wake up early enough to meet everyone at the training center. A few days earlier, he had already noticed that Jang Ye's mana rank was only B. Since she was not his opponent, there was no reason for him to be nervous. So now, he looked at Park Min-ae and asked if there was something she needed from him. Almost absent-mindedly, Kim Seon-woo activated character insight. At first glance, not much about the seniors seemed to have changed, except, of course, for her mana rank. For some reason, this girl who had already been impossibly strong was now carrying A-rank mana overnight. Kim Seon-woo froze in horror as he realized just how absurd that sudden upgrade was. And it was not only her mana rank that had risen to A. He could also sense a dark, unsettling aura leaking out from her power. Park Min-ae was clearly up to something dangerous, and that was worrying for far too many reasons. Mana rank was generally determined by combining two things: the strength of a person's manifestation power and how well they could control it. Normally, B rank was already considered a professional level, the kind of rank that allowed someone to make a living through magic. Reaching that stage while still in one's teens was enough to be called highly talented. From A rank onward, magic users became people capable of working as agents for government organizations, with enough power to face serious, high-level villains directly. They could also serve as the main force of guilds or mercenary groups. As for the rare S-rank figures in the world, they were treated almost like disasters in human form, just like the superpowered man who worked for the pharmacist and the other overpowered individuals recorded throughout history. Raising one's mana rank was never supposed to be easy. At the very least, it required years of dedication and relentless practice, and for some people, it could take an entire lifetime. That was exactly why Lee Seojin stood in a completely different category. For someone still in their teenage years to already carry an A rank rating, it was the kind of talent that made ordinary geniuses look almost normal by comparison. Zhang Yi was definitely impressive in her own way, but she was not supposed to be some supernova-level monster who could leap from B rank to A rank in just a few short days. As that thought hit him, the girl noticed the change in his face and looked at him with a worried expression, gently pointing out that he had suddenly gone pale. The boy nearly lost his breath when she abruptly leaned in close, closing the distance between them with a bright smile right in front of his face. With her eyes fixed on him, she softly asked whether talking to her made him uncomfortable. His face flushed red in an instant, and he quickly turned away as if he could hide how shaken he was. Still, he managed to answer honestly, boldly admitting that being alone with her was making his heart pound too fast. The girl let out a small chuckle, then calmly guided him along, saying they should sit down and talk for a little while. But inside, the boy was already on edge. The situation was becoming more dangerous by the second, and he seriously wondered whether he should force a fight right here before things became even harder to control. The problem was that his A-rank mana was only temporary. If he picked a fight in this moment, there was a very real chance he would lose, and worse, if the girl was not exposed as one of the mains, he would only end up looking like a complete jerk. He could not help wondering whether he could even beat an A-rank main in a direct head-on fight. But while he was trapped in that thought, the girl had already turned her focus elsewhere, smoothly directing the main character's attention toward her. For the second midterm, she sweetly asked whether he would be kind enough to team up with her. On the surface, it sounded simple, but to him, it suddenly looked like a golden opening. She wanted to gather as many people around her as possible, and since dealing with this boy directly would be troublesome, she intended to use him as the bait that would pull Lee Seojin into her group. Since her real aim was to strike down as many of her enemies as possible in one move, she even told him to go ahead and invite Shin Youngjin as well. They could make it a full team for the exam, she said, as if she only wanted everyone to have some exciting experience together. But beneath that playful tone, her true intention was obvious. She wanted to gather them close and butcher them, and the boy could see straight through that fake smile. Shin Youngjin had also been connected to her father's death, so Zhang Yi planned to use this exam as a chance to remove her annoying stalker as well. The girl was not just angry. She was focused, ruthless, and frighteningly determined. The boy opened his mouth with visible nerves, hesitated for only a moment, and then rejected her offer outright. If her trap was already this easy for him to recognize, then there was no way he would willingly hand this overpowered woman the perfect chance to kill all of them at once. He insisted that in an exam like this, it was better to hunt alone and claim everything for himself rather than form alliances and split the rewards. The girl sighed, pointing out that he usually clung to her so stubbornly, yet now that she was the one reaching out, he was suddenly backing away. Then her lips curled into a sharp little smirk. Maybe, she suggested, the real problem was that standing beside Lee Seojin made him realize he was no match at all, so now he was retreating before he embarrassed himself. After all, even in the hidden stage, he had been lying there pathetically unconscious until the hero stepped in and saved him. She was clearly trying to provoke him, throwing the insult out like bait. But instead of getting angry, the main character quietly smiled to himself with a wicked edge and simply admitted that she was completely right. He said he really was just a pathetic guy who had stayed unconscious until Lee Xiaojun came along and saved his life. And since both of them already understood that clearly, he would be leaving now. After all, the written exam was about to begin, and he had no reason to keep standing there any longer. Zhang Ye's eyes narrowed as she glared at his back, silently calling him a useless clown in her head. No matter how she looked at him, he was impossible to read, and that only made her wonder even more what he was truly trying to do. And just like that, the written portion of the second midterm exam officially began. Xiojin was already hunched over his desk, scribbling away at his answers, while our guy sat with his exam paper in front of him, his hand moving but his mind clearly tangled in a much bigger problem. Zhang Yi had tried to use him as a bridge to get closer to Lee Xiaojun, but instead of cornering him, she had unknowingly handed him an opportunity. Zhang Yi's sudden explosive growth had to be connected to the 10 main assembly. There was no other reasonable explanation for that kind of unnatural jump in strength. Before she grew into an even greater threat, the main character understood that he had no choice. During this exam, he needed to assassinate Zhang Yi. The real question was how to pull it off. He was thinking so intensely about that one problem that the actual exam in front of him started to feel like nothing more than background noise, making it hard to focus on the questions at all. After a short while, the boy suddenly rose from his seat, gathered his paper, and walked straight toward the front of the room. He placed the exam sheet in front of the teacher, and the teacher stared at it in surprise, clearly not expecting anyone to submit so soon. Only 10 minutes had passed since the exam started, So the teacher asked if he was giving up without even reading the questions properly. The boy calmly denied it. The truth was, he had been so worried about Zhang Yi that he activated the outsider's benefit and used it to solve every single question. Right now, a villain was actively trying to kill him and the people he cared about, so he had absolutely no time to sit around pretending this written exam mattered. Meanwhile, in another part of town, under the cold light of the moon hanging high in the night sky, a man lay lifeless on the ground, his body soaked in his own blood. Standing above that corpse was a high school girl, her shadow falling over the dead man. Of course, it was Zhang Yi. She had slipped into the role of an evil villain almost too naturally, as if this dark, twisted version of herself had been waiting to come out her entire life. With a thrilled smile on her face, she murmured in excitement, completely intoxicated by how powerful the bloodstone had made her. Qianhai continued watching over her, his tone cautious as he warned the young girl not to become so drunk on power that she started acting carelessly. Zhang Yi acknowledged her senior, and in return, he handed over the item she had requested. It was a device capable of disabling every electronic machine within a 30-mile radius. That item was an artifact, provided by a human supporter who had long been backing the 10 main assembly from the shadows. Since this mission carried the fate of their entire race, Qianhai believed they had to prepare with absolute care. He was cautious, deliberate, and thorough. The sad irony was that all of that preparation might end up wasted, simply because the little prodigy under his watch was far too reckless. Zhang Yi only smiled, and said that no preparation was necessary. The power bestowed by the king was more than enough, and with it, she was certain she could stand on equal footing with Li Xiaojun. Qianhai's expression remained firm as he warned her that strategy always came before raw power. Until now, she had carefully maintained a calm and harmless image at school, allowing her to gather information without drawing suspicion. Because of that, he reminded her to keep observing her surroundings and not overlook anything strange. If someone around her was lying, then that person was likely the child of prophecy. But Zhang Yi told her mentor not to worry so much. This time, she was certain she would choose the correct target and finally claim the revenge she needed. At the same time, our guy was also making preparations of his own. He stood before the tools he had laid out, his eyes fixed on everything he had prepared while his thoughts stayed locked on Zhang Yi. And elsewhere, Zhang Yi's own mind was completely consumed by Li Xiaojun. With killing intent burning in both of their eyes, each of them silently swore to take the life of the enemy standing in their way. For both of them, this was no longer just a plan. It was a promise. Our boy Kim Xianwu was already ready, staring down at every item he had prepared for what might become the most dangerous fight of his life. This time, without fail, he would finally deal with the pest known as Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was also making vows of her own, her gaze dark and heavy as she thought only of Li Xiaojun, the person she wanted to kill more than anyone else. This time, both the main character and the villain girl were moving with the same bloody purpose. Neither side was looking for mercy. Both of them wanted death. And so, every student in the academy gathered near the portal that would carry them to the venue for the next stage of the exam. One after another, the students stepped into the glowing portal, disappearing through the dimensional gate before emerging into a completely unfamiliar environment on the other side. After the teacher finished confirming that every student had arrived safely, the final count came to 450 students in total. With everyone present, it was time to close the dimensional gate, and the teacher immediately called for everyone's attention. For this exam, each student would first move to their assigned area, and from there, the test would continue from that afternoon all the way until the following morning. As they had already been told beforehand, surveillance drones had been deployed all across the island, watching the exam grounds from above. Because of that, cheating was strictly forbidden, and after making that warning clear, the teacher asked if anyone had any questions. Li Xiaojun stood there in quiet thought, remembering what he had learned from his grandfather. The old man had told him to judge things for himself and decide whether there was truly something worth learning here. After thinking for a moment, the hero turned toward the one person who seemed perfect for an unpredictable exam like this. He wanted to know whether Kim Xianwu had already joined any team. When the brunette admitted that he had not, Li Xiaojun's face immediately brightened, and he asked him to team up together. Kim Xianwu was clearly caught off guard by the offer, but he still had to reject it right away, saying he already had his own plan. Li Xiaojun looked disappointed and insisted that they could carry out that plan together, especially since his powers would make everything move much faster. It was not that Kim Xianwu failed to appreciate the gesture. The real problem was that dragging the person he was supposed to protect straight toward the girl trying to kill him would be beyond troublesome. If he led Li Xiaojun into Zhang Yi's trap, it would practically look like he had decided to help the villainess himself. So for now, the only thing he could offer the hero was a warning. His advice was simple, but his tone made it feel heavy. No matter what happened during the exam, Li Xiaojun had to move alone. That was the only warning Kim Xianwu could safely give him. Because Kim Xianwu said it with such a serious expression, Li Xiaojun actually stopped to think it over. Unlike the dungeon training from early in the semester, This exam had no score adjustment. Even if students teamed up, they would waste time gathering together and then have to divide the rewards, so moving alone did make sense. Meanwhile, the ice girl had happily teamed up with the fiery girl from their class. For students near the top ranks, every moment mattered, and hunting even one more monster could make a difference. Kim Seon-woo really was the type of person who looked far ahead, thinking several steps deeper than everyone else around him. Now that he had received Kim Seon-woo's advice, Lee Seo-jin contacted his senior, Jang Yi, and explained that he would not be able to join her after all. Since his friend had advised him to work alone, he decided to follow that suggestion. Naturally, Jang Yi was far from happy when she heard that answer. A large part of her carefully arranged plan had just started falling apart right in front of her. But by then, the time for choosing partners was already over. At that moment, the teacher's voice rang out across the area, officially announcing the start of the second midterm monster hunt. This exam was no longer just a simple race for points. Two opposing forces were already moving beneath the surface, and Lee Seo-jin's life was now hanging in the balance, along with the fate of the world around them. No pressure at all. Following the instructions they had been given, the students began spreading out into the forest, stepping deeper into the island's thick greenery. The forest itself was beautiful, filled with fresh green scenery and dense trees, but the students barely had time to appreciate any of it. Almost immediately, they were thrown into the chaos of battle, forced to fight for their lives while hunting down every monster they encountered to earn points. Era moved fast, launching fireballs one after another, but the other students were not exactly falling behind either. All across the forest, beasts were being struck down as everyone fought hard to collect as many points as possible. Before long, a group of monsters was spotted nearby, and the students quickly started calling out to one another for help and backup. Some shouted for support, while others rushed in together, all trying to bring down as many beasts as they could. While everyone else was busy hunting, second-year rank 72, Kim Seon-woo, did not have the luxury of resting for even a moment. Of course, getting a high score in this exam was not the most important thing on his mind. Kim Seon-woo weighed his options carefully, but one priority refused to leave his head. He had to assassinate Jang Yi before her power kept growing, and she became an even worse problem. What he needed now was a way to locate Jang Yi somewhere isolated on the island, then create a situation where she had no easy path to escape or interfere with anyone else. Inside the control room, the teachers watched the exam unfold through the surveillance screens, their eyes following everything happening across the island. Naturally, they were impressed to see Kim Seon-woo already capable of taking down high-level monsters, especially since he seemed to improve every single day. At this pace, after just 3 hours, he would easily climb in rank. The teachers could not help marveling at the sight, especially because the young man had actually brought hiking gear to an exam held on a deserted island. He had packed a compass, trekking poles, and all kinds of survival tools, which the teachers found strangely cute. Still, they needed to make sure those items were not breaking any exam rules. Unfortunately for them, the gear was only meant for survival, so it would not interfere with the test itself. What Kim Seon-woo was actually using was the Demon Detection Compass, a special item that could track the location of the nearest demon for 2 hours. Once that time limit ran out, the effect would vanish, meaning he only had a short window to make use of it. Kim Seon-woo narrowed his eyes and focused on the compass needle, quickly noticing that it was pointing him toward the west. Jang Yi was probably hiding somewhere in the forest, waiting for the right chance to ambush Lee Seo-jin and take him out. With her power now boosted so dramatically, she would be even more excited, reckless, and dangerous than before. Kim Seon-woo had to find her before she reached Lee Seo-jin. Even if Jang Yi had reached the same A rank level as Lee Seo-jin, Kim Seon-woo still could not afford to let his guard down for even a second. Before she launched a real attack against Lee Seo-jin, he could already guess that Jang Yi would first try to observe the hero and understand his fighting habits. Jang Yi, meanwhile, had no time to waste on meaningless distractions. Right now, she needed to find Lee Seo-jin as quickly as possible. If Kim Seon-woo had been even a little more useful, this situation would already be over. Instead, that stupid boy who had spent so long crushing on her and making her life difficult was suddenly backing away right when he could have helped her the most. Then again, she had never expected much from him in the first place. But just then, her body tensed as a sound came from behind her. She turned quickly, her eyes sharpening as she tried to see who was approaching. It was the young first-year genius. Seeing her there, the girl greeted her senior, Jang Yi. Jang Yi hesitated as she looked at how many prey the girl had already managed to take down. She had not expected to run into Choi Seo-yun here, and personally, she did not have any real grudge against her. Choi Seo-yun was simply loud, energetic, and annoying in the way a child could be. Choi Seo-yun cheerfully said that she had never had many chances to talk with her senior, but she had always respected her. In her eyes, Jang Yi always looked so graceful and elegant, while also being surprisingly ruthless in battle. But while this sweet junior was showering her with praise, Zhang Yi was silently wishing the girl had died during that unfortunate hidden stage incident she had been trapped in. Then, all at once, Zhang Yi realized this unexpected encounter might actually work in her favor. Since Choi Seo-yun had fought alongside Lee Seo-jin in the hidden stage, Zhang Yi decided to use the moment to ask her a few questions. Choi Seo-yun looked surprised for a second, but she soon nodded and admitted that, yes, that was true. That was perfect. Zhang Yi stepped closer with a calm expression and asked what Lee Seo-jin had been like when Choi Seo-yun saw him fight up close. After all, it was not every day that someone got to watch the school's famous prodigy fight in a real battle. Zhang Yi admitted that there were many things she wanted to know about him. Choi Seo-yun went quiet for a moment, thinking back to a certain story she had happened to hear before. It was something the hero's best friend had told her not to share with anyone, even though he had already spilled the secret to a junior student himself. Apparently, she had heard about the S-rank demon Shin Jaek and the Blade of Dawn incident. The Kangwon incident was packed with shocking details, but what Choi Seo-yun focused on most was the fact that Shin Youngjin's words seemed to be true. In other words, the three of them really did seem to be caught in some kind of love triangle. At least in Choi Seo-yun's mind, being adored by two of the most perfect boys in the school was basically a girl's dream. The junior girl's eyes sparkled as she happily squealed over the juicy gossip, thrilled that she somehow got to be involved in such an exciting story. Zhang Yi had no idea why the junior suddenly looked so excited, with bright, sparkling eyes like she had just discovered some amazing secret. Still, she had already come this far, so she pushed forward and asked what she really wanted to know: how Lee Seo-jin fought in the hidden stage, what his battle habits were, whether they had met him along the way, and every useful detail Choi Seo-yun could remember. Choi Seo-yun was more than happy to talk, but she misunderstood the situation completely. She assumed her senior simply wanted to know more about the person she liked, so she filtered out the dangerous edge hidden behind Zhang Yi's questions. But before talking about someone else, the junior girl first wanted to ask about Zhang Yi's feelings toward Kim Seon-woo. Honestly, Zhang Yi had already heard more than enough of that boy's name and seen more than enough of his face. If she truly described how she felt about that classmate, she might end up being arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. So to avoid that problem, she kept her answer as short as possible. As far as Zhang Yi was concerned, Kim Seon-woo was someone with no skill and no usefulness at all. Choi Seo-yun looked surprised to hear such a harsh answer, but Zhang Yi had already started talking, and she was not done yet. To Zhang Yi, Kim Seon-woo was the kind of person who desperately wanted to be recognized, yet all he ever seemed to do was cause trouble and fool around. People like him were exactly the type she hated most, and as far as she was concerned, she had never once been interested in that boy. It was an incredibly cold and crushing answer, and after saying it, Zhang Yi asked if Choi Seo-yun was satisfied now, because she still wanted to hear more about Lee Seo-jin. But those harsh words had landed harder than she expected, especially since Zhang Yi had just spent all that time insulting someone Lee Seo-jin deeply admired. Choi Seo-yun looked genuinely hurt, as if she had just discovered that the senior she respected judged people far more harshly than she imagined. Sure, Kim Seon-woo was not exactly a flawless, shining example of perfection, and he could definitely act strange from time to time. But when it came to the goals he truly cared about, she knew he was more serious than almost anyone. He was always helping others in places no one noticed, quietly doing things behind the scenes without asking for praise. He even stayed up all night working hard, doing things people would never expect from him, like training himself. Though the way she said it almost made it sound like something else entirely, Choi Seo-yun still could not accept hearing her senior call her crush a clown. The conversation had taken a strange turn, and even the rich girl found herself blushing as she wondered why she was defending that clown so passionately. Before she realized it, she had accidentally let slip who had actually worked so hard to save her back then. Zhang Yi froze in absolute shock the moment she heard it. The rich girl gave a nervous little laugh and quickly said that this was supposed to be a secret, but because she trusted her seniors so much, she would let only her know. Unfortunately, the person she had chosen to trust was Zhang Yi, a villain currently trying to kill as many people as possible. She could not have picked a worse person to tell. Then Choi Seo-yun blinked in surprise. When she opened her eyes properly, Zhang Yi was already gone. The senior had suddenly launched herself forward, racing through the trees and between the branches without looking back. Zhang Yi ran with a furious growl tearing from her throat, her eyes wide as the truth slammed into her. She had been deceived from the very beginning. During their last conversation, Kim Seon-woo had admitted that he was pathetic, claiming he had been knocked unconscious until Lee Seo-jin saved him during the hidden door battle. But now Zhang Yi understood that none of that had been true. The person who cleared the hidden stage alongside Lee Seo-jin had not been Choi Seo-yun at all. It had been Kim Seon-woo, and that single realization forced her to rethink everything. Her mentor's warning echoed sharply in her mind. If someone was lying to her, then that person was likely the child of prophecy. That meant she had to change her target immediately. But by the time Zhang Yi realized she had been fooled, it was already too late. She finally stopped for a brief moment, her chest rising and falling as she tried to catch her breath after sprinting so hard. If she wanted to shake off the danger closing in around her, her only choice was to run as fast as she possibly could. The reason Kim Seon-woo had hidden his power, even going so far as to lie about it, was probably because he possessed the talent to break barriers. Jang Yi began to understand that she was not the hunter in this situation at all. She had been the one being hunted from the start. Realizing they had all been deceived, she quickly pulled out her phone and called Shinhai. She was right about one thing. They had definitely been tricked. But she was completely wrong about who the child in the prophecy actually was. Breathless and frantic, she shouted into the phone that Lee Seo-jin was not the child of prophecy after all. Shinhai was stunned by her words and immediately shot to his feet, demanding to know what she was talking about. He asked what had happened and whether she was all right, because even through the call, he could tell that Jang Yi was breathing hard and sounded deeply shaken. But just as she tried to explain, the network began to crackle and break apart. Jang Yi rushed to pass on the most important message before the connection failed completely. Unfortunately, the signal interference hit too hard, and before she could reveal who the real child of prophecy was, her words were swallowed by static. Jang Yi paused and slowly looked upward, her gaze locking onto the drones hovering above, the very machines maintaining the barrier around her. As she stared at the drones ahead, she noticed that one of them was flickering strangely, sparks and flames dancing across its damaged frame. There was only one person who would interfere with her network like this. It had to be Kim Seon-woo. And sure enough, the boy himself was watching from far away, hidden at a distance while power slowly gathered in his hands. It was one of the rare moments where Kim Seon-woo's face carried such a dark, dangerous expression. He raised his hand, charged his power to the limit, and then fired. Jang Yi was still trapped deep in her hatred and obsession with Kim Seon-woo, especially now that she knew he was far more than the weakling she had always assumed him to be. She could faintly sense him somewhere nearby, and he was indeed watching her from a distance with a ball of power forming in his hand. This fight had been coming for a long time, and now both of them were staring at each other with murder burning in their minds. With his hand raised, Kim Seon-woo released his power in a straight, piercing beam, blasting into the center of the woods and igniting the trees as flames began to spread. Jang Yi screamed as the attack grazed her, leaving her shoulder burned before she lost her balance and crashed down onto the ground. The blast had clearly injured her, and she growled from the dirt as she realized her sworn enemy possessed some kind of magic that could disable electronics. Naturally, she was furious that he was using an ability that seemed to clash directly against her blue condensation core. Kim Seon-woo had come fully prepared to kill her, while Jang Yi had poured all her attention into Lee Seo-jin. The girl suddenly burst into motion, sprinting with everything she had as another beam came crashing down like a laser from above, forcing her to run desperately to escape the storm of attacks. For a mere human, Kim Seon-woo had unbelievable nerve if he truly believed he could hunt down and defeat a powerful A-class main like her. Red magic began bubbling around Jang Ye's body as she finally grew sick of running and prepared to unleash a violent burst of power back at him. Kim Seon-woo was ready as well, already preparing another magic circle for his next move. At the same time, he kept the communication jamming kit active, making sure no outside eyes could easily interfere with their battle. The jamming would only last for 30 minutes, so he wanted to end this as quickly as possible. The inheritance of the formless spirit relic was working better than expected, allowing him to imbue his magic with an attribute. Right now, the attribute he was using was light. He had already confirmed through the satellite system that there were no other satellites nearby, which meant there was no reason for him to hold back against her. Given the situation, it would probably take the school some time to figure out what was happening in this isolated part of the exam grounds. And when they finally noticed, the teachers would most likely be thrown into complete panic. But none of that mattered to Kim Seon-woo right now. His focus was locked on one thing, using the high-rank mana concealment potion, then following it immediately with the amplified mana elixir. Power surged through his veins as he shot forward, his body bursting into motion. In the next instant, Kim Seon-woo activated Airwalk and then the Heart of Great Nature. He was pulling out every boost and every hidden card in his arsenal, putting every bit of strength he had into preparing his next attack. Then he unleashed beam after beam of blazing power at Jang Yi, giving her almost no room to breathe as the attacks rained down on her. To be fair, Jang Yi had prepared herself to fight a completely different target. She had never expected to end up exchanging blows with the very boy she had dismissed as nothing more than a weakling. But she was a villain for a reason, and there was no way she would let this kind of humiliation pass without fighting back. Jang Yi extended her long red claws and lunged straight at him, hurling dark crimson magic filled with pure killing intent. Kim Seon-woo instantly blocked the attacks with the monster summoning scroll, keeping her dangerous blood-red power from reaching him. He had prepared specifically for the monster she had become, and he fired blue sparks of power at her like exploding fireworks, twisting and moving through the air as he dodged each of her attacks with sharp precision. Jang Yi shrieked as she fell, unable to stop his calm descent. Now Kim Seon-woo had landed on the same ground as her, bringing them onto the same battlefield face to face. Kim Seon-woo had gained the upper hand, and he used it to unleash several deadly attacks in quick succession. The damage piled up until Jang Yi was bleeding heavily, her body battered as she desperately tried to crawl away. It would have been easier to feel sorry for her if she had not been actively trying to murder everyone. Still, even with Jang Yi reduced to such a pathetic state, Kim Seon-woo knew he had to stay careful. If they were on the same rank, then the one who landed the first decisive strike would most likely win. He could not afford to lower his guard until Jang Yi was completely finished. With that in mind, he gathered mana again and prepared another blast, releasing roughly 5 shots at once toward the scurrying mane. Jang Yi sensed the incoming blasts racing straight toward her, and in that instant, her eyes began to glow with demonic power. A massive explosion suddenly erupted from their side of the playing field, the kind of blast no one could possibly ignore. With every communication line already jammed, it was almost certain that the teachers had realized something was going terribly wrong over there. The explosion was so violent that Kim Seon-woo had to lift one arm in front of himself, quickly forming a spell shield just to keep the scattered bits of blood from splashing across his uniform. But as expected from an A-rank demon like Jang Yi, even a blast that powerful probably would not be enough to kill her outright. And sure enough, she was still there. Or at least, something that still barely resembled her was standing in the smoke and wreckage. Her body had twisted into something much closer to a blood breed now, with most of her figure drenched and covered in deep red. In a dark, demonic voice, she muttered that his power was not non-elemental after all, but the light attribute. Her demonic essence was completely exposed, yet at this point, Jang Yi no longer cared about hiding anything. Survival was all that mattered, and if she wanted to live, then she had to kill the enemy in front of her, Kim Seon-woo. Her monstrous feet pressed forward as she finally understood that this opponent was unlike anyone else. He had been acting like a fool the entire time just to deceive her. The form she was using now was an enhanced version of Main's Berserk, a partial berserk state made to preserve just enough sanity while pushing her body to its limits. Kim Seon-woo was already gathering mana for the next blast, his hand glowing as he coldly guessed that she still had not taken enough punishment. He did not dare let the pressure drop for even a second, not when his opponent kept crawling back to her feet no matter how many times he struck her down. So he decided he would keep crushing her again and again, like an insect under his heel, until she no longer had the strength to stand at all. With that, he released another brutal mana blast straight toward her, hoping this one would finally force her to stay down. Beams of light shot forward all at once, rushing toward the red-covered girl, but this time she was far more prepared for the fight. After all, he had been using the same kind of attack repeatedly, and little by little, Jang Yi had started learning how to deal with it. Driven by sheer determination, Jang Yi forced her survival instincts to sharpen, throwing her body out of the path of each incoming mana blast. But dodging them was far from easy, because the attacks poured down on her relentlessly, like a storm of burning rain with no end in sight. She could hardly believe this was the same bright-eyed boy she had known before. That strange, overwhelming way of fighting felt far too similar to the man who had killed her father. The pieces were slowly starting to connect in Jang Yi's mind, but the longer this back and forth dragged on, the more her irritation boiled over. Then a thought struck her. What if there was some kind of restriction? Now that she remembered it, the man who fought her father had also suddenly stopped attacking in the middle of the battle. That meant this power had to come with a weakness. She just needed to figure out exactly what that weakness was. With that realization burning through her mind, Jang Yi finally concluded that the weakness had to be a time limit. Unfortunately for her, that discovery did not solve everything, because she was also running dangerously low on blood. She had gone on a wild killing spree earlier, but Kim Seon-woo's blast had blown away most of the reserves stored in her body. She could not keep exchanging blows with him like this forever, which meant she needed to find different prey and replenish herself. But Kim Seon-woo had no intention of letting her escape, especially since he was also fighting against a ticking clock. He fired another blast at Jang Yi, who was clearly beyond sick of being blown apart again and again. But this time, she used Shadow Shift, slipping away from the attack, and Kim Seon-woo was forced to stop for a brief moment to catch his breath. He could hardly believe she was already capable of using a technique that only a small number of A-rank or higher demons could handle. Her position kept changing as well, flickering in and out around him, and he wondered if she was trying to move away. But the Jang Yi he knew was the type who would never abandon a target once she had locked onto it. So when she claimed she was looking for other prey, it was probably just bait, a trick meant to make him drop his guard. Even so, Kim Seon-woo could not ignore one troubling fact. Most of the events up to this point had already strayed far away from the original story. In the original flow, Jang Yi had almost no reason to target Lee Seo-jin on this island. But because the Mion incident had taken place at the JN house, everything had changed, and now they had ended up here. Kim Sian-woo's mind raced as he wondered whether the altered plot had also changed Jang Ye's behavior. There was a real chance that she had truly given up on him and was now heading off to drain the blood of other students. Only 2 minutes remained before his mana exhaustion hit, and he could not afford to waste even 1 second. If he failed to kill Jang Ye before the elixir wore off, then he would be the one dying here. It was time to push even harder than before. But while he was thinking through his next move, a massive aura of red madness rose behind him, making him freeze as he realized she was definitely still nearby. Kim Sian-woo had never been a natural-born genius, but through sheer effort, he had learned to fight with whatever method worked, constantly calculating each situation again and again until he found a way through. The thing he trusted most was not the original story, and it was not some sudden flash of instinct either. What he trusted above everything else was his own hard-earned experience. The red demon creeping toward him suddenly stopped in surprise when Kim Sian-woo reached out and pulled out a pair of glasses. If he could not predict what she would do next, then he would force the battlefield into a situation he could control. Sliding on the glasses that belonged to the man who had killed her father, Kim Sian-woo smiled and wondered if this would be enough to pull all her attention straight onto him. And in this case, the situation he wanted was simple. Jang Ye's rage exploding the moment she saw the image of the person who had taken her father away. The effect was instant. Jang Ye activated ignition, her body flaring with power as she roared that it had been him all along. He was the one who had started her entire grudge against the story's hero, and everything that happened afterward had begun with him. Kim Sian-woo immediately sensed her murderous intent sharpening toward him. Jang Ye screamed in fury, calling him the child of prophecy and the killer of her father. Honestly, she was placing way too much importance on his lowly shoulders, but Kim Sian-woo was more than willing to accept it. After all, he had been waiting for the chance to end her once and for all. Her enormous red form lunged toward him, dragging along a terrifying mass of demonic magic like storm clouds gathering overhead. As she marked him as her next victim, Kim Sian-woo turned around with his own blast already forming in his hand. Jang Ye screamed his fake name with pure rage, while Kim Sian-woo clenched his teeth and growled that he was about to send her to join her disgusting father. Then he raised his hand and fired with everything he had, unleashing the blast like a giant finishing cannon. The beam shot forward, tearing through the space between them, and the entire area was swallowed by a massive flash of brilliant light. Sometime before all of this, an older man sat at his dressing table, carefully preparing for a competition while makeup and beauty products were spread out neatly in front of him. His daughter walked in while he was still getting ready, calling out to him with a cheerful voice. Back then, Jang Ye had been just a normal teenage girl, or at least, as normal as a demon teenager could be. She waved happily and asked her father if his performance preparations were going smoothly. Even in those days, Jang Ye was already a B-rank demon. Her father smiled warmly the moment he saw her, the two of them living through an unexpectedly sweet little slice of family life. He was also a B-rank demon, a man named Jang Han. Jang Han greeted his precious daughter with a fond smile, gently reminding her not to call him dad when they were outside. But Jang Ye pointed out that no one else was around, so there was no reason for him to worry about his cover being exposed. He chuckled, ruffled her hair, and asked how she had even gotten there. She answered that Lord Qianhai and Mr. Baekgang had kindly dropped her off. The two men she mentioned appeared soon after, waving cheerfully at Jang Han. It was almost painful to think that out of everyone gathered in that room, only 2 were still alive in the present. Qianhai, the 8th-rank demon of the 10 demonic assembly, arrived with his usual sour expression, accompanied by the B-rank demon Baekgang. Both of them greeted their friend warmly, teasing that his daughter had become so polite now that she was working under Qianhai. After all, when she was little, she used to call him Uncle Qianhai. Jang Ye laughed and said that unlike Baekgang, she actually knew how to separate personal life from professional life. Jang Han let out a worried sigh, admitting that he still was not sure whether sending her to the Magic Military Academy had been the right choice. She was so young that he feared she might end up causing trouble. Still, Qianhai reassured him that Jang Ye was performing exceptionally well on her infiltration mission. And even though he said it calmly, the truth was that she was already in her graduating class. With talent like that, she was almost guaranteed to become a major asset to the 10 demonic assembly one day. Besides, graduating from the Magic Military Academy would make it far easier for her to blend naturally into human society. They all understood why succeeding inside human society mattered so much. For demons like them, it was not about preference or ambition. It was a matter of survival. Then Qianhai paused, his expression tightening slightly as he looked more closely at his friend. He asked whether Jang Han had been keeping up with their regular blood meals, because he did not look healthy at all. Jang Han admitted that hunting had been growing harder by the day. Too many humans had flooded into the area because of the festival scheduled to take place at the Han River in just a few days. If he moved to a different territory, he would have far fewer chances to see his daughter. So in the end, Jang Han figured he had no choice but to endure it somehow and push through. Still, Qianhai's expression stayed serious as he told his friend to look after himself properly. That starvation was actually the first small push in the chain of disasters that would eventually destroy every man standing in that room, but none of them could have known it yet. For now, Qianhai simply warned Zhang Han not to skip his blood meals, because if he kept starving himself, he might one day lose control and go berserk. The others also told him to call them if he ever needed help, but Zhang Han only chuckled and told them both to worry about managing their own territories first. As far as Zhang Han was concerned, he had not fallen so low that he needed to lower his head and beg his friends for help just yet. At that moment, Zhang Yi turned toward her father, her face lighting up with a bright, innocent smile as she told him there was nothing for him to worry about. She promised that once she officially joined the 10 Demonic Assembly in the future, she would make sure he spent the rest of his life in comfort, surrounded by power, status, and all the blood he could ever drink. Zhang Yi smiled with the pure confidence of a happy teenager, and Zhang Han smiled back, thanking his daughter for working so hard and chasing her goals so earnestly. Someday, he hoped she might help create a world where demons could live proudly, without hiding their faces or lowering their heads. Maybe that dream could have been beautiful if their lives did not depend on murdering innocent people to survive. But sadly, it would not be long before that bright dream shattered completely, as the cheerful girl soon walked into the nightmare of seeing her father lose his life right before her eyes. That day never truly left her. It repeated again and again in Zhang Ye's mind, haunting every moment she stayed awake, because all she could remember was how powerless she had been while watching her father die. And now, she was falling under the same hands that had once attacked him, with a gaping hole blasted straight through her torso. Before everything had collapsed into tragedy, Zhang Ye's only regret from that day was that she had not been able to share even a little of her own blood with him. Now, that regret twisted together with agony as she screamed, writhed, and collapsed onto the ground, her surprise attack completely failing to reach its target. Instead of being caught off guard, Kim Seon-woo had turned her ambush against her, using that opening to launch his own surprise strike and slam her flat into the earth. Zhang Yi screamed in pain, her body twisting helplessly on the ground, while Kim Seon-woo stood above her with another glowing sphere of power already forming in his hand. He was determined to kill her, and he would keep fighting until that goal was finished. Beneath him, Zhang Yi growled through the blood spilling from her mouth, swearing that she would kill him no matter what. She had vowed to take the life of her father's enemy, because that was the least she could do to atone for failing to save him when he had been dying right in front of her. All this time, Kim Seon-woo had been the real enemy she should have hunted, yet she had wasted her hatred on Lee Seo-jin instead. Now that she understood it, she felt painfully foolish. Ever since her father's death, she had spent her life running in circles, and now she was about to die by the very same hands that had taken him from her. Before the end came, Zhang Yi screamed with both fury and pain, demanding to know why Kim Seon-woo was so cruel to them. Her voice cracked as she asked why he hurt them, and why he had taken her father away from her. But his answer came in the form of another bright blue beam aimed straight at her face. Kim Seon-woo might have wanted the luxury of a long heart-to-heart, but he could not afford to fall into mana exhaustion while this villainous girl was still alive. As for why he had done what he did, he told her to go ask the innocent people that she and her family had murdered just to maintain their strength. Those dead victims would probably want to ask her the exact same question. Those became the final words he gave her before he released the last blast directly toward her face. As Zhang Yi was swallowed by that blue light, tears streamed down her face, and she screamed the name of the enemy she hated more than anyone else. Blood burst from her body as the life of the villainess finally came to a tragic and brutal end. At last, Kim Seon-woo received the notification confirming that he had subjugated the A-rank villain Zhang Yi in a solo battle. A minor change had now occurred in the story. Causality had increased by 0.85, and his light attribute proficiency had risen by 23%. On top of that, he had also obtained the blue condensation core. The forest around him was still green, bright, and strangely beautiful, but Kim Seon-woo moved through the thick greenery with careful, unsteady steps, fighting desperately to stay as quiet as possible. He had just poured everything he had into defeating a major villain, so if any other evil lurking in the forest spotted him now, his exhausted body would have no real way to survive. Even as he walked, he could still clearly remember the face of the crying demon girl in the final moment before he took her life. It felt like that image would haunt him for a long time, even though he knew he had no choice. If he had not killed her first, she would have ended the story by killing both him and the hero. Still, the original plot had never shown a demon shedding tears like that, and seeing it with his own eyes shook Kim Seon-woo more than he expected. It was not as if Kim Seon-woo was letting his emotions take control of him or anything like that. Just as Zhang Yi had lost her father because of him, demons had also stolen the lives of countless other people's families and loved ones. They were a species forced to harm others in order to keep themselves alive. Besides, Kim Seon-woo's only goal right now was simple: save Lee Seo-jin, survive this situation, and eventually return to his original world. It was not an easy goal, and because of that, he tried to convince himself that a villain's sad circumstances were not something he could afford to pity. But his body was already exhausted beyond words, and as he walked, his feet slipped awkwardly against the road beneath him. He had been so buried in those heavy thoughts that he stopped paying attention to where he was stepping, and before he knew it, he was sliding freely down the hill. He barely managed to swallow back a scream, knowing even one loud noise could put him in danger, and he quickly grabbed onto a branch to steady his body. Mana exhaustion was truly a miserable thing to experience. His entire body trembled just from the effort of keeping himself upright. Right now, the most urgent problem was finding some way to stay safe until this mana exhaustion finally passed. Defeating Jang Yu did not mean the situation was over, either. He still needed to get away from her corpse while the communication jamming device remained active, and he also had to create a believable alibi proving that he had nothing to do with her death. He was still running through those thoughts when a sharp, dangerous sensation suddenly rose behind him. It seemed his killing intent skill had activated on its own, because Kim Seon-woo turned just in time to see a monster lunging in, ready to devour him whole. He quickly pulled out his paralyzing dagger, hoping he could at least immobilize the creature. It might have only been a low-grade monster, but running into even something like this while suffering from mana exhaustion was about as bad as his current luck could get. Right now, every possible disadvantage seemed to be stacking against him at once. The creature roared and opened its huge mouth, wide enough to swallow the young boy in one bite. But Kim Seon-woo had no intention of dying without resistance, so he lifted his weapon high and prepared himself for a desperate fight. But before he could actually retaliate, a shard of ice shot through the air and pierced straight through the monster in front of him. Kim Seon-woo froze for a moment, staring in surprise as he immediately recognized the nature of that magical power. A spell like that could only belong to Choi Seo-yeon. Kim Seon-woo felt an unbelievable wave of relief when his junior suddenly appeared before him. Choi Seo-yeon casually took the mana stone from the small monster, then turned to him and asked how many mana stones he had managed to collect so far. After everything he had burned through just to bring down a demon, Kim Seon-woo had barely gotten any credit for it at all. Choi Seo-yeon looked surprised and asked what he had been doing this whole time. So he answered that he had been out hunting monsters. It was as good an excuse as any, and with his rotten luck, it was believable enough that he had not managed to take many down. Since she was the one who had caught this monster, Choi Seo-yeon could not simply hand the mana stone over to him. Kim Seon-woo checked the situation and told her not to worry about it, adding that he was not the kind of senior who begged his juniors for freebies. After all, he still had at least a little pride left. Choi Seo-yeon watched him with curious eyes, then smiled softly as she remembered how serious senior man he had looked when asking so many questions about Kim Seon-woo. Now the junior's cheeks turned faintly red as she started thinking a little too deeply about the possible romantic situation between her seniors. Meanwhile, Kim Seon-woo was not thinking about romance at all. His mind was focused on how much more ferocious the monsters in this forest became after nightfall. There was no guarantee that he could survive another 20 minutes with nothing but a single dagger, so he started seriously considering the idea of hiring himself a temporary mercenary. Then he leaned slightly toward the mercenary who had so conveniently appeared right when he needed help. Choi Seo-yeon would do perfectly, so Kim Seon-woo asked if she could kindly stay by his side for the next 20 minutes. To him, it sounded like an extremely reasonable and practical request. But Choi Seo-yeon had a crush that he was completely oblivious to, so of course, those words reached her ears in a very different way. Choi Seo-yeon hesitated, unsure how she was supposed to answer, while Kim Seon-woo simply laughed and added that he just needed someone to chat with for a little while. Normally, Choi Seo-yeon would not have minded giving Kim Seon-woo 20 minutes of her time. But ever since the hidden stage incident, the expectations placed on her by her family had climbed even higher, pressing down on her harder than before. It was unfortunate, but if she wanted to live up to her father's expectations, she could not simply sit around chatting for 20 whole minutes. Not even with the person she had feelings for. No, if anything, especially not with the person she had feelings for. On top of that, one of her classmates, John Minji, had been working himself to the bone to compete against her, and this time she needed to defeat him by an overwhelming margin, especially after how badly the last exercise had gone. Surely, Kim Seon-woo could understand that much. He thought it over for a moment, and to him, it was clear that finishing in first place mattered most to her. But Choi Seo-yeon quickly protested, saying it was not as simple as he made it sound. She had been carrying so much pressure because of that goal, constantly pushing herself to work harder. But then Kim Seon-woo suddenly pulled out a crystal and held it out toward her. He proposed a deal right on the spot. For every 5 minutes she stayed with him, she would receive 1 mana crystal. If she stayed for the full 20 minutes, then she would walk away with 4. In his eyes, it was a pretty fair offer. Choi Seo-yeon, however, was stunned by the size and quality of the mana stones, because gathering that many on her own would normally take at least 3 hours of hunting. The examiners had forbidden students from fighting each other, but there was no rule against trading, mostly because they never expected anyone to willingly do something like that. Since Kim Seon-woo was offering proper payment for her time, Choi Seo-yeon even suggested that she could keep him company for as long as he wanted after the exam ended. But he firmly insisted that it had to be right now. She had no idea why he was acting with such urgency, but without her guarding him, Kim Seon-woo would truly be finished. His mana would never recover properly if he had to spend the next 20 minutes panicking and dodging monsters all over the forest. So with complete seriousness, he asked Choi Seo-yeon to stay by his side. Since it was him asking, Choi Seo-yeon finally decided she could make a special exception. The fact that he was insisting they stay together alone at this dark hour definitely did not help her crush at all. Still, she was practical enough to ask for payment up front. And so, under the night sky, the two of them struck a very unusual but perfectly well-meaning deal. The night stretched quietly above them, dark and wide, with stars scattered across the sky as the two sat together and let the cool breeze move through the trees around them. They stacked several logs together and lit a fire, letting the flames crackle warmly as they settled near the small camp. While Kim Seon-woo rested and tried to recover even a little of his strength, Choi Seo-yeon put on her best businesslike smile and asked what exactly he wanted to talk about, since he had supposedly wanted to spend time with her so badly. Meanwhile, Kim Seon-woo, who had basically just purchased her protection, sat there staring blankly into the distance like a man trying to figure out how he was supposed to feed 3 children with nothing in his pockets. Choi Seo-yeon called out to him, but he barely reacted. She sighed, sat beside him, and pouted in confusion, completely unable to understand why he had asked her to keep him company when he had spent the last 10 minutes silently staring into the fire. Kim Seon-woo remained quiet, gazing into the flames as if the fire itself were questioning his soul. Since he was not saying anything, Choi Seo-yeon used the chance to quietly study her senior. She noticed several small injuries scattered across his body, and in her mind, she assumed he must have fought desperately to look impressive in front of Senior Min-hee. Of course, she had completely misunderstood the situation, because the truth was that he had fought desperately so he could kill Senior Min-hee. And yet, the magic stones he had worked so hard to gather were now practically being handed over to her. Kim Seon-woo, meanwhile, had finally reached a painful realization. This place was not where he truly belonged. Then Choi Seo-yeon finally spoke up, asking if he was being so silent because of Min-hee. That sudden shift in conversation caught Kim Seon-woo completely off guard, especially considering what he had just done to their precious senior. So for a moment, he had no idea how he was supposed to answer. With a quiet sigh, he turned his entire body away from her, probably trying to hide whatever expression had appeared on his face. A person's true feelings could sometimes be exposed by the smallest movement, and Choi Seo-yeon gasped at how dramatic his reaction was just from hearing Min-hee's name. At first, she thought it might have been nothing serious, but now she was convinced that he truly liked their senior. Choi Seo-yeon had been raised to believe that appearance, grades, and dignity fitting her status were the very things that defined her worth. But simply expressing pure feelings honestly, without hiding behind pride or status, had always felt like an impossible challenge to her. So in Choi Seo-yeon's eyes, people who could overcome that fear and run straight toward the ones they loved looked nobler than anyone else in the world. Seeing such intense feelings supposedly directed toward her senior made even a beautiful, wealthy girl like Choi Seo-yeon feel a small sting of jealousy. Meanwhile, Kim Seon-woo was not drowning in romance at all. He was simply watching the time carefully, making sure he would know the exact moment his power finally returned. Choi Seo-yeon sighed softly and told her senior that he could talk to her whenever he felt ready. She said she was there for him, willing to comfort him and stay with him through this dark and difficult moment. For the amount she had received tonight, she would remain faithfully by his side. And so the night continued in near silence, with almost no sound around them except the steady crackling of the fire. At last, the time was up, and the full 20 minutes had passed. Kim Seon-woo rose to his feet with a small smile, then thanked Choi Seo-yeon for listening to his very long story. It was a strange and ironic thing to say, considering he had not actually spoken a single word during the entire time. Then he simply ran off, laughing lightly as he said that what had just happened was already more than enough, and that he would see her later. As unpredictable and mysterious as ever, Kim Seon-woo disappeared into the forest, leaving his beautiful admirer behind. Choi Seo-yeon growled in frustration and shook her fist after him, wondering what on earth that whole thing had been about. Still, it did not really matter, because she had earned plenty of magic stones from the deal. For now, Choi Seo-yeon tried to focus on the exam instead of chasing the impossible dream of a boy who seemed to be in love with someone else. Even so, she could not help smiling to herself as she thought that her beloved senior really was such a strange person. The next morning at 10 o'clock, the students gathered at the meeting point on the deserted island's beach. A glittering pile of crystals had been laid out across the sand, and most of the students were showing off the mana stones they had managed to collect during the exam. But the largest haul came tumbling out of Lee Seo-jin's small bag, immediately drawing everyone's attention. The other students stared in amazement at just how much he had gathered. As expected, he had even hunted down a boss-level monster entirely on his own. Truly, Lee Seojin was in a league of his own. Yu Era and Yoon Ha-young had also managed to gather impressive results. All their harsh training had clearly paid off, and the ice girl looked excited to show off her victories, while Yu Era stood there acting cool and composed like a boss. Deep down, though, she was quietly regretting that maybe she should not have taken the wrong path. As expected from someone born into one of the 5 great mage families, Choi Seo-yeon looked like she would once again take first place among the first years. She had worked hard through the night and gathered a massive number of wins. Her classmates congratulated her with proud smiles. After all, overwhelming victory was practically her family's motto. Now, she was certain her classmate would understand the huge gap in skill between her and John Minji. Meanwhile, John Minji could only lament that maybe he simply did not have the brains needed to pull it off. He really was too much of a musclehead. Then Choi Seo-yeon turned her head and noticed Kim Seon-woo standing nearby, quietly staring at the single glittering stone he had managed to collect. Everyone stood around watching the submissions come in one after another, but even the teachers seemed unusually tense about the situation. Suddenly, someone rushed over and called for the teacher's attention. The instructors were taking roll call, and they needed to know why Min-yi still had not appeared. Everyone waited anxiously for any news about Min-yi, their unease growing heavier by the second. Then a student came running up, panting hard. He did not have direct news about her yet, but teacher Jang Han-cheol was still searching, and they all hoped he would find her soon. The magnetic field in the area should have weakened by now, so they planned to send out even more drones to search for her. Meanwhile, another teacher would lead the remaining students back to the school first, making sure they were kept safe. Then teacher Jang Han-cheol suddenly contacted them and announced that they had found her. At first, it sounded like news that should bring relief, but his voice carried a heavy hesitation, as if he did not know how to explain what they had discovered. The first problem was that the girl they had been searching for had been found completely lifeless. The second problem was even worse. She was not human at all. Without saying too much over the communication line, Jang Han-cheol simply ordered them to report the discovery to the special duty team immediately. The portal stood wide open on the beach, and the students began filing through it one after another. Before leaving, Kim Seon-woo glanced back over his shoulder, his expression faintly troubled, as if a shadow of concern had crossed his face. Even so, he forced himself to keep moving forward, and as he walked, he quietly dropped some kind of time device into the sand behind him. Meanwhile, far away from the island, the Dark Lord of the Demons sat upon his throne inside his castle, ruling over everything from the shadows. Qianhai had come before the king to deliver the final information they had extracted from Jang Yi, and the conclusion was bitterly clear. Lee Seojin was not the child of prophecy after all. Even after everything they had done, they still had not uncovered the true identity of that child. Naturally, the Demon King was far from pleased. In his fury, he lashed out like a spoiled monster in a throne room, stabbing his own servant as if violence were the only language he cared to speak. The Demon King still needed more information, which meant Qianhai had no choice but to keep reporting, even while sharp spikes of blood repeatedly pierced into him. As the last surviving member connected to that group, Qianhai lowered himself and admitted that death would be a fitting punishment for failing the mission. It had been his fault. Because of his mistaken judgment, he had fed Jang Yi the wrong information and pushed that poor girl straight toward her death. The 10 Demonic Assembly had accepted someone who was only A rank like Qianhai because he had proven his competence again and again until now. But this time, not only had he failed the first search mission, they had also wasted an enormous amount of power chasing a completely false lead. The Demon King's rage only deepened, especially since the result included the death of his loyal subject Jang Yi, along with the loss of the Bloodstone and the artifact. Poor Qianhai could do nothing but endure as the bloody spikes continued tearing into his body, each strike ripping through him without mercy. The Demon King made it clear that if such failure happened again, Qianhai would pay for it with his life. But for now, the Demon King was apparently feeling generous, so he allowed his humble servant to pay through unbearable suffering instead. Qianhai screamed in agony, swearing that he would obey the command, and promised that above everything else, he would avenge the dead girl he had failed to protect. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Jang Ye's death and her true identity threw the entire school into chaos. Students whispered everywhere, all of them wondering what in the world had really happened on that deserted island. After the midterms, the Magic Academy had once again allowed a demon to infiltrate its grounds, and no one had noticed for far too long. Because of that humiliating failure, the academy immediately tightened its security, determined to make sure another demon infiltration would never happen again. Kim Seon-woo, who had been known to have a close relationship with Jang Yi, was quickly treated like some tragic male lead. Rumors spread through the halls that he had once carried a desperate crush on the girl who had been murdered. Of course, it was true that he had looked depressed ever since the incident involving Zhang Yi. After all, he had sacrificed the demon detection compass worth 10,000 points and the communication jammer kit worth 20,000 points. To prepare for hunting Zhang Yi, Kim Si-woo had spent all the points he had saved just to buy the blue condensation core artifact, which could disable nearby electronic devices. It was fortunate that he had gained an artifact with the same effect as the jammer kit, but that alone was nowhere near enough to prepare him for whatever future incident might come next. While everyone else thought he was grieving emotionally, Kim Si-woo was mostly mourning the loss of his items instead of his moral compass. To be fair, that compass had probably been gone for a long time already. Suddenly, someone jumped onto him from behind, cutely calling his name as she wrapped both arms around him. It was actually Ha-young, his Ice Element Jr., and she smiled brightly as she proudly announced that she had climbed all the way up to 32nd place in the second midterm. Kim Si-woo congratulated her for working so hard, but Ha-young happily insisted that it was all thanks to him. After all, she had risen from 52nd place, so the improvement was huge. Then she asked what rank her senior had achieved, and Kim Si-woo simply laughed, saying he had moved from 72nd place to 16th. All that effort had still been met with bad luck, since he supposedly could not find many monsters. In reality, of course, he had burned through most of his power getting rid of his fake crush. The fire girl immediately protested, saying that ranking was far too low for someone with his ability. But the others only laughed it off, saying that some days simply turned out like that. Kim Si-woo told her that next time, he was sure she would be able to beat Lee Seo-jin, and he would even cheer for Yu-era too. But the girl only scoffed, and told him to stop comforting everyone else when he clearly needed to take care of himself first. Then she gently patted his shoulder, as if she were trying to comfort him over the loss of his supposed crush. The fire girl was only trying to encourage him in her own way. Kim Si-woo was honestly touched by all of them, since both the fire girl and the ice girl seemed to be showing him sympathy. Thanks to that, he gained a healthy 1,500 points. Since those points were genuinely useful for keeping him alive, Kim Si-woo managed to give them a real smile. Then they told him that teacher in Sheol was apparently looking for him, and that he should go see him as soon as possible. Kim Si-woo looked surprised, wondering why his teacher suddenly wanted to meet with him. He had already explained that his relationship with Zhang Yi had only been casual. Yet before long, he found himself standing inside an office, facing two adults whose expressions were far too serious for comfort. The extra person called in to join the meeting was someone Kim Si-woo did not recognize at all, and the unfamiliar presence only made the atmosphere feel even heavier.